This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 626. We have to make the Wavebreaker mech as soon as possible. Zhou thought to himself and took a look at the Wavebreaker mech blueprint. Many of the mech materials Zhou has collected are not the original materials in the Wavebreaker mech blueprint, such as Overlord Coral Polyp Dark Gold Skeleton and Mech Energy Protection Shell. These two are not the original materials of the Wavebreaker mech blueprint, but they can be used as replacements, which is equivalent to upgrading the mech accessories. However, it will take a long time to make the Wavebreaker mech, because every accessory of the mech needs to be made through the blueprint, and the materials of each accessory need to be collected. Well, let's take our time. Zhou felt a headache after reading the materials required for the drawings of various mech accessories. He had never seen many materials until now. In the following time, Zhou continued to absorb the immortal energy while checking the news in the regional communication channel. At this time, in the regional communication channel, the survivors in other districts were discussing the encounter with the sawtooth creature, which was the sawtooth Leviathan that District 10 encountered yesterday. After encountering the sawtooth Leviathan, the survivors in each district reported the situation to the king through their own world communication channel. The kings of the survivors in each district also realized the harm of the sawtooth Leviathan, so they immediately organized people to clean it up, but the efficiency of the cleanup was very slow, and cleaning up one group a day was the limit, which caused the survivors in other districts to temporarily not dare to go out. This news made the survivors in Area 10 very happy, but they did not publicize it in the regional communication channel, but only secretly rejoiced in their own world communication channel. Haha, I thought that only our Area 10 was unlucky to encounter the sawtooth Leviathan, but now it seems that all areas have it, and their king is so weak. How long will it take to clean up a group of them a day? Haha, I thought the kings of other areas were very strong at first, but now it seems that they are not even worthy of carrying shoes for King Jiang and Chairman Shen. I think the kings of other areas are not as weak as we thought. It should be that those kings have not activated their characteristics. With their kingdom system, the king must be very afraid of falling into weakness, and then being dueled by the survivors he rules. What you said makes sense, but the slow cleaning of the sawtooth Leviathan will slow down the exploration progress of the survivors in other areas, which is definitely a good thing for us. At the same time, in the royal court of Area 8, Alexander, the king of Area 8, stared coldly at the black-armored blue-eyed man in front of him. Do you want to be eliminated? Alexander said coldly. Respected king, it's not that we can't develop better genetic drugs, but the creatures we have encountered so far are all infected by dead bloodworms, and there is no better genetic material. The black-armored blue-eyed man hurriedly explained. Oh! Is this the reason why my dead blood energy can't break the dead blood energy of the sawtooth Leviathan? Alexander's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and then he suddenly jumped up. The dead blood energy emerged in his palm, and he punched the black-armored blue-eyed man in front of him. Bang! The headless body of the black-armored blue-eyed man fell straight on the golden ground below, making a dull smashing sound. At the beginning, it was you who said that you could help me become stronger, so I kept you until now, but I found that you seem to be useless. However, I can give you another chance. If you still can't develop a genetic medicine that satisfies me this time, you know the result yourself. Alexander said, stepping on the golden steps under the throne, step by step, and then walked out of the royal court. After Alexander walked out of the royal court, another black-armored blue-eyed man appeared from the shadows, followed Alexander, and walked towards an open area. The location of the royal court in Area 8 is directly below the tidal Leviathan. The whole is a giant island with a diameter of 100,000 meters. In order to live comfortably, Alexander asked the survivors to use a large number of glass blocks when building it to cover the entire island and remove the seawater inside. Therefore, there is no seawater in the entire island, and because the tidal Leviathan is right above, the light is particularly bright and can cover the entire island. In addition to the royal court built with gold on the island, there is also a huge garden in front of the royal court. Various plants are planted in the garden. These plants were collected on the previous survival planet. Alexander walked through the garden and came to a huge platform in the center of the island. Then he waved his arm, and a huge piece of flesh and blood appeared on the platform. The moment this piece of flesh and blood appeared, the temperature in the entire island dropped rapidly, and a layer of frost appeared on the platform where the flesh and blood was placed. This is the flesh and blood of the King Leviathan, the Frost Leviathan. Develop its genetic medicine for me. This is your last chance. Alexander said, and prepared to leave. The black-armored blue-eyed man behind him, seeing the flesh of the frost leviathan, his eyes widened unconsciously, and then he suddenly thought of something, so he spoke quickly. "Respected king, do you have the core of the frost leviathan?" Alexander turned his head and stared at the alien brain for a while before speaking. "If I had the core of the frost leviathan, would I keep you trash?" After saying this, Alexander left directly. Huh? At this time, near the water ball in Area 6, a phantom leviathan with blood-red eyes was swimming rapidly in the sea water, and behind the phantom leviathan, there was a group of sawtooth leviathans emitting dead blood energy all over their bodies. What should I do? What should I do? In the stomach wall space of the phantom leviathan, a survivor with blood-red eyes was in a state of panic. His name was Qianlin Qianmu. What kind of creatures are those? There were clearly no such creatures around here before. Why are they chasing me? Qianlin Qianmu said loudly. Because the water ball in Area 6 is basically occupied by the alien brain, many survivors have no choice but to enter the sea full of dead bloodworms to survive in order to avoid the alien brain, resulting in the infection of dead bloodworms by the phantom leviathan and themselves. But even if they are infected by dead bloodworms, most survivors dare not leave the water ball too far, fearing that they will encounter some terrifying creatures. So many survivors live in the sea near the water ball. I just don't know what happened. Today, many jagged creatures covered with dead blood energy suddenly appeared. Although the survivors' phantom leviathans are also infected with dead bloodworms, they cannot form dead bloodworm energy on their bodies for defense, so they cannot fight against the jagged creatures. Qianlin Qianmu was originally with a group of hundreds of people, but now they have all been killed by jagged creatures, leaving only him. Bang! She! At this time, Qianlin Qianmu's phantom leviathan suddenly encountered a collision, followed by the sound of some sharp objects cutting flesh and blood. Qianlin Qianmu's face showed despair, and then it became ferocious, with hatred in his eyes. It's all District 10. It's all the fault of the people in District 10. It's all your fault. Qianlin Qianmu knelt on the ground and yelled crazily, his blood-red eyes staring as if he was about to pop his eyeballs out. Suddenly, the surroundings of Qianlin Qianmu became pitch black, and at the same time, the sound of the transformed leviathan being cut by the jagged creatures disappeared, and it fell into dead silence in an instant. Qianlin Qianmu looked surprised, but when he raised his head, his pupils revealed indescribable fear. Above his head, there was a huge black shadow, covering the sky and the sun, and the pair of blood-red eyes were like two bloody suns, hanging high in the shadow. Do you want the power of the Emperor? Chapter 627. In the sea near the water ball in Area 6, a phantom leviathan was besieged by more than a dozen sawtooth leviathans. The sawtooth long snouts with dead blood energy easily cut the body of the phantom leviathan, and almost cut the phantom leviathan into pieces in an instant. But just as these sawtooth leviathans began to devour the corpse of the phantom leviathan, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the corpse of the phantom leviathan. Swish! The black shadow was extremely fast, flashing through the seawater, and a sharp whistling sound broke out when it moved, leaving a long seawater cavity area. At this time, a group of sawtooth leviathans were still devouring the flesh and blood of the phantom leviathan. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed through the body of a sawtooth leviathan. The next second, the 300-meter-long sawtooth leviathan body suddenly exploded and turned into countless pieces of meat. After killing the sawtooth leviathan, the black shadow did not stop moving, but continued to flash quickly between the remaining dozen sawtooth leviathans. Puff! 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 Every time the black shadow flashed, a sawtooth leviathan would turn into a pile of mincemeat, which slowly spread in the seawater, like a bunch of flesh and blood flowers gradually blooming. In 4 or 5 seconds, more than a dozen sawtooth leviathans were all turned into mincemeat. Bang! Suddenly, the sea surface exploded, and the huge force caused the water droplets to explode into mist. A pair of scarlet lights suddenly appeared in the mist, which looked very scary. Then the mist dissipated, and a figure stood quietly on the sea surface. This person was Qianlin Qianmu. At this time, Qianlin Qianmu's whole momentum changed greatly. The black energy on his body floated and exuded a terrifying breath. His blood-red eyes were filled with tyranny and madness. Ha ha ha! Thank God for the gift. Qianlin Qianmu felt as if his body had endless power. He laughed crazily, then knelt down on the sea devoutly, thanking the God who gave him power. Kill all the illusionary leviathans and tidal leviathans, and you will be qualified to become the Emperor's servant. The voice of the huge shadow just now appeared in Qianlin Qianmu's mind again. The voice slowly echoed, and finally disappeared completely. It will be completed. Qianlin Qianmu slowly raised his head, kneeling on the sea, His bloody eyes were crazy, and then his mouth opened to reveal a hideous smile, and finally slowly looked at the water ball in Area 6. After a while, a black shadow flashed outside the water ball in Area 6. The black shadow was Qianlin Qianmu, who was wrapped in black energy. Kill all the Leviathans and tidal Leviathans, starting with you. Qianlin Qianmu looked crazy, with a pair of blood-red eyes, looking at the tidal Leviathan in the center of the water ball. The next second, Qianlin Qianmu rushed directly into the water ball, but as soon as he entered, he felt a spiritual force, and then several Leviathans with blue eyes swam over at the fastest speed. The blue-eyed Leviathan opened its mouth, and one survivor swam out. Although these people had different armor, they all had a pair of blue eyes. Obviously, these people have been replaced by alien brains. Not affected by our spiritual power? One of the alien brains said unexpectedly. Then just kill it. The other alien brain said nothing nonsense. Before he finished speaking, a bone knife stretched out from his arm, and a layer of dead blood energy was attached to the surface of the bone knife, and then he rushed directly towards Qianlin Qianmu. The alien brain was very fast, and arrived in front of Qianlin Qianmu in almost an instant. Qianlin Qianmu did not dodge at all, but looked at the bone blade that was slashing towards him with disdain. Ka! The alien brain attached the bone blade with dead blood energy, and slashed it hard at Qianlin Qianmu's head. However, the dead blood energy on the bone blade dissipated at the moment of contact, and then the bone blade was directly broken. The alien brain's blue eyes showed a moment of surprise, but immediately turned into surprise, and the other alien brains also showed surprise in their eyes. Higher energy form? One of the alien brains spit out, which is exactly the stronger gene they urgently need to obtain. Immediately, the other alien brains stopped watching the battle, and all stretched out their attack organs attached with dead blood energy to attack Qianlin Qianmu. Qianlin Qianmu looked at the alien brains rushing towards him without any change in his expression. He spread his palms and made his 5 fingers into claws. Black energy gathered on his fingers, and then he swung them towards the alien brain that had come to him. Swish! 5 black energy lines instantly toward the alien brain in front of him. After killing the alien brain, the 5 black energy lines continued to rush forward, cutting a phantom Leviathan along the way into 6 pieces, and the alien brain inside died immediately. Today, all creatures in the water ball must die. Qianlin Qianmu's figure suddenly turned into a black shadow, and instantly penetrated the remaining phantom Leviathans that wanted to escape. Then he rushed into the depths of the water ball. During this period, a large number of alien brains rushed up and attacked Qianlin Qianmu, including many highly mutated alien brains, but he killed them all with ease. For a moment, the seawater in the water ball gradually turned red under the rendering of blood, but just when Qianlin Qianmu was about to kill all the alien brains in the water ball, a terrifying mental force suddenly enveloped the entire water ball. Then, the tidal Leviathan, who had been closing his eyes in the center of the water ball, slowly opened his eyes. After seeing the black energy on Qianlin Qianmu's body, the colorful pupils of the tidal Leviathan shrank sharply. The next second, the tidal Leviathan burst out with colorful energy all over his body, and then opened his mouth wide, and a colorful energy light ball quickly condensed in his mouth. Buzz! In an instant, a colorful energy beam shot towards Qianlin Qianmu. Qianlin Qianmu was not afraid of the colorful energy beam that was coming at him, and chose to resist it directly, but what he didn't expect was that at the moment, when the colorful energy enveloped his whole body, the black energy that he thought was invincible began to be consumed at a very fast speed. How could this happen? Qianlin Qianmu was shocked, and the disdain on his face turned into fear. He wanted to get out of the coverage of the colored energy beam immediately. But at this time, Qianlin Qianmu found that he could not move, because there seemed to be some kind of energy around him, which constrained him in place. This energy was formed by the tidal Leviathan manipulating gravity. Boom! A colored energy beam with a diameter of 1 kilometer suddenly shot out from the water ball in Area 6, and then the colored energy beam exploded and spread to 10,000 meters, directly forming a violent energy tornado, destroying everything around it. After a while, the violent colored energy dissipated, and the seawater covered by the energy tornado briefly appeared a cavity area with a diameter of 10,000 meters. There was nothing left in the cavity area. Chapter 628. The tidal Leviathan, which was entrenched in the center of the water ball, turned his eyes, and looked in another direction of the deep sea. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was hesitating about something, but he finally closed his eyes, and entered a state of rest. In the direction where the tidal Leviathan was looking, a black shadow suddenly appeared. It was Qianlin Qianmu, who had just been attacked by the colored energy beam. Just now, when he thought that the black energy in his body was about to be exhausted and evaporated by the terrifying power of the colored energy beam, the black energy in his body suddenly exploded, directly allowing him to break free from the gravitational bondage and successfully escape to the current position far away from the water ball in Area 6. However, although he escaped, Qianlin Qianmu was not doing well, because the black energy given to him by the gods was now very little, and he couldn't even wrap his whole body, so he could only attach it to his palms. Asshole! Qianlin Qianmu cursed resentfully, and then looked at the dark sea around him, and suddenly got into trouble. He was able to stand on the sea before because of the black energy, but now that the black energy is insufficient, he can only move by swimming. However, if he relies on swimming to move in the vast ocean, he may not be able to complete the task given by the gods until the remaining black energy is exhausted. Just when Qianlin Qianmu didn't know what to do, the sea water below him suddenly fluctuated, and then a phantom leviathan with blood-red eyes surfaced, and then opened its mouth, and a survivor with blood-red eyes walked out of it. Are you a survivor from Area 6? Where is your phantom leviathan? The survivor who walked out asked. It was killed by those jagged creatures, and I just managed to escape. Qianlin Qianmu replied. Oh, then you can live with us in the future. We have gathered a team of thousands of people, and it's nearby. I take you there. The survivor said in a friendly manner. Qianlin Qianmu's eyes lit up when he heard about the team of thousands of people. A team of thousands of people means there are thousands of phantom leviathans, and when he killed the phantom leviathan infected with the alien brain in the water ball, just now, he could feel the black energy in his body increasing. In other words, as long as he keeps killing phantom leviathans, the black energy in his body can be quickly restored. Okay, thank you. Qianlin Qianmu had a weird smile on his face, and thanked the survivor in the same area. At night, at a survivor gathering place near the water ball in Area 6, thousands of survivors and phantom leviathans all died, and only a female survivor and her phantom leviathan survived. Let your phantom leviathan find other survivors gathering places, and you can live if you find it. Qianlin Qianmu grabbed the female survivor's neck and said with a grin. After killing thousands of phantom leviathans, the black energy in Qianlin Qianmu's body recovered a little, but it was still not much, and could only barely cover one arm. He needed to hunt more phantom leviathans. At the same time, Zhou encountered the corpse of a giant creature. He was currently using the brilliant leviathan as a lighting tool to initially check the condition of the creature's corpse. This giant creature seemed to have just died not long ago, and the reason for death was that 1/3 of its body was bitten off by some larger creature. A large amount of dark green blood completely dyed the surrounding sea area dark green. This creature corpse. How come it seems to be the labyrinth-shaped brain creature in the first trial? Zhou was a little shocked after taking a brief look at the giant creature corpse. When checking the giant creature corpse just now, Zhou also obtained the illustration information of this leviathan creature corpse by touching it. Brainwave leviathan, stage, juvenile. Body length, 30,000 meters. Weight, 1 billion tons. Food type, meat. Introduction. A sea-level leviathan living in the abyss sea, with a brain like a maze, which can release brain waves that destroy the consciousness of creatures. It's really the first time to test a giant creature. After reading the biological illustration information, Zhou can be sure that this is the giant leviathan creature in the first underwater maze trial. The 30,000-meter sea level died just like that? Zhou suddenly felt a little uneasy, because this brainwave leviathan had just died not long ago, which means that the creature that killed it might be nearby. Thinking of this, Zhou's heart skipped a beat. He quickly asked the brilliant sea snake to retract its light, enter the mouth of Phantom Scale, and return to the stomach wall space. Then he took Phantom Scale down and entered the dark green labyrinth brain of Brainwave Leviathan. The labyrinth brain of Brainwave Leviathan was somewhat different from the one seen in the first trial. During the first trial, the folds of the labyrinth brain were only 30 meters high, but now they have grown to several hundred meters. I wonder if the core of this Brainwave Leviathan is still there. After hiding quietly in the folds of Brainwave Leviathan's brain for a while, Zhou prepared to drill into the corpse to find the core and the exclusive supply box. So, Zhou took out the dark gold broadsword, cut open the dark green brain, and drilled into the flesh and blood of the Brainwave Leviathan's body. Considering that the body of the Brainwave Leviathan was too huge, and it was difficult to find the stomach wall space, Zhou also brought the Mecha Intelligent Brain. Through the Mecha Intelligent Brain's ability to amplify the mental power detection range, while using the dark gold broadsword to cut the flesh and blood of the Brainwave Leviathan, while looking for the specific location of the stomach wall space. Huanlin stayed outside temporarily, But for safety reasons, Zhou Wen let Huanling enter the invisible state, and then hid in a corner. It was already night, and Huanling could take a rest. Although the brainwave Leviathan had just died not long ago, there were already many dead bloodworms invading in the flesh and blood. When Zhou Wen used the dark gold broadsword to cut the flesh and blood, he could see a few from time to time. Heart? Zhou Wen used the amplification effect of the mecha intelligent brain to increase the mental power detection range to a radius of 1,000 meters, and everything within a radius of 2,000 meters was in sight. At this time, Zhou Wen's mental power detected a dark green meat ball with a heart-like appearance, and his expression immediately brightened. It was good to find the core first. Shwa shwa shwa. In order to speed up the progress, Zhou Wen took out another dark gold sword. The two dark gold swords were swung quickly, cutting the flesh and blood in turn. After a while, the dark green meat ball appeared in front of him. This dark green meat ball is almost round in shape, with a diameter of nearly a kilometer. There are a lot of fascia attached to the surface, and there are also several thick blood vessels. It looks like the heart of the brain-wave Leviathan. Huh? After arriving at the dark green meat ball, Zhou Wen used his mental power to detect the inside again, but found that it was filled with a lot of dead bloodworms, and did not detect the core. Zhou Wen frowned and immediately swung the two dark gold swords to cut the flesh wall of the heart. Chapter 629. At the moment when the heart wall was cut open, a group of black fog immediately gushed out from the incision, instantly dyeing the surrounding relatively clear sea water black. This group of black fog was composed of countless dead bloodworms. The moment these dead bloodworms rushed out, they scattered from Zhou Wen's body, because Zhou Wen was using his royal power at this time, and these dead bloodworms did not dare to approach at all. The heart of nearly 1,000 meters was completely occupied by dead bloodworms. Under the cover of Zhou Wen's royal power, these dead bloodworms quickly fled from the heart. And as these dead bloodworms fled, Zhou Wen's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, because there was really no core in the heart. What's going on? Where is the core? On this way, Zhou Wen encountered many Leviathan creatures, so he summed up an experience, that is, the heart of Leviathan creatures infected by dead bloodworms has no core. On the contrary, creatures not infected by dead bloodworms basically have cores. Both the green shadow Leviathan and the purple mist Leviathan have cores. Although the Overlord Leviathan has no core, it has the Overlord factor. This brainwave Leviathan is a sea abyss Leviathan, with a strong mental power to protect itself. And the small amount of dead bloodworms in the flesh and blood shows that before the death of the brainwave Leviathan, it must not have been infected with dead bloodworms, so it must have a core. Was it really absorbed by the dead bloodworms? Zhou Wen looked at the large number of dead bloodworms around him, and said in disbelief. Zhou Wen had this idea because these dead bloodworms appeared in the heart very abruptly, but the problem is, how can a dead bloodworm, a creature that dies when it touches a little energy, absorb the core energy of the sea abyss Leviathan? Just when Zhou Wen was puzzled, his expression suddenly changed, and his body immediately retreated backwards, while swinging the dark gold sword in his hand to chop forward. Bang, bang, bang. For a moment, dense metal penetration sounds like raindrops sounded, and countless tiny holes appeared on the blade of the dark gold sword that Zhou Wen swung forward. A group of insects that looked similar to dead bloodworms, but were 2 or 3 times larger in size, suddenly emerged from the heart of the brainwave Leviathan. The strangest thing was that a layer of dark red energy was attached to the surface of these insects' bodies. The moment these insects came into contact with the dark gold sword, they pierced the blade containing the energy amplification of the Overlord, and then quickly rushed towards Zhou Wen. What the hell is this? Zhou Wen quickly retreated, and at the same time sent the mecha brain connected to his head to Jiang Haitao. The current situation was urgent, and he really had no time to take care of the mecha brain. Then, Zhou Wen asked Jiang Haitao to send him another bottle of Immortal King Lotus Energy Liquid. He wanted to see if the energy of the Immortal King Lotus could kill these strange insects with energy attached to them. After that, Zhou Wen moved quickly in the flesh and blood channel from which he came, and the strange insects behind him chased him closely. After Jiang Haitao sent a bottle of Immortal King Lotus Energy Liquid, Zhou Wen drank it directly, and then immediately used the energy of the Immortal King Lotus in his body. The next second, a pink energy covered his whole body. With a thought, the energy of the Immortal King Lotus attached to the dark gold sword with thousands of holes. Then he turned around and slashed at the swarm of strange insects behind him. Shwa! This time, the dark gold sword attached with the energy of the Immortal King Lotus was not destroyed by the strange insect swarm, and when the blade passed through the insect swarm, it also killed a lot of insects. It's okay as long as the energy of the Immortal Lotus can cause damage. Zhou Wen used the energy of the Immortal Lotus to actually want to know what level the dark red energy on the surface of this strange insect was. If even the energy of the Immortal Lotus could penetrate it, then he would have to give up exploring the corpse of the brainwave Leviathan and run away directly. But now this strange insect cannot fight against the energy of the Immortal Lotus, so it is even more impossible to penetrate the Huangjin pattern. In this way, with the Huangjin pattern as a backup, he doesn't have to be afraid of these strange insect swarms. Swish! Zhou Wen attached another dark gold broadsword to the energy of the Immortal Lotus, and swung it at the insect swarm again. This time, the insect swarm also realized the power of the Immortal Lotus energy. When the blade was about to hit the insect swarm immediately dispersed, pulled away from Zhou Wen for a distance, and then quickly gathered together. It's just that this time the gathering was not to reform the insect swarm, but to unite their bodies with each other, gradually becoming a sphere of insect bodies with a diameter of 100 meters. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, two tentacles formed on the surface of the insect body sphere, and quickly whipped towards Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen did not dodge, and immediately swung two dark gold swords to chop the whipping tentacles. Bang! Bang! The dark red energy on the tentacles met the Immortal Royal Lotus energy on the dark gold sword, and suddenly there was a roar of two energies colliding. This time the two energies were evenly matched. This group of insects can actually gather their own energies to each other, so as to achieve the ability to increase the level of dark red energy? Zhou Wen was slightly surprised. Bang! 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 Next, the two insect body tentacles attached with dark red energy continued to attack Zhou Wen, and Zhou Wen continued to swing the dark gold sword to fight, and a series of energy roars sounded one after another. Bang! Schwa! At this time, one of the two dark red insect tentacles that attacked was suddenly cut off, because the dark gold broadsword in Zhou Wen's right hand was replaced with a cracking flame knife the moment it came into contact with the insect tentacles. I don't have time to waste here all the time. The energy of the Immortal King Lotus is limited in time. If it is consumed, it is unknown how many bottles of Immortal King Lotus energy liquid will be used, so Zhou Wen simply used the cracking flame knife and let the insect tentacles hit it by themselves. Just as Zhou Wen was about to continue using the same method to cut off another insect tentacle, the previously cut insect tentacle suddenly began to swell, and then a burst of energy was released. Zhou Wen suddenly felt something was wrong, and immediately activated the golden characteristics, covering his whole body with a layer of golden patterns, and the next second, the broken insect tentacles exploded, and a powerful energy shock wave spread out, directly blasting a hole with a diameter of 1 kilometer in the flesh and blood channel. The remaining strange insects took advantage of the explosion, and quickly passed by Zhou Wen and escaped from the flesh and blood channel. Zhou Wen detected them through mental power, and immediately chased them, but the insects had disappeared in the dark sea. Let them run away. Zhou Wen was too lazy to chase them, because the strange insects were only 2 or 3 centimeters long, and killing them would not gain anything, so there was no need to waste time. Zhou Wen first went to check on Huan Lin's situation, and confirmed that there were no strange insects with energy attacking Huan Lin. Then he re-entered the flesh and blood channel and continued to search for the stomach wall space of Brainwave Leviathan. Chapter 630. Entering the body of Brainwave Leviathan again, Zhou Wen asked Jiang Haitao to send the mecha brain back again, and continued to use the amplified mental power detection range to quickly search for the stomach wall space. After a while, Zhou Wen finally detected a wide space in the giant body of Brainwave Leviathan, cut through the flesh and blood blocking the way, broke through a relatively tough stomach wall, and successfully entered the stomach wall space. Although Brainwave Leviathan came from the abyss sea to the deep sea, there were no parasites in the stomach wall space, only some food residues. The area of the stomach wall space is very large, with a diameter of 1 or 2 kilometers, and it is pitch black inside. However, for Zhou Wen, who can detect a diameter of 2,000 meters, this area is nothing at all. Once the mental power detection is turned on, the entire stomach wall space is covered in an instant, and everything inside is clearly surveyed. Soon, Zhou Wen saw a pure gold treasure chest at the innermost part of the stomach wall space. Haha, I picked up a pure gold treasure chest for free. Zhou Wen smiled. After confirming the location of the pure gold treasure chest, he rushed over and finally got the treasure chest very smoothly. Ding! Get Gold Order X1. Ding! Get Brainwave Crystal X1. Ding! Get Regional Positioning Card X1. Ding! Get Brainwave Leviathan Gene Agent X1. Ding! Get Energy Extraction Agent X1. Ding! Get Interregion Expedition Voucher X1. Wow, there are a lot of things. After opening the pure gold treasure chest, Zhou heard a series of system prompts in his mind, and he also saw the items he needed, so the smile on his face became even bigger. Zhou knew about the 3 items, Golden Order, Energy Extractor, and Cross-District Expedition Ticket, so he didn't need to check them in detail. He only kept the Energy Extractor and sent the remaining 2 items directly to Chen Xian. The Golden Order continued to increase Chen Xian's intelligence. Zhou planned to increase her intelligence to 21 points first, so that she could completely break through the first stage panel, and the upper limits of the 3 attributes could also be increased to 600 points. The Cross-District Expedition Ticket was given to Chen Xian so that Chen Xian could threaten the kings of the survivors in other districts and let them clean up the survivors in District 6. After dealing with the items whose information he already knew, Zhou began to check the remaining new items. Ding! Brainwave Crystal. After using it, it can break through the intelligence upper limit and increase intelligence a little bit. After so long, I can finally improve my intelligence again, and this Brainwave Crystal can also increase intelligence a little bit. Even the items that increase intelligence are saved, Zhou said, and used the Brainwave Crystal directly. The next second, the Brainwave Crystal, which was the size of a basketball and in the shape of a dark green crystal, and looked like a spherical maze, turned into a dark green crystal energy and entered Zhou mind. Ding! Use Brainwave Crystal, Intelligence Limit +1, Intelligence +1. The system prompt sounded in his mind, and his intelligence exceeded the upper limit of 23 points and increased to 24 points. Then he increased his intelligence by 1 point, bringing his intelligence attribute to 24 points. Zhou was shocked, and his mental power was strengthened again. After trying to spread his mental power, the radius of the coverage range increased to 300 meters. Not bad, so I can use the detection and amplification ability of the mecha brain for a long time in the future. Zhou thought to himself and continued to check the next item. Ding! Area Positioning Card. After use, you can select the location of a survivor area at will. From 1 to 10 areas, you can choose by yourself. What a good thing, Zhou said in surprise. He has always wanted to go to Area 1 to get the Blood Power Algae Bulb Plasma in the hands of the king of the survivors in Area 1. This is the only material missing to break through the upper limit of the second stage strength attribute. Ding! Brainwave Leviathan Gene Potion. After use, you will obtain the Brainwave Leviathan Gene, and you can have the ability to restore mental power by eating Leviathan biological meat, and at the same time obtain the Spirit Surge effect. Spirit Surge. The total amount of mental power increases by 50%. It is worthy of being a sea-level gene potion. After reading the introduction, Zhou, who originally did not plan to use the Brainwave Leviathan Gene Potion, began to consider whether to strip off the gene he had embedded in the future. Although there was no corresponding core, the effect of the gene was already very strong. However, Zhou thought carefully about the 5 genes he had embedded, and it seemed that none of them could be stripped off, and they were all very useful to him at the moment. Bloodworm Gene, Tungsten Disc Snail Gene, Explosive Gun Bubble Shrimp Gene, Golden Sea Dragon Gene, Black Flame Dragonfish Gene, among which Bloodworm Gene and other physical fitness reaches 1,000 points. Zhou will replace it with Overlord Coral Polyp Gene, and the rest cannot be replaced. Although Explosive Gun Bubble Shrimp Gene is not very useful at present, Zhou himself lacks powerful long-range attack means, and it is not easy to directly strip it before encountering better long-range attack genes. Tungsten Disc Snail Gene, Golden Sea Dragon Gene, Black Flame Dragonfish Gene, the 3 genes are very important genes, and it is impossible to strip them, so Zhou cannot use Brainwave Leviathan Gene Potion for the time being, and can only put it away first. After checking all the items in the pure gold treasure chest, the exploration of the Brainwave Leviathan corpse was over. After that, Zhou cut some of the Brainwave Leviathan's flesh and blood to plant Leviathan blood vein fruit, and then returned to the stomach wall space of Huanlin. The Brainwave Leviathan corpse was very large, and it was very difficult to completely divide it. Moreover, most of the body of the corpse was in the deeper sea. If Zhou did not activate the tungsten gold characteristic, he could not withstand the water pressure of the deep sea. But it was not worth it to activate the tungsten gold characteristic to decompose a corpse, because there were dangers everywhere in the deep sea. Zhou had been exploring all the way for so many days, and the characteristics were almost never idle. Every time the required elements were just replenished, he needed to activate the characteristics to fight again. In such a dangerous environment, it was natural to ensure his own combat effectiveness first. After returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou first used a bottle of instant plant growth liquid to ripen a blood vein fruit planted by brainwave leviathan's flesh and blood, and then gave it to Jiang Haitao, asking his guild members to eat it to determine the added attribute, which is a blood vein fruit that increases strength. Knowing the result, Zhou added a portion of high-grade gold fertilizer to the brainwave leviathan blood vein vine, and returned to his living area. When fighting with the group of strange insects just now, Immortal King Lotus Energy Liquid was still very useful, so Zhou used the energy extractor he had just obtained, plus 2 other materials, and made another 10 bottles. He gave 1 bottle to Jiang Haitao, and kept the remaining 9 bottles for himself temporarily. Before he could use the Overlord characteristics, he would need to use the Immortal King Lotus Energy Liquid to transition. Chapter 631. After doing all this, Zhou took out the region location card and used it directly. Ding! You have used the region location card. Please select the survivor area you need to locate, from 1 to 10. 10 numbers from 1 to 10 popped up in front of Zhou, and he clicked on Area 1 without hesitation. Ding! Area 1 has been located. According to the current Leviathan transformation speed, it will arrive at the destination in 5 days. Only 5 days? It's not far. It was already late at night, and Zhou did not sleep, but continued to absorb the immortal energy. At noon on the 145th day, Chen Xian's physical weakness had ended, and then she immediately started the task of threatening other survivor kings. From Area 1 to Area 9, one threat after another. If the other party did not agree to clear 10 survivors from Area 6 every day, Chen Xian would send the cross-area expedition voucher information to the other party. In the end, the kings of the survivors in the 8 districts could only execute the task requested by Chen Xian in a rage and began to clean up the survivors in District 6, but they said to the outside world that it was for the safety of ordinary survivors, so they showed their responsibility as the king of the survivors in front of the survivors. Roderick, the king of the survivors in District 1, was standing in the blue light curtain of the dual space at this time, and there was also a blue light curtain approaching in front of him. Damn king of District 10! Roderick cursed. He knew that the king of the survivors in District 10 was not Chen Xian, but he believed that what Chen Xian did must have been asked by the king of the survivors in District 10, and the reason was naturally to deliberately anger him. Let him challenge Chen Xian to a duel, and then ambush in the dual space, so of course he would not be fooled. This duel was the 10th duel launched against the survivors in Area 6. After defeating this survivor in Area 6, his cleaning task for today was also completed. Although it was easy to kill these survivors in Area 6 infected with dead bloodworms, all you had to do was activate Wang Wei, but the feeling of being threatened by others to do things was really infuriating. Finally, the 2 blue light screens merged together, and the diaphragm in the middle disappeared. Roderick directly released Wang Wei, and quickly ended the duel. However, what surprised Roderick was that the survivor in Area 6 opposite was not affected by his Wang Wei, and still stood well. Huh? Roderick showed a trace of doubt on his face. This survivor in Area 6 was very abnormal, because even if he was not infected with dead bloodworms, the survivor would still be affected by Wang Wei and kneel directly on the ground, and there would be no current situation where there was no reaction. Isn't the king of the survivors in Area 6 dead? Roderick, who had his hands folded in front of his chest very casually, suddenly had a jagged broadsword in his hand, and then a stream of dead blood energy emerged from his body and attached to the surface of the jagged broadsword. The body of the survivor from Area 6 suddenly began to twist strangely, and then the body expanded and stretched rapidly to 10 meters, becoming a slender monster with black scales on its body, a pair of sharp claws, and a mouth full of fangs. The monster was also covered with a layer of dead blood energy. After the transformation, the body flashed and disappeared from the spot. The next second, it appeared in front of Roderick. 5 sickle-like curved blades directly cut through the air, with a whistling sound and cut rapidly. What the hell? Is it the masterpiece of the alien brain? Facing the waving hook claws, Roderick was not panicked at all, and quickly swung the sawtooth broadsword in his hand to fight against it. Bang! The 2 weapons attached with dead blood energy collided, and the roar of energy burst out. The monster's power was far inferior to Roderick, and his arm was directly shaken away by the sawtooth broadsword. After the genetic enhancement of the alien brain, it didn't become much stronger. Roderick guessed the monster's power, which was about 500 points, far from his 700 points, so he shook his head with some disappointment. Forget it, I won't waste time with you. Roderick felt very bored and put away the sawtooth broadsword in his hand, and the armor on his body. Immediately afterwards, Roderick's skin turned red, and a large number of flame patterns appeared on the surface of his skin. The next second, a terrifying flame burst out from his body. Roderick raised his palm and made a 5-finger gesture towards the monster in front of him. Immediately, the flames emanating from his body instantly wrapped the monster's entire body and turned it into a huge fireball. In just a few seconds, the 10-meter-tall monster was burned to charcoal by the extremely high temperature inside the fireball, and then turned into a pile of ashes. This flame Leviathan gene has been integrated with itself quite well, and the alien brain is still somewhat useful, Roderick said lightly. His current state is because he has integrated the genes of the King Leviathan Flame Leviathan, so he has the ability to control flame energy in a short period of time. After the 10th duel, Roderick returned to his stomach wall space. He did not send a message to the survivor kings of other zones about the genetically mutated monsters in Zone 6. It would be best if a king died at the hands of these genetically mutated monsters, so that he could reduce one opponent. After a brief rest, when the mutant body recovered, Roderick took a group of men to clean up the sawtooth leviathans near the water ball in Area 1. These sawtooth leviathans seriously affected the survivors going out, and the situation had to be cleaned up quickly. In the water ball in Area 10, in front of the Seaweed Island of the Black Knife Club Guild, many survivors and transmogrified leviathans gathered here again today. They saw the message that Bylon just sent in the World Communication Channel, and knew that they could continue to treat transmogrified leviathans today, so they came here immediately. After a day, more than 30,000 free-swimming yellowtails have almost recovered, so Bylon continued to treat transmogrified leviathans that were seriously infected with red light algae. Soon, more than 30,000 free-swimming yellowtails were cleaned up, and a total of 33 seriously infected transmogrified leviathans were treated. After the treatment was announced, the remaining survivors today consciously dispersed. Although the number of treatments per day was not large, at least there was some hope. Outside the water ball in Area 10, members of the Black Knife Society began to collect free algae to feed the free-swimming yellowtail. Many survivors watched curiously, but no one dared to approach. One of the survivors watched from beginning to end, and even when the team members asked him to go out to explore, he remained indifferent. "Captain, what are you watching here all the time? Are you planning to take the free algae?" the team member said in a panic. "Captain, although you are very strong, you are no match for the president of the Black Knife Society. You must think clearly." The team member persuaded him, hurriedly. "Don't worry, I'm not a fool. I won't do anything to get myself killed," the team leader said speechlessly. Chapter 632. Then why are you looking at these free algae? Don't you see that the members of the Black Knife Society are looking at you? Don't make any misunderstandings. The team member continued. I just thought of a way to go out and explore without the protection energy of the tidal Leviathan, the captain said mysteriously. Ah? What method? The team member asked curiously. I just saw the members of the Black Knife Society collecting free algae with their hands, which shows that the white light energy on the surface of the free algae is not harmful to the human body. And through my observation of the free algae during this period, the dead bloodworms in the seawater will die directly when they encounter the white light energy on the surface of the free algae, and the free algae will also capture the dead bloodworms. So, if these free algae are wrapped on the surface of the Phantom Leviathan, can the dead bloodworms be prevented from entering the body of the Phantom Leviathan? The captain expressed his thoughts. Damn! Captain, you are a genius. The team members were shocked after hearing this, and felt that the method the captain said was very feasible. Maybe the free algae cannot completely block the dead bloodworms, but as long as it can slow down the invasion speed of the dead bloodworms to the Phantom Leviathan, it can definitely save a lot of biological meat. According to the calculation that one blood-toothed black-scaled bream can be exchanged for 2.5 hours of shelter energy from the tidal Leviathan, then 10 are needed in one day, which is a considerable consumption for the survivors. Of course, there are definitely many limitations to using free algae to slow down the erosion of the dead bloodworms to the Phantom Leviathan. For example, without shelter energy, the survivors will also be infected by the dead bloodworms. But the survivors usually wear airtight one-piece armor. As long as they don't take off the armor, the dead bloodworms will invade slowly. After returning to the water ball, they can exchange a small amount of biological meat for 1 hour of shelter energy to completely remove the dead bloodworms in their bodies. Then, the team leader sent a private message to Bylon, telling him his idea, hoping that Bylon could temporarily give them some free algae for experiments. Bylon certainly couldn't make the decision himself, so he contacted Zhou directly and let Zhou make the decision. It's really a good idea. Let the survivor try it. If it's feasible, We have to strengthen the management of free algae in the future. Zhou replied to Bai Lan. After getting Zhou reply, Bai Lan allowed the team leader to do the experiment, but it needed to be supervised by the members of the Black Knife Society Guild. Next, the survivors team wrapped the whole body of the Phantom Leviathan with free algae and began to conduct experiments. The purpose of the experiment was to determine how many dead bloodworms would invade the Phantom Leviathan wrapped with free algae in one day. However, it is definitely not possible to do a one-day experiment at the beginning. If the Phantom Leviathan is completely infected by dead bloodworms, it will be troublesome, so the Phantom Leviathan was left outside for an hour at the beginning. An hour later, the team leader Wu Bing returned to the water ball with his Phantom Leviathan, and then let the Phantom Leviathans of the members of the Black Knife Society, who had protective energy on their bodies, circle around his Phantom Leviathan to expel the dead bloodworms in the body. The number of dead bloodworms was very small. After a rough count, there were only a few hundred. These hundreds of tiny dead bloodworms were nothing to the Phantom Leviathan, with a body length of 200 meters. Seeing the effect, Wu Bing and his team members were all delighted, and then continued to extend the time they stayed outside. Zhou had been paying attention to the experiment and absorbing the immortal energy at the same time, but at this moment, Huanlin's disgusted voice suddenly sounded in his mind, and then the stomach wall space shook violently, and Huanlin suddenly accelerated. What happened? Zhou was about to go out to check when he heard an explosion outside. The direction of the sound came from behind, and it was obvious that some creature was attacking Huanlin. Plop! As soon as the explosion ended, there was another sound of a giant falling into the sea. After Huanlin dodged the attack, he immediately turned his head and faced the direction of the sound of the giant falling into the sea. Obviously, he was not afraid of the creature that attacked him. No way. Seeing Huanlin's state, Zhou probably knew what the creature was. After coming outside, Zhou put on the wave-walking suit and stood on the sea. Then he saw a fiery red light emitting from the sea in the distance. Then the sea surface exploded, and a snake-like creature with black and spiked scales appeared in his sight. It's really the meteoric Leviathan. This meteoric Leviathan was a kilometer long, emitting fiery red energy all over its body. When it saw Phantom Scale, it directly emitted a flame energy ray. But Phantom Scale was not afraid at all. It immediately bent its body and reflected the flame energy ray back, successfully hitting the body of the meteoric Leviathan, leaving a long burnt mark on the surface of its body. This meteoric Leviathan seemed to be the first time to encounter a Phantom Leviathan that would resist. After the flame energy ray was reflected back, it immediately opened its eyes, and was a little unresponsive for a while. Huanlin didn't care whether the meteoric Leviathan reacted or not. After reflecting the flame energy beam back, it immediately rushed towards the meteoric Leviathan. When it was about to hit it, the scales on its body changed into abyss scales, and then it hit it hard. Why did this meteoric Leviathan chase me here? Zhou was a little puzzled, because this meteoric Leviathan was obviously from another area, but it ran to him instead of going far away. It can't be because it can't beat the tidal Leviathan. Zhou suddenly thought. Thinking about it carefully, it is indeed true. If the meteoric Leviathans from other areas landed directly in the water ball of the tidal Leviathan, they would definitely be hit by a few colored energy beams. Although the meteoric Leviathan is an emperor, it has not grown up yet, and is definitely not a match for the tidal Leviathan. The survivors in other areas are currently exploring around the water ball, not far from the tidal Leviathan. Therefore, even if these meteoric Leviathans chase the Transfiguration Leviathans in other areas, those Transfiguration Leviathans will most likely escape back to the water ball. Zhou, who took the Transfiguration Leviathan and directly left the tidal Leviathan, naturally became the target of the meteoric Leviathan. Wait, if that's really the case? Zhou suddenly thought of a bad guess, that is, the meteoric Leviathans in other areas might come to him in the future. Buzz! After being hit by Phantom Scale for more than a dozen times in a row, the meteoric Leviathan's large number of spike-like scales shattered, and only then did he realize that he could use energy shock waves to force Phantom Scale back. The fighting skills of this meteoric Leviathan are not very good. Zhou commented from a distance. He was not worried about Phantom Scale at all, because Phantom Scale not only had rich experience in fighting meteoric Leviathans, but also the golden scales could restrain meteoric Leviathans. He only needed to wait on the side. Chapter 633. Buzz! The surface of the meteorite Leviathan's body flashed with fiery red energy. The next second, a fiery red energy shockwave spread out, instantly covering the surrounding sea area with a diameter of about 5,000 kilometers. On the dark sea surface, it seemed as if a huge fireball appeared for a moment, swallowing everything around it. When the fireball dissipated, a large pit without seawater appeared on the sea surface for a short time, and a large amount of steam rose from it and rushed into the thick fog above. The meteorite leviathan had been fighting with Huanling for a while, but it was suppressed throughout the whole process. The flame energy light would be reflected, and the surface would release energy shock waves, and Huanling could also dodge it with its own speed. At this time, this meteorite leviathan had released energy shock waves many times in a row. Zhou Wen could roughly determine that the energy in the meteorite leviathan's body was almost exhausted by the brightness of the fiery red light on its surface. It's still easier to fight the meteorite leviathan. Zhou Wen sighed. He was ready to get the meteorite treasure chest. As for the core of the meteorite leviathan, it was highly likely that he couldn't get it. Buzz! Buzz! But at this moment, two red lights suddenly flashed in the thick fog above, and then two flame energy rays shot down from the thick fog and hit the phantom scales on the sea. But the flame energy rays were useless to the phantom scales. Even if it was a sneak attack, it couldn't cause damage to the golden scales. The next second, the two flame energy rays were reflected elsewhere, and one of them even hit the meteorite leviathan on the sea. Roar! Roar! Two roars came from the thick fog above, and then two more meteorite leviathans flew down from the thick fog and fell into the sea. These two meteorite leviathans and the previous meteorite leviathan formed a triangle of double teams, and Huanling was surrounded in the middle. Run! Two more meteorite leviathans came, and Zhou Wen decisively let Huanling run away. Huanling could suppress the meteorite leviathans in a one-on-one fight, but there was no chance of winning in a one-on-three fight. After all, Huanling's high-speed swimming also consumed his physical strength, and his attack method was only collision. Once his physical strength was exhausted, it would be dangerous. Huanling did not hesitate at all, and broke away from the encirclement of the three meteorite leviathans at the fastest speed, and then swam towards Zhou Wen's position. Huh? Huanling was about to swallow Zhou Wen standing on the sea, and the air around him suddenly seemed to solidify. Zhou Wen, who was standing on the sea, looked up at the thick fog above with a solemn expression. The 10-meter-high thick fog began to surge violently for some reason, and was pressing down towards the sea surface. Splash, splash. The seawater also began to churn inexplicably, and huge waves came from afar towards the area where Zhou Wen was. What is that? Zhou Wen's eyes turned from the thick fog pressing down from above to the sea surface in the distance. In the dark space in the distance, a very long gray arc of light suddenly appeared. The light slowly rose from below the sea surface, looking like the sea level. Not only was there a gray arc of light on the sea surface, but there was also one in the thick fog, and the two lights seemed to be closing quickly, like some giant creature closing its upper and lower jaws. Run out quickly. Zhou Wen felt something was wrong, made a gesture to Huanling, and directly activated the arc light feature, and rushed towards the two gray lights that were about to close in the distance. Shwa! Zhou Wen's whole body flashed orange light, and he moved on the sea surface at a very fast speed. Huanling also changed his scales into golden scales, and followed closely behind. In a few seconds, he crossed 10,000 meters, but even so, he was still far away from the gray arc light. Boom! Suddenly, a dull loud noise came from the distance, and at the same time, the two gray arc lights in the sea surface and the thick fog completely merged together. Huh? In an instant, the surrounding air suddenly contracted, and the thick fog above pressed down and connected with the sea surface below. Plop! Zhou Wen and Huanling were still moving quickly towards the gray arc light in the distance, but suddenly Zhou Wen's foot suddenly stepped under the sea surface, and the whole person seemed to be tripped and fell hard on the sea surface. Because of the kinetic energy of high-speed movement, Zhou Wen rolled continuously on the sea surface, and then sank into the water, but was soon carried out of the sea surface by Huanling behind him. The wave-walking suit is ineffective. Zhou Wen immediately launched a mental power detection, and then his expression changed drastically. Because at this time, a layer of gray energy was attached to the surface of the treading wave suit. This gray energy seemed to have a corrosive effect. It had already corroded the treading wave suit into tatters, and began to corrode the clothes inside the armor. Zhou Wen reacted immediately, took out a bottle of Immortal King Lotus Energy liquid, and drank it directly, and then used the Immortal King Lotus Energy in his body. The next moment, a layer of pink energy was attached to his whole body. However, as soon as the Immortal King Lotus Energy came into contact with the gray energy, it began to be rapidly consumed. Under normal circumstances, the Immortal King Lotus Energy could not even last for 10 seconds at this time. And this is not Zhou Wen's biggest crisis at the moment. The biggest crisis is that these gray energies are still eroding the scales of the phantom scales. The hard abyss scales dissipated like black smoke under the erosion of gray energy. At this time, the abyss scales on Huanling's body were almost eroded, and the gray energy was already eroding Huanling's flesh and blood. "My little man, it hurts." Huanling's voice rang in Zhou Wen's mind. Zhou Wen looked solemn. His brain was working quickly, and then he looked at the gray arc light in the distance. He guessed that they should be swallowed by some giant creature, and the gray arc light in the distance was the edge of the mouth of this unknown giant creature. When they got there, they might be able to use the flame blade to cut open the mouth of the creature and escape with Huanling. At this time, 10 seconds had passed, and the energy of the immortal Huanling on Zhou Wen's body was completely consumed. The consumption rate was so fast that continuing to use the energy of the immortal Huanling was just a waste, so he turned on the golden characteristics. The golden pattern appeared on the body's surface, and when it met the gray energy, the golden pattern quickly darkened. Even the energy of the abyss level is consumed so quickly. Is this giant creature a king level? Buzz! Suddenly, a flame energy beam shot from behind. Huanling quickly dived into the sea to avoid the beam, swallowed Zhou Wen into his mouth, and then endured the pain of his flesh and blood being eroded by the gray energy, and swam towards the direction of the gray arc in the distance. But because there were no golden scales on his body, Huanling's swimming speed slowed down a lot, and the 3 meteorite leviathans chasing behind were about to catch up. Zhou Wen immediately returned to the stomach wall space, then took out 5 illusionary leviathan instant growth energy crystals, and threw one directly into the digestive pool. Chapter 634. The red energy immediately spread in the stomach wall. Zhou Wen then used a traveling ticket to bring Jiang Haidao over and asked him to feed Huanling. Then he left the stomach wall space and came to Huanling's mouth. Because of transformed Leviathan instant growth energy crystal, Huanling's body length began to grow rapidly, and the flesh and blood that were eroded on the surface of the body were also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Pieces of scales also grew out again and quickly covered the whole body. After the scales on Huanling's body grew out, it immediately changed to the flowing gold mode. While dodging the attacks of the 3 meteorite leviathans behind, it quickly swam in the direction of the gray arc light. Although the scales on Huanling's body were restored, it could not fully exert the speed of the flowing gold scales, because the gray energy was constantly eroding the flowing gold scales. It's just that there is still the growth effect of transformed Leviathan instant growth energy crystal, so the scales were immediately repaired as soon as they were corroded. The two energies were deadlocked with each other, and a short balance appeared. Finally, Huanling successfully arrived at the location of the gray arc light. Huanling opened his mouth, and Zhou Wen knew that he had arrived at the destination. 3 characteristics, open. Zhou Wen's body immediately burst into red, yellow and blue light, and the 3 attributes were greatly improved. The strength attribute reached 4,200 points, the physique attribute reached 5,472 points, and the speed attribute reached 4,200. Swish! Zhou Wen turned into a 3-color flash, which instantly flashed out of Huanling's mouth. With a thought, the flame blade appeared in his palm. Arriving on the sea, Zhou Wen looked forward. The previous gray arc light had now become a gray light wall with a height of nearly 1,000 meters. 3 characteristics, time is limited, and the golden lines on the body are constantly being consumed by the erosion of gray energy. Zhou Wen did not dare to delay, and his figure flashed again, flashing towards the gray light wall in front. But when Zhou Wen was only about 100 meters away from the gray light wall, the gray energy that eroded the golden lines suddenly intensified, and the golden lines became unstable. The golden energy in the body was consumed rapidly. There were only more than 600 golden energies in total, and more than 100 were consumed in this instant. Zhou Wen hurriedly pulled away. Once the golden energy in his body was consumed, he would not have the means to resist the gray energy for a long time. After Zhou Wen pulled away from the gray light wall for a long distance, the erosion effect of the surrounding gray energy on him also returned to normal, and there were only more than 300 golden energies left in his body. Obviously, the method of using the blade of flame to cut the mouth of the giant creature could not be done. Buzz! Buzz! At this time, 2 flame energy rays suddenly shot from behind, targeting the Huanling floating on the sea. Because the current golden scales were constantly eroded by gray energy, and could not be completely mirrored, Huanling did not reflect the light, but directly avoided it. So the 2 flame energy rays shot in the direction of the gray light wall, and then drew 2 long black marks on the gray light wall, but soon the black marks disappeared. It can cause damage, but it seems that the destructive power is not enough. Zhou Wen immediately analyzed. If that's the case, Zhou Wen thought of a way to destroy the gray light wall. immediately gestured to Huanlin, asking Huanlin to attract the meteorite Leviathan as close to the gray light wall as possible, while he himself waited for the opportunity in the distance. After Huanlin understood Zhou Wen's meaning, he was about to take action, but the scales on his body began to dissipate rapidly again. The growth energy of Illusionary Leviathan Instant Growth Energy Crystal seemed to be exhausted, but only 1 minute had passed, and under normal circumstances, the growth energy would be released for 10 minutes. However, Zhou Wen did not have time to think about these problems, and directly sent a Illusionary Leviathan Instant Growth Energy Crystal to Jiang Haitao through a private message. After the energy crystal was put into the digestion pool, the scales on Huanlin's body grew again. Next, Zhou Wen built a small platform on the sea surface far away from the gray light wall with a land base, and then sat on it. Because the amplification time of 3 characteristics ended, his body entered a weak state, so he could only stay on the sea surface in this way to observe the situation. Huanlin moved quickly on the sea surface, attracting the 3 meteorite leviathans to the position of the gray light wall. But this process was not easy, because the meteorite leviathan had a long-range attack, so it would not chase too close, so it was difficult to get them close to the gray light wall, and Huanlin could only keep trying. 2 minutes later, Zhou Wen sent another, transformed Leviathan Instant Growth Energy Crystal, to Jiang Haitao. He currently had 2 left, and because he needed to continuously resist the erosion of gray energy, there were only more than 100 golden energy left in his body. If it really doesn't work, Zhou Wen will activate the White Horse Leviathan form, and use his own speed to instantly cause fatal damage to the 3 meteoric leviathans. In this way, even if the meteoric leviathans are far away from the gray light wall, the power of the 3 self-detonations at the same time should be enough to blow up the gray light wall. Just when the time was about to reach 3 minutes, the one with the weakest red glow on its body among the 3 meteoric leviathans was led by Huanlin to a position closer to the gray light wall. Because the energy in the body of this meteoric leviathan was almost exhausted, it began to attack Huanlin by strangling, and was successfully led by Huanlin. Boom! In an instant, Zhou Wen, who was weak due to using 3 characteristics, burst into black flames all over his body. Crack! Zhou Wen's figure disappeared in an instant, leaving only 2 cracked footprints on the stone platform. The meteoric leviathan, with a dim glow on its body, wanted to chase Huanlin, but Zhou Wen rushed over at a very fast speed and rushed directly to the head of the meteoric leviathan. But as soon as he approached, he was noticed by the meteoric leviathan, and the red energy on his body flashed, and an energy shock wave spread out instantly. The energy shock wave spread for thousands of meters, and one side even hit the gray light wall hundreds of meters away, causing a large area of black to appear on the gray light wall. However, after the energy shock wave dissipated, the gray light wall began to recover quickly. After releasing this energy shock wave, the fiery red light on the surface of the meteorite leviathan completely dissipated, and the black spike-like scales on the surface were even eroded by the gray energy. Swish! After Zhou Wen dodged the energy attack wave, he rushed to the head of the meteorite leviathan again. This time, the meteorite leviathan could no longer release energy shock waves, and could only open its mouth to bite Zhou Wen, but with Zhou Wen's current speed, how could he be bitten? Puff! Zhou Wen used the flame blade to instantly penetrate the shell and skull of the meteorite leviathan, successfully entered the brain cavity, and then immediately destroyed the brain. However, just as Zhou Wen began to destroy it, the brain of the meteorite leviathan suddenly began to flash red light violently. Success? Zhou Wen's face lit up with joy, and he immediately rushed out of the meteoric leviathan's brain, then ran away at the fastest speed. He knew that the meteoric leviathan was going to self-destruct. Chapter 635. Under the amplification of shadow characteristics, Zhou Wen had traveled 10,000 meters in a few seconds. Huanlin had just led the meteoric leviathan to the target location, and swam with the other 2 meteoric leviathans in the direction away from the gray light wall, and had long left the explosion area. Suddenly, a dazzling white light was released from the gray light wall, and the dark space full of thick fog seemed to be brushed by white ink at this moment, and was instantly illuminated white. Boom! The next second, a resounding explosion spread out, and the terrifying sound waves squeezed the air, making the air seem to turn into a real wall. The sound wave spread in a circle, and the air wall pushed the seawater, raising a huge wave, followed by the flame energy that could destroy everything. Wherever the flame energy passed, everything turned into ashes, and the gray light wall was instantly blown out with a large hole with a diameter of several thousand meters. Woo! A low roar sounded in this space, and the sound seemed to be painful. Zhou was already 50,000 meters away from the explosion area of the meteoric Leviathan. After seeing the meteoric Leviathan successfully blast a gap in the gray light wall, the gray light wall that merged together actually began to slowly open, as if to let them out. You want to swallow it, and you want to let it go? It's not that easy. Zhou figure disappeared in an instant, turning into a black light, and attacking the remaining 2 meteoric Leviathans. After a while, 2 dazzling white lights lit up, and the night turned into day. Then, 2 flames shot up into the sky and spread directly in the mouth of the giant creature. Zhou and Huanlin had already escaped from the giant creature's mouth, and the gray energy on their bodies dissipated. I don't know if the location where these 2 meteorite Leviathans exploded can kill the giant creature. Zhou suspected that the giant creature was likely a king-level Leviathan, and if it could be killed, it would be a big profit. In order to kill this king-level Leviathan, Zhou and Huanlin deliberately introduced the 2 meteorite Leviathans into the esophagus of the king-level Leviathan, and then Huanlin attracted firepower, and Zhou launched a sneak attack, successfully causing the 2 meteorite Leviathans to explode in the esophagus. All 5 illusionary Leviathan instant growth energy crystals were used up, and Zhou only had tungsten gold property left of the 3 powerful properties he activated. Before the tungsten gold property ended, Zhou released his kingly power to dispel the dead bloodworms in Huanlin's body. Then he built a rest platform outside for the phantom Leviathan to rest. He definitely couldn't leave now. Even if the king-level Leviathan didn't die, it would be seriously injured after 3 powerful self-explosions. It shouldn't attack Phantom Scale anymore. After the explosion subsided, Phantom Scale would have to retrieve the 3 meteorite treasure chests. The Huangjin energy accumulated over so many days is almost exhausted. Zhou said helplessly, feeling the remaining dozen Huangjin energies in his body. If he hadn't used 6 bottles of Immortal Wanlian energy liquid to use the energy of the Immortal Wanlian to resist the gray energy for 1 minute, the Huangjin energy in his body would have been exhausted long ago. Then, the tungsten gold characteristics amplification ended, and Zhou fell into a serious weak state, lying directly on the bed to sleep. When he woke up, it was already night, and the stomach wall space was vibrating, indicating the Phantom Scale was going to start looking for the meteorite treasure chest. Zhou used the travel ticket in his mouth and brought Jiang Haitao along. After Huanlin found the meteorite treasure chest, he would definitely swallow it into the stomach wall space. At that time, a large number of dead bloodworms would definitely enter. Jiang Haitao was asked to come to remove the dead bloodworms for Huanlin. It's so heavy. After a while, Huanlin's voice sounded in Zhou's mind. Huanlin seemed to be holding something very heavy. Huanlin seems to have found something. Go out and take a look. Zhou said to Jiang Haitao. Oh, okay. Jiang Haitao went directly to pat Huanlin's esophageal diaphragm, but the esophageal diaphragm did not open. Jiang Haitao was not in a hurry and waited in front of the esophageal diaphragm. After about 3 minutes, the esophageal diaphragm opened, and Jiang Haitao immediately walked in, then released Wang Wei to disperse the dead bloodworms in Huanlin's body. After Jiang Haitao came outside, he saw Huanlin carrying a huge piece of flesh and blood on his back, and the flesh and blood were gray in color. What did Huanlin find? Zhou asked Jiang Haitao through the system interface. It is the flesh and blood of some creature. Jiang Haitao replied. Jiang Haitao replied while approaching the flesh and blood, preparing to check the biological information by contact, but he stepped back as soon as he approached Huanlin. What are you doing? This is a villain. Huanlin's inner voice suddenly sounded. If it hadn't recognized Jiang Haitao, it would have lashed out with its tail. Zhou didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard Huanlin's inner voice. He could only move his fingers with difficulty and make some simple gestures to appease Huanlin so that Jiang Haitao could take the flesh and blood away. After all, Huanlin couldn't carry it all the time, because the meteorite treasure chest hadn't been found yet. Jiang Haitao successfully touched the flesh and blood, and then checked the biological illustration information of this flesh and blood. After reading it, his expression was shocked, and then he sent the illustration information to Zhou. Sea swallowing Leviathan, stage, juvenile. Body length, 100,000 meters. Weight, 8 billion tons. Food type, meat. Introduction, a king-level Leviathan that lives in the endless sea. Its mouth can open to twice its own length, and then release necrotic energy, turning the prey in its mouth into energy ashes for absorption. It's really a king-level Leviathan, but it's a pity that it didn't get blown to death. Zhou sighed after reading the sea-swallowing Leviathan illustration information. Then, Jiang Haitao collected the flesh and blood of the sea-swallowing Leviathan into the system interface, and sent it to Zhou, and then returned to the stomach wall space. Not long after, Huanlin found another heavy object. Zhou Wen asked Jiang Haitao to go out and check it out. It turned out to be a slender body of a leviathan covered with golden lightning patterns. After Jiang Haitao touched it, he obtained the biological illustration information, took a quick look, and was shocked again, and then sent it to Zhou Wen. Golden Thunder Leviathan Stage, Birth Period. Body length, 1,000 meters. Weight, 100,000 tons. Food type, Golden Leviathan, Lightning Leviathan. Introduction. A type of abyss-class leviathan that lives in the endless sea. After birth, it will fly into the clouds and survive until it is young, and then enter the ocean, releasing extremely destructive golden lightning all over its body. Where did this abyss-class leviathan come from? Zhou Wen asked in confusion after reading the illustrated information. Afterwards, Jiang Haitao took a photo of the body of the Golden Thunder Leviathan. After Zhou Wen saw the burnt body of the Golden Thunder Leviathan, he roughly guessed what happened. It should be that when the sea-swallowing Leviathan opened its big mouth to swallow, it swallowed the Golden Thunder Leviathan in the thick fog, and then was affected by the self-explosion of the 3 meteorite Leviathans. Although the King-class Leviathan was not killed, and a King-class core was lost, it is not bad to pick up an Abyss-class core. Chapter 636. The body of Jinlei Leviathan is 1,000 meters long, and cannot be directly stored in the system interface. The body needs to be divided into large pieces of flesh and blood less than 100 meters long. However, before decomposing the body, it is necessary to enter the body of Jinlei Leviathan to explore, and take out the core and exclusive material box. Zhou Wen is now in a weak state, and is definitely unable to explore by himself, so he can only let Jiang Haitao do it. At this time, Jiang Haitao has entered the body of Jinlei Leviathan, directly entering from the mouth, passing through the 200 or 300 meters of esophagus, and walking towards the stomach wall space at the end of the esophagus. Zzzz. When Jiang Haitao was about to reach the stomach wall space, he heard the sound of electricity in the stomach wall space in front of him, and from time to time, there were crackling electric shocks. Could there be symbiotic creatures? Jiang Haitao thought that this Golden Thunder Leviathan was a sea-level Leviathan. If there were symbiotic creatures in the stomach wall space, it would be very dangerous. So he immediately drank a bottle of Immortal Wanlian Energy Liquid, and put on dark gold scale armor. When he was about to reach the entrance of the stomach wall space, Jiang Haitao saw golden light flashing inside the stomach wall space. He did not enter rashly, but took a look inside first, and then saw many golden vines spreading on the stomach wall in the stomach wall space. There was always golden current flashing on the surface of the golden vines, and sometimes even a golden electric light was released. Symbiotic plants? Jiang Haitao thought to himself, and then walked into the stomach wall space carefully, while observing the golden vines that almost covered the entire stomach wall, while moving towards the inside of the stomach wall space. There were no accidents along the way. The vines with golden electric light did not attack him. Jiang Haitao came to the innermost part of the stomach wall space very smoothly. There was a pure gold treasure chest here, as well as the trunks of those golden vines, and a large amount of biological flesh and blood piled up under the trunks. Jiang Haitao first picked up the pure gold treasure chest, and sent it to Zhou Wen through the system interface, then approached the trunk of the golden vine, and tried to touch it to get information. Snap! Jiang Haitao's hand was less than 10 centimeters away from the trunk of the golden vine, and a golden arc hit his palm. Fortunately, the dark gold scale armor was special, and blessed with the energy of the Overlord, so the golden arc did not penetrate the scale armor on his palm. Seeing that the power of the golden arc was not great, Jiang Haitao no longer hesitated, and directly touched the trunk of the golden vine. Ding! Get Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine X1. Ding! Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine, the symbiotic plant of Golden Thunder Leviathan. It absorbs the flesh and blood of golden and lightning Leviathan creatures, condenses Golden Thunder energy, and transmits it to Golden Thunder Leviathan. The trunk of Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine can be used as a material for making weapons, and the weapons made will have a small amount of Golden Thunder energy. After reading the system introduction information of Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine, Jiang Haitao walked to another branch of Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine, because there was a golden cotton ball on this branch, which looked like a cloud-shaped cotton candy. Ding! Obtain Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Flower X1. Ding! Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Flower. After consumption, strength increases by 10 points, constitution increases by 10 points, and speed increases by 10 points. I didn't expect that there was a symbiotic plant in the body of Golden Thunder Leviathan? Zhou Wen looked at the Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine information sent by Jiang Haitao, and said with some surprise. This Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine is a very valuable plant in Zhou Wen's eyes. Not only can it condense Golden Thunder energy, but the vine itself can also make weapons with Golden Thunder energy, and it can also grow Golden Thunder Cloud Mist flowers that increase 3 attributes. Not long after, Jiang Haidao found the core of Golden Thunder Leviathan again, and sent it to Zhou Wen through the system interface, but Zhou Wen was unable to move at the moment, so he could not touch it and check it. He could only wait until his body recovered tomorrow to check it together with the pure gold treasure chest. After obtaining everything that should be obtained from the body of Golden Thunder Leviathan, Jiang Haitao began to decompose the body. However, when decomposing to the stomach wall space area, he deliberately avoided the main trunk of the Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine. He wanted to transplant this Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine to the Guild Island. Zhou Wen has been exploring outside and has no fixed place. Although Huanlin's stomach wall space has increased a lot, it is impossible to put the Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine that spreads 100 meters, so he just asked Jiang Haitao to take it back to the guild to plant it. After Jiang Haitao finished decomposing the body of Jin Lei Leviathan, it was already the morning of the 146th day. Next, Huanlin continued to look for the meteorite treasure chest, but until noon, he only found 1 meteorite treasure chest. It seems that the remaining 2 meteorite treasure chests were taken away by the sea-devouring Leviathan. Zhou Wen guessed. Because at that time, in order to blow up the sea-devouring Leviathan as much as possible, Zhou Wen and Huanlin deliberately introduced 2 meteorite Leviathans into the esophagus of the sea-devouring Leviathan. Now that the sea-devouring Leviathan was not blown to death, the meteorite treasure chests in the 2 meteorite Leviathans were most likely taken away together. That's okay, the harvest is not small. Afterwards, Jiang Haitao ended the trip and went back. Zhou Wen asked Huanlin to go back to the rest platform to rest, and he also closed his eyes and went to sleep. At the same time, outside the water ball in Area 10, Wu Bing returned to the water ball with a phantom leviathan covered with free algae. This time, he and his phantom leviathan stayed outside the water ball for 10 hours. A member of the Black Knife Society, seeing Wu Bing coming back, let his phantom leviathan with king-level pressure attached to his body circle around Wu Bing's phantom leviathan to remove the dead blood worms in his body. After staying outside for 10 hours this time, the number of dead blood worms in Wu Bing's phantom leviathan was relatively large. Under the dispersal of the king-level pressure, a large number of dead blood worms rushed out of the body like black mist. It may be that the blood in the body was lost too much in an instant, and Wu Bing's phantom leviathan seemed a little sluggish. Alas, 10 hours should be the limit. Wu Bing sighed. In fact, the transmogrified leviathan can stay outside the water ball for 10 hours with the help of free algae. This result is already very good, which is equivalent to saving 4 blood-toothed black-scale bream. Had you finished the experiment? Bai Lan received a message from the guild members and learned that the experiment was over, so he came to ask. Yes, relying on free algae, the transmogrified leviathan can stay outside the water ball for 10 hours. Wu Bing told Bai Lan his experimental results. 10 hours is also okay. Bai Lan nodded. However, don't send this message to the World Communication Channel for the time being. The current amount of free algae is not enough for everyone to use. Bai Lan continued. I know. Wu Bing nodded in response. President Bai, when the free algae can be used by survivors in the future, can our team give us a limited number of places? After all, this experiment was done by their team, and Wu Bing still had to fight for this deserved benefit. Sure. Bai Lan agreed immediately. There was nothing to lose anyway. Chapter 637. Afterwards, Bai Lan sent Wu Bing's experimental results to Zhou Wen. After reading them, Zhou Wen sent a message to Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao, asking them to collect some phantom worm feces. Phantom worm feces can speed up the growth of algae by 30%. Now that free algae are of great use, it is natural to multiply them as soon as possible. After doing all this, Zhou Wen continued to rest. When it was night, his body could barely move. After getting up from the bed, Zhou Wen had a simple meal, and then extracted a pure gold treasure chest, and a core with golden electric light flashing on the surface from the system interface. Ding! Hit Golden Thunder Core X1. Ding! Golden Thunder Core. After using, you can get the Golden Thunder feature. When the Golden Thunder feature is turned on, you can release the Golden Thunder through your palm. Looking at this introduction, this Golden Thunder Core seems to be a long-range attack method. Zhou Wen showed a look of surprise on his face. With the long-range attack method of Golden Thunder feature, he can strip off the explosive gun bubble shrimp gene. Putting away the Golden Thunder Core, for the time being, Zhou Wen opened the pure gold treasure chest. Ding! Get Gold Order X1. Ding! Get Golden Thunder Leviathan Gene Potion X1. Ding! Get Lightning Positioning Card X1. Ding! Get Golden Thunder Leviathan Golden Thunder Spear Blueprint. Ding! Get King Level Leviathan Hunting Ticket X1. Why is there another King Level Leviathan Hunting Ticket? Joe quickly put it away. If he hadn't been lucky enough to encounter 3 Starfall Leviathans in advance, and then hurt the sea-swallowing Leviathan through the Starfall Leviathan self-explosion, he and Huanlin would have turned into ashes. This King-level Leviathan is not something Zhou Wen can defeat now. The most terrifying thing is that the sea-swallowing Leviathan yesterday was only a juvenile. If it were an adult, he would be dead now. After collecting the King-level Leviathan hunting ticket, Zhou Wen continued to check the remaining items. Ding! Golden Thunder Leviathan Gene Potion. After use, you will obtain the Golden Thunder Leviathan Gene. You can absorb the core energy of Gold-type Leviathan creatures and Lightning-type Leviathan creatures, condense Golden Thunder energy in the body, and when the physical fitness reaches 1,000 points, it will stimulate the Golden Thunder Arc effect. Ding! Golden Thunder Arc. The golden current travels throughout the body, using lightning to stimulate the body, increasing the 3 basic attributes by 10%. Another special effect. It seems that the genes of the Abyss-level Leviathan have special effects. Zhou Wen has now decided to use this bottle of Golden Thunder Leviathan Gene Potion after the weak state of his body ends. Ding! Lightning Positioning Card. After use, you can locate the Lightning Cloud Domain. Thunder Cloud Domain? This name. Why does it feel like it's in the sky? Zhou Wen wondered. If it was really in the sky, then this location card would be useless, and the Phantom Scale couldn't fly, so it couldn't reach it at all. Because he was currently locating the location of Area 1, Zhou Wen didn't try to use this Thunder Location card to avoid conflicts. He would wait until he left Area 1. Finally, there was one blueprint left, so Zhou Wen used it directly, and then checked what was needed for production. Golden Thunder Leviathan Golden Thunder Spear Blueprint. Requires Golden Thunder Leviathan Thunder Pattern Scale X1, Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine X1, Golden Wood X1. In the previous system introduction, Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine was used as a weapon manufacturing material, and the weapons produced would be accompanied by Golden Thunder energy, so Zhou Wen directly made one. The Golden Thunder Spear is golden in color, 3 meters long, with a 50 centimeter long spear head, covered with bright golden lightning patterns. The spear handle is 2.5 meters long, with a golden wood inside, and circles of Golden Thunder Cloud Mist vines wrapped around the golden wood. Only the spear head has a faint Golden Thunder energy. Zhou Wen tested it with various energies, and it is only stronger than the Dead Blood energy, which is equivalent to the Blood Vein energy. However, this is also normal. After all, only a small amount of Golden Thunder energy is attached. The energy intensity can be compared with the Blood Vein energy. At least it has no problem breaking the defense of those Dead Blood energy creatures. It can be made and sold to other guild leaders. Yesterday, Huanlin was eroded by the necrotic energy of the Devouring Sea Leviathan. Thanks to the 5 illusionary Leviathan instant growth energy crystals obtained before, Zhou Wen decided to use the Golden Thunder Spear to trade some more with the guild leaders in District 10. By the way, Huanlin has used 5 instant growth crystals, so his body length must have increased a lot. Zhou Wen opened the biological illustration book and turned to the first page to check Huanlin's current biological illustration book information. Transformed Leviathan age, 146 days. Phase, scale transformation. Body length, 415 meters. Weight, 120,000 tons. Food type, algae. Eating method, filter feeding. Evaluation, a 120,000 ton baby with scales. 415 meters, 5 instant growth crystals, but Huanlin only grew 60 meters. Could it be that repairing the body consumed too much growth energy? Zhou Wen thought to himself, because Huanlin's body length had reached 355 meters before. Normally, 1 transformed Leviathan instant growth energy crystal can grow 20 meters by feeding it with Golden King algae, and 5 can grow 100 meters. Huanlin only grew 60 meters, and part of the energy can only be used to repair injuries. After finishing what he needed to do, Zhou Wen began to eat the flesh and blood of the purple mist Leviathan. After eating too much, he sat on the stone platform in the living area of the stomach wall space and condensed the golden energy by absorbing the energy in the golden core. He now only had a dozen or so golden energies in his body. This kind of life-saving energy must be stored in a certain amount first, so the absorption of immortal energy can only be temporarily stopped. The night passed quickly. On the morning of the 147th day, Zhou simply inspected the stomach wall space. After more than 10 days, the 3 neural algae bubbles planted in the crystal sea view box had matured, and 3 oval seeds were slowly growing at the roots. After inspecting the stomach wall space, Zhou began to feed Huanlin, but today, he would not feed Huanlin with the Golden King algae, but instead fed him a red light algae bubble. After feeding, Zhou continued to eat the flesh and blood of the purple mist leviathan, and then absorb the golden core to condense the golden energy. Now his body has not yet fully replenished the energy and elements it needs, and he cannot let the phantom scales move for the time being. If he encounters any terrifying creatures again, he will definitely not be able to deal with them in his current state. While refining the golden energy, Zhou opened the World Communication Channel to check the situation of the survivors. At this time, Jiang Haitao sent a message in the channel. Selling Golden Thunder Spear, the surface of the spearhead is attached with Golden Thunder energy, which can easily break the dead blood energy defense of the Lamp Algae Leviathan. 1. Phantom Leviathan Instant Growth Energy Crystal is traded. Jiang Haitao's message immediately attracted the attention of the presidents of various guilds and also caused the survivors to discuss. King Jiang is awesome. He even sells such a powerful weapon. It's a pity that I don't have an instant growth energy crystal. By the way, how did King Jiang get this kind of weapon with energy? Did he find it while exploring? Why can't we find it? Chapter 638. The guild has explored much further than us. They have no shortage of biological meat to exchange for energy protection. They will definitely get good things that we have never seen. It would be great if I could also get an energy weapon. Otherwise, if I encounter the Leviathan in the Red Algae Forest, I can only ask the 2 major guilds to deal with it. The Red Algae Forest that I have finally found will be divided in half. Alas. Hee, even if you are given an energy weapon, are you capable of killing the 500-meter Leviathan? When the survivors were discussing energy weapons, many guild leaders had gathered in front of the island where the Brother Jiang Guild store was located. Although they can also trade through the system interface, they don't really believe Jiang Haitao's one-sided words. Whether the Golden Thunder Spear can break the dead blood energy, they need to see it with their own eyes. Jiang Haitao knew that these guild leaders would come in person, so he prepared an item to show the power of the Golden Thunder Spear, a bottle of dead blood energy liquid, defense, and started to show it when the guild leaders were almost here. He asked a guild member to drink the dead blood energy liquid, defense, and put on the light algae Leviathan scale armor. After the guild member mobilized the dead blood energy to cover the surface of the light algae Leviathan scale armor, Jiang Haitao picked up the Golden Thunder Spear and scratched the armor with the dead blood energy attached. A cutting sound was heard, and the light algae Leviathan scale armor with the dead blood energy attached was easily cut open by the tip of the Golden Thunder Spear. Okay, everyone has seen that this Golden Thunder Spear can indeed break the defense formed by the dead blood energy. The Golden Thunder energy attached to it belongs to a higher energy form. The price has been mentioned in the World Communication Channel. If you want to trade, go to the store to trade. Jiang Haitao left immediately after he finished speaking. He didn't need to come in person to make the transaction. He could leave it to the guild members in the guild store. As for worrying about the guild leaders robbing them, those who are not afraid of death can try. After a while, Zhou had 20 more transformed Leviathan instant growth energy crystals in his hand, and then he put them in the locker. It was already noon, and Zhou's body had almost recovered. He took out the Golden Thunder Leviathan gene potion and put it to his mouth pretending to drink it, but there was no system warning in his mind. No warning, which means I can chimera one more gene. The reason for this should be that his physique broke through the upper limit of the second stage. In this case, Zhou no longer hesitated and raised his head to drink all the Golden Thunder Leviathan gene potion. After a while, a suffocating pain spread all over his body, but Zhou did not faint. His current physique reached 912 points, and his intelligence also increased. It was difficult to faint after taking the gene potion. However, this is what Zhou hoped for. Now in the deep sea, there is basically no safety. It would be very dangerous if he fainted directly. Zhou endured the pain and continued to condense the golden energy. The pain lasted until the evening before gradually subsiding. Zhou checked his character panel and confirmed that he had embedded the Golden Thunder Leviathan gene. He took out the Brainwave Leviathan gene potion again, but this time when he put the potion to his mouth, a system warning sounded in his mind. Zhou had already expected this situation. He took out a bottle of gene stripping potion, containing silver-white liquid from the locker and poured it into his mouth. After the liquid of gene stripping agent entered his body, Zhou Wen felt a gentle energy flowing through his body. The next second, particles of fiery red ions were released from his body. When the release of fiery red ions ended, a system prompt sounded in Zhou Wen's mind. Ding! The explosive gun bubble shrimp gene has been stripped. With the Golden Thunder Leviathan gene, the explosive gun bubble shrimp gene is useless, and stripping this gene will not affect the use of the explosive characteristics, which is the most suitable stripping at present. After stripping the explosive gun bubble shrimp gene, Zhou Wen had a position for a chimeric gene left, so he drank the brainwave Leviathan gene agent. The suffocating pain spread throughout his body again. Zhou Wen endured the pain and took out the Golden Thunder core and added a characteristic steel seal. Ding! Do you want to engrave the Golden Thunder seal? Engrave. As soon as Zhou Wen finished speaking, the Golden Thunder core in front of him and the feature seal in his hand flew into the air, and the feature seal began to quickly absorb the energy inside the Golden Thunder core. Ding! The Golden Thunder seal has been engraved. Zhou Wen immediately used the Golden Thunder seal, and the Golden Thunder seal suddenly burst out a large amount of golden lightning. The golden lightning turned into the energy form of the Golden Thunder Leviathan, and hit the back of the power attribute of the character panel, leaving a simple Golden Thunder Leviathan pattern. Now that the Golden Thunder Leviathan gene and the Golden Thunder characteristic are both available, the next step is to find a way to condense the Golden Thunder energy. There are two ways to obtain Golden Thunder energy. One is to condense it by absorbing the core energy of the two Leviathan creatures of the gold and lightning types, and the other is to absorb it through the Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine. Zhou Wen didn't have an ordinary lightning Leviathan core in his hand, but only a lightning core of a king-level Leviathan lightning Leviathan. I wonder if I can directly absorb the energy in the lightning core. Zhou Wen felt that the probability was high, but he still had to give it a try. He asked Shen Xian to return the lightning core, and then gave her the flame ion core to dispel the dead bloodworms. Looking at the lightning core, about 2 meters in front of him, Zhou Wen touched the surface of the core with his palm, and then tried to absorb the energy inside, but after touching it for an hour, he didn't feel even a little bit of lightning energy entering his body. Let's find a way to collect lightning cores, Zhou Wen said helplessly. Nothing happened overnight, and in a blink of an eye it was already the morning of the 148th day. After a night, Zhou Wen's body pain had subsided. He opened his character attribute panel and carefully checked the various attributes. Zhou Wen, Leviathan Hunter plus 100, Abyss Hunter plus 1, King of Survival. Bloodworm gene. Plate Tungsten Snail gene. Brainwave Leviathan gene. Brilliant Gold Sea Dragon gene. Black Flame Dragonfish gene. Golden Thunder Leviathan gene. Normal human attribute is 10, Intelligence, 24, Upper Limit, Concussion property. Impact property Strength, 700, Upper Limit, Burning property. Blood Vein property. Explosion property. Black Flame property. Golden Thunder property, Physique, 912, Tungsten Gold property. Copper Diamond property. Brilliant Gold property. Luminous property Speed, 700, Upper Limit, Arc Light property. Colorful property. Shadow property. 3 properties, Evaluation, a humanoid Leviathan whose physique exceeds the upper limit of the second stage. Chapter 639. Ding! Eat the Golden Thunder Cloud Flower, increase strength by 10, increase physique by 10, and increase speed by 10. Originally, Zhou Wen did not plan to eat the Golden Thunder Cloud Flower for the time being, because this would replace the 100-point bonus of the Leviathan Hunter title with the attributes of the 2 attributes of strength and speed. At present, when the strength attribute and speed attribute have not yet exceeded the upper limit of the second stage, it is best to use the blood vein fruit of the strength and speed types. After all, once the upper limit is exceeded, the blood vein fruit will be useless. But now Zhou Wen needs to increase the physique attribute to 1000 points as soon as possible. The effect of Golden Thunder Arc, increasing the 3 attributes by 10% can only be activated when the physique reaches 1000 points, and Overlord Coral Gene Potion also requires the physique to reach 1000 points before it can be used. After increasing these 10 points of physique, Zhou Wen's current physique has reached 922 points, and there are still 78 points away from 1000 points. After 2 days of continuous rest, Zhou Wen's various elements and energies have been replenished, his strength has returned to the peak state, and the Huang Gene energy in his body has increased to more than 200. Perhaps because of the physical breakthrough, Zhou Wen's speed of absorbing the internal energy of the Golden Core has increased a lot, so the speed of condensing Huangjin energy has also increased a little. Before, he could condense 60 Huangjin energies in a day and night, and now he can condense 100 Huangjin energies in a day and night. After a simple inspection of the stomach wall space, Zhou Wen began to feed Huanlin, but in the process of crushing the seaweed, he suddenly found that there was an extra silver energy in his body. He carefully checked with his mental power, and found that it was a lightning energy. Where did this lightning energy come from? Zhou Wen was a little surprised when he saw the lightning energy inexplicably appearing in his body. Although he tried to absorb the energy in the lightning core last night, he did not succeed. At this time, a group of colorful triangular fireflies came to the freshwater hydrogen-oxygen ionizer and hovered to absorb hydrogen. Seeing these triangular fireflies, Zhou Wen suddenly thought of something and looked at the rainbow heart that had been hanging in the center of the top of the stomach wall space, and then looked at the lightning core on the stone platform in the living area. Could it be because I stayed next to the lightning core last night? Zhou Wen guessed, just like the three-color energy in his body, which was radiated by the light emitted by the rainbow heart, and then slowly condensed in his body. It's not bad to be able to obtain lightning energy through irradiation. Although the lightning energy obtained by irradiating the lightning core is very small, it is the only way to obtain lightning energy in the absence of other lightning cores. After feeding Huanlin, Zhou Wen opened one way to go out, put away the rest platform, and returned to the stomach wall space, and then began to try to condense the golden thunder energy. To condense the golden thunder energy, it is necessary to fuse the gold energy and the lightning energy together. This process is slightly more difficult than condensing the brilliant gold energy. Zhou Wen simply speculated that with sufficient lightning energy supply, only 30 can be condensed in a day and night. After spending some time, Zhou Wen successfully condensed the first golden thunder energy in his body. In the process of condensing lightning energy, Huanlin has begun to move and found a red light algae forest. Zhou Wen directly took the brilliant sea snake out of the stomach wall space and entered this red light algae forest. In fact, as the survivors in the water ball began to steadily explore the deep sea, Zhou Wen no longer needed to collect red algae. He entered the red algae forest to find the algae leviathan to test the power of the golden thunder characteristic. Under the leadership of Huanlin, who had a biological radar, they soon found an algae leviathan in the red algae forest. They found the algae leviathan, and the algae leviathan also found them, and then immediately opened its mouth and rushed towards Huanlin. Golden thunder characteristic, open. Zhou Wen silently said in his heart, and then the only golden thunder energy in his body was immediately used. Zzz. The next second, Zhou Wen's whole body was covered with golden thunder light, and then these golden thunder lights quickly gathered towards his palm, and a large amount of golden lightning continued to compress, making crackling lightning jumps. At this time, the algae leviathan was less than 100 meters away from Zhou Wen, and the golden thunder in Zhou Wen's palm had almost condensed, and he immediately shot his palm towards the algae leviathan. Boom! In an instant, a thunder roared, and golden lightning as thick as an arm flashed in the dark sea water in front, just like the thunder flashing in the rain clouds under the night sky. The golden lightning passed through a distance of 100 meters in the blink of an eye, and then instantly pierced through the whole body of the lamp algae leviathan. From the head to the tail, the length of 500 meters, the golden lightning did not receive any obstruction. Just like the 100 meters it just passed through, there was no difference, and the dead blood energy on the surface of the algae leviathan was useless. Moreover, the golden lightning not only penetrated the whole body of the lamp algae leviathan, but also left a charred hole with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters in the body of the lamp algae leviathan. At the same time, the golden current released by the golden lightning instantly spread throughout the whole body of the lamp algae leviathan. The light algae leviathan, which was rushing towards Huanlin quickly, immediately stopped moving after receiving Zhou Wen's golden thunder. Then Zhou Wen went forward to check and found that although the light algae leviathan was not dead, it was also in a half-dead state, completely losing the ability to attack or escape. This golden thunder feature is really powerful, Zhou Wen exclaimed. Although it did not kill the light algae leviathan in one blow, the power was already very strong, because the released golden thunder mainly showed the extreme penetrating power, and the light algae leviathan was relatively large, so it was normal that it could not be killed. If facing a leviathan creature of about 300 meters, like the sawtooth leviathan, or some survivors, being hit by this golden thunder would definitely kill them. Next, Zhou Wen entered the light algae leviathan's body, took out the red light algae vesicle and the black supply box, and then decomposed the body and sent it to Jiang Haitao for the guild members to exchange for the king-level pressure of the tidal leviathan. After doing all this, Zhou Wen and the brilliant sea snake returned to Huan Lin's stomach wall space, and Huan Lin left the red algae forest directly and headed towards Area 1. We need to get more Golden Thunder energy. After trying the Golden Thunder feature just now, Zhou Wen knew that this Golden Thunder feature was a very strong long-range attack method. If he condensed a few more in his body, he would always need it in the future. But the problem is that Zhou Wen no longer has lightning energy in his body. Through the lightning core irradiation, it may take until night to condense a lightning energy in his body. At this time, Jiang Haitao sent a private message to Zhou Wen, informing Zhou Wen that the Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine had been transplanted. After reading the message, Zhou Wen immediately asked Jiang Haitao to accompany him. Chapter 640. The next second, Zhou Wen appeared on the island where Jiang Haitao lived, and then followed Jiang Haitao to a hemispherical air chamber built with glass blocks, with a diameter of about 300 meters, where the Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine was planted. According to the system introduction of the Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine, the Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine can also generate Golden Thunder energy, and then transmit it to the Golden Thunder Leviathan through the stomach wall. Zhou Wen came this time to try to absorb the Golden Thunder energy inside the Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine. So, Zhou Wen came to the main trunk of the Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine, and tried to touch the trunk with his hand, but as soon as he approached, a golden electric light hit his palm. Fortunately, he attached a layer of brilliant gold pattern on the surface of his palm in advance, so the Golden Thunder did not cause any damage. When Zhou Wen completely touched the trunk with his palm, he could clearly feel that a wisp of Golden Thunder energy in the trunk entered his body. Absorbing the Golden Thunder energy from the main trunk of the Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine is much faster than condensing it by oneself. In 1 minute, 10 more Golden Thunder energies have been generated in the body. But Zhou Wen only absorbed these 10 Golden Thunder energies, because he found that as the more Golden Thunder energy he absorbed, the less golden current on the Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine, and even the leaves of the Golden Thunder pattern withered. In order to obtain Golden Thunder energy sustainably in the future, Zhou Wen did not intend to exhaust all the resources, so he stopped absorbing 10 Golden Thunder energies. The next issue is the cultivation of the Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine. If you want the Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine to grow well, you need to continuously supply the flesh and blood of the Golden and Lightning Leviathan creatures. Zhou Wen has a lot of golden ones, but almost no lightning ones. I wonder if the flesh and blood of the King-level Leviathan Thunder Leviathan can be used as nutrients. Zhou Wen obtained the flesh and blood of the Thunder Leviathan from Jiao Tang's supplies. The body is 10,000 meters long. If the Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine can absorb it, it can be temporarily cultivated with the flesh and blood of the Thunder Leviathan, and then replaced after finding other Thunder Leviathan creatures in the future. But the question is, can the Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine absorb the flesh and blood of the King-level Leviathan? Zhou Wen tried to cut a palm-sized piece of the flesh and blood of the Thunder Leviathan, and threw it at the root of the Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine. The roots of the Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine sensed the new flesh and blood, and immediately began to spread the golden roots to wrap up the flesh and blood of the Thunder Leviathan. Zhou Wen waited for a while, and found that there was nothing abnormal about the roots of the Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine, so he was relieved. Afterwards, Zhou Wen went to see the king coral again. After so many days of feeding, the original 100-meter diameter circle has grown to 200 meters in diameter. The king coral polyps growing on it have begun to build a shell composed of dark gold cylinders on the outermost layer. It is definitely not good for the king coral circle to grow too big. If it is discovered by others, it will be coveted and cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, Zhou Wen used a bottle of Immortal Wang Lian energy liquid, and then attached the Immortal Wang Lian energy to the dark gold sword to clean the outer layer of the dark gold cylinder shell. After clearing the outer dark gold cylinder shell, Zhou Wen was also going to clean the king coral polyps growing on the surface of the king coral circle, but who knew that the king coral polyps emitted king energy on the surface of the body, and actually blocked the energy of the Immortal Wang Lian. The king energy is indeed not weaker than the energy of the Immortal Wang Lian. After removing the outermost dark gold cylinder of the Overlord Coral Corpse, the diameter of 200 meters was reduced to 150 meters. Since the energy of the Immortal Lotus could no longer remove the Overlord Coral Polyps, it was fine. Although it could be cleared with the Blade of Flame, it was not necessary to activate the power characteristic here, and then use the Blade of Flame to clean it. When his physical fitness reached 1,000 points, he would take away the Overlord Core. No matter how big the Overlord Coral grew, it would be useless. Before that, he only needed to clean the shell from time to time. After doing this, Zhou Wen left a large piece of Thunder Leviathan's flesh and blood for Jiang Haitao to feed the Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine, and then ended the journey and returned to the stomach wall space of Huanlin. After returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou Wen began to eat the flesh and blood of the purple mist leviathan, and then continued to condense the brilliant gold energy. By the way, I haven't looked at the meteorite treasure chest yet. Zhou Wen suddenly remembered that he had obtained meteorite treasure chests several times, and the items inside were similar. Even if there were new items, it would take a long time to make them, so he was not very enthusiastic about opening the meteorite treasure chest now. Ding! Obtained Falling Star Meteorite Crystal X3. Ding! Obtained Meteorite Leviathan Gravitational Factor X1. Ding! Obtained Meteorite Leviathan Hunting Ticket X1. Ding! Obtained Flame Ion Energy Crystal Source X3. Ding! Obtained Emperor Positioning Card Fragment X1. There are 2 new items. There was no need to look at the items he had obtained before. After the more precious Emperor Positioning Card Fragment was well put away, Zhou Wen directly took out the Meteorite Leviathan Hunting Ticket and Flame Ion Energy Crystal Source to check. Ding! Meteoric Leviathan Hunting Ticket. After use, you can attract a Meteoric Leviathan and hunt it. Does the Meteoric Leviathan need to be attracted? I have been hunting the transformed Leviathan. Zhou Wen complained, but he also knew the real use of this Meteoric Leviathan Hunting Ticket. Just like using 3 Meteoric Leviathans to blow up the Sea Leviathan before, if he encounters a powerful creature that cannot be defeated in the future, he can use this specific hunting ticket to attract a Meteoric Leviathan, and then detonate the Meteoric Leviathan to kill or severely injure the powerful creature. Ding! Flame Ion Energy Crystal Source. After use, you will obtain a continuous supply of Flame Ion Energy, which lasts for 1 minute. Is this a weakened version of the Rainbow Cube? But, is 1 minute enough? Zhou Wen looked at the fiery red 12-sided crystal in his hand, which was only the size of a marble, and murmured. At present, the only place where Zhou Wen can use the Flame Ion Energy is to charge the blade of the blade, and then use the Flame Energy blade similar to the Flame Energy beam of the Meteoric Leviathan. But in 1 minute, it is obviously impossible to condense a Flame Energy blade of several thousand meters, like the last time to kill Zhao Teng. Could it be a shorter one? Zhou Wen thought, but no matter what, these 3 Flame Ion Energy Crystal Sources are very important, and can be used as a killer at the same level as the White Horse Leviathan form. Put the Flame Ion Energy Crystal Source and Meteoric Leviathan Hunting Ticket into the system interface. If you encounter sudden danger, these 2 items can be used at any time. In the following time, Zhou Wen continued to condense the brilliant gold energy and then opened the regional communication channel to check the messages sent by survivors in other areas. Survivors in Area 1. Haha. Our king has cleared those sawtooth leviathans. We can go out to explore now. I wonder how everyone is doing. Are you still staying in the water ball? Chapter 641. Survivors in Area 8. Haha, why are you pretending? Area 8 is almost done. Our king has been clearing hundreds of leviathans every day these days. In a few days, we can go out. Survivors in Area 5. I don't know what you are proud of. You let your king deal with the leviathans alone. Is this how you show your love for your king? The survivors in our area cleaned up with the king. This is something to be proud of. Survivors in Area 2. I was wondering why hundreds of thousands of people died in Area 5 recently. It turns out that they were dragged away by your king to be cannon fodder. Area 1 survivors. The survivors in Area 5 are always proud of their stupidity. The dead blood energy on the surface of the sawtooth leviathan is simply not something that ordinary survivors can deal with. Except for the strongest survivor king in each area, others have almost no way to deal with it. Going there is just to die. Area 5 is so proud? Area 7 survivors. Why haven't I seen survivors from Area 10 talk about the situation there? Area 5 survivors. There must be no solution, so they dare not speak out. Area 1 survivors. Can people in Area 5 grow some brains? Even if the strength of the survivor king of Area 10 is not the strongest among all the kings, it is definitely only slightly worse than the survivor king of our Area 1. How can it be impossible to solve it? Area 2 survivors. It is still slightly worse than your survivor king of Area 1, so you brag. Survivor from Area 9. I feel that Area May 10th have already cleared the sawtooth leviathan, but because the king of Area 10 does not want to expose his own strength, he does not allow the survivors of Area 10 to send relevant messages in the regional communication channel. Survivor from Area 2. It is likely to be like this, otherwise the survivors of Area 10 are too abnormal. Survivor from Area 7. How strong do you think the king of survivors in Area 10 is? Survivor from Area 5. He is definitely not as strong as the king of survivors in Area 5. Survivor from Area 1, I want to know now, do the people in Area 5 still have the face? While the survivors from various areas in the regional communication channel were discussing how strong the king of Area 10 was, the survivors of Area 10 in the World Communication Channel were discussing the trial. It's already the 148th day. Do you think there will be a trial on the 150th day? There shouldn't be. Wasn't there one on the 120th day? Although there was no trial on the 120th day, weren't the 10 days of flying in space equivalent to a trial? Alas, I don't understand. I hope there is no trial. This deep sea is too dangerous. The dead bloodworms are enough to torture people. If the trial on the 150th day requires us to kill those creatures with dead blood energy, wouldn't that be suicide? If there is a trial, it's fine, but I have to stay with King Jiang or President Shen. You are really dreaming. If there is a trial, I would be lucky to stay with the president of a medium-sized guild. It's good to be around the president of a medium-sized guild. Killing creatures with dead blood energy is no problem. Today, many presidents of medium-sized guilds have started to take on the task of cleaning up the lamp algae leviathan. It seems that the Golden Thunder Spear sold by King Jiang yesterday is really powerful. When can I get a Golden Thunder Spear? If not, a bottle of dead blood energy liquid will do. You are really bold. Not to mention the Golden Thunder Spear, even the president of a medium-sized guild doesn't have much dead blood energy liquid. If not, I will give you a bottle. It's a beautiful thought. Don't talk about these nonsense. A creature that exudes dead blood energy all over its body has appeared in the sea near the water ball. Its body length is larger than that of the sawtooth leviathan, and it may be 500 meters. Immediately afterwards, the survivor sent a rather blurry photo in the World Communication Channel. The photo shows a creature with a round body and tentacles all over its body. From a distance, it looks like a ball of hair, but its body surface exudes red dead blood energy. Oh, why panic? It's only 500 meters. King Jiang and President Shen will kill them all in a flash. That's right. With King Jiang and President Shen here, there's no need to panic. This time, unknown dead blood energy leviathan creatures appeared in the sea near the water ball. The survivors were not too worried. When the sawtooth leviathan appeared last time, they didn't know the true strength of King Jiang and President Shen. Since seeing the terrifying strength of King Jiang and President Shen with their own eyes, the survivors are not afraid of these suddenly appearing dead blood energy leviathan creatures, because in their eyes, these 500-meter leviathan creatures are no different from the sawtooth leviathan. When the survivors were discussing those 500-meter spherical leviathan creatures, Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, as well as the presidents of various medium-sized guilds, also learned about the sudden appearance of the dead blood energy leviathan creatures through their own guild members. In the guild president chat group, the presidents of various medium-sized guilds temporarily called the newly emerged dead blood energy leviathan creatures the dead blood anemone leviathan. Although the dead blood anemone leviathan is larger than the sawtooth leviathan, it is spherical, so it does not swim fast in the sea water, so it is not a big threat to the survivors at present. However, these dead blood anemone leviathans are not like the sawtooth leviathans, just wandering in the sea near the water ball, but constantly approaching the water ball. If not handled in time, these dead blood anemone leviathans may enter the water ball, which is more harmful to the survivors. However, the guild presidents who cleaned up these dead blood anemone leviathans this time are not just Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian. Yesterday, almost every president of a medium-sized guild traded a Golden Thunder Spear. With a Golden Thunder Spear, you can break the dead blood energy, so they will also participate in the cleanup this time. Soon, the presidents of each medium-sized guild began to organize their manpower. Using the same method as last time, the guild members took the water ball as the center and moved forward to the distance. When they encountered the dead blood anemone leviathan, they used the companion ticket to take the president with them. Members of the medium-sized guilds have all started to act. This time we can easily obtain leviathan biological meat again. But why didn't King Jiang send a message for us to follow? It is likely that we will have nothing to do this time. Last time, we were asked to decompose the corpse. First, because the sawtooth leviathan appeared in groups, the guild members simply couldn't decompose it, and second, because the sawtooth leviathan was killed by King Jiang and President Shen, and the two major guilds didn't care about the flesh. But this time, the presidents of the medium-sized guilds will all participate in the action of hunting the dead blood energy leviathan, and the number of this spherical dead blood energy leviathan creature is relatively small. The medium-sized guilds will decompose it directly, and it is not our turn at all. Damn! King Jiang shouldn't have sold the Golden Thunder Spear yesterday, otherwise these medium-sized guild leaders wouldn't be able to deal with the newly emerged Leviathan creatures. That's not true. It would be a good thing for us if the medium-sized guild leaders could clean up the Leviathan creatures quickly. Chapter 642. After a while, guild members gradually discovered the dead blood anemone Leviathan, and then brought their guild leaders with them. At this time, a blue light flashed beside a member of the Leviathan guild. The next second, Zhou Junyang appeared from the blue light. He was wearing a black scale armor with jagged spikes on the surface, and holding a golden thunder pattern spear. I have been on this planet for so long, and I finally have the ability to kill these large dead blood energy creatures. Zhou Junyang gently stroked the golden thunder spear in his hand, and said with some emotion, "Powerful attribute, open. Silver attribute, open. Colorful attribute, open." Zhou Junyang successively opened his 3 strongest attributes, which doubled his strength, doubled his physical attributes, and doubled his speed, increasing his own strength attribute to 900 points, physical attribute to 900 points, and speed attribute to 600 points. The next second, Zhou Junyang's figure turned into a dazzling light, and rushed towards the dead blood anemone Leviathan not far away. As soon as he approached the dead blood anemone Leviathan, a black tentacle with a diameter of 10 meters, and a length of 100 meters whipped towards Zhou Junyang, and Zhou Junyang immediately dodged with his own speed. There are many tentacles on the surface of the dead blood anemone Leviathan, just like fluff. Dealing with these tentacles is just a waste of time, so Zhou Junyang did not entangle with these black tentacles, but rushed directly towards the main body. But the closer you get to the main body of the dead blood anemone Leviathan, the more tentacles whip around. The surface of these tentacles carries dead blood energy, and once hit, they may become meat paste. There was no other way. Under the siege of many tentacles, Zhou Junyang could only waste some time, and use the Golden Thunder Spear to clear the surrounding tentacles, otherwise, he would not be able to approach the main body at all. After more than 10 seconds of clearing the dense tentacles, Zhou Junyang successfully came to the main body of the dead blood anemone Leviathan. The surface of the main body was also protected by a layer of dead blood energy, but it was easily cut open by the tip of his Golden Thunder Spear and then entered its body. After another 10 seconds, Zhou Junyang successfully got out of the body of the dead blood anemone Leviathan, holding a black supply box in his hand. I thought I could kill more than a dozen dead blood anemone Leviathans this time, but I didn't expect that the time would end just after killing one. Alas! Zhou Junyang sighed helplessly. At first, Zhou Junyang thought he could easily kill the dead blood anemone Leviathan in front of him, so he directly activated the powerful feature, thinking of killing it quickly, and then going to other guild members to continue killing another one, just like Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian last time. I am still far behind King Jiang and President Shen. I should have activated the burning feature earlier. Burning feature, 10 points of physical fitness lasts for 1 second, and his 900 points of physical fitness can last for 90 seconds, while strong feature, 20 points of physical fitness lasts for 1 second, which can only last for 45 seconds. It would be great if I could contact the boss. Zhou Junyang actually secretly sent guild members to look for the boss in the water ball, but he didn't find him. And he couldn't contact the boss directly, because that would be suspected of asking for benefits, so he could only wait for the boss to find him for work, but he didn't find him for such a long time. It seems that the boss has really left the water ball. This is Zhou Junyang's guess. As for how to avoid the invasion of dead bloodworms, he can't figure it out, but the boss is so mysterious that he must have a way to avoid dead bloodworms. Zhou Junyang's difficult situation of killing the dead blood anemone Leviathan is also happening to other guild leaders. At the beginning, they were all in high spirits, thinking that they could quickly kill the dead blood anemone Leviathan with the help of the Golden Thunder Spear, and it would be no problem to kill more than a dozen at least. But in the end, most of them could only kill one, and even a few who were slightly weaker couldn't kill even one. In the end, Shen Xian still needed to take action. After Shen Xian opened 3 powerful characteristics in succession, he killed all the remaining more than 300 dead blood anemone Leviathans in one breath, and the crisis of the survivors in Area 10 was immediately resolved. Jiang Haitao did not take action this time. In fact, the survivors' thoughts in the World Communication Channel just now were not wrong. There was indeed no difference between the 500-meter dead blood anemone Leviathan and the 300-meter sawtooth Leviathan. Shen Xian could handle it alone, and he didn't need to take action at all. All 20 medium-sized guild leaders fell into a weak state, but Jiang Haitao had already shouted in the World Communication Channel that he would not prepare anyone to challenge before the 150th day. In fact, The double-double characteristic amplification effect of the medium-sized guild leaders was not strong for physical weakness. After all, the physical fitness of the medium-sized guild leaders basically reached the upper limit of 300 points, and they should be able to recover by tonight. Only Chen Xian would be weak until the 150th day. Black-haired Leviathan, stage, adult. Body length, 510 meters. Weight, 500,000 tons. Food type, meat. Introduction. A Leviathan creature that lives in the endless sea. It has a large number of tentacles on its body, which look like black hair. The black hair on its body can be used to make the Leviathan black-haired leather armor. Then Jiang Haitao got a Leviathan black fur leather armor blueprint, and then made a piece with the tentacles of the black fur Leviathan. It turned out that the black fur leather armor had a certain buoyancy in the seawater, so he made tens of thousands of pieces in one go. Jiang Haitao asked a guild member to put these black fur leather armor on his own Leviathan, and then found that this Leviathan could float directly in the seawater, and would not sink even if it did not swim. Black fur leather armor? It is quite useful for survivors. Zhou commented after learning about the black fur leather armor from Jiang Haitao. But it was useless to Zhou, because there were dead bloodworms everywhere outside, and the phantom scale could only prevent the invasion of dead bloodworms by turning on the flowing gold mode, and the surface of the body in the flowing gold mode was extremely smooth, and the black fur leather armor could not be put on it at all. If it was changed to the abyss mode, it could not stop the dead bloodworms. Ordinary survivors also have some land bases, but because the transmogrified Leviathan needs a place to rest, the islands they built can only be used for the transmogrified Leviathan to rest. Now with this black fur leather armor, the transmogrified Leviathan does not need to sleep on the island, so they can grow seaweed on the island. Soon, many guild stores in the water ball of Area 10 began to sell black fur leather armor, which has no value to the guild. Because each guild has an island for growing seaweed, guild members do not need to grow seaweed themselves, and their own small islands can be used directly for the transmogrified Leviathan to sleep. Because Jiang Haitao deliberately lowered the price, the transaction price of black fur leather armor in various guild stores is not high. 1 yuan for 1,000 pieces of red light algae. If you want to cover the entire body of the transmogrified Leviathan, you need about 10,000 yuan, which is 10 million pieces of red light algae. 10 million pieces of red light algae are not a small amount for ordinary survivors, but they are not out of reach. If an exploration team works hard, there is still hope to exchange for a set. Even some of the stronger teams have already traded a set, such as Wu Bing's team, and the team composed of members of the previous boss team. Chapter 643. The crisis of the survivors in Area 10 has been resolved, but the other areas are in trouble. The last group of sawtooth Leviathans has not been completely resolved, and the black-haired Leviathan has come again. The combination of the two Leviathans has once again confined the survivors who thought they could finally go out to explore in the water ball. Area 1 survivor. Oh my god, our king just cleared the sawtooth Leviathan, and a new Leviathan creature wrapped in dead blood energy appeared outside. Will we be allowed to explore? Area 2 survivor. Another new Leviathan creature appeared? Area 5 survivor. You deserve it. We don't have any in Area 5. This is the punishment for your selfishness in Area 1. Area 8 survivor. We have also found new Leviathan creatures in our area. There should be some in every area. I don't believe that there are no new Leviathan creatures in Area 5. Area 1 survivor. Do you still need to think about it? It must be that the people in Area 5 did not go out at all, so they didn't know that new Leviathan creatures appeared. Survivor from Area 9. Oh, it's really endless. However, the king of survivors here just sent a message. The number of newly appeared dead blood energy Leviathan creatures is not large. We should be able to clean them up soon. Survivor from Area 8. Clean them up quickly. My transmogrified Leviathan has been hungry for several days. Survivor from Area 6. Is there any king of survivors who can save us? There is a guy who can release black energy among the survivors in our area. He is obviously a survivor from Area 6, but he kills everyone he sees. We have no ability to fight him. Please help us kill him, king of survivors. Survivors from Area 1. You from Area 6 still dare to ask for help in the regional communication channel. Our king is cleaning you up every day. Do you think he will save you, the aliens infected with dead bloodworms? Survivors from Area 5. It's not impossible to ask our king to save you. Hand over all the land bases of all you people in Area 6. Maybe our kind king will help you get rid of that scourge. Survivors from Area 2. The people from Area 5 are lying again. Survivors from Area 6. You can ask for all our land bases. As long as the king of survivors is willing to help us, We are willing to hand over all our land bases. Survivors from Area 1, are you really willing to hand over all the land bases? I remember that the king of survivors in Area 6 died before entering the deep sea, so the land bases in Area 6 are all in the hands of survivors. This is a lot. King of the survivors in Area 5, are you in Area 6 really willing to hand over all the land bases? Survivors in Area 6, dear King of Area 5, yes, we have already told all the survivors who are still alive in the World Communication Channel of Area 6, and they all agree, as long as you can kill the guy. King of the survivors in Area 5, in that case, I will help you once, and send you a screenshot of the target's avatar. But I still want to warn you once. You'd better not break the contract, otherwise I will kill all of you in Area 6. King of the survivors in Area 1, King of Area 5, do you really want to help them? The water ball in Area 6 has been occupied by the alien brains now, and those who can escape the water ball are also infected with dead bloodworms. They are no longer considered human. Are you going to help them for some land-based? Are you betraying humanity? King of the survivors in Area 2, King of the survivors in Area 1 is right. Do you want to be enemies with the whole world in Area 5? Then the kings of the survivors in other areas, except Area 10, appeared in the regional communication channel and criticized the king of the survivors in Area 5. At this moment, the survivor from Area 6, who had asked for help earlier, sent the avatar of the survivor, who had slaughtered his compatriots at will, to the regional communication channel. It was Qianlin Qianmu. At this moment, the kings of the survivors from the 8 areas immediately searched for the relevant avatars in the regional communication channel, and then used the duel ticket to initiate a duel. There was no restriction on the king of the survivors initiating a duel against the survivors from other areas. The next second, a blood-red duel message was pinned to the top of the regional communication channel. The content of the duel message was that the king of the survivors from Area 3 initiated a duel against Qianlin Qianmu. The king of the survivors from Area 3, haha, it seems that I am still faster. The king of the survivors from Area 5, you bastard from the universe country, you were scolding me just now, but you are also robbing me, shameless. The king of the survivors from Area 3, you can only blame yourself for being too slow. I will accept the land-based of the entire Area 6. Alas, I am already a little distressed that there are too many seaweeds now. I don't know what to do, haha. King of the survivors of Area 1, King of Area 3 did a great job. When you get the land-based of Area 6, just give me half of it. King of the survivors of Area 3, haha, you want me to give you half of it in one sentence? Do you think you are on Earth? Do you think I am your dog? You still want half? I won't give you a single one. King of the survivors of Area 1, you are looking for death. King of the survivors of Area 3, you want to kill me? Wait until you can find our water ball of Area 3, then tell me. Okay, I am going to accept all the land-based of Area 6. Just when these kings of the survivors were cursing the king of the survivors of Area 3, Chen Xian sent a message to Zhou. Boss Zhou, why don't we take action? The land-based in Zone 6 is still very important for the development of our zone. The guy who massacred the survivors in Zone 6 has a problem, and may be very dangerous. Let the king of the survivors in Zone 3 take a look at the truth for the time being. I hope it's not what I think. When Zhou saw the description of the black energy of the massacre by the survivor in Zone 6, who asked for help, he felt that it was very similar to the strange black energy of flesh and blood he encountered before. If the two are really the same energy form, the massacrer is definitely an extremely dangerous existence. At this time, Park Wudong, the king of the survivors in Zone 3, had entered the dual space, and then waited very comfortably for the two blue light curtains to merge. Soon, the two blue light curtains merged together, and the light film separating the two sides in the middle also disappeared. Are you the guy who massacred the survivors in Zone 6? Park Wudong casually looked at Qianlin Qianmu in the distance, and saw that Qianlin Qianmu didn't have any equipment on his body, and his playful eyes were full of disdain. Are you the king of Area 3? Qianlin Qianmu raised his head, smiling faintly, with a playful look on his face. Park Wudong saw that the survivor from Area 6 dared to raise his head high when he met his noble king, and even had a hint of indifference in his eyes, and his expression suddenly darkened. Humph! The king of your Area 6 died early, and maybe no one told you that you have to kneel down when you see the king. Park Wudong said the last two words, and a solemn mental force burst out from his body, and he went directly to suppress Qianlin Qianmu. Chapter 644. However, this king's might had no effect on Qianlin Qianmu. He didn't even lower his chin, still looking at Pu Wudong with his head held high. The playful look on his face turned into disdain. I thought that King's might was so powerful, but it turns out that it's just like this. Qianlin Qianmu shook his head and commented. How is it possible? Are you also a king? But didn't the king of Area 6 die? Pu Budong showed a surprised expression on his face. He thought that this time, just like the previous cleanup of the survivors infected with dead bloodworms in Area 6, he could directly kill the other party by activating King's might, but he didn't expect that the other party was completely unaffected by King's might. As the king of Area 3, you can only release King's might? Didn't you just say in the regional communication channel that you would accept all Area 6 land-based? You can't beat me with just this ability. Qianlin Qianmu said sarcastically. Asshole. I used the king's power just because I didn't want to dirty my hands. How dare a lowly person be so presumptuous? Pu Budong was furious. As the king of Zone 3, when he was in his own Zone 3, no survivor dared to look directly at him, let alone say something sarcastic. In an instant, a terrifying energy burst out from his body, forming an energy storm around him. I will let you know what the king level is now. Pu Budong pointed his finger at Qianlin Qianmu fiercely. The energy storm around him seemed to have found an outlet and turned directly into an energy tornado, carrying a terrifying power that seemed to be able to tear everything apart, strangling Qianlin Qianmu. After seeing the energy tornado, Qianlin Qianmu's face showed a slight panic, because this energy tornado reminded him of the colorful energy beam of Tidal Leviathan. King-level energy? Qianlin Qianmu didn't dare to be careless. Last time, he was almost killed by the Tidal Leviathan because he was too arrogant. When the energy tornado was about to arrive in front of him, Qianlin Qianmu mobilized the black energy in his body. After the days of hunting the survivors and the transformed Leviathan in Area 6, the black energy in his body can cover his whole body again. Swish. Qianlin Qianmu, whose whole body was covered with black energy, didn't dare to directly confront the king-level energy, so he turned into a black shadow, avoided the energy tornado, and then rushed directly towards Park Budong. Looking for death. Park Budong's eyes flashed with a faint blue light, and the slow-motion vision ability brought by 15 points of intelligence was activated, directly predicting the trajectory of Qianlin Qianmu's movement. Qianlin Qianmu had just rushed halfway, when an energy tornado suddenly rose under his feet, directly covering him up. The rapidly rotating wind was like a blade, and Qianlin Qianmu was caught in it with a look of fear. He felt like he had fallen into a meat grinder, as if he would be minced into meat paste in the next second. Humph! Die! Park Budong snorted coldly, and then directly controlled the energy tornado to shrink inward. He had already seen the scene of Qianlin Qianmu being instantly minced into blood mist. However, a few seconds later, the smile on Park Budong's face froze, because he found through his mental power detection that Qianlin Qianmu actually relied on the black energy on his body's surface to block the cutting of the energy wind blade. How could this be? My energy form is king level, how could his black energy block it? Park Budong's face showed an expression of disbelief. Ha ha! I was so scared, I thought it was really king level energy. Two black energy claw marks suddenly rushed out of the energy tornado, tearing the energy tornado very easily, and Qianlin Qianmu walked out of it with a big laugh. Impossible. What kind of energy is that? Why can it easily disperse my king-level energy? Park Budong couldn't accept it at all. He really got the king-level gene by injecting the king-level Leviathan gene potion developed by the alien brain, and the energy he used was also king-level energy, but now his king-level energy was directly dispersed by the black energy on the opposite side. Is this considered king-level energy? Qianlin Qianmu sneered. He had personally been hit by the Tidal Leviathan, and that was the real king-level energy. Park Budong's king level was not king level at all, and most had a little king level power. Okay, you can die. Qianlin Qianmu no longer wasted time with Park Budong. He flashed in front of Park Budong, his palm was in the shape of a knife, with black energy attached to it, and he swung it directly. The hand knife swung out, and a blade formed by black energy rushed directly to the middle of Park Budong's body, but just when it was about to hit, Park Budong flashed and narrowly avoided the blade formed by black energy. After all, Park Budong is the king of Zone 3. On the previous survival planet, he almost obtained all the resources to strengthen himself, while Qianlin Qianmu was just an ordinary survivor before. The gap between the two is huge in terms of intelligence attributes alone. And just now, Park Budong activated his three powerful characteristics, increasing his strength by 4 times, his physique by 10 times, and his speed by 3 times. Huh? Park Budong's body was covered with blue storm energy, and his figure instantly came in front of Qianlin Qianmu, and then punched him. Boom! Qianlin Qianmu was hit by the huge force, and his figure flew backwards directly, then fell on the ground and stood up immediately. Because of the protection of black energy, although Park Wudong's punch was very powerful, it did not cause substantial damage to him. Next, Qianlin Qianmu was constantly attacked unilaterally. Park Wudong, who had activated 3 powerful characteristics, was too fast, and Qianlin Qianmu did not have the slow-motion vision ability of 15 intelligence points. Even if he wanted to react, he could not touch Park Wudong. Damn it! I want to see how long your special ability can last. Although Qianlin Qianmu's body was hit by Park Wudong and flew around, he was not injured at all under the protection of black energy. Die! 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 Park Wudong roared while attacking Qianlin Qianmu frequently, because he could feel that his attacks could not hurt Qianlin Qianmu at all, but the amplification time of his 3 powerful characteristics had passed halfway. A few minutes later, Park Wudong's body, which had turned into a residual image at high speed, suddenly stagnated, and then he collapsed to the ground as if all his strength had been taken away. Don't kill me, I give you District 3, and everything I have, just let me go. Park Wudong looked at Qianlin Qianmu, who was walking towards him little by little with a look of horror, and said quickly, "You want me to let you go? Sure, beg me and I let you go." Qianlin Qianmu stepped on Park Wudong's head, and humiliated him fiercely. I beg. Park Wudong tried several times, but he couldn't say a word of begging for mercy. He had been the king of District 3 for such a long time, and he had always been above 10,000 people. It was always others who begged him for mercy. When had he ever begged for mercy? Qianlin Qianmu suddenly swung his hand knife, and cut off one of Park Wudong's arms. Ah! I beg you to let me go, I beg you. Park Wudong screamed in pain after his arm was cut off, but was immediately pressed against his neck by Qianlin Qianmu's hand knife with black energy. This time he no longer cared about his self-esteem, and begged for mercy. Chapter 645. Hee ha ha ha. Qianlin Qianmu looked at the king of Area 3, who was begging for mercy under his feet, and suddenly laughed. He had never thought that he would step on the king one day. Thank God for giving me strength. Qianlin Qianmu thanked the God who gave him strength devoutly, and then looked down at Park Wudong under his feet. You want me to let you go, haha? Have you been the king for so long that you even forgot the rules of the duel? Qianlin Qianmu said, slowly grasping Park Wudong's head, and then exerted force. Puff! For a moment, blood spurted out from Park Wudong's broken neck like a fountain, and Qianlin Qianmu directly pulled Park Wudong's head off. Ding! You killed the holder of the title, King of Survival, and thus obtained the title, King of Survival. So you can get the title by killing the holder of the title, King of Survival. Now I am also a king. In the regional communication channel, survivors from all regions were talking about the newly appeared hairy Leviathan creatures. They didn't pay much attention to the battle between the king of Region 3 and Qianlin Qianmu, because in the eyes of survivors from all regions, ordinary survivors could not defeat the king, so there was no suspense in this duel. However, when the duel ended and the result came out, it shocked everyone. The winner of the duel was the survivor from Region 6, who slaughtered his compatriots. Survivor from Area 3, am I seeing things? Or is there something wrong with the system interface? The duel information I saw showed that our king of Area 3 lost? Survivor from Area 1, how could this happen? The king of survivors from Area 3 actually lost. Survivor from Area 2, aren't the survivors from Area 6 on the opposite side ordinary survivors? How could the king of Area 3 lose? Survivor from Area 5, I thought the king of survivors from Area 6 was weak enough, but I didn't expect the king of Area 3 to be even weaker. He actually lost to a pariah. King of survivors from Area 6, who do you say is a pariah? The next second, the survivor from Area 5 who said Qianlin Qianmu was a pariah was challenged in a duel. The duel ended quickly, and Qianlin Qianmu won without any surprise. King of the survivors in Area 6, no, where are the kings in other areas? Didn't you just say you wanted to kill me? Come on, who wants to duel with me? I will directly challenge the ordinary survivors in your area to a duel, and then let the survivors in your area come with you. King of the survivors in Area 6, what's wrong? You don't dare? You should be thankful that kings can't duel with each other, otherwise I will kill all of you so-called kings. After Qianlin Qianmu sent this message, he left the regional communication channel. He did not use duel tickets to kill the survivors in various areas, because it would not benefit him in any way, but would instead lose his own interests. Duel tickets can only be used to duel with survivors, and it is impossible to kill the survivor's Leviathan in person. If the survivor is killed, the Leviathan will gradually die, so he will get less black energy. He needs to find the location of other areas to kill without restraint. Not only did the kings of other districts fall silent, but Chen Xian was also stunned. Fortunately, Boss Zhou had foresight, otherwise Jiang Haitao would be in danger. Because Chen Xian was in a weak state, she had planned to let Jiang Haitao duel with the other party. In fact, when she threatened the kings of various districts before, many kings already knew that Jiang Haitao was the king of District 10. After all, such a thing that was recognized in the World Communication Channel of District 10 could not be spread. Among more than 2 million survivors, there would always be people who sold out important information of District 10 for their own interests. It was unavoidable. So it didn't have much impact to let Jiang Haitao come forward this time. It was just that I didn't expect that Jiang Haitao was almost harmed. Boss Zhou, what's going on with that survivor in Area 6? What level of energy is his black energy that can kill the king of Area 3? Chen Xian couldn't understand it, so she couldn't help but send a message to Zhou Wen to ask. It might be the Emperor level energy. Zhou Wen guessed. Ah. Chen Xian was stunned when she saw the message Zhou Wen sent. She had just obtained a kind of defensive energy, but the survivors in other areas had already started to obtain the Emperor level energy. Then, Boss Zhou, can you beat that guy with the Emperor level energy? Chen Xian asked curiously. After all, Boss Zhou knew that the black energy was the Emperor level energy, so he must have encountered it before. No, Zhou Wen replied. Ah. Then, I will be more low-key in the future. Well, I won't let you threaten the kings of survivors in other areas in the future. Let Jiang Haitao do it. Jiang Haitao has the title of King of Survival, and the king of Area 6 cannot challenge him. After that, Zhou Wen briefly talked to Chen Xian about the guild and ended the conversation. In fact, according to Zhou Wen's inference, he should be able to defeat or even kill the newly promoted king of Area 6, because the newly promoted king of Area 6 and the king of Area 3 have been fighting for too long. If the black energy of the king of Area 6 is really Emperor level, the king of Area 3 should have been killed in one encounter, and it is impossible to drag it out for so long. But that black energy must not be simple. The fact that he can kill the king of Area 3 as an ordinary survivor has already proved this. Clang. Clang. At this moment, Zhou Wen heard dense metal collision sounds coming from outside the stomach wall space, as if there were many metal chains shaking outside. Damn! Wanlin's angry voice sounded in Zhou Wen's mind. He must have encountered some creature. Zhou Wen immediately activated Wang Wei and took the brilliant sea snake out of the stomach wall space. After coming out, under the illumination of the brilliant sea snake, a group of creatures with silver-white bodies and segments, like a sharp knife chain, appeared near Wanlin. After so long, I finally encountered a normal Leviathan creature, Zhou Wen said, and with a flick of his arm, a 10-meter-long dark gold sword appeared in his hand. There are many such Leviathan creatures with a knife-tip chain shape, and there is a layer of silver-white metal energy on the surface. Wanlin cannot fight with such Leviathan creatures, and can only rely on its own speed to dodge. Zhou Wen directly activated colorful characteristics to double the speed, and the speed attribute was increased to 1,400 points. He quickly came to a Leviathan with a knife-tip chain, and then swung the dark gold sword and slashed it on the body. Crack! The sharp knife chain-shaped Leviathan's metal armor was directly cut open, but the silver-white energy on its surface was not much weaker than the dark gold sword, so the cut was not big, only 4 or 5 meters. The silver energy on the surface of this Leviathan creature is pretty good. I wonder if there is a core inside it. Chapter 646. Puff! The jagged metal head of the sharp knife chain Leviathan suddenly cracked open, and Zhou Wen rushed out with a dazzling figure, holding a silver-white metal core and a silver-rimmed material box in his hand. This knife-pointed chain Leviathan had been drilled into the brain by Zhou Wen and had been destroyed and died. Zhou Wen put the core and material box he had just obtained into the system interface, and then began to quickly decompose the body of the knife-pointed Leviathan. In theory, it should kill all the other sharp knife chain Leviathans around it before decomposing the body, but it can't do that now, because Zhou Wen has read the biological illustrations of this Leviathan, and the materials on the body of this Leviathan creature are very important to him, and it can't sink into the deep sea. Hinge Leviathan, stage, adult. Body length, 420 meters. Weight, 310,000 tons. Food type, spirit Leviathan, carnivore. Introduction. A Leviathan creature living in the endless sea, made of metal, with a slender body shaped like a chain, strangling its prey by wrapping its body around it. The metal shell on its body can attach energy, and the spine in its body contains spine crystals. By looking at the illustrated information of this hinged Leviathan, Zhou found that the two materials on its body are both required in the Wavebreaker Mecha blueprint. The first is Energy Metal Ingot, and the second is Spine Crystal. Wavebreaker Mecha blueprint requires Mecha Brain X1, Energy Metal Ingot X 10,000, Low-Level Energy Cube X1, Mecha Skeleton X1, Mecha Spine Crystal Nerve X1, Mecha Power Muscle Group X1, Mecha Energy Armor X1, Mecha Energy Engine X1. In the blueprint, Zhou has better alternatives for the Mecha Skeleton and Mecha Energy Armor, namely the Overlord Coral Polyp Dark Gold Mecha Skeleton and the Immortal Victoria Energy Armor. Zhou already has one of the materials for the Mecha Energy Engine, which is the stomach of the Fog Lice. Now the Mecha Spinal Crystal Nerve has also found one of the materials. Among the 8 materials currently needed by the Wavebreaker Mecha, only the Mecha Power Muscle Group has not yet collected the relevant materials. Zhou used the Dark Gold Broadsword to decompose the body of the Hinged Leviathan into large pieces less than 100 meters at the fastest speed. Because the body of the Hinged Leviathan is section by section, it is shaped like a chain, so it is still very easy to divide. Next, Zhou began to kill the Hinged Leviathans around him continuously. Every time he killed one, he quickly decomposed the body. It took 3 or 4 hours to harvest a total of 10 Hinged Leviathan bodies. Originally, Zhou could continue to kill, but the remaining Hinged Leviathans saw their companions continue to die, knowing that they were no match for Zhou, so they ran away. But under the biological radar detection of Huanlin, how could these Hinged Leviathans escape? Zhou just let them escape on purpose, and then let Huanlin follow behind to find out where their nest is. He wanted to wipe out this group of Hinged Leviathans. During the period of Huanlin's tracking, Zhou and the Brilliant Sea Snake returned to the stomach wall space. After feeding the Brilliant Sea Snake some food, he checked the harvest this time. Ding! Spirit Steel Core X10. Ding! Spirit Steel Core. After use, you can obtain the Spirit Steel characteristics. When the Spirit Steel characteristics are turned on, a layer of Spirit Steel energy for defense can be formed on the body surface. The duration depends on the Spirit Steel energy content in the body. It's another energy used for defense, but I don't know how strong it is. Zhou thought, but there was no rush for the time being. This kind of energy core needs to be used with the corresponding gene, so he directly opened the exclusive silver rim material box of the Hinged Leviathan. Ding! Obtained Hinged Leviathan Gene Potion X1. Ding! Obtained Mecha Spinal Crystal Nerve Blueprint. Ding! Obtained Land-Based X10. The Mecha Spinal Crystal Nerve Blueprint is here? Zhou looked at the blueprint in the silver rim material box, and was delighted. He took it out, and used it directly, and then checked the production requirements. Mecha Spinal Crystal Nerve Blueprint requires Glimmer Nerve X1, Spinal Crystal X10. Now we have Mecha Spinal Crystal Nerves. One step closer to making the Wavebreaker Mecha. Ding! Hinged Leviathan Gene Potion. After use, obtain the Hinged Leviathan Gene, and condense the Spirit Steel energy in the body by eating the Spirit Silk Leviathan tentacles. Why do you need to eat the fixed Leviathan biological tentacles to condense energy? After reading the system introduction of Hinged Leviathan Gene Potion, Zhou was a little dissatisfied. The need to eat fixed Leviathan biological tentacles is equivalent to a restriction, and he doesn't even know where the Lynxy Leviathan is now, which means that these Spirit Steel cores are useless before finding the Lynxy Leviathan. Afterwards, Zhou opened the remaining 9 silver rim supply boxes. The items inside were the same, so there was no need to check them in detail. After opening the supply boxes, Zhou sent the 10 Hinged Leviathan corpses he had obtained before to Jiang Haitao, asking him to further decompose the 100-meter-long corpse into smaller pieces, otherwise he couldn't take it out directly from the stomach wall space of Huanling now. After Jiang Haitao got the corpse of the Hinged Leviathan, he immediately summoned the core members of the guild to decompose it. Soon, the 100-meter corpse was cut into pieces of meat about 10 meters long. Zhou didn't need the flesh and blood of the Hinged Leviathan, he only wanted the energetic metal armor on its body surface. Can't it be directly transformed into an energy-enhanced metal ingot? Zhou looked at the energy-enhanced metal shell set by Jiang Haitao, and thought that he could directly let the blue light of the world system transform the shell into a metal ingot through contact. Do I have to smelt it myself? Zhou extracted a piece of energy-enhanced metal shell about 10 meters long from the private message, and then touched it himself, and there was indeed no change. I don't know if it can be smelted in a blast furnace. Zhou thought to himself, and decided to give it a try. Then Zhou took out the blast furnace that had not been used for a long time from the locker, and placed it on the stone platform in the living area. Of course, the oxygen in the stomach wall space is definitely not enough for the blast furnace to burn and consume, but he has oxygen crystals, so it doesn't affect it. In fact, Zhou Wen could have built a land-based platform on the sea surface to burn the blast furnace to smelt metal, but the current phantom scale is still tracking the hinged leviathan, so it can only be smelted in the stomach wall space. However, Zhou Wen was just trying it out. If the blast furnace could really be used to smelt the energy-enhancing metal shell into energy-enhancing metal ingots, he would directly hand it over to Jiang Haitao or Chen Xian. They had guild members, and smelting on the sea surface of the water ball would be much safer. After lighting the blast furnace, Zhou Wen added a lot of coal and a few pieces of oxygen crystals. When the temperature of the blast furnace was high enough, he put the energy-enhancing metal shell that he had cut into small pieces with the dark gold sword into the blast furnace through the upper feed port. Chapter 647. Next, it was time to wait for the smelting results. While waiting, Zhou Wen did not waste time and began to absorb the golden core to condense the golden energy. When it was evening, the energy-enhancing metal shell in the blast furnace was finally smelted, and a brick-sized metal ingot appeared in the discharge port. There were some bright silver lines on the surface of the metal ingot. Zhou Wen reached out and picked it up. Ding! Obtained energy-enhancing metal ingot X1. Okay, as long as the blast furnace can smelt it. Zhou Wen nodded with a smile on his face. Smelting this energy-enhancing metal ingot only consumed 1 square meter of energy-enhancing metal shell. Zhou Wen made a simple calculation. A full-body shell of the hinged leviathan should be able to smelt 5,000 energy-enhancing metal ingots. The energy-enhancing metal ingots smelted from 10 shells are definitely enough to make a wave-breaker mecha. At this time, Jiang Haitao sent another private message to Zhou Wen. After Zhou Wen opened it and checked, there were 1,000 spine crystals in the private message, which he extracted directly. Ding! Obtained 1,000 spine crystals. Zhou Wen took a piece of spine crystal in his hand and checked it. The size of the spine crystal was not large. The hole was only as thick as an adult's arm and about 30 centimeters long. The surface was a silver-white cylindrical crystal, which was translucent. Some bright silver capillary tissues similar to nerves could be seen inside. There were not many spine crystals in the spine of the hinged leviathan. These 1,000 pieces were obtained from 10 sets of spines, and only about 100 pieces could be obtained from 1 set of spines. After collecting these spine crystals, Zhou Wen extracted the blast furnace drawings and sent the corresponding production materials to Jiang Haitao, asking Jiang Haitao to make a large number of blast furnaces and give them to the guild members to smelt the energy-enhancing metal ingots. Inside the water ball of Area 10, the Brother Jiang Guild made a big move. All guild members floated to the sea surface, and then built a platform with land and stone foundations, placed a blast furnace, and began to smelt the energy-enhancing metal ingots. The Brother Jiang Guild has 1,500 members in the entire guild, and directly mobilized 1,000 people to smelt the energy-enhancing metal ingots. The remaining 500 people, most of them served as guards nearby, and a small part maintained the operation of the guild. On Zhou Wen's side, Huanling gradually stopped swimming. Through Huanling's voice, he knew that the nest of those hinged leviathans had been found. However, when Zhou Wen left the stomach wall space with the brilliant sea snake and came outside, he was stunned for a moment, because he was currently in a huge free algae forest, and there were free boat yellowtails swimming around from time to time. Hinged leviathans live in the free algae forest? Zhou Wen looked at the endless free algae in front of him, and said in surprise, because the two looked very incompatible. Then, Zhou Wen started to explore the free algae forest with the brilliant sea snake. After swimming for a while, he found that the free algae forest was much larger than what he had encountered before. It was simply boundless. On the way, he caught more than 100,000 free yellowtails, and sent them all to Bailon. At this time, Zhou Wen saw a group of free yellowtails in front of him, so he prepared to swim over to catch them. After all, there were still many leviathans seriously infected with red light algae in Area 10. Catching more free yellowtails could also provide more treatment to avoid a large number of survivors. But just as Zhou Wen was about to swim over, a huge jellyfish creature swam over the group of free yellowtails with long tentacles. A large number of slender tentacles emitting white light hung down from above, dragging the group of free yellowtails away like a fishing net. Is this the spirit silk leviathan? Zhou Wen had just guessed when he saw several chain leviathans chasing after the giant jellyfish. After the giant jellyfish noticed the chain leviathans behind it, it gave up part of its tentacles, like a gecko breaking its tail, and then swam away quickly with the tentacles wrapped around the free-swimming yellowtail. The chain leviathans did not chase it, but ate its tentacles directly. Seeing this scene, Zhou Wen no longer had to guess the name of the giant jellyfish. It must be the spirit silk leviathan. Zhou Wen immediately rushed up to kill the chain leviathans, sent their bodies to Jianghaitao and began to collect the tentacles of the spirit silk leviathans. These tentacles are food that condenses the energy of spiritual steel. Ding! Obtained spirit silk tentacles X1000. After putting 1,000 copies of the spirit silk tentacles into the deep blue treasure chest, Zhou Wen found that the biological illustrations had been updated, so he opened it to check. Spiritual silk leviathan, stage, adult. Body length, 800 meters. Weight, 220,000 tons. Food type, free-swimming yellowtail. Introduction, a leviathan creature that lives in the endless sea. Because its main food is free-swimming yellowtail, it often appears in free-swimming algae forests. When it encounters danger, it will detach some of its tentacles from its main body to attract hunters, and let the main body escape, which can obtain spiritual silk tentacles. 800 meters. 600 meters of which are the length of the tentacles. Zhou Wen complained. He just saw the spiritual silk leviathan, whose umbrella-shaped body was only more than 200 meters long, and its actual size was not large. After that, Zhou Wen kept catching free-swimming yellowtail, and when he encountered the chained leviathan that attacked him, he killed it at will. 3 hours later, Zhou Wen encountered another spirit silk leviathan that was catching free-swimming yellowtail. This time, he rushed up and cut open the umbrella-shaped body of the spirit silk leviathan with a dark gold broadsword, and then drilled into the inside. Although the spirit silk leviathan had a layer of free energy protection on its body surface, it could not stop the cutting of the dark gold broadsword. After a while, the spirit silk leviathan died. Zhou Wen drilled out of the umbrella-shaped body, and then quickly collected the spirit silk tentacles behind him and decomposed the body. The spirit silk leviathan also had a core and a dedicated silver-rimmed material box in its body. After Zhou Wen decomposed the body, he returned to the stomach wall space to check. Ding! Obtained free core X1. Ding! Free core. After use, you can obtain the free characteristic. When the free characteristic is turned on, a layer of aggressive free energy is attached to the body's surface. The duration depends on the free energy content in the body. It can also be used as a material for making low-level energy cubes. Is the free energy actually an offensive energy? Zhou Wen had always thought it was a defensive energy because the offensiveness of the free energy on the surface of the free algae was too weak. It can also be used as a material for low-level energy cubes. Alas, I have to wait until I make the energy condenser. Zhou Wen sighed. He only needed an energy compression ball for the energy condenser, but he had not found the corresponding production drawings. After reading the system introduction of the free core, Zhou Wen opened the exclusive material box of the Lingxi Leviathan. Ding! Get Lingxi Leviathan Gene Potion X1. Ding! Get Mecha Power Muscle Group Drawings. Ding! Get Lingxi Leviathan Eggs X10. Ding! Get Land Base X10. Ah! Another mecha accessory drawing? Zhou Wen's expression changed, and then he took out the drawing and used it to check the production requirements. Mecha Power Muscle Blueprint requires 1,000 spiritual silk tentacles and 1,000 liquefied diamonds. Chapter 648. That's great. We have all the materials. Now the Waybreaker mech is just missing the mech engine and the low-level energy cube. Zhou Wen couldn't hide his smile. The Waybreaker mech was about to come out. Ding! Spirit Silk Leviathan Gene Potion. After use, you will get the Spirit Silk Leviathan Gene. You can condense free energy in your body by eating free algae or free yellowtail. Fortunately, you don't have to eat free yellowtail to condense free energy. At this stage, free yellowtail still needs to clear the red light algae infection for the transformed Leviathan, so it can't be eaten in large quantities. As algae, free algae grows much faster than free yellowtail, so it's a good food for condensing free energy. There's nothing to see with 10 Spirit Silk Leviathan eggs, but with these eggs, you can breed Spirit Silk Leviathan in the free algae forest around the water ball in the future, and you will have enough Spirit Silk tentacles. Zhou Wen was worried about the consumption of the Spirit Silk tentacles before, because the Spirit Silk tentacles are not only used to make mechas, but also to condense Spirit Steel energy. If they are obtained only by hunting Spirit Silk Leviathans, the number is fixed, and the more they are used, the less they will be. Then the Spiritual Steel characteristics will be useless. Now that there are Spirit Silk Leviathan eggs, there is no need to worry. When the Spirit Silk Leviathan eggs hatch and grow to a certain length, you can continue to obtain Spirit Silk tentacles. Moreover, the Spirit Silk Leviathan is not aggressive, so it is no problem to raise it directly outside the water ball. In the following time, Zhou Wen continued to catch free boat yellowtail and collected free algae. because Wu Bing's method of using free algae to replace the tidal Leviathan King level pressure also requires a lot of free algae. On the morning of the 149th day, Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space of Huanlin. Over the course of one night, he collected half of this huge free algae forest and caught all the free yellowtails, a total of more than 200,000, but this number was a bit small, probably because of the presence of the spirit silk Leviathan, so the number of free yellowtails was not large. During this period, Zhou Wen killed 2 more spirit silk Leviathans and 6 chain Leviathans, a total of 3 free cores, a total of 20 spirit steel cores, 30 spirit silk Leviathan eggs, and 3,000 spirit silk tentacles. Zhou Wen handed over all the free algae, free yellowtails, and spirit silk Leviathan eggs to Bai Lan. Therefore, not only did the members of the Brother Jiang Guild go out on a large scale last night, but the members of the Black Knife Club Guild also did the same, all running outside the water ball to place the free algae. Over the course of one night, a white halo formed around the water ball, just like the rings of Saturn. It is impossible to keep all the 200,000 free-roaming yellowtails on the island of the Black Knife Society. Fortunately, the survivors in Area 10 have also learned about the importance of free-roaming yellowtails these days, so most of them are kept in the free algae forest outside the water ball, and some guild members are asked to patrol from time to time. There shouldn't be any big problems. 30 Lynxy Leviathan eggs, Bai Lan carefully cultivated on the island where the guild planted seaweed. Before they hatched, they must not be placed outside the water ball. Fuck! What happened? Did the survivors from other areas come to attack? Why did King Zhang's guild suddenly send out so many people? And the members of the Black Knife Society Guild did the same. Why do you worry about other districts attacking you every day? Among all the districts, our District 10 is the fastest and best developed. There is no problem, right? We don't know where other districts are. How can other districts know our location? It's really a waste of worry. If they attack, they attack. It depends on how fast the survivors of other districts can clean up the Sawtooth Leviathan and Black Hair Leviathan. Their strength is definitely not as good as that of King Jiang and President Qin. If they attack, they will have no chance to return. There is no need to worry at all. What's going on with King Jiang's guild and the Black Knife Guild? I know this. The Black Knife Guild is placing free algae and a lot of free yellowtail. President Bai should be able to treat more transmogrified Leviathans every day in the future. The members of King Jiang's guild seem to be smelting iron. Because there are guild members guarding around, I didn't dare to get too close. Smelting iron? Iron is useless now, so it can only be used to make iron foundations. Who knows, maybe King Jiang needs a lot of iron foundation. While the survivors were discussing in the World Communication Channel, Jiang Haitao mobilized 1,000 guild members, each with 5 blast furnaces, and smelted twice in one night, obtaining 10,000 energy-enhanced metal ingots, which he sent directly to Zhou Wen. After Zhou Wen collected 10,000 energy-enhanced metal ingots, he sent 1 spiritual steel core and 1 bottle of hinged Leviathan genetic agent to each of Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian. Although Chen Xian already had a stronger purple mist property, there was no need to save spiritual steel cores, as there were more of them, and he could usually hide his weakness with a weaker spiritual steel property. Then, Zhou Wen took out 3 free cores and 3 spiritual steel cores, and matched them with 2 corresponding gene agents, and sent them to Lung Liang, Bai Lan, and Zhang Dongyang. They did not have dark gold equipment, so he gave them the offensive, free cores, as they were also responsible for breeding free algae. After doing this, Zhou Wen began to inspect the stomach wall space. The seeds at the roots of the 3 neural algae bubbles were almost mature, and should be available tomorrow. After finishing the inspection of the stomach wall space, Zhou Wen began to crush the seaweed and golden king algae leaves, and then put them into the digestion pool. After Huanlin had eaten his fill, Zhou Wen went out to put away the rest platform, and Huanlin began to move towards Area 1. After returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou Wen took out the materials needed for the accessory drawings of several Waybreaker mechas, then opened the drawing interface, and turned to the mecha accessory drawings. Mecha Spinal Crystal Nerve Drawing requires 1 Glimmer Nerve, 10 Spinal Crystals. Mecha Power Muscle Group Drawing requires 1,000 Spirit Silk Tentacles, 1,000 Liquefied Diamonds. Immortal Wang Lian Energy Armor Drawing requires 1 Immortal Wang Lian Diaphragm, 1,000 Energy Metal Ingots. Overlord Coral Polyp Dark Gold Mecha Skeleton Drawing requires 1 Overlord Coral Polyp Skeleton, 100 Vascular Grass Wall Fibers. Ding! Get Mecha Spinal Crystal Nerve X1. Ding! Get Mecha Power Muscle Group X1. Ding! Get Immortal Wang Lian Energy Armor X1. Ding! Obtained Overlord Coral Polyp Dark Gold Mecha Skeleton X1. Zhou made all 4 mecha accessories in one go, and 2 of them were equivalent to upgraded accessories. The Wave Breaker mecha made in the future should be stronger than the general ones. Okay, just waiting for the energy engine and low-level energy cube. Zhou collected the 4 mecha accessories separately. After that, Zhou continued to condense the Huangjin energy. It was almost the 150th day. He didn't know if there would be any trials, but it was right to store more Huangjin energy in his body. Chapter 649. At noon, Lung Liang sent Zhou a private message about the energy strength evaluation of the 2 cores, Glimmer Core and Spirit Steel Core. Zhou himself could not use these 2 cores, so the task of testing the energy strength of these 2 cores was handed over to Lung Liang. Lung Liang's 3 attributes have now reached the upper limit of the second stage, with 500 points for strength, physique, and speed. Both Spirit Silk Leviathan Gene Potion and Hinged Leviathan Gene Potion are relatively weak genes, so the 2 gene potions did not cause too much burden on his body when used together. After Lung Liang integrated these 2 genes, he began to condense free energy and spirit steel energy in his body by eating free algae and spirit silk tentacles. After condensing these 2 energies, he asked Bai Lan to use Dead Blood Energy Liquid Full to start the strength test of these 2 energies. After free characteristics is turned on, you can mobilize the free energy in your body and attach it to your hands to attack with bare hands, or attach it to weapons to increase destructive power. When Lung Liang tested the strength of the free energy, he attached it to the weapon. After all, this attack method is the most commonly used, and then cut the weapon attached with free energy on the lamp algae scales on Bai Lan's body, which also attached dead blood energy. After testing, weapons attached with free energy can cut armor attached with dead blood energy, but in the process of cutting, the free energy is consumed very quickly. A free energy is almost consumed after a single swing on the dead blood energy armor, so the strength of the free energy can be roughly inferred. The free energy can break through the protective layer formed by the dead blood energy, which means it is indeed stronger than the dead blood energy, but the energy consumption is too fast, so it is only a little stronger. After that, Lung Liang began to test the spiritual steel characteristics again. After turning on the spiritual steel characteristics, a layer of silver energy similar to metal will form on the body surface, just like a metal shell. This time, Bai Lan used a weapon with dead blood energy to attack Lung Liang's armor with spiritual steel energy. When Bai Lan used a weapon with dead blood energy to cut Lung Liang's armor with spiritual steel energy, the spiritual steel energy on the surface of the armor did not move, but the dead blood energy was consumed a lot. The strength of the 2 energies is obvious. In the end, the test results of the 2 energies sent by Lung Liang to Zhou showed that the intensity of the free energy was slightly higher than that of the dead blood energy, and the intensity of the spiritual steel energy was much stronger than that of the dead blood energy. However, although free energy is relatively weak and is consumed relatively quickly when encountering dead blood energy, free energy is easy to condense. It only needs to eat a large amount of free algae, so there is no problem in dealing with ordinary dead blood energy Leviathan creatures. It's okay as long as it is stronger than dead blood energy. Zhou murmured. Glimmer Core and Spirit Steel Core are originally relatively weak energy cores, and he didn't expect the 2 energies to be very strong. As long as they are stronger than dead blood energy, it will be fine. After all, there are the most dead blood energy creatures in this deep sea. At this time, Zhou condensed another lightning energy in his body by irradiating the lightning core, so he immediately merged the golden energy he had just absorbed with it. After a period of time, it condensed into a golden thunder energy. Now he has a total of 11 golden thunder energies in his body. Outside the water ball in Area 10, because Zhou sent back a large amount of free algae yesterday, the current amount of free algae can be used by a small number of survivors to replace the king-level pressure of the tidal Leviathan. In the Black Knife Society Guild, in front of the island where seaweed is planted, Bai Lan used 230,000 free yellowtails to treat 230 phantom leviathans infected with red light algae. Because most of the free yellowtails are raised in the free algae forest outside the water ball, during treatment, the guild members need to bring the free yellowtails outside through the system interface, and those that have been treated once are sent outside the water ball to rest. At the end of today's treatment, just as the ordinary survivors gathered in front of the island were about to leave, Bai Lan announced to the survivors the method of using free algae to replace the king-level pressure. For a time, the survivors talked a lot, and soon spread in the World Communication Channel. What President Bai just said Is it really feasible to use free algae to replace the guardian energy of tidal Leviathan? Has anyone tried it? I haven't tried it, but President Bai shouldn't say anything nonsense. After all, it won't be good for him. Why bother so much? Just try it and you know. I've already reached the position where President Bai said to rent free algae. Damn. I'm going to check it out even if I don't want to talk anymore. I don't know what you're so anxious about. This method may not work. Yes, Balan is not selling free algae to the survivors, but renting them. Free algae originally float on the sea surface and spread and grow, and they don't have a fixed root system, so they can be carried around. After covering the body of the phantom Leviathan, as long as it is not attacked by creatures, there will be no loss. After returning, just return the free algae wrapped on the body's surface. The Black Knife Club Guild will charge some rental fees and provide free cleaning services for dead bloodworms. After all, free algae cannot completely block dead bloodworms. After returning to the water ball, the survivors have to use some biological meat to exchange for 1 or 2 hours of king-level pressure from the tidal Leviathan to clean the dead bloodworms in the body. For ordinary survivor teams, although the consumption of blood and flesh is not much, it is also a kind of consumption. Therefore, the Black Knife Club Guild will send a guild member to help these returning survivor teams to remove dead bloodworms, and the cost is equivalent to being included in the rent. Soon, the rental location notified by Bylon was crowded with survivors, including not only ordinary survivors, but also members of various guilds. However, these guild members just came to take a look out of curiosity, and they were not very interested in the method of using free algae instead of king-level pressure. Because as guild members, they don't need to go through so much trouble. They can just use their flesh and blood to exchange for the king-level pressure from the tidal Leviathan. As for the consumption, it's nothing to them. President Bai, can the free algae really replace the guardian energy? A survivor asked with some disbelief. Yes, but there is a time limit. After wrapping the Transfiguration Leviathan with the free algae, it can only stay outside the water ball for a maximum of 10 hours. After that, it will be dangerous to the Transfiguration Leviathan. Bai Lan replied. Then this method is not very good. It feels very risky. If there is an accident and time is delayed when going out to explore, then it's over. I think it's safer to exchange for guardian energy. Chapter 650. Yes, the risk is too great. And the time is too short, only 10 hours. Now it takes 7 or 8 hours to go out to find red algae. The round trip has already exceeded 10 hours. After hearing Bai Lan's reply, the survivors all questioned it, thinking that it was not reliable to use free algae instead of king-level pressure. Some people even left with their own transformed Leviathan. It is not mandatory for our guild to rent free algae. If you want to rent it, you can rent it. If you don't want to rent it, you can leave now. Bai Lan ignored the doubts of the survivors. Although free algae does have certain disadvantages and limitations, as long as it is used well, it can definitely save a lot of biological flesh and blood. Okay, the free algae rental starts now. 50,000 places per day, and 1,000 tons of biological flesh and blood can be rented each time. Bai Lan announced directly. But the survivors present were all hesitant, and no survivor team took the initiative to rent it. After all, there are certain risks, and it is a new thing. If you want to be the first to try it, you still need a certain amount of courage. Our team rents it. After a period of silence, a 5-person team swam out from the crowd. It was Wu Bing's team. Well, as the first team to rent free algae, I allow your team to rent it for free 10 times. Bai Lan saw that it was Wu Bing's team, so he spoke. Under normal circumstances, it is definitely impossible to rent it for free. After all, the rent is not high, but Wu Bing's team is the proposer and experimenter of using free algae to replace the king-level pressure, so it is understandable to give them some rewards. Hey, thank you, President Bai. Wu Bing thanked him quickly, and then took his team members and followed the guild members of Black Knife Club to wrap the free algae for the Metamorphosis Leviathan. By the way, when you go out to explore with the free algae, it is best to only hunt creatures, not collect red algae. Bai Lan reminded. Okay, thank you for the reminder, President Bai. Wu Bing nodded. This is the limitation of free algae. It can only reduce the number of dead bloodworms invading the surface of the body. There is no way to get into the body. If the Metamorphosis Leviathan collects red algae, it needs to swallow the red algae into the stomach wall space. This process will swallow seawater together, and the dead bloodworms in the seawater are naturally unavoidable. Those survivors who were watching saw that someone tried it, and got the opportunity to rent it for free 10 times. Gradually, some survivors' teams swam out of the crowd, and began to rent free algae, but the free rent they expected did not come true. Although the free algae rental point selected by the Black Knife Association was crowded with survivors, only about 1,000 people actually rented free algae, and the rest of the survivors were still waiting and watching. The daily rental limit of 50,000 people stipulated by Bailon seemed a bit redundant at this time. Afterwards, Bailon reported the rental situation to Zhou. Although the number of people renting was small, Zhou didn't care much. It was the first day, so it was normal. When the survivor teams that rented free algae returned and promoted the benefits of renting free algae in the World Communication Channel, a large number of survivors would come to rent free algae. In the following time, Zhou kept condensing the golden energy and opened the regional communication channel to check the situation of survivors in other areas. Since the newly promoted King of District 6 provoked the Kings of Survivors in the regional communication channel, the Kings of Survivors in various districts have fallen silent and rarely speak in the regional communication channel. They all realized that the King of District 6 was not simple, and did not want to conflict with the King of District 6 for the time being. After the death of the King of District 3, some survivors from District 6 sent out messages for help in the regional communication channel, but no one paid attention to them this time. Even ordinary survivors from various districts did not dare to talk to the survivors from District 6. There was no way. The King of District 6 really killed people. When the time came to the evening, Zhou had condensed 400 golden energies in his body, which was enough for the time being. Just as Zhou was about to start absorbing the immortal energy of the immortal King Lotus Seed, again, a world system prompt sound suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! All survivors, please pay attention. It is the 149th day, and the mist floating trial will be carried out on the 150th day. Please be prepared. The trial of floating in the mist. Is this trial conducted in the thick fog above? Zhou was a little confused after hearing the prompt of the world system, because the Phantom Leviathan can't fly at all. Could it be that the Phantom Leviathan doesn't need to participate in this trial, and only the survivors are allowed to participate? As soon as this idea came up, it was denied by Zhou. The survivors and the Phantom Leviathan are in a symbiotic relationship. There was a Phantom Leviathan in each of the previous 3 trials. It is impossible that there would be no Phantom Leviathan in the 4th time. But the question is, how can the Phantom Leviathan float in the thick fog? After Zhou thought about it for a while, he stopped thinking about it. He would know when the trial started tomorrow. Afterwards, Zhou had dinner and continued to condense the golden energy. Then he opened the World Communication Channel to check the reactions of the survivors in Area 10 when they learned about the trial. Fuck! How can there really be a trial? What is the mist floating trial? Do you want to let the transformed Leviathan go up to the sky? How dangerous is the thick fog above? Is that a place where the trial can be conducted? Because when they first landed on this planet, all the survivors saw the giant creatures in the thick fog with their own eyes, so they were terrified of the thick fog above. Okay, brother, there is no point in complaining. Let's find a way to improve our strength as much as possible before tomorrow. I also know that complaining is useless, but I can only complain, alas. I don't know what form this trial will take, whether it is a single person or a group. It doesn't matter whether it is a single person or a team. What matters is whether the trial is conducted in the same area. If the survivors from different areas are mixed together, it will probably be another fight between survivors. What are you afraid of? The survivors in our District 10 are stronger than those in other districts. Let's fight, and we can also take the opportunity to obtain some resources. You think too simply. There are strong people in other districts, and there are also those guys infected with dead bloodworms in District 6. President Chen and King Jiang may not be afraid of them, but if we meet them, we will have no choice but to wait for death. Moreover, other districts are not friendly to our District 10. Even if they are ordinary survivors, they may even besiege us. This is indeed a problem. Otherwise, we pretend to be people from other districts? Nonsense, you know the languages of different districts? Although there is an automatic translation system for communication between our districts, people can't hear you face to face. Then pretend to be cool and talk less. That's the only way. Chapter 651. Time passed little by little, and when it was close to midnight, more than 1,000 survivors, who had previously packed the free algae to explore, returned to the water ball. After finding the members of the Black Knife Society at the rental point, they returned the free algae and delivered 1,000 tons of biological meat, which would allow them to remove the dead bloodworms for free. Soon, the survivors who had rented the free algae began to promote the benefits of the free algae in the World Communication Channel, but were immediately scolded by other survivors who had rented the free algae. Are you stupid? Why did you tell them that President Bai had said that there was a limit on the number of people who could rent it? If you said it directly in the communication channel, Would it be our turn if everyone rushed to rent it in the future? Sorry, I didn't think that much. I'm really impressed. The survivors in the World Communication Channel saw that there was indeed no problem with using free algae to replace the king-level pressure. For a while, all of them ran to the Black Knife Club Guild rental point to rent free algae. The trial will start tomorrow. They have to hurry up and get more biological meat back, and then go to the Gyeongga or Survivor Guild store to trade for items that can increase attributes. Among all the guild stores, only the two major guild stores sell the most items that increase attributes. They are simply strange and have amazing effects. What kind of golden fruit, golden potion, Leviathan blood vein fruit, etc. are all powerful items that increase 10 attributes. Among them, the golden potion increases 3 attributes by 10 points. Soon, the number of people renting free algae at the Black Knife Club Guild free algae rental point reached the upper limit of 50,000, which made the survivors who were watching before regret it. Some survivors even thought about the remaining free algae. Brothers of the Black Knife Society, there are still free algae, and we can continue to rent them. You can add more rental quotas. A survivor said. Yes, there are still a lot of free algae, so add more quotas. Other survivors also echoed. 50,000 quotas have been rented out, and the remaining free algae are for breeding-free boat yellowtail. Don't you want to treat the transmogrified Leviathan? The members of the Black Knife Society Guild said loudly. The last question directly stumped the survivors who wanted to add quotas, because they knew that free boat yellowtail was also important and could really save lives. Seeing this situation, the survivors no longer insisted and could only wait on the side, hoping that the survivors who rented the free algae would return quickly so that they could go out and explore once before the trial began. Of course, not all survivors are stubbornly waiting to rent free algae. After all, the trial will start tomorrow. If you die in the trial because of insufficient strength, it will be meaningless to save that little biological meat. Therefore, more survivor teams directly exchanged for the king-level pressure from the tidal Leviathan and left the water ball. It was already night. After Zhou Wen went out to build a rest platform for Huanlin, he returned to the stomach wall space to continue to condense the Huangjin energy. During the condensation of Huangjin energy, he also made 3 sets of dark gold scale armor and 3 dark gold swords, and then gave them to Jiang Haitao to absorb the overlord energy. One night passed quickly, and the Huangjin energy in Zhou Wen's body reached 460, and the current time came to the morning of the 150th day. Ding! All survivors, please note that Miss Floating Trial will start in 10 minutes, please be prepared. After Zhou Wen heard the world system notification sound that the trial was about to start, he directly used the travel ticket to travel to Jiang Haitao's island. At this time, Jiang Haitao had already allowed 3 sets of dark gold scale armor and 3 dark gold swords to absorb enough overlord energy. After Zhou Wen received these equipment and weapons, he sent them to Lung Liang, Bai Lan, and Zhang Dongyang, asking them to use them as a life-saving trump card. At the same time, Zhou Wen gave Bai Lan and Zhang Dongyang a portion of Immortal Royal Lotus Fruit Pulp, each, allowing them to break through the upper limit of the first stage strength attribute, because the Leviathan Hunter titles of both of them have been filled up, and the strength attribute has reached 400 points just after breaking through. After doing all this, half of the preparation time has passed. Zhou Wen went to the place where the Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine was cultivated and absorbed some Golden Thunder energy. Because it was not long since the last absorption, Zhou Wen only absorbed 2 Golden Thunder energies, plus the 1 condensed last night, and now there are a total of 14 in his body. After finishing the journey and returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou Wen extracted the 2 trump cards that had been placed in the system interface before, 3 Flame Ion Energy Source Crystals, and 1 Meteorite Leviathan Hunting Ticket, and put them all into his mouth. In addition to these 2 items, there are 3 needles of Star Meteorite Explosion Injection, 1 Companion Voucher, and the last, Physical Energy Instant Recovery Capsule. A few minutes later, the countdown of the trial ended, and Zhou Wen had disappeared as a blue light, but the next second, he was stunned, because he was still in the stomach wall space of Huanlin. Isn't I teleported away? Zhou Wen said in surprise. Is it because I am too far away from the water ball, and the world system has a problem? Zhou Wen thought while opening the World Communication Channel to see the situation of other survivors, but found that the World Communication Channel was no longer available. It turns out that this time the transformed Leviathan and the survivors were teleported together. After checking some functions of the system interface and confirming that the communication channel, transaction channel, and private messages were all unavailable, Zhou Wen knew that he had entered the trial. but this time, he was not separated from Huanlin. In this case, Zhou Wen didn't need to hold the trump card in his mouth. He found a deep blue treasure chest, put the things in it, and left the stomach wall space with the deep blue treasure chest. As soon as he walked out of the mouth of the phantom scale, Zhou Wen saw many phantom leviathans lying on a huge platform. Survivors walked out of the mouths of these phantom leviathans one after another, and then they all looked over at the same time, with shock in their eyes. There was no way. The body length of the phantom scale had reached more than 420 meters, while the phantom leviathans of ordinary survivors were only 180 meters, less than 200 meters. The phantom scale was twice as long as their phantom leviathans, which looked really shocking. Because it was a trial, Zhou Wen did not let the phantom scale be invisible. Anyway, he was wearing a full set of dark gold scale armor, and no one knew who he was. King? Are you the king? After seeing that the body length of the phantom scale was much longer than that of the normal phantom leviathan, some survivors ran to Zhou Wen and knelt down and kowtowed, saying something that was obviously not in the Dragon Country language, but because there was a real-time translation by the world system, Zhou Wen could understand it. It seems that the survivors participating in the trial are randomly assigned. Chapter 652. Faced with the questions from the survivors in other areas, Zhou Wen ignored them directly, and then began to observe the surrounding environment, and found that he was currently inside a huge creature. However, it was not in the stomach wall space, because the overall image of this creature was like a hollow sphere, and there was a platform at the bottom 1/5 of the position, and all the survivors and the transformed Leviathan were on this platform at this time. In the middle of the dome of the hollow sphere, there was a white sphere with a diameter of 100 meters. At this time, this sphere was emitting a faint white light, illuminating the entire internal space. Zhou Wen squatted down directly, put away the armor on the surface of his body, touched the platform under his feet, and then the biological illustrations appeared with an update prompt. Floating Leviathan, stage, juvenile. Body length, 20,000 meters. Weight, 100 million tons. Food type, mist lice, carnivore. Introduction. A sea-level Leviathan that lives in the clouds of the endless sea. It preys on phototactic organisms by emitting light, and stores excess energy in its body in the energy light core. Once it encounters fatal danger, it will automatically detonate the energy light core. Is this trial to help the floating Leviathan kill the mist lice? Zhou Wen thought to himself, after reading the illustration information. While thinking, Zhou Wen walked step by step towards the edge of the floating Leviathan. The floating Leviathan is like a ball woven with bamboo strips, so there are many square holes, with a diameter of 100 meters on the surface of the hollow body, through which you can see outside. Outside, the fog was thick and dark, and nothing could be seen clearly. Seeing this scene, Zhou Wen could be sure that this trial was indeed in the thick fog in the sky, because he had flown through the thick fog when he had activated the White Horse Leviathan form to fight against the strange flesh and blood before, and the dark fog was almost exactly the same. At this time, more and more survivors on the platform had walked out of the mouths of the phantom Leviathans, and some of them had relatively large phantom Leviathans, about 300 meters in size. It seems that this is a team trial. A man wearing a sawtooth Leviathan armor walked out of the mouth of a phantom Leviathan, about 350 meters long. Judging from the language he spoke, he should be a survivor from Area 1 or Area 8. Are you all survivors from Area 1? I am Garen, the Knight Commander of the Royal Court of Area 1. You will all follow my command in this trial, Garen said loudly, while quickly scanning the entire audience, and then his pupils shrank suddenly, because he saw an extremely large phantom Leviathan, and that phantom Leviathan was twisting its body on the platform, approaching a person wearing dark gold armor on its body. King of Survivors? Seeing the extraordinary armor, and the unusually huge Leviathan, Garen's first reaction was the King of Survivors. However, after seeing the hexagonal black scales on the surface of the Leviathan, he knew that the other party was not the King of Survivors in Area 1. At this time, Garen regretted it to death. If he had seen the King of Survivors earlier, he would definitely not reveal his identity, because if the King of Survivors had a conflict with his own king, he would be dead. For a moment, Garen's heart was in his throat, afraid that the King of Survivors would suddenly rush over and kill him. As for resistance, he had no intention of doing so. He was the subordinate of the King of Survivors in Area 1. He knew the King's terror best. The King's power alone could make him lose his ability to move, and there was no possibility of victory. Fortunately, the King of Survivors did not seem to hear his words, or simply disdain to pay attention to him, but no matter which one, it was good for Galen. At this time, because of Galen shouting just now, some of the survivors in Area 1 seemed to have found their backbone after hearing it, and they all brought their own transformed leviathans and approached Galen's position. Although there was a king of survivors at the scene, it was not the king of their own area, so in their opinion, it was safer to follow the knight of the royal court in the same area. After Zhou Wen finished the environmental survey, he turned and looked at the survivors, but most of the survivors looked at him. For a while, the scene was very quiet, and no one dared to speak or move. Do the kings of other areas rule ordinary survivors so harshly? It was the first time that Zhou Wen encountered a situation that attracted everyone's attention. Do whatever you should do, don't worry about me, Zhou Wen said, but he did not use the Dragon Country language, but the Eagle Country language of the dozen or so alliance countries in Europe in Area 8. Zhou Wen's current intelligence is 24 points, so learning a language is easy. The reason why he doesn't use Dragon language is that he doesn't want to expose the true strength of District 10. Now the kings of other districts already know that the king of survivors in District 10 is Jiang Haitao, and if he reveals his identity as a dragon in the trial, and the survivors spread the news after the trial, then everyone will know that there are 2 kings in District 10. Thank you for your gift. Galen quickly knelt on one knee to thank him. Although the king in front of him was the king of District 8, he didn't dare to be presumptuous, and he still had to show due respect. Some strong men from other districts also expressed their gratitude to Zhou Wen. Afterwards, these people began to gather survivors from the same district. Compared with survivors from other districts, survivors from the same district are naturally more trustworthy. Soon, the 10,000 survivors present were divided into 5 major groups. The groups were divided by district, namely District 1, District 3, District 5, District 7, and District 9. District 5 had the most people, more than 2,000 people, and District 7 had the least people, only more than 500 people. In addition to these large groups gathered by district, there were also some small groups with less than 100 people. These should also be survivors from other districts except the above 5 districts, but they were few in number, so they did not say that they were from that district. Zhou Wen took out a stone recliner and lay on it directly, watching the people from each district gather. At the same time, he also found some survivors from District 10. There were very few survivors in District 10, only a dozen people, so they did not gather into a small group, but secretly joined the large group in District 3. Zhou Wen could tell this because he speculated by observing the leviathans. Almost all the leviathans of ordinary survivors in other areas were infected with red algae, and only a few larger leviathans were not infected with red algae. Obviously, these leviathans were strong from each area. Therefore, the dozen or so leviathans that looked normal on the surface but were comparable in size to the leviathans of survivors in other areas were most likely survivors from Area 10. Those dozen or so survivors from Area 10 really implemented the method discussed in the World Communication Channel of Area 10 before, and pretended to be experts in the survivor group of Area 3 without saying a word. As a result, when the team leader of Area 3 assigned teams, he also let them mix in a team leader. Chapter 653. Because their transmogrified leviathans were not infected with red algae, the leader of the Zone 3 team naturally thought that they were not weak. Otherwise, there would not be enough land to grow seaweed for the transmogrified leviathans. Now, the king of Zone 3 is dead, and the former king's subordinates have directly split into several factions, and the team leader, who gathered all the survivors in Zone 3 is one of them. He regarded the dozen people who did not speak to him, and were extremely cold to him, as people from other factions. Although there are conflicts between different factions, they must unite first in the current situation. So the leader of the Zone 3 team did not ask more questions to the dozen survivors in Zone 10. Suddenly becoming the team leader made the dozen survivors in Zone 10 feel under great pressure. They originally planned to join Zone 3 and sneak around until the end of the trial, but they became the team leader for no reason and were directly exposed to the stage. The reason why these dozen survivors from Area 10 chose to join the team from Area 3 was actually because there was no king in Area 3. If their identities were exposed, they could directly threaten the survivors from Area 3. If they dared to reveal their identities, the king of Area 10 would slaughter all of their Area 3. Ah! Red-eyed Leviathan. They are infected with dead bloodworms. At this moment, a survivor from an unknown area shouted, and then more than 30 survivors with red eyes suddenly began to slaughter all the survivors indiscriminately. It's all your fault that we are like this. I will kill you all before I die, ha ha ha. Those survivors with red eyes, with red light all over their bodies, rushed into the crowd, killing survivors from other areas while laughing crazily. This group of survivors infected with dead bloodworms, judging from their language, are all survivors from Area 6. Originally, these survivors from Area 6 wanted to hide when they knew that the king of survivors was at the scene. But a pair of red eyes was too easy to expose. Now that they have been exposed, the end result is that the king of survivors will drive away the dead bloodworms all over their bodies and die, so they no longer have any scruples, and just let go and fight. Even if they die, they will take a few people with them. The survivors of Area 6 are attached with dead blood energy all over their bodies. The armor and weapons of ordinary survivors are no match for them at all. They will be torn to pieces at the first sight. For a while, these more than 30 survivors from Area 6 were like wolves among sheep, and all ordinary survivors had no choice but to run away. King of Area 8, please save us! A large number of survivors began to run towards Zhou Wen's position, shouting at the same time, hoping that Zhou Wen would take action. Behind this group of people, there were several survivors from Area 6. Just when a slower survivor was about to be caught up and killed, Zhou Wen, who was lying on a stone recliner, suddenly disappeared. Shua! A shadow flashed past the survivors from Area 6 in an instant. The next second, the ferocious expressions of the survivors from Area 6 froze, and then their bodies began to slowly split in half from the middle, and a large number of dead bloodworms scattered all over the ground. After killing these survivors from Area 6, Zhou Wen continued to rush towards the other survivors from Area 6. In a few tens of seconds, he killed all the survivors from Area 6 present. Woo! After that, the Leviathans of the survivors from Area 6 wanted to attack Zhou Wen, but were also killed by Zhou Wen. Just as Zhou Wen was about to decompose the bodies of the phantom Leviathans, a large number of transparent tentacles hung down from above and directly swept away the bodies of the phantom Leviathans. Zhou Wen did not stop him when he saw this. According to the introduction information of the floating Leviathan, the trial mission this time was most likely to feed the floating Leviathan. As expected of the king killed all the helpless survivors in Area 6 in an instant. The survivors who had been hunted down before praised him and knelt down to kowtow to Zhou Wen to express their gratitude. But some survivors showed doubts on their faces, including the Knight Captain of the Royal Court of Area 1, Garen. It is obvious that you could easily clean up these survivors in Area 6 by using Wang Wei directly, so why do you have to do it yourself? Garen asked puzzledly. In fact, Garen has been paying attention to Zhou Wen's behavior, because he feels that Zhou Wen is very strange. He does not have the airs of a survivor king at all. When he lies down to rest, he still uses stone objects. This behavior is very different from their king of Area 1. Isn't he the king? Garen's expression froze, but he didn't act rashly. Judging from the speed shown by the other party in killing more than 30 survivors in Area 6, even if he was not the king, his strength was not comparable to his. After clearing the survivors in Area 6, Zhou Wen was ready to continue to rest on the stone lounge chair, but as soon as he laid down, the entire platform shook, and then the white glowing sphere above burst into a dazzling light, and the white light directly penetrated the hollow body and shone into the thick fog. After a while, a large number of black shadows appeared in the thick fog outside. Soon, one after another, black shadows passed through the square holes on the surface of the floating Leviathan and entered the body. These black shadows were fog lice. At the same time, a large number of white light balls flew out from the sphere emitting white light above. These white light balls fell downwards, dragging a long white light trail, which looked like a meteor shower. Those light balls flew into the body of the phantom Leviathan. In an instant, a layer of white energy was attached to the surface of all the phantom Leviathans, and then the phantom Leviathan slowly floated up. Ha ha ha! Flying up. Zhou Wen heard the excited voice of Huanling in his mind. After Huanling floated up, he began to wave his pectoral fins and tail on both sides, and gradually swam in the air, just like in the seawater. Little man. After flying a circle in the air, Huanling dived directly towards Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen understood and jumped suddenly. When Huanling was flying close to the ground, he landed on Huanling's back. Huh? After Huanling caught Zhou Wen, he immediately climbed to a higher altitude and rushed towards the fog lights above. Seeing Zhou Wen flying high in the sky with the transformed Leviathan, other survivors followed suit. For a time, a large number of survivors were taken to high altitudes by their transformed Leviathans. Puff, puff, puff. Phantom Scale plunged into the group of Miss Louse at an extremely fast speed, and then relied on its hard abyss scales to smash through them. How could the Miss Louse, which was only 100 meters long and relatively soft, withstand the impact of Phantom Scale? Phantom Scale killed thousands of them in one round trip in the air. Originally, Zhou Wen thought that he needed to kill these Miss Louse, but he didn't expect that Phantom Scale would just smash them, and its killing efficiency was much faster than his. However, Zhou Wen was not completely idle. Although the Miss Louse had no means of attack, it was still very capable of absorbing energy. The reason why Phantom Scale could fly in the sky was that there was a layer of energy given by the floating Leviathan on its surface. Chapter 654. This floating energy will also attract fog lice. Therefore, Zhou needs to stay on the body of the Phantom Scale and constantly clean up the fog lice that approach the Phantom Scale to absorb the floating energy. The number of fog lice attracted by the white light ball is extremely large, densely packed, and there may be millions of them, but more than 9,000 Phantom Leviathans clean them up by collision, and they are quickly cleaned up. Of course, there are also casualties on the survivor's side. Some survivors did not help the Phantom Leviathan to clean up the fog lice that absorb the floating energy on the surface of the body in time. As a result, it fell directly from a height of 10,000 meters. The Phantom Leviathan fell to death on the spot. The survivors were on the back of the Phantom Leviathan, so they barely saved their lives, but they were still seriously injured. What are you going to do? Several seriously injured survivors were carried away by the survivors in their same area, and then killed by the leader of the team. The Leviathan died just as the trial began, and he was seriously injured. He certainly could not participate in the subsequent operation to clean up the fog lice. Under the strict hierarchical system of other areas, useless survivors were naturally cleaned up. At this time, a large number of transparent tentacles hung down from above. As the transparent tentacles fell, they were still splitting into smaller tentacles. These tentacles curled up the bodies of the fog lice that fell on the platform and collected them inside the white light ball on the top. After rolling away all the bodies of the fog lice, the white light ball of the floating Leviathan began to expand rapidly, from a diameter of 100 meters to 200 meters, and then released a large number of floating energy light balls again, attaching to the surface of all the transformed Leviathans. Boom! Boom! The whole body of the floating Leviathan began to shake violently, and then Zhou saw that the thick fog outside was drifting backwards quickly, and the floating Leviathan that was originally suspended in place began to move. After a while, the white light ball on the top began to release dazzling light again, and a large number of fog lice were introduced into the floating Leviathan in the thick fog. The survivors who had just rested for a while could only continue to stand on the back of the Phantom Leviathan and fly into the sky to clean up the fog lice. Because some survivors did not have time to help the Phantom Leviathan clean the fog lice on its body surface, causing the Phantom Leviathan to fall from a high altitude and die. So this time some familiar survivors formed small teams, and when the Phantom Leviathan of a team member fell, the other members had to rescue him. Even if the Leviathan cannot be saved, the survivors must be saved. In this way, the survivors who survive can team up with the members of the team. One Leviathan and two survivors, so that the speed of clearing the fog lice that absorb the floating energy of the Leviathan can be faster. With the mutual help of the team, the number of survivors who died this time was much less. Some of the survivors who lost the Leviathan, as long as their bodies were not seriously injured, there were other survivors willing to team up together. Roar! Not long after this round of fog lice was cleared, roars came from the dark fog in front. Boom! Suddenly, the white light ball floating on the top of the Leviathan released an invisible energy, which spread rapidly. After leaving the surface, it directly dispersed the thick fog that blocked the vision within 10,000 meters outside. Then, the white light ball released a bright light that completely illuminated the dark area in front. One by one, giant creatures with a body length of about 500 meters and covered with red algae appeared in front of everyone. Isn't that the algae Leviathan? How can it fly? Some survivors recognized the creature in front of them. It was the algae Leviathan that often appeared in the red algae forest. At this time, they were all stunned and couldn't understand why the algae Leviathan appeared in the thick fog. No, these algae Leviathans seemed to look a little different. A survivor who observed more carefully suddenly said, "Those algae Leviathans flying in the air are indeed slightly different from the algae Leviathans in the red algae forest. The red algae on the surface of the algae Leviathans in the red algae forest just look like eyeballs. But the red algae on the surface of those flying algae Leviathans are really blood-red eyeballs. The densely packed blood-red eyeballs are constantly twisting, like worms. Looking at them for a few more times will make people feel physically uncomfortable. Moreover, these flying algae Leviathans not only have dead blood energy attached to their bodies, but also have a layer of dead blood energy on their teeth. They are obviously much stronger than ordinary algae Leviathans. Do we need to clean up these algae Leviathans?" A survivor said uncertainly. "But we can't deal with this kind of Leviathan with dead blood energy on its surface." Another survivor said, so all the survivors looked at Zhou. However, Zhou had already stood on Huanling, flew out of the floating Leviathan, and rushed towards the mutated algae Leviathans. Just when Huanlin was less than 500 meters away from the mutant algae leviathans, the eyeballs on the surface of one of the mutant algae leviathans suddenly looked at Huanlin, and then glowed red at the same time, followed by countless red energy rays emitted from these eyeballs, and shot towards Huanlin. Huanlin was not afraid at all, and immediately turned his body over, and swallowed Zhou Wen on his back into his mouth, and then the abyss scales on his body surface switched to flowing golden scales. Those red energy rays that were shot at him, as densely as hair, were all reflected back after contacting the extremely smooth flowing golden scales. The mutant algae leviathan that emitted a large amount of red energy rays successfully blocked the reflected red energy rays through the dead blood energy attached to its body surface, but the blood-colored eyeballs on its surface were almost completely destroyed. Oh my! How can the scales on the surface of this king's transformed leviathan still deform? A survivor was shocked to see that the originally rough tortoiseshell-like scales on Huanlin's body quickly changed into smooth scales. Did you miss the point? The point is that the king's phantom leviathan can use scales to reflect energy attacks. This is crazy. A survivor from Area 1 was surprised. The king is the king. He is much stronger than ordinary survivors. A survivor from Area 3 praised. Yes, he is very strong, but definitely not as strong as the king of our survivors from Area 5. A survivor from Area 5 said. Do you dare to say it again in front of the king of the survivors from Area 8? The survivor from Area 1 said to the survivor from Area 5. Just as these survivors were discussing the magic of phantom scales, some survivors in the survivor group from Area 1 frowned. They were all survivors from Area 8. Because they spoke a similar language to the survivors from Area 1, they directly mixed into Area 1. They were sure that the man in dark gold armor was not the king of Area 8. Chapter 655. After the magic scales reflected the blood-red eyeballs on the surface of the mutant lamp algae leviathan that released red energy rays, it immediately opened its mouth, and Zhou Wen rushed out of the magic scales' mouth in an instant. Then the magic scales turned forward and swung its tail towards Zhou Wen. However, when the tail was about to hit Zhou Wen, the speed of the tail swing slowed down rapidly, and when it hit Zhou Wen, it had no power. Zhou Wen's body was in a floating state at this time, and the power that had just rushed out of the magic scale's mouth had begun to weaken. Just as the magic scale's tail swung, he stepped on the tail with the force, and the tail suddenly exerted force, throwing him towards the mutant lamp algae leviathan in front. Shwa! A rapid sound of breaking wind sounded, and Zhou Wen turned into a black shadow in the air under the power of the magic scales, and rushed straight to the head of the mutant lamp algae leviathan. When Zhou Wen was about to hit the scales of dead blood energy on the surface of the mutant algae leviathan, two dark gold swords suddenly appeared in his hands, and then he instantly cut the scales on the head of the mutant algae leviathan, and quickly drilled into the brain cavity. 10 seconds later, Zhou Wen rushed out of the abdomen of the mutant algae leviathan, holding a blood-colored core and a black supply box in his hand, and this mutant algae leviathan had been killed by him. Zhou Wen jumped out from the body of the mutant algae leviathan, and the whole person entered a free-fall state, but just as he began to fall, Huanlin had already flown over and caught him steadily, and then flew to the next mutant algae leviathan again. Next, Zhou Wen and Huanlin used the same method to kill other mutant algae leviathans. One by one, the mutant algae leviathans were killed by Zhou Wen's brain damage, and their cores and supply boxes were also placed in Huanlin's stomach wall space by Zhou Wen. This scene shocked all the survivors. But just as they were sighing at the power of the survivor king, several mutant light algae leviathans rushed out of the thick fog on the other side of the floating leviathan. When they were discovered by the survivors, they were less than 500 meters away from the floating leviathan. After the floating leviathan entered their attack range, the blood-colored eyeballs of these mutant light algae leviathans glowed bright red, ready to release energy rays to the floating leviathan. What should we do? The king is still cleaning up other mutant light algae leviathans on the other side, and we don't have the energy to deal with them here. What should we do? A survivor said anxiously. I try to stop it. At this time, Galen said that the floating leviathan was their foundation in the air after all. If they were seriously injured or even killed by these mutant leviathans, then all of them would be doomed. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Garen jumped onto the back of his transformed leviathan, and was about to fly out, the white light ball on the top of the floating leviathan suddenly shot out several energy rays. The energy rays were not thick, only about 10 centimeters, and about 100 meters long. These white energy rays instantly shot into the bodies of the mutant light algae leviathans. The next second, the bodies of the mutant light algae leviathans expanded rapidly, and then exploded like an overinflated balloon. However, The exploded body of the mutant light algae leviathan did not scatter, but was wrapped by a stream of energy, and then flew towards the floating leviathan, and was absorbed by the white light ball of the floating leviathan. When the white light ball absorbed the flesh and blood of these mutant light algae leviathans, it also stripped some things from the flesh and blood, and then fell from a high altitude and landed on the platform below. A group of survivors came forward to see that they were several blood-red balls, with a diameter of 1 meter, and several black supply boxes. Are these cores and supply boxes? A survivor saw these items, his eyes widened suddenly, and his words were full of excitement. Although these items were surrounded by survivors from various areas, no one dared to go forward to collect them, because they all knew that whoever dared to take them at this time would be looking for death. Huh? At this time, a whistling sound came from outside the floating leviathan. The survivors looked back, and saw that it was Zhou and Huan Lin who returned. Zhou had killed all the dozen mutant light algae leviathans, and also obtained a dozen cores and black supply boxes. 222. As soon as Zhou and Huan Lin landed on the platform, the white light ball of the floating leviathan continuously shot out a dozen white energy bubbles about 1 meter long. These white energy bubbles quickly flew towards the bodies of the mutant light algae leviathans that were falling. After the white energy bubbles touched the bodies, a layer of energy film instantly formed on the surface of the bodies. Then the bodies stopped falling, and began to fly towards the location of the floating leviathan. After the complete mutant light algae leviathans flew into the floating leviathan, they were immediately wrapped by the transparent tentacles, and collected into the white light ball. After watching the floating leviathan recover the mutant light algae leviathan bodies, Zhou looked at the survivors gathered in the center of the platform and walked over. When Huanlin landed just now, he saw some cores and black supply boxes in the center of the platform. If the current platform was full of survivors from Zone 10, he would be too lazy to collect them. He would have to give some soup to the survivors from the same zone while eating meat. But almost all the survivors present were from other zones, so he would not be polite. As Zhou approached, the survivors who surrounded him consciously made way for him. Zhou successfully collected all the cores and supply boxes. Zhou thought someone would come out to snatch them, so he kept an eye on the movements of the survivors around him, but they didn't. After this round of battle, the floating leviathan stopped moving, and then the light of the white light ball weakened a little. It should be digesting the large number of biological corpses just obtained. Zhou lay on the stone recliner, checking the core in the mutant lamp algae leviathan and the items in the black supply box. Ding! Obtained dead blood core X1. Ding! Dead blood core. After use, you can obtain the dead blood feature. When the dead blood feature is turned on, the dead blood energy is attached to the body surface, and the duration depends on the dead blood energy contained in the body. No genes are required. It can be used directly, and the dead blood energy can be obtained by eating the flesh and blood of creatures. It can be used without genes, which is not bad. Although it is the lowest level of dead blood energy, it is also energy. Zhou harvested a total of 18 dead blood cores. He himself will not use them, but he can give them to guild members. Then, Zhou opened the black supply box again. The items inside were not much different from the exclusive supply box of the light algae leviathan, except that there was an additional energy extractor. This energy extractor should be a reward from the world system. Under normal circumstances, it is definitely impossible to obtain energy extractor in the body of a 500-meter leviathan creature. Chapter 656. Because Zhou had obtained 2 bottles of energy extractor before, one was obtained from the exclusive supply box of the large leviathan purple mist leviathan, and the other was obtained from the pure gold treasure chest of the abyss-level leviathan brainwave leviathan, which is considered a relatively rare item. 10 minutes later, the floating leviathan was digested, and the white light ball on the top expanded again, reaching a diameter of 400 meters. The floating leviathan began to move, while emitting energy light, attracting fog lice in the thick fog. After that, Zhou and a group of survivors kept cleaning up the fog lice, and the white light ball on the top became larger and larger, until the diameter of the white light ball grew to 900 meters, and Leviathan-level creatures appeared in the dark fog outside. The Leviathan creature that appeared at this time was not recognized by the survivors present, but Zhou did. Hinged Leviathan? Zhou frowned slightly. Because it stands to reason that the hinged Leviathan's body is protected by spiritual steel energy, and it should not be invaded by dead bloodworms. But the hinged Leviathan that appeared at this time was covered with dead blood energy, and its original silver-white body turned blood red, and its sharp knife chain-like body became more hideous. The mutant hinged Leviathan, thousands of meters away from the floating Leviathan, opened its mouth, and began to gather a large amount of dead blood energy in its mouth, and then suddenly spit out a dead blood energy ray with a diameter of about 10 meters. This time, Zhou did not fly out directly to kill those mutant hinged leviathans. When he collected the mutant lamp algae leviathan items in the center of the platform before, he knew from the stories of some survivors that the floating leviathan would clean up these leviathan-level creatures by itself. Since he could get the item by waiting, he didn't need to do it himself. It was safer. After all, there was still a certain risk of falling when flying out of the floating leviathan to fight. Swoosh! Just as the dead blood energy ray spit out by the mutant hinged leviathan was about to hit the floating leviathan, a white ray shot out quickly from the white light ball. The dead blood energy ray instantly dissipated when it met the white ray, and then the white energy ray flew to the mutant hinged leviathan behind without slowing down, easily piercing through its shell and entering its body. Then, the body of the mutant hinged leviathan expanded rapidly, but because the mutant hinged leviathan's body was slender and covered with shells, it did not expand much, and exploded because the shell on its body broke. In the thick fog, a total of 33 mutant hinged leviathans appeared, all of which were killed by the white light shot out from the white light ball. The exploding flesh and blood were wrapped in white energy light film and flew into the white light ball. The core and black supply box in the mutant chain leviathan were also stripped out, and then Zhou collected all 33 dead blood cores and 33 black supply boxes under the eager eyes of all the survivors. The floating leviathan began to digest the bodies of the 33 chained leviathans, and then the white light ball began to grow, just when the diameter reached 1,000 meters. A white energy vortex suddenly appeared under the white light ball, and the white energy vortex quickly converged to the center, gradually condensing into a fist-sized white sphere. Then, the white sphere fell from the air and landed in the center of the platform. Zhou figure blurred and turned into a black shadow. In an instant, he appeared in front of the white sphere and picked it up. Ding! Obtained floating energy crystal X1. Ding! Floating energy crystal. After use, it can directly break through the upper limit of the first stage speed attribute. Zhou eyes slightly opened when he heard the introduction of the world system in his mind. An item that can directly break through the upper limit of the first stage speed attribute is definitely a good thing. Such a precious item will be rewarded. I wonder if it will continue to be generated in the future. Zhou looked up at the white light ball above and said. Zhou's slightly surprised reaction made the survivors around him very curious about what the white sphere condensed by the floating leviathan was, but they did not dare to ask Zhou, and could only watch it from the side, expecting Zhou to introduce it to them. But how could Zhou introduce it to them? He directly put away the floating energy crystal and returned to Huanlin. After that, the floating leviathan finished digesting and began to move, and then continued to attract fog lice, and the survivors continued to clean up. Time passed by little, and the survivors had cleared several rounds of fog lice. During this period, they also encountered some mutated leviathan creatures, but they were all cleared by the floating leviathan. At this time, another leviathan creature appeared in the thick fog. This time, most survivors recognized it. It was the black-haired leviathan. The appearance of the black-haired leviathan did not change much, but its body length increased from 500 meters to 800 meters. However, no matter how much these dead blood energy leviathan creatures mutated, as long as the volume did not reach more than 10,000 meters, they could not threaten the floating leviathan. A beam of white light could easily solve it. Buzz! Just as the survivors were waiting for the floating leviathan to finish dealing with the black-haired leviathan, and then continue to clean up the fog lice, a dazzling white light suddenly burst out from the black fog on the side of the floating leviathan, and then a wave of energy dispersed the thick fog that blocked the view, and then the survivors saw another floating leviathan slowly floating over from the side. Shit! That floating leviathan is floating towards us. A survivor from Area 1 cursed. Because of the experience in the second, deep-sea escape trial, the survivors knew that if they encountered the same trial leviathan creature in the trial, and got close to each other, there would inevitably be a fight. What are you afraid of? We have the king of survivors here. Another survivor from Area 1 was not very scared. As long as there was no king of survivors in the floating leviathan on the opposite side, the one who should be afraid should be the opposite side. Soon, the two floating leviathans were less than 100 meters apart, and the survivors on both sides could see each other through the square hole. The survivors on the opposite side took the lead. A leviathan with diamond-shaped scales on its body, and a body length of about 500 meters led 2,000 or 3,000 leviathans, and flew towards Zhou. The leviathan in the lead is so big. How come it seems to be bigger than the leviathan of the survivor king on our side? It's over. There is also a survivor king on the other side. What should we do? The survivors on Zhou Wen's side looked at the larger Leviathan on the opposite side, and immediately realized that there was also a king on the opposite side. If the two kings met, it would be a fierce battle. Chapter 657. The 500-meter-long diamond scale transformed into Leviathan, flew into the floating Leviathan on Zhou Wen's side, and did not launch an attack directly, but landed on the platform first. Then, a man wearing diamond scale armor jumped off the back of the transformed Leviathan. He first looked at the phantom scale, then looked at Zhou Wen, thought for a while, and then spoke. I am the king of Area 8. Are you also a king? Alexander asked Zhou Wen. Originally, Alexander brought people to fly here to kill all the survivors except Area 8, but after seeing the phantom scale, he was worried that it was the king of survivors, so he did not attack directly and prepared to ask first. There are very few survivor kings. If there is no irreconcilable contradiction between the two kings, there is no need to fight to the death. King of Area 8? Zhou Wen was stunned. He just told the survivors on his side that he was the king of Area 8, and it turned out to be true. The survivors behind Zhou Wen also heard what Alexander said. For a moment, there was a commotion in the crowd, and they all began to whisper about Zhou Wen's identity. The one on the other side is the king of Area 8, so who is this guy on our side? Sure enough, I said why he didn't use Wang Wei when he cleaned up the survivors in Area 6 before. It must be fake after all this time. It shouldn't be. His strength is so strong, it shouldn't be fake. Even if he is not the king of Area 8, he may be the king of other areas. Maybe he just doesn't want to reveal his identity. Strong strength does not mean he is the king. If he is not the king, then why did he take all the cores and supply boxes? Just as the survivors began to question Zhou Wen's identity, Garen, the Knight Commander of the Royal Court of Area 1, walked out of the crowd. How dare you interrupt the conversation between kings? Shut up if you don't want to die. Garen shouted at the survivors, and then came to Zhou Wen's side and half knelt on the ground. I was negligent, and did not fulfill my duties as the Knight Commander of the Royal Court of Area 1. I let these damn survivors disrupt your conversation. Please punish me, Garen said. This guy is a smart guy. Zhou Wen thought to himself. The other side is the king of Area 8, and the survivors on their side are all survivors from Area 1, Area 3, Area 5, Area 7, and Area 9. There is no survivor from Area 8. If Alexander knew that there was no king on their side, then everyone would die in Garen's eyes, and if he wanted to survive, he had to let the other party know that he also had a king. After the trial, go and get your punishment. Get lost. Zhou Wen snorted coldly, and said in a very unhappy tone. I am the king of Area 1. What does it mean that you, the king of Area 8, entered our platform without permission? Do you want to start a war? Zhou Wen said unceremoniously, and at the same time, he swung his arm, and a dark gold sword appeared in his hand, with an imposing manner. Haha, king of Area 1, this is a misunderstanding. I apologize for my recklessness. I don't mean to start a war. I just want to take away the survivors of our Area 8. Alexander said, but he actually didn't believe that the other side was the king of Area 1, because the state of the survivors on the other side was very strange. However, it is better to have less trouble than more. If the other side is really the king, it will be very troublesome after the fight. You can take away your survivors from Area 8, but shouldn't you send your survivors from Area 1 first? Zhou Wen said coldly. I don't have any survivors from Area 1 here, Alexander said. Actually, there were some, but he killed them all. What a coincidence. I don't have any survivors from Area 8 here either. Zhou Wen really didn't have any, but he didn't know if there were any hiding. Is that so? Sorry to bother you. Alexander didn't say much. Since he would kill all the survivors from other areas he met, the other party would definitely kill all the survivors from Area 8. This behavior made him believe that the other party was the king of Area 1. But just as Alexander jumped onto the back of his own Leviathan and prepared to leave with his people, there was a commotion among the survivors on Zhou Wen's side. Several survivors suddenly rushed out of the crowd, as if they wanted to say something, but they were killed by the team leaders of the 5 areas before they opened their mouths. You dare to disturb my king's conversation. You are looking for death, Galen said loudly. Garen was also worried that there would be survivors from Area 8 infiltrating his team, so after a play with Zhou Wen, he returned to the crowd of survivors and asked all the survivors to stay away from Zhou Wen on the grounds that they should not disturb Wang's conversation. At the same time, he also found the team leaders of other areas and asked them to pay attention to the abnormal people in their crowd. As long as they found survivors with abnormal behavior, they should be killed directly, regardless of whether they were survivors from Area 8. The team leaders of other areas naturally knew the seriousness of the matter, so they had no objection, and the survivors who were killed at this time were the abnormal people in their eyes. Alexander frowned at the sudden commotion, then looked at Zhou, but he didn't see any panic in Zhou, so he didn't think much about it, and left with his people. Buzz! Buzz! Alexander had just returned with his people, when the two floating leviathans they met suddenly released a spiritual force at the same time. The spiritual force swept through all the survivors, and then the white light ball, with a diameter of 1,500 meters on the top of Alexander's floating leviathan suddenly burst into light, and then shot a white energy beam towards Zhou Wen's floating leviathan. What's going on? The survivors on both sides were puzzled. However, everyone soon knew what was going on, because the next second, Zhou Wen's floating leviathan absorbed all the white energy beams, and the white light ball on the top began to expand rapidly, and the diameter continued to increase to 2,900 meters, while Alexander's side shrank to the initial 100 meters. How could this happen? Alexander's expression changed drastically. The energy they had accumulated for half a day was actually all given to the other side. It seems that when two floating leviathans meet, there will inevitably be a winner, and the winner will take away all the energy of the loser. Zhou Wen analyzed. As for the conditions for victory, Zhou Wen speculated that it was the number of people on both sides. The two mental powers just now should be the two floating leviathans checking the number of people on both sides. After absorbing all the energy of the floating leviathan on the other side, Zhou Wen's floating leviathan generated another floating energy crystal, and then continued to float forward. Asshole! Alexander cursed inwardly. At this time, he also thought that the two floating leviathans were using the number of people to decide the winner. In this way, he can't kill survivors from other areas at will when he encounters them later. He can only recruit them first. Otherwise, if he encounters a floating leviathan with a king, and the number of people on the other side is more than his side, he will lose all his energy again. Chapter 658. After a while, the two floating leviathans were far apart, and the fog that had been dispersed by energy before once again obscured the survivors' vision. The survivors on Zhou Wen's side were unusually quiet at this time, and all of them looked towards the floating leviathan, where the king of Area 8 was. They calmed down and concentrated, and finally breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the king of Area 8 did not notice anything wrong and brought people to chase them. It was a close call. I almost died. Yeah, my heart was about to jump out just now. Fortunately, our Area 1, Royal Court Knight reacted quickly, otherwise I would have died. The danger of death was temporarily lifted, and the crowd, which had been silent for a long time, began to become noisy. They were all grateful for their escape, but some people looked at Zhou Wen with a little anger in their eyes. This guy is obviously not the king, but he deliberately pretended to deceive us. It's really hateful. He took away all the cores and supplied boxes of various Leviathan creatures. Since he is not the king, he should hand them over. Speak softly. Even if he is not the king, his strength is definitely not much worse than that of the king. Aren't you afraid of death? He is indeed very strong, but you can't take all the Leviathan items. You should give us some more or less. That's right. Even if you don't give it to us, at least give it to the leaders of each group, especially our District 1 Royal Court Knight. If the knight hadn't reacted quickly just now, the king of District 8 would have found out that he was not the king. Wouldn't he be in danger? It's not too much to share some things, right? Indeed, and no matter how strong he is, as long as he is not the king, he can't fight against more than 9,000 of us alone. Things must be divided. Zhou Wen's identity, as not being the king of Area 8, was exposed, and the survivors who originally respected or even feared him became more active. Their humble looks turned into hostility. Since he was not the king, he should not have taken everything. Zhou Wen did not pay attention to the survivors, who were talking about it. In their eyes, he might have escaped because he pretended to be the king, but he was indeed the king, and he just did not want to expose his identity as the king. There are only 10 King of Survival titles in 10 areas, and killing the holder of the King of Survival title can become the new king, which means that there are only 10 kings in this world. If Zhou Wen directly admitted that he was the king, once these survivors spread the news in the regional communication channel, the kings would only need to compare their identities with each other and find that there was one more king. Among the current areas, only Area 10 and Area 6 have killed the King of Survivors. The King of Area 6 has been confirmed, so the new king can only be from Area 10, which means that there are 2 kings in Area 10. This was naturally not what Zhou Wen wanted to see. He still hoped to hide the strength of Area 10 as much as possible, so the survivor's suspicion that he was not the king was exactly what he wanted. At this time, Zhou was walking towards the center of the platform. Just now, after the floating Leviathan absorbed all the energy of another floating Leviathan, the diameter of the white light ball increased to 2,900 meters, and then it condensed another, floating energy crystal, and fell to the center of the platform. But this time, the survivor seemed a little reluctant to give way to Zhou, but they still gave way. Before, they gave way because of their identity as the king, but this time, they were afraid of his strength. But just as Zhou was about to reach the center of the platform, the leader of the Zone 5 team suddenly appeared from the crowd, picked up the floating energy crystal on the ground, and put it into his deep blue treasure chest. You have already obtained one before. This one should be given to me. The Zone 5 team leader looked at Zhou and said in an unyielding tone, "This should have been given to our leader. In this trial, we have the most people in Zone 5, and have contributed the most. This item is what we deserve. If you ask me, he should also give some of the cores and supply boxes to our leader. One person contributed so little, why should he take them all away? Yes, let him hand them over. Yes, hand them over." After the Zone 5 leader finished speaking, the survivors of Zone 5 behind him began to clamor, as if they wanted to rely on the large number of people in their zone to threaten Zhou to hand over all the items he had collected before. Humph. The team leader of Area 5 snorted and laughed. Seeing that the survivors in his area were all speaking in his favor, he felt very confident. Even if the other party was very strong, it was impossible for one person to clash with more than 2,000 of them. Quiet! The team leader of Area 5 scolded the survivors in the same area behind him, and then turned his head to the team leaders of other areas. You four don't know what the white ball is yet. I tell you, it is an item that can directly break through the upper limit of the first stage speed attribute. It is definitely a good thing. I have taken my share. Next is yours. You can discuss who should go first, and who should go later. The team leader of Area 5 said to the team leaders of the other 4 areas. The team leader of Area 5 was not a fool. He knew that Zhou was very strong, and he was definitely not his opponent, so he told the news of floating energy crystal to the team leaders of other areas in order to pull them all to his side, so that there would be no mistakes. An item that breaks through the upper limit of the speed attribute of the first stage. The 4 team leaders of other areas were shocked after hearing the words of the team leader of Area 5, and their tone was full of uncontrollable excitement. The 3 attributes of the team leaders of these areas have reached the upper limit of the first stage. Only Galen broke through the upper limit of the strength attribute of the first stage, because the king of Area 1 gave him a blood fruit before the trial. His current strength is 400 points. But even so, the item that can break through the upper limit of the speed attribute of the first stage is still extremely important to him. Originally, Galen didn't want to make enemies with Zhou. After all, staying alive is the most important thing, and there is no need to take risks at all. But now, he must take risks. As long as he can get a floating energy crystal, he can directly break through the upper limit of speed in the trial. Did I say you can take it? Just as Galen and the other 3 district team leaders were about to speak to the District 5 team leader to unite, Zhou's emotionless words reached their ears, causing them to turn their eyes to Zhou at the same time. At this time, Zhou was standing alone, and opposite him stood all the survivors from other districts. More than 9,000 pairs of eyes were staring at him, but he didn't care. Chapter 659. When District 6 launched a cross-district expedition against District 10, he killed all 10,000 people in District 6, including the king of District 6, by himself. And those were the elites of District 6. At this moment, the more than 9,000 survivors from other districts in front of him were not even worth a damn in his eyes. What do you mean by that? This is what I deserve. If we hadn't all cooperated with you to pretend to be the king of District 1, you would have died now. The leader of the District 5 team frowned, and said in a somewhat unhappy tone, "Although you are very strong, I advise you not to conflict with us. This trial has just begun. Maybe you will meet the king of other districts later. As long as you take out the items you have obtained before and divide them equally, we can still cooperate with you in the exercise and let you continue to be the king," the leader of the District 5 team said, with a hint of threat in his words. After all, if they really meet the king of other districts later, not only will they die, but Zhou will also die. So he felt that there was nothing wrong with his proposal, and the other party would definitely accept it. Hand over the stuff. Zhou seemed to not understand the other party's threat, and spoke in a flat tone. You? Don't go too far. There are so many of us, and you are just one person. Do you really want to be enemies with all of us? the leader of the 5th area team said angrily. Hearing this, Zhou frowned slightly, then swept his eyes across all the survivors on the opposite side, and finally fixed them on the leader of the 5th area team. You mean, I am not the king, so you dare to resist me? So what? The leader of the 5th area team thought that the other party was finally afraid, so he asked back with a somewhat proud tone. So that's how it is. If that's the case. Zhou words were still calm, but he suddenly opened his eyes when he looked at the leader of the Zone 5 team, and then a faint light flashed in his pupils. The next second, an invisible mental force instantly rushed towards the leader of the Zone 5 team. The leader of the Zone 5 team seemed to have noticed something, and immediately raised the weapon in his hand to block it. Puff! Suddenly, a dull explosion sounded in the armor at the head of the Zone 5 team leader, just like the sound of a watermelon exploding from the inside. Bang! Bang! The figure of the Zone 5 team leader immediately stagnated, and the weapon he had just raised fell to the ground, and then his body fell straight down. In an instant, the scene was dead silent, and all the survivors stood there blankly, looking at the Zone 5 team leader, who suddenly fell to the ground with surprise on his face. The 4 team leaders next to him, who were about to follow suit, were now as cold as falling into an ice cave. Intelligence, characteristics? Garen was horrified. He knew it was an intelligence characteristic, because the King of Area 1 also had an intelligence characteristic, but the intelligence characteristic of the King of Area 1 was to produce hallucinations, and could not directly cause damage. What happened to the leader of Area 5? A survivor whispered in the crowd. Dead? Another survivor said in horror. No way, the other side didn't seem to move, just glanced at him. How could he die? Another survivor said in disbelief. It was too weird, the other side didn't move at all, it seemed that he just used a look. After killing the leader of the Zone 5 team with impact characteristics, Zhou once again swept his eyes over all the people present. This time, the people who were swept by Zhou's eyes all trembled subconsciously, and the fear of death instantly filled their bodies. Many people were even scared and knelt on the ground. Anyone who wants to resist me can stand up now, Zhou said lightly. As soon as Zhou said this, the survivors who were still whispering in the crowd suddenly fell silent, their bodies stiffened, and they dared not move at all. Even their breathing stopped, for fear of being stared to death by Zhou. What about you 4? Do you still want floating energy crystal? If you want it, you can stand up. Zhou looked at the 4 group leaders and asked. You? King, don't misunderstand. We didn't intend to obtain floating energy crystal from the beginning. We are already very satisfied to get your protection. This Zone 5 team leader is simply greedy and deserves to die. The Zone 3 team leader immediately knelt down to show his loyalty. After the team leader of Area 3 knelt down, the team leaders of other areas also knelt down quickly, and they all echoed. The matter was resolved, and Zhou no longer said any more nonsense to these people. He picked up the deep blue treasure chest of the team leader of Area 5, took out the floating energy crystal inside, put it into his own deep blue treasure chest, and then killed the opponent's transformed Leviathan, and turned around and returned to Huanling to lie on the recliner to rest. After Zhou left, everyone felt relieved, and then they all came to the body of the team leader of Area 5, wanting to see if he was dead or not, because the head armor was intact, and it was impossible to tell whether he was dead or alive. Not only the survivors wanted to know, but even the team leaders of each district wanted to know. There was no other way, mainly because it was too unbelievable that just a glance could kill people. The team leader of District 5 was as strong as them. Garen turned his head and glanced at Zhou. After making sure that Zhou didn't look at them at all, or didn't care about their behavior at all, he took out a weapon and carefully cut the armor on the head of the team leader of District 5. But as soon as Garen cut a slit in the armor at the head position, a lot of blood shot out from the gap, like a high-pressure water gun. Now, everyone can finally be sure that the team leader of District 5 is indeed dead. Garen is no longer careful, and directly swings the weapon to cut off the head armor from the neck. The moment the head armor was cut off, a lot of blood gushed out from it, and the head armor was directly washed to the side by the blood. Several team leaders came forward to take a look and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Because the shape of the human head could no longer be seen in the head armor, the whole head seemed to explode, with blood, brain matter, and skull all mixed together, which was extremely terrifying. Several team leaders saw the tragic death of the team leader of District 5, and they were instantly shocked and sweaty. At the same time, they were glad that they did not express their opinions directly at that time, otherwise this would be their fate. Those ordinary survivors also saw the scene in the helmet, and they were so scared that their faces turned pale. They no longer dared to think of resisting Zhou. Even if Zhou was not the king, they thought he was the king at this time. Which district is this person from? He is so powerful? Several survivors from District 10 gathered together and discussed secretly in a low voice. No matter which district he is from, he is definitely not from our District 10. Otherwise, we can't have not heard of it. After this trial is over, we must tell King Jiang about it. One of the survivors from District 10 said. Chapter 660. That's not necessarily the case. Maybe it's a hidden master from our District 10. Were there not many hidden masters on the survival planet before? Another survivor from District 10 had a different view. It's impossible that it's from our District 10. Just look at the 400-meter-long Phantom Leviathan. King Jiang's Phantom Leviathan seems to be only about 330 meters. Another survivor from District 10 retorted. Yes. Why is King Jiang's Phantom Leviathan only 330 meters? The previous king of District 8 had a Phantom Leviathan of 500 meters. A survivor from District 10 suddenly said. Isn't this normal? The kings of the survivors in other districts are all dictatorial, and they use all the resources that can increase the growth rate of the Leviathan for themselves. We have many medium-sized guild presidents in District 10 to share resources, so there is definitely no comparison. Oh, that's right. And now the size of the Leviathan has nothing to do with the strength of the survivors. When King Jiang and President Chen were in the waterspout, they had to kill many thousand-meter Leviathans every day. A 500-meter Leviathan is meaningless. In this case, I feel relieved. The 10 survivors discussed for a while, and when the survivors from District 3, who went to check the bodies returned, they dispersed. After the crowd dispersed, the body of the team leader of District 5 and its Leviathan body were swept away by the tentacles of the floating Leviathan. Afterwards, the white ball of light floating on the top of the Leviathan began to emit dazzling light, attracting a large number of fog lice into its body. All survivors continued to control their own transformed Leviathans to clean up these fog lice. After this round of fog lice was cleared, the diameter of the white light ball increased to 3,000 meters, and a floating energy crystal was condensed again. No one dared to take the floating energy crystal this time, and before Zhou could go over to get it, the leader of the team in Area 3 gave it to him very respectfully. After clearing several rounds of fog lice, the floating Leviathan suddenly released a burst of energy, dispersing the thick fog outside, and then the white light ball emitted light, illuminating the outside world. Another Leviathan creature appeared? This behavior of the floating Leviathan had appeared many times before, so the survivors already knew it, and they all came to the edge of the platform, looking outside through the square hole, looking for Leviathan creatures. Whoosh whoosh. However, before the survivors found the Leviathan creature, a large number of black spheres suddenly rushed out of the thick fog in front. These black spheres, with a diameter of about 100 meters, dragged long red energy traces behind them, and flew towards the floating Leviathan at a very fast speed, like missiles. For the huge body of the floating Leviathan, these black spheres are not big, but there are so many of them, they are so dense that they are almost like fog lice. Swish, swish, swish. Just when these black spheres were less than 500 meters away from the floating Leviathan, a large amount of white light was instantly released from the white light sphere. But these white light rays were different from the white light rays that killed the mutant lamp algae Leviathan before. This time, they were shot more slenderly, looking like a bunch of light needles. Boom, boom, boom. The white light needle hit a black sphere, and the next second, the black sphere was like a punctured balloon, and a violent explosion occurred. The energy spread by the explosion was still red, which seemed to be dead blood energy. What are these black spheres? Why don't they seem to be Leviathan creatures? Some survivors wondered. However, the doubts did not last long. In the thick fog ahead, giant creatures with a body length of about 3,000 meters and a shape similar to that of a sea squirt slowly flew out. It's just that the appearance of these sea squirt-like creatures makes people feel extremely uncomfortable, because their bodies are densely covered with black round holes, just like lotus pods with lotus seeds taken out, which can make people have intensive phobia, and those black spheres grow out of these holes. The battle between the two sides lasted for a while, but those sea squirt-like Leviathan creatures seemed to be able to produce black spheres all the time, constantly consuming the energy in the floating Leviathan's white light ball. It takes energy for the floating Leviathan to release light needles. Although the energy required to launch a light needle is not much, the energy consumption is still very huge when there are too many. The white light ball, which originally had a diameter of 3,500 meters, had shrunk a circle at this time. If it continued to be digested by those sea squirt-like Leviathan creatures, it might consume all the energy in the white light ball. This won't work. Zhou waved his arm, and Huanlin took off directly, carrying him towards those sea squirt-like Leviathan creatures. These black spheres did not have a tracking function, so as long as Huanlin avoided the black spheres flying towards him, there would be no danger. Although there were many black spheres, Huanlin had a wide biological radar, and could easily find the route forward. A few minutes later, Huanlin successfully came to a few hundred meters away from a sea squirt-like Leviathan creature, and then sent Zhou into the surface of the sea squirt-like Leviathan with his tail. This sea squirt-like Leviathan was also a creature infected with dead blood worms. There was a layer of dead blood energy on its surface, but it could not stop Zhou's dark gold sword. After Zhou cut open its body, he drilled directly into the inside, and then began to look for the brain of this creature, but he did not find the brain after searching for a long time. So he began to look for the core, but he did not find the core either. Finally, Zhou found a blood-red sphere with a diameter of about 500 meters in the stomach wall space of the sea squirt-like Leviathan creature, and the sphere was filled with red energy. Zhou did not care what it was, and directly cut it open with a knife. The next second, a large amount of red energy burst out. Boom! At this time, the sea squirt-like Leviathan that Zhou had drilled into the body suddenly exploded, and a large amount of red energy spread out like mist. In the spreading red energy, a figure fell quickly downwards. The figure was Zhou, but the dark gold scales on his body disappeared, and the surface of his skin was still flashing with brilliant gold patterns. The blood-red sphere inside the sea-squirting Leviathan was full of dead blood energy. After it exploded instantly, it directly consumed the tyrant energy in the dark gold scales on Zhou's body. Without the tyrant energy, the dark gold scales could no longer block the dead blood energy, so it was instantly destroyed. Zhou had just fallen 100 meters, when Huanlin flew from below to catch him, and then rushed towards the next sea-squirting Leviathan. Half an hour later, all 20 sea-squirting Leviathans were detonated by Zhou, and the current crisis was resolved, but the bodies of the Leviathans that exploded fell into the thick fog below, wasting. Because these sea-squirting Leviathan creatures were 10,000 meters away from the floating Leviathan, they could not recover the bodies by launching white energy bubbles. Chapter 661. After killing all the sea-squirt-like Leviathan creatures, Zhou was brought back to the platform of the floating Leviathan by Huanlin. At present, the diameter of the white light ball on the top of the floating Leviathan has shrunk to 3,000 meters. The energy accumulated by cleaning up the fog lice before was completely wasted. Fortunately, those Leviathan creatures have been dealt with in time, otherwise the loss would be great. At this time, the survivors in various areas on the platform also breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, they looked at Zhou with a little more complexity. If Zhou had not acted in time, the energy in the white light ball of the floating Leviathan would probably be consumed, and all their efforts from the beginning of the trial to now would be in vain. Those survivors in Area 5 who had previously clamored that their area had contributed the most effort had nothing to say now. This time, Zhou quickly killed the 20 sea-squirt-like Leviathan creatures, which was equivalent to one person contributing the effort of tens of thousands of people. Zhou didn't care what these survivors thought of him, and directly opened the system interface to view the newly added biological illustration information. Flirty Leviathan Stage Adult. Body length 3,600 meters. Weight 4.3 million tons. Food type hydrogen. Introduction: a small Leviathan that lives in the clouds of the endless sea. When in danger, it will launch energy-locking bullets containing hydrogen from the holes on its body. After hitting the target, the energy-locking bullets will explode violently and produce energy-locking glue. The information in this biological illustration is completely different from the frivolous Leviathan I encountered. It seems that it has mutated again. From the biological illustration information of the frivolous Leviathan, we can know that the frivolous Leviathan is not an energy-type creature. It produces oxygen in its body, but the frivolous Leviathan that Zhou killed just now was filled with a large amount of dead blood energy. I don't know how this Leviathan creature living in the clouds was infected with the dead blood worms in the sea. Zhou wondered. The various mutated Leviathan creatures encountered before were all living in the ocean at the beginning, so it was normal for them to be infected with dead blood worms. They could fly into the air, which might also be caused by the mutation of dead blood worms. But why did the creatures that originally lived in the sky mutate because of the infection of dead blood worms? Moreover, the degree of mutation was not small, almost turning into another creature. No matter, maybe it's because of the trial. Zhou didn't think about it anymore, and prepared to check the exclusive material box he had just obtained from the stomach wall space of the mutated frivolous Leviathan. Those mutated frivolous Leviathans did not have cores in their bodies, but they had exclusive material boxes. Zhou Wen directly opened the box and checked the items inside. Ding! Obtain the energy crystal of the instant growth of the transformed Leviathan. Ding! Obtain the blueprint of the energy compression ball. Ding! Obtain the energy locking glue X10. Ding! Obtain the land base X100. Energy compression ball blueprint. Zhou Wen opened his eyes wide, and his body, which was originally lying on the recliner, sat up excitedly. Such a big movement attracted the attention of the survivors around him, and they were curious about what good things were in the supply box. Zhou Wen took out the energy compression ball blueprint directly and then used it immediately to check the production requirements. Energy compression ball blueprint requires rainbow energy tree energy bubble X1, energy glue X1. Haha, the materials required for the energy condenser are finally collected. Zhou Wen saw that the energy compression ball could be made directly, and he laughed happily. However, the amount of this energy locking glue is a bit small. Zhou Wen quickly opened the remaining supply boxes. There were 20 exclusive supply boxes, and a total of 200 energy locking glue were opened. This must be enough to make 13 energy compression balls. After the trial is over, I have to plant the energy rainbow tree quickly. Zhou Wen thought secretly in his heart. After that, the floating Leviathan continued to move forward, and then attracted the fog lice by releasing energy light. The survivors cleaned up the fog lice that entered the floating Leviathan as usual. But this time Zhou Wen did not participate in it. More than 9,000 survivors were enough to clean up the fog lice. He returned to the stomach wall space of Huanlin and absorbed the gold core to condense the brilliant gold energy. When cleaning up 20 mutant light Leviathans just now, in order to resist the dead blood energy that exploded, Zhou Wen activated the brilliant gold characteristics to form a layer of brilliant gold patterns on the body surface. A golden pattern formed by a golden energy can only last for 1 second when covering the whole body. At that time, Zhou Wen was in the sky, and he himself did not have the ability to fly, so he could not quickly escape from the range of the exploding dead blood energy. Killing 20 mutant light Leviathans consumed nearly 100 golden energies in total. Considering that he might encounter similar creatures in the future, the remaining more than 300 golden energies in his body might not be enough, so Zhou Wen stopped cleaning up the fog lice and took the time to condense more golden energy. The following time was relatively peaceful. In most cases, fog lice appeared in the thick fog outside. He only encountered a Leviathan creature once, and it was a mutant hinged Leviathan that had appeared before. The floating Leviathan could be solved by itself, and Zhou Wen did not need to take action at all. Boom! Boom! Inside the phantom scale stomach wall space, Zhou Wen heard the sound of 2 floating Leviathans dispersing the thick fog outside, one near and one far away. This situation had happened once before, when the 2 floating Leviathans met. Zhou Wen stopped condensing the golden energy and left the stomach wall space to go outside. Sure enough, another floating Leviathan slowly floated in the sky not far away. When the 2 floating Leviathans were less than a kilometer apart, a large number of phantom Leviathans flew out from the floating Leviathan on the opposite side. Zhou Wen roughly estimated that there might be more than 1,000 of them, but the leading phantom Leviathan was not big, with a body length of only more than 280 meters. It seems that there is no king on the other side? Yes, the size of the leading Leviathan is not even as big as the Leviathan of our Knight Commander in Zone 1. Strange, there is no king on the other side. How dare they take the initiative to attack? Maybe they are here to negotiate peace. After all, from their perspective, if we wait for them to go there first, there may be no chance to talk. That's not right. There are only more than 1,000 people on the other side. It is obvious that they have killed all the people in other zones, and only left their own zone. Are they taking the initiative to attack to negotiate peace? What are you afraid of? We have a king on our side. Ah? Where is the king? Pretend to have one, idiot. After confirming that there was no king on the other side, the survivors on Zhou Wen's side were not panicked, and they were guessing which zone the survivors on the other side were from. Soon, the more than 1,000 Leviathans landed on Zhou Wen's platform, and a survivor jumped off the leading Leviathan, but strangely, he was not wearing armor. Chapter 662. Survivors from Area 6, come to my side. The leading survivor ignored Zhou Wen, who was standing in the front, and shouted to the survivors behind him in Sakura Mandarin. Area 6? They are survivors from Area 6. Why are there so many people still alive in Area 6? They are not all infected with dead bloodworms. It's over. We don't have a king here. As soon as the leading survivor on the opposite side finished shouting, the survivors on Zhou Wen's side started to riot, because the survivors in Area 6 are basically infected with dead bloodworms, and can use dead blood energy. The scene of the more than 30 survivors from Area 6 slaughtering the crowd at the beginning of the trial left a shadow in their hearts, and now there are more than 1,000 survivors from Area 6 in front of him. How dare you? Kneel down before my king. At this time, Galen, who was standing behind Zhou Wen, stood directly beside Zhou Wen and shouted angrily. King? After being yelled at by Garen, the leader of District 6 looked at Zhou Wen, and then looked at Huanling behind him. Are you the king? The leader of District 6 did not seem to be afraid of the king, and asked in a very calm tone. Yes, I am the king of District 1. Zhou Wen nodded and replied. Ha ha, it's good to be the king, I'm looking for the king. After getting Zhou Wen's affirmative answer, the leader of District 6 suddenly grinned, revealing the sharp black fangs in his mouth that did not look like human teeth. Sizzle! The body of the leader of District 6 suddenly began to expand rapidly, and his body increased directly to 3 meters. The clothes on his body were instantly torn open, revealing his body covered with thorns and scales under the clothes. As long as I kill you and become the king, I can get rid of the torture of those alien brains. As soon as the leader of District 6 finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of Zhou Wen in an instant. His fist, as big as a casserole, with a layer of orange energy attached to the surface, smashed Zhou Wen's head fiercely. Zhou Wen did not dodge, but also swung his fist to collide with the opponent. He was ready to test the opponent's strength first. Bang! The two fists, one big and one small, collided, and suddenly a strong energy burst out. Galen, who had not had time to escape, was blown away by the spreading energy. Zhou Wen, who was facing the leader of District 6, flew backwards rapidly, and rolled on the ground before he stabilized his body again. Is this the strength of a king? It's too weak. The leader of District 6 said with disdain. Leave their king to me, and you kill all the other survivors. The leader of Area 6 did not immediately chase Zhou Wen, but gave orders to the survivors in the same area behind him. For a moment, among the thousands of survivors in Area 6, 10 of them had their bodies mutated and grew rapidly, while the other survivors in Area 6 opened their blood-red eyes and emitted dead blood energy from their bodies. It's over. The other side is full of survivors from Area 6 infected with dead blood worms, and our king is fake, and he's dead. Run! Let the Phantom Leviathan take us out. What's wrong with those people? How can they turn into monsters? Most of the survivors on Zhou Wen's side are ordinary survivors, and they have no ability to fight against the survivors from Area 6 infected with dead bloodworms. When those survivors from Area 6 with dead blood energy attached to their bodies rushed over, the crowd gathered together and scattered, fleeing in all directions. The team leaders of each zone drank the dead blood energy liquid at this time, and the dead blood energy was attached to their bodies, fighting with the survivors of Zone 6, who were also attached with the dead blood energy. The leaders of Zone 6 had already ordered to kill everyone, and the team leaders of each zone had no other choice but to fight. This was in the air, and the transformed Leviathan could fly because the floating Leviathan gave it energy. There was no point in running away, it was just to die later. Although both sides used the dead blood energy, because the team leaders used the dead blood energy liquid, the strength was stronger than the dead blood energy generated by the survivors of Zone 6 themselves. And they were all strong men in each zone, and the weapons in their hands were better than those of the survivors of Zone 6. So when the battle between the two sides just started, the 4 team leaders killed more than a dozen survivors of Zone 6. As for Zhou Wen, after he stood up from the ground, he took a look at the survivors from Area 6 who were chasing his own survivors. He suddenly flashed and appeared among the survivors from Area 6, who were infected with dead bloodworms. Then he waved his dark gold sword and killed them instantly. Asshole! Your opponent is me! Seeing his own people being killed, the leader of Area 6 immediately flashed and turned into an orange light. He quickly appeared in front of Zhou Wen. At the same time, 5 golden claws suddenly stretched out from his 5 fingers. The claws were attached with orange energy and quickly grabbed Zhou Wen. However, at the moment when the claws were about to hit Zhou Wen's figure disappeared again. When he appeared again, he was already among a dozen survivors from Area 6. Then the sword flashed, and all the survivors from Area 6 died. The main purpose of this trial is to clean up the fog lice. If you want to clean up so many fog lice quickly, you need enough survivors. Therefore, Zhou Wen certainly can't let too many survivors on his side die or get injured. Although the leader of Area 6 can knock him away with one punch at the beginning, His strength is only about 1,400 points. He can fight back by turning on the burning characteristic. The tricky thing is the orange energy on the surface of the opponent's body. Although he has never seen it before, it feels not simple. It seems to be some kind of advanced energy form. It may be difficult to kill him in a short time, so Zhou Wen chose to deal with other survivors in Area 6 first. After a while, thousands of survivors in Area 6 died, and even the 10 who turned into monsters were killed by Zhou Wen with a dark gold sword. In the end, there was only one person in Area 6, the leader of Area 6, and there were more than 8,000 survivors on Zhou Wen's side. Everyone leave the platform and make room for the king. After seeing that all the other survivors in Area 6 had died, Garen immediately shouted to all the survivors. The survivors did not hesitate at all, and all jumped onto the back of their own transformed leviathans, left the floating leviathans, and waited outside. Do you think the fake king can win? The fake king was the name given to Zhou Wen by the survivors in private. After all, Zhou Wen has not said his name yet, so he can only call him that. I don't know, but I hope the fake king can win, otherwise we will all die. The leader of Area 6 shouldn't kill us now. After all his people are dead. If he kills us too, will he clean up the fog lice alone? In fact, there is another way, that is to change a floating leviathan. The survivor said, turning his head and looking at the floating leviathan in Area 6 behind him. Chapter 663. Yes, then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the floating leviathan platform. Are you stupid? Even if we change to another floating leviathan, without the protection of a powerful warrior, when we meet other teams later, won't we have to hand over our fate to others? Let's wait and see. If the pseudo-king loses, it won't be too late to change. Outside the floating leviathan, all the survivors were watching and waiting for the result, while on the platform inside the floating leviathan, Zhou Wen had stopped moving and was less than 100 meters away from the monsterized Area 6 leader. Haha, so what have you killed all my people? No one will help you there. Don't waste time. Die! The Area 6 leader suddenly burst out with power, and his figure immediately turned into a shadow and flashed in front of Zhou Wen. This time Zhou Wen no longer dodged. His mind flashed, and he activated the burning characteristic. The next second, a burst of energy filled his body, doubling his strength attribute to 1,400 points. He then swung the dark gold broadsword in his hand, and quickly chopped at the District 6 leader, who appeared in front of him. Bang! The dark gold broadsword collided heavily with the golden claws of the District 6 leader, and a deafening metal agitation sound broke out. You activated the characteristic? Seeing Zhou Wen take his attack, the District 6 leader's expression changed slightly, but he reacted immediately. Let's see how long your characteristic can last. The District 6 leader continued to swing his claws and attacked Zhou Wen. However, just as the District 6 leader's golden claws were about to collide with the dark gold broadsword again, Zhou Wen's body suddenly emitted a pink energy, which was the energy of the immortal Victoria. The energy of the immortal King Lotus immediately attached to the surface of the dark gold sword, and then chopped on the golden claws. But to Zhou Wen's surprise, the golden claws were still fine, but the orange energy on the surface of the claws dissipated a little, but it was quickly replenished. Ha ha! You have quite a few attack methods. One moment it's the dark gold sword that can destroy the dead blood energy, and the next moment it's this pink energy. But it's a pity that it's still far from my Ocean Abyss level energy. The leader of District 6 sneered. Ocean Abyss level? Zhou Wen couldn't help but be surprised. Haha, how about it, you so-called king? I'm afraid you haven't seen Ocean Abyss level energy. The leader of District 6 noticed Zhou Wen's surprise, and immediately the monster-like face showed a proud look. However, in fact, the leader of District 6 thought too much. The reason why Zhou Wen was surprised was not because he had never seen Ocean Abyss level energy, but because he was surprised that the opponent's Ocean Abyss level energy was so weak that the energy of the immortal King Lotus could cut it. Forget it, don't waste time. Zhou Wen thought to himself. The next second, his speed suddenly increased, and then he quickly pulled away from the leader of District 6. Since the opponent is of the Sea Abyss level, it is meaningless to continue to rely on the energy of the immortal Royal Lotus to fight, and continuing to fight is just a waste of time, so he is ready to deal with the opponent directly. Golden Thunder feature open. Zhou Wen silently said in his heart, and then immediately mobilized a Golden Thunder energy in his body. Zzz. Suddenly, Zhou Wen's whole body flashed with golden lightning, and the golden lightning quickly gathered towards his palm, forming a violently flashing golden thunder. Sea Abyss level? Seeing the golden lightning that suddenly appeared on Zhou Wen's body, the leader of District 6 suddenly widened his eyes, because he had merged the genes of a sea abyss level Leviathan creature, so he could clearly feel the breath of the sea abyss level Leviathan emitted by the golden lightning. Damn it! The leader of Area 6 cursed, then turned and ran. He was just lucky enough to merge the genes of a sea-level Leviathan in the genetic experiment of the alien brain. The energy generated was much different from that of the real sea-level Leviathan, and the sea-level aura emitted by the opposite side was extremely strong, obviously with a core. The leader of Area 6 waved his arm quickly, and his phantom Leviathan detected it, and immediately flew towards him. The leader of Area 6 jumped up and landed on the back of his phantom Leviathan, then eagerly urged the phantom Leviathan to leave. Boom! But just as the leader of Area 6 and his phantom Leviathan passed through the square hole of the floating Leviathan, they heard a thunderous roar from behind. He wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. Because his body had been penetrated by a golden lightning at this time, a large hole with a diameter of 1 meter appeared in his chest, and the orange energy on the surface of his body dissipated instantly, and the phantom Leviathan under his feet was flashing with lightning all over his body, turning into a charcoal. Huh? The leader of Area 6 and his charred Leviathan fell directly into the dark clouds below and soon disappeared. Fuck. Palm thunder. A survivor from Area 10 couldn't help but blurt out. Because the voice was too loud and he was speaking in the Dragon Country language, it immediately attracted the attention of the survivors around him. The survivor from Area 10 felt something was wrong and began to look around pretending to find the person who had just spoken. Fortunately, most of the survivors were in shock at this time. The horrifying scene of Zhou, when releasing thunder and lightning with his hands, was simply unbelievable to them. Which area is he from? Now even Galen was curious about which area Zhou was from. He could accept using intelligence to kill people before, because although intelligence was rare and difficult to obtain, he had at least seen it, but he had never seen the ability to release powerful lightning with his hands. Even the king of Area 1 did not have this method. After all the people in Area 6 were dealt with, the survivors waiting outside immediately returned to the platform of the floating Leviathan. At this time, they looked at Zhou with a bit more awe. He was too strong and far beyond their cognition. Buzz! Buzz! At this time, 2 mental powers spread out, which were released by the 2 floating Leviathans. After the 2 mental powers swept through the number of people on both sides, the floating Leviathan on the opposite side released a white energy beam, which was absorbed by the floating Leviathan on Zhou's side. Zhou's white light ball, which had originally reached a diameter of 3,800 meters, grew to 7,000 meters in diameter after absorbing all the energy of the other floating Leviathan. 4 floating energy crystals quickly condensed under the white light ball. After the 4 floating energy crystals were condensed, they fell to the platform below, and were picked up by the survivors, and respectfully handed over to Zhou. Afterwards, the floating Leviathan continued to move, but to Zhou's surprise, the floating Leviathan without anyone actually followed behind, as if it had become one of them. Later, when the floating Leviathan on Zhou's side began to attract fog lice, the floating Leviathan behind was also attracting them, but no one cleaned them up, so Zhou could only let the survivors in Areas 5 and 7 go there to clean them up, and they stayed there after cleaning up. Chapter 664. After arranging the survivors on the 2 floating Leviathan platforms, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space and continued to absorb the golden core to condense the golden energy. However, in the eyes of other survivors, Zhou's behavior was thought to be that Zhou had just activated the characteristic and was about to enter a weak state, so he was eager to hide in the stomach wall space of his own Leviathan. Has the pseudo-king entered a weak period? It should be. The golden lightning just released must be some kind of very powerful characteristic. Such a strong power will inevitably enter a weak state. If that's the case, if you can. Although the survivor didn't finish his words, his meaning was already very clear. You don't want to take advantage of the pseudo-king's weakness and attack him. The survivor next to him was shocked and almost shouted, attracting the survivors around to look at them. Hush, keep your voice down, you want to kill me. I'm just thinking about it. The survivor quickly covered his companion's mouth and whispered. You'd better just think about it. The strength of the pseudo-king, as you saw just now, is not much worse than that of our king of District 5. Maybe he just lost the title of King of Survival. A strong man of this strength, even if he is weak, is not something you and I can deal with. Don't be stupid and kill us all. The companion immediately emphasized. Okay, I know, the team leader of our District 5 died not long ago, I'm not stupid. The survivor said impatiently. In the following time, the survivors continued to clean up the fog lice attracted by the floating Leviathan, and the white light ball on the top was also growing little by little. About 2 hours later, The diameter of the white light ball had reached 9,200 meters, and it also condensed two floating energy crystals, again. Because Zhou did not appear, they were temporarily collected by Galen. At this time, the floating Leviathan released another invisible energy, dispelling the dark fog outside. Then, a sound of energy vibration came from the back, and then a floating Leviathan appeared in front of everyone not far behind. Why did we encounter other floating Leviathans again? I hope that the opponent is not the king or the people from District 6 this time. A survivor prayed in his heart. It's over, the pseudo-king seems to be in a weak state. What should we do now? Be quiet, wait for someone from the opposite side to come. I will go to negotiate with the opposite side first. You all show more confidence. Let the opposite side think that we have a king sitting here. Galen said loudly to the survivors behind him. However, just as Galen finished speaking, Zhou came out of Wanlin's mouth. Since he encountered another floating Leviathan, he must come out to take a look to avoid some unexpected situations. After Zhou came out, the survivors secretly observed his personal status, and did not see any signs of weakness, which was no different from before. The pseudo-king does not seem to be in a weak state? A survivor whispered. He is pretending to be fine. After all, at least two characteristics are turned on. How can he be fine? Another survivor retorted. Anyway, let's just pretend that the pseudo-king is not weak, and don't let the other side know. Another survivor said. At this time, the floating Leviathans of both sides were less than a kilometer apart, but this time the survivors on the other side did not fly directly to Zhou, which made all the survivors on Zhou's side feel relieved. The opponent did not take the initiative to attack, which meant that the opponent was not confident in his own strength. It can be preliminarily determined that he was not the king, nor a survivor in Area 6. Then, a phantom Leviathan with a body length of about 300 meters flew out of the floating Leviathan on the opposite side. The opponent stopped when it flew to the middle of the floating Leviathans of both sides, as if it wanted to communicate first. On Zhou's side, Galen walked up to Zhou and handed him the two floating energy crystals he had obtained before. You go and communicate with the other side to see what the other side wants to do. Zhou put away the two floating energy crystals and said to Galen. Okay. Galen nodded. Although he seemed to be regarded as a subordinate by Zhou, he had no choice because the other side was strong. Soon, Garen let his phantom Leviathan fly out of the floating Leviathan, and came directly to the phantom Leviathan on the opposite side, and then asked, "Which district are you from?" Hearing Garen's call, a survivor appeared on the back of the phantom Leviathan on the opposite side. He was wearing serrated armor. After seeing the size of Garen's phantom Leviathan, his arrogant attitude immediately lowered a little. We are from District 5, and I am Raj, the deputy commander of the Holy Elephant Legion under the throne of the king of District 5. Raj said his identity, and his head raised involuntarily, as if he was proud of his identity. Hello, Deputy Captain Raj. I am Garen, the Knight Commander of the Royal Court of Area 1. My king is on the floating Leviathan. I wonder if the king of Area 5 is on your floating Leviathan. Garen is not clear about the situation on the other side, so he can only pretend that he has a king on his side to prevent the other side from having a king as well. When Raj heard that Garen had a king, his face changed, and the proud look on his face suddenly disappeared, turning into deep uneasiness. Raj originally came to communicate to determine the strength of the other side. If it was weaker, they would directly occupy the other side's floating Leviathan by force, and then let all the people on the other side hand over their supplies. They did this before, but they never thought that they would encounter a team led by a king this time. So you have a noble king leading you. No wonder there are two floating Leviathans. I don't know what the king means. Raj smiled awkwardly and asked anxiously. Now his situation is very dangerous. If the king of Area 1 wants to clean up the survivors in other areas, then they will be dead. Don't worry, my king won't kill people at will. How many people are there on your side? Seeing Raj's slightly nervous tone, Garen was relieved. This reaction from the other side showed that there was no king either. In this case, there was nothing to worry about. That's great. The king of Area 1 is really kind. We have more than 13,000 people here, including more than 5,000 survivors from Area 5, the same area as mine, and the rest are survivors from other areas. Raj quickly replied. Respected Knight Commander, can the survivors from our Area 5 directly join your king's team? It doesn't matter if the rest of the survivors are killed directly. We will also hand over all their items to the king. Raj continued. Chapter 665. I can't make a decision. I need to ask my king. Please wait here for a while. If you want to act, you have to act the whole set. Since he has a king on his side, Galen certainly can't make a decision directly by himself, and he really doesn't have the ability to make a decision. He still has to ask the fake king. After Galen returned to the floating Leviathan platform, where he explained the situation to Zhou. Let everyone on their side come over. Zhou thought for a while, and ordered Galen. After that, Galen contacted Raj again, and Raj returned to his floating Leviathan with surprise, and then asked everyone to fly to the floating Leviathan where Zhou was. Noble King of Area 1, please allow me to pay my highest respects. Raj came to Zhou and knelt on the ground directly, and then wanted to kiss Zhou's toes, but was rejected by Zhou. The strong men on the survivor side in Area 5, in addition to Raj, the deputy commander of the Holy Elephant Corps, there is also a commander of the Holy Elephant Corps named Kumar. Seeing that the king of Area 1 did not accept the etiquette of kissing toes, he could only kowtow to Zhou. Then, Zhou simply distributed the 13,000 people who joined in. More than 5,000 survivors from Area 5 were assigned to the second floating Leviathan. There were also survivors from Area 5. Gathering the people from Area 5 together would help them trust each other more. However, before the survivors from Area 5 went over, Zhou asked Mocker to hand over all the floating energy crystals they had obtained, a total of 8. Zhou temporarily kept the remaining nearly 8,000 people on his side, and let them go to the third floating Leviathan after the third floating Leviathan joined. After distributing the survivors, the 2 floating Leviathans released 2 spiritual powers. As a result, Zhou's side had more survivors, so the energy of the floating Leviathan on the other side was transmitted to the floating Leviathan on Zhou's side. The floating Leviathan on Zhou's side began to absorb energy, and the white light ball expanded rapidly. When the diameter reached 10,000 meters, it stopped absorbing energy. So the floating Leviathan on the other side transmitted the remaining energy to the second floating Leviathan, causing the diameter of the white light ball of the second floating Leviathan to increase to 5,000 meters. But strangely, the second floating Leviathan did not condense floating energy crystals. It seems that the number of floating energy crystals that each team's floating Leviathan can condense is limited. Zhou thought silently in his heart, but this is also normal, because if it can be obtained repeatedly, then the 2 teams can brush floating energy crystals back and forth. After the floating Leviathan on the opposite side completed the energy transmission, it directly joined Zhou's team and followed the second floating Leviathan. So Zhou sent the newly joined 8,000 survivors to the third floating Leviathan. After doing this, Zhou collected a floating energy crystal condensed by the floating Leviathan on his side, and prepared to return to the stomach wall space. But as soon as Zhou walked in front of Wanlin, Galen approached and seemed to have something to say. "What's the matter?" Zhou asked. "It's not a big deal, but it's not a good idea to let those survivors from Area 5 stay together. They only need to communicate, and they will know the situation on our side. I'm afraid they will organize people to rebel. Should we be on guard?" Galen said with some concern. "No need. If they dare to rebel, just kill them," Zhou said indifferently. Zhou actually considered whether to arrange the 2 groups of people from Area 5 separately before, but after thinking carefully, it didn't matter at all. With his strength, whoever dared to rebel would be killed. There was no need to do it. After a while, on the second floating Leviathan platform, the 2 groups of survivors from Area 5 met up and naturally told each other about their own situation. "What? Fake." McCool was furious when he learned from a survivor from Area 5 that Zhou was not the king of Area 1. He handed over all 8 extremely precious floating energy crystals. If this was heard by the king of Area 5, he would not be the leader of the Holy Elephant Legion. McCool jumped on the transformed Leviathan and was about to take people to find trouble with Zhou, but was stopped by the survivor from Area 5. "Noble Legion Commander, please calm down. Although the fake king is not a real king, his strength is very terrifying." Then, the survivor from Area 5 told the story of Zhou killing the leader of the mutant Area 6 with Golden Thunder. After listening to the survivor's story, the aggressive McCool instantly calmed down, because he knew that he was definitely not the opponent of the fake king. But just when he was about to let it go, a survivor from Area 5 ran out of the crowd. "Noble Legion Commander, the fake king had activated his characteristics during the previous battle. He must have relied on some characteristics to release Golden Thunder. He may have entered a weak state at this time." The survivor from Area 5 who spoke was the survivor who wanted to take advantage of Zhou's weakness and fantasize about killing Zhou. "Weakened? No." Raj carefully recalled the scene of meeting Zhou just now, and found no signs of weakness. No, maybe the fake king really entered a weak state, but he was not so weak that he could not move. Just now when we wanted to offer him the highest etiquette of kissing his toes, he dodged. Maybe he was afraid of us getting close. Mocker analyzed. Indeed, if the fake king is really strong enough, why would he be afraid of us getting close? Raj thought Mocker's analysis made sense. Humph! Bastard. He dared to lie to us when he was weak. He is really courting death. Mocker looked ferocious, and directly summoned all the survivors in Zone 5 to go to the floating Leviathan, where Zhou Wen was. Noble Legion Commander, don't listen to him. He is just speculating. If the fake king is not weak, it will bring disaster to all of us. The survivor who first talked about how powerful Zhou Wen was, hurriedly stopped him. You mean, the leader's strength is not as good as that fake king? Mocker said sternly with a cold expression. It would have been fine if he didn't know that the other party was weak and was dissuaded before, but now that he knew that the other party was weak, if he didn't show his dignity, where would his face be in public? No, She. However, before the survivor from Area 5, who was trying to dissuade him, could finish his words, Mocker had already swung the sword in his hand and cut off his head. Chapter 666. You are just a lowly person. Do you think I should listen to you? Mocker said angrily. Everyone, follow me to the floating Leviathan, where the fake king who deceived us is. I want him to know the consequences of deceiving my District 5. Mocker shouted loudly. Instantly, 7,000 transformed Leviathans flew towards the first floating Leviathan. Such a big movement immediately attracted the attention of the survivors on the first floating Leviathan. What's wrong with those survivors from Area 5? Why are they flying over again? Don't they know that the pseudo-king is fake? What if it's fake? The pseudo-king is so strong that the people from Area 5 can't even defeat him. Aren't they looking for death? But the pseudo-king seems to be in a weak state. It shouldn't be. Serious. Wasn't the pseudo-king fine just now? He could still walk. I heard before that after entering a weak state, the body can't move at all. Oh, I don't know. I hope so. While the survivors were discussing, more than 7,000 survivors from Area 5 had already landed on the platform, and then a group of people approached the location of Phantom Scale with great momentum. Stop! Mocker Raj, what do you mean? Galen stepped forward to stop them. Humph. Garen, you are the Knight Commander of the Royal Court of Zone 1, so I will give your king a favor. Now get out of the way or help me kill that fake king. I will forgive you for deceiving me before, and the same goes for the survivors in other zones. Mocker said loudly. Mocker was able to sit in the position of the leader of the Holy Elephant Legion, so he must have some brains. Among the survivors in Zone 5, only the 2 of them are quite strong, but there are 4 survivors in other zones. If the strong people in other zones want to be their enemy, they will definitely not be able to beat them, so they need to win them over. That fake king took all the items away and gave you nothing. Why do you continue to follow him? It's okay that you were strong before, but now you are at a weak period. Don't you dare to resist? McCool said to the strong men in other areas. Join us now, and after killing the fake king, all the items will be divided equally. How about it? McCool promised, and finally looked at Galen in front of him. Galen frowned and thought for a while. He had just communicated with Zhou Wen, so he felt that Zhou Wen was probably not weak, but it might be bluffing. After all, in the eyes of the other party, they, the survivors, were also threats, so naturally they would not tell him about their weakness. I won't participate, you guys can do whatever you want. After thinking about it, Galen gave way and decided not to participate. What about the others? McCool looked at the other 3 team leaders and asked, but the 3 team leaders shook their heads, neither blocking nor participating, and chose to wait and see. A bunch of cowards. McCool said with disdain, and continued to lead his men towards Huanlin. Just as the group of survivors in Area 5 surrounded Huanlin under the leadership of McCool, Huanlin's mouth opened, and Zhou Wen slowly walked out of it, and then glanced at Zhou Quan. Are you here to die? Zhou Wen said lightly. Don't pretend, you are not the king at all. Die! McCool thought Zhou Wen was still pretending to be the king, which made him more certain that the other party was weak, so he waved his weapon and rushed over quickly. Leader! 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 The survivors in Area 5 around were shouting loudly, cheering for their leader. The Legion Commander is so powerful that I can't even see his moving shadow. Yes, kill this fake king and his things will be ours. Amid the discussions of the survivors in Area 5, Mocker had already come to Zhou Wen. At this time, his whole body was emitting dead blood energy, and the sawtooth sword in his hand appeared. Looking at Zhou Wen, who was still motionless in front of him, his confidence increased immediately. Die! Mocker swung the sawtooth sword with dead blood energy attached to it, and chopped Joe on the head. Swish. However, before Mocker's sawtooth sword fell, a black shadow suddenly passed through his body from top to bottom. Mocker's figure paused immediately. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. His mouth opened as if he wanted to say something, but his throat could not make any sound. Only a large amount of blood gushed out of his mouth. The next second, Mocker's body was directly split in the middle, and blood and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. In an instant, the shouts, discussions, and curses around all stopped abruptly, and the whole space fell into a dead silence. When Raj saw Mocker's body cut in half, his pupils shrank sharply, and his hands and feet were cold in an instant, and his body began to shake uncontrollably. Joe glanced at Raj and ignored him, then looked at Galen, who was immediately trembling. "You take people to kill all the survivors in Area 5. Joe said in a flat tone. Before, these people in Area 5 were the most jumpy, but there were not many survivors at that time, so they were not dealt with. Now that they are looking for death, they can only fulfill their wish. Okay. Galen was scared and broke into a cold sweat. He thought he was going to be killed. Next, it was time to clean up the survivors in Area 5. This time, the team leaders of each area did not wait and see, but all joined the action of cleaning up the survivors in Area 5. More than 3,000 of the 7,000 survivors in Area 5 died soon, and Raj was besieged by 4 team leaders. Raj's strength was similar to that of the 4 team leaders, and he also had full 3 attributes in the first stage. Under normal circumstances, he was naturally no match for the 4 team leaders, so at this critical moment, he activated his characteristics, and all his attributes were doubled. The 4 team leaders did not dare to activate their characteristics rashly, so as not to be exploited by other survivors, so they all took a bottle of dead blood energy liquid defense to resist Raj's attack, as long as they dragged it out until his characteristics ended. 1 minute later, the light on Raj's body gradually dissipated, and his characteristic amplification effect was about to end. Seeing this, the 4 team leaders ended their defensive postures, all waved their weapons, and rushed towards Raj. Boom! But at this moment, the floating Leviathan suddenly released an invisible energy, dispersing the dark fog outside, and then, a sound of energy fluctuations came from the distance. The survivors fighting on the scene paused at this moment, looking at the floating Leviathan that was gradually approaching in the distance, and found that there were 2 floating Leviathans on the opposite side. And when the floating Leviathans of both sides were 10,000 meters apart, a phantom Leviathan had already flown out from the opposite side. The phantom Leviathan was more than 600 meters long and covered with golden scales. When the golden phantom Leviathan reached Showen's floating Leviathan, a majestic mental force instantly spread out, and the survivors covered by the mental force knelt directly on the ground. "I am the king of District 5, and I give you 2 choices: surrender or die." Chapter 667. The golden Leviathan landed on the platform, and a survivor wearing golden armor jumped off its back. The king's might, which covered a range of 400 meters in diameter, spread out instantly, and all the survivors covered by the king's might fell to the ground with their minds distracted and their brains in a trance. Those survivors who were outside the range of the king's might, although not suppressed by the king's might, also fell to the ground. The king's terror had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts, and they didn't even dare to run away at this time. It's the king of Area 5. It's over. Garen had already fallen to the ground because of the suppression of the king's might, but what made him even more desperate was that the person who came was the king of Area 5, and they were just killing the survivors in Area 5. It's dead. Garen only felt cold all over, but in just a few seconds, his whole body was soaked with cold sweat. If they hadn't attacked the survivors in Area 5, there might be room for maneuver, but now it is definitely impossible, and all of them will die. Damn it! Who the hell is Mocker, who has to provoke the pseudo-king? Garen cursed fiercely in his heart. No, maybe there is still hope. The pseudo-king is so strong, maybe. At this time, Garen still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. He had been in contact with the pseudo-king for a long time. Whether it was when he met the king of Area 8 or the monsterized leader of Area 6, the pseudo-king had never panicked, which meant that the other party might have some trump card. But just as Garen's hope rose in his heart, it immediately sank. He remembered the scene when he had just met the king of Area 1 on the survival planet. At that time, he was also one of the strongest survivors in Area 1. Except for a few survivors with equal strength, he hardly took other people seriously until he met the king of Area 1. At the beginning, the king of Area 1 was not very strong. Among all the survivors in Area 1, his strength ranked outside the top 10,000. It was just that the journey of transforming into Leviathan was the longest, so he would reveal some new biological information from time to time. At that time, he did not take the king of Area 1 seriously at all. But after the other party arrived at the Abyss Sea, everything changed. No matter how strong he was, the other party directly opened the king's power to suppress him, and he had no ability to resist at all. And now, it seems that the scene is about to reappear. The strength of the pseudo-king is indeed very strong, but facing the unsolvable Wang Wei, he must have the only result of kneeling on the ground and being slaughtered. Galen's face was pale, and his eyes revealed despair, but he still raised his head as much as possible with difficulty, and then moved his eyes to look at the location of the pseudo-king. But then his eyes opened unconsciously, and his pupils were filled with disbelief. In his field of vision, the fake king was still standing. Facing the might of the king of District 5, he didn't even lower his head. He looked straight at the king of District 5, as if nothing had happened, and all around him were survivors kneeling on the ground. How? How is it possible? Garen's eyes were full of shock. Could it be? He is really the king? Garen suddenly thought, and then he was filled with ecstasy. Since he was the real king, he shouldn't have to die. The king of District 5 also discovered Zhou Wen at this time. After all, everyone around him was kneeling, and he was the only one standing. It would be hard not to discover him. The king of Area 5 frowned slightly, then glanced at the phantom leviathan more than 400 meters behind Zhou Wen, thought quickly, and then spoke. I am the king of Area 5, VJ, who are you? VJ slightly restrained his superior attitude and asked Zhou Wen. It is obviously unwise to rashly fight with the kings of other areas in the trial. After all, the further you go in the trial, the better the rewards you get. If you fight to a loss now, you will definitely not be able to earn the rewards later. If you meet the king of other areas again, you may lose your life. I am the king of Area 1 and Area 5. Isn't it a bit too much for you to open your kingly power directly? Zhou Wen said in a tough tone. Zhou Wen didn't want to kill these kings for the time being, or he couldn't kill them. Before there was no king in Area 6, the alien brains were rampant in Area 6, and they blatantly used ordinary survivors for genetic experiments. The survivors in Area 6, who have been strengthened by various genes, have been greatly strengthened, far exceeding the ordinary survivors in other areas. If the alien brains continue to expand, who knows how many Zhao Tong will be created in the future. Of course, if the king of Area 5 insists on conflicting with him, he will not give in all the time. Qin Shinka still lacks the title of King of Survival. It's just for convenience. If these untouchables are not suppressed by the king's power, they will think of resisting, so they will activate the king's power to come, not to conflict with you. VJ said with a faint smile, without any apology in his words. His noble status does not allow him to apologize. In that case, then you leave. I don't want to conflict with you, so as not to let others take advantage of you. Zhou Wen was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with VJ and drove him away directly. VJ's face became a little ugly, obviously dissatisfied with Zhou Wen's attitude, but he didn't get angry. He just snorted coldly and prepared to leave, but deliberately did not put away Wang Wei and suppress the survivors on Zhou Wen's side to express his dissatisfaction, until he jumped on the back of the Phantom Leviathan. But just as VJ jumped on the back of his own Phantom Leviathan, and was about to leave, a voice of surprise shouted from the kneeling crowd. King! Is it you? I am your loyal servant, Raj. Raj was suppressed by Wang Wei just now, and his brain consciousness was in chaos, so he didn't hear the conversation between the king of Area 5 and Zhou Wen at all. After the king of Area 5 jumped on the Phantom Leviathan, his position was out of the coverage of Wang Wei, and he looked up and saw the Phantom Leviathan with golden scales. Raj? VJ immediately looked at the survivor, who had collapsed on the ground, and was looking up at him with difficulty. It's me, my king. Please save your loyal servants. These damned untouchables want to kill me. Raj said at the end. His tone was extremely fierce. He almost died just now, but now his king is here, and it's time for him to take revenge. King of District 1, shouldn't you give me an explanation? VJ turned his eyes to Zhou Wen and asked in a deep voice. In fact, VJ didn't look down on the survivors of District 5 at all. In his eyes, they were just a group of untouchables, but he also knew that his development was inseparable from these untouchables, so naturally he couldn't let people from other districts slaughter them at will, and this was also related to his personal face. Explanation? Kill them, and your men took the lead in attacking me. Speaking of explanation, it's you, the king of District 5, who should give me an explanation. Zhou Wen said unceremoniously. You? Zhou Wen's disrespect in front of other survivors made VJ very angry, But he finally forced himself to suppress his anger. Chapter 668. There is no way. It was his own people who first provoked the king of Area 1. No matter what he said, he was not right. In his opinion, his subordinates dared to provoke the king. They were obviously rebellious. It would be better not to have such subordinates. But just when VJ was about to say something high-sounding and then give up Raj, a survivor suddenly stood up from the kneeling survivors, rushed to Raj quickly, and then waved the weapon in his hand, ready to chop off Raj's head. How dare you? VJ was furious. The king's might, which had been put away, was released again, suppressing the survivor to the ground. The king of Area 1 was fine, but a mere pariah dared to openly attack his subordinates in front of him. It was simply not taking him seriously. This survivor was Galen. When he saw that Joe-Win was not affected by the king's might at the beginning, he guessed that Joe-Win might be the king, but he just didn't say it to hide his identity. But after listening to Joe-Win's conversation with the king of Area 5, he felt that Joe-Win was not the king. Although his words were very tough, he always felt that he was deliberately provoking the other party. But isn't it better not to have conflicts between kings? After thinking for a while, Galen realized that Joe-Win might not be the king, and his tough words were probably bluffing. As for why he was not affected by the king's power, he didn't know for the time being, but he had to get rid of Raj. If Joe-Win was not the king, then their crisis would not be resolved. The survivors in Area 5 were frightened by the king of Area 5, and dared not raise their heads. There was no threat for the time being. And Raj was the subordinate of the king of Area 5, and he would definitely tell the fact that Joe-Win was a fake king. Then it would be really over, so he took the risk to kill Raj, but unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. What king of Zone 1? My king? Don't be fooled by him, he is not a king at all. Raj also reacted at this time. His king might have been fooled by the fake king, so he hurriedly said, "Not a king?" VJ's face suddenly darkened, and his eyes almost spit fire when he looked at Joe-Win. A pariah dared to deceive him. It seems that your intelligence is not low. VJ was furious, and when he said the last three words, his voice was almost squeezed out from his teeth, and his eyes were filled with strong murderous intent. When VJ was on the survival planet before, he met a survivor who was not affected by his king's power. At that time, his intelligence had not reached 20 points, but the survivor's intelligence exceeded 20 points, reaching 21 points. Therefore, he knew that as long as the survivor's intelligence exceeded 20 points and exceeded the king's intelligence, he would not be affected by the king's power. However, the survivor with 21 intelligence points finally died in his hands. After all, he was the king of Area 5. With the supply of all survivors, his 3 attributes had already reached the upper limit. And because of the effect of Survival King in the title, Supreme, his attribute upper limit was 400 points. Although the survivor with 21 intelligence points also reached the upper limit of 3 attributes, it was only 300 points, 100 points less than him. The extra 100 points of attributes were magnified several times under the characteristic amplification of both sides, which was not much different. The survivor with 21 intelligence points was crushed by him with higher attributes and finally died unwillingly. Boom! VJ's whole body burst out with a dazzling golden energy, which made him look like a golden man. Dare to deceive me? I will embed your skull under my throne. VJ roared, and the golden figure suddenly disappeared from his transformed Leviathan's back and instantly appeared in front of Joe-Win. Immediately, Joe-Win felt a terrible momentum coming towards him, so he immediately retreated several meters, pulled away, and quickly swung the dark gold sword towards VJ's head. Bang! Ka! Facing the dark gold sword that was coming, VJ did not dodge or avoid, but raised his hand to take it, and then the 5 fingers with golden energy attached to them exerted force, and the dark gold sword instantly cracked all over the blade, and then with a strong twist, the dark gold sword was broken. Shwa! VJ threw the broken half of the dark gold sword blade out with great force, and the half of the dark gold blade turned into a black shadow, and shot towards Joe-Win rapidly. Joe-Win reacted immediately, and dodged the thrown blade easily, but the survivors behind him were miserable. Half of the blade instantly passed through their bodies. Hundreds of people were cut in half at once, but fortunately, they were all survivors from Area 5. The weapon is not bad, VJ said lightly. The golden energy attached to his body was the energy of the king-level Leviathan Gilded Leviathan. Ordinary weapons would basically break at a touch, but the dark gold broadsword required some effort. Looking at your speed, the 3 attributes should have reached the upper limit of the second stage. You guys who hide and develop secretly are really strong. It's a pity that you are not the king. You will definitely die in my hands today. As Vijay said, his body turned into a golden stream of light, and suddenly appeared in front of Zhou. His muscles bulged all over his body, and the golden scales on his body were deformed, outlining the wild muscle lines of his body. The king is not someone you lowly people can blaspheme. Die! Vijay raised his arm, and swung a punch swiftly. The golden light on his fist was dazzling and extraordinary, and the terrifying energy rushed directly towards Zhou when in front of him. Boom! Zhou whole body suddenly radiated a pink energy, trying to compete with this golden energy, but the pink energy was dispersed in an instant. The fist with golden light hit Zhou's chest, and a dull loud noise suddenly broke out, accompanied by the sound of armor breaking. Huh? After suffering such a heavy blow, Zhou flew backwards directly, with such a fast speed and great power that he was like a 100-ton king rushing, killing all the survivors along the way. The golden energy carried by Vijay's punch hit the survivors along the way. In an instant, the survivors' bodies seemed to be crushed by heavy objects and turned into pools of meat paste. Such a horrible scene caused the survivors around to flee far away. If they stayed nearby, they would probably die. Only some survivors from Area 5 did not leave. They cheered and shouted for their noble king. Okay, next, it's your turn. Vijay turned his head and looked at Garen, his tone cold. I am the Knight Commander of the Royal Court of Area 1. If you kill me and tell my king, he will not let you go. Death was approaching. Garen looked at the king of Area 5, who was emitting terrifying energy all over his body. He was in deep despair, and could only use the title of King of Area 1 to make a weak threat. Humph! What about the King of Area 1? Does he dare to attack me? Vijay said disdainfully. Before he had not completely integrated the Gilded Leviathan gene, he might have been afraid of the kings of other areas, but now, they were just some lowly ants. Chapter 669. After saying that, Vijay was about to crush Galen to death, but at this moment, a thunderous sound was heard, followed by a golden thunderbolt hitting Vijay's body. For a moment, the two golden energies collided, making a deafening explosion, and the dazzling golden light instantly obscured everyone's vision. Zzz. The golden thunderbolt did not penetrate Vijay's body, but it caused a hollow area in the gilded energy layer on Vijay's body surface. The armor under the hollow area was directly broken, revealing the charred scales inside. At the same time, there was a large amount of golden electric light flashing all over the body, consuming the gilded energy on the surface of the body. What kind of energy is this? Vijay's brain paused for a moment, and his eyes were full of surprise. It seems that you have fused the genes of the king-level Leviathan. At this time, Zhou, who was knocked away, had stood up from the ground. The armor on his body was broken bit by bit, revealing his body with well-proportioned muscle lines inside, and the bright golden patterns on the surface of his body were slowly disappearing. Boom! Boom! As soon as the golden pattern on Zhou's body disappeared, golden electric currents spread all over his body, making his body flash with lightning and thunder rumble. I wanted to let you go, but since you are looking for death, then give up your title of King of Survival. Zhou said calmly to Vijay with his eyes flashing with golden lightning, and then he slapped his palm forward, and the golden thunder in his palm shot out instantly. The speed of the golden thunder was extremely fast, and it arrived in front of Vijay almost the moment it was hit, and Vijay could not dodge at all. But the position where this golden thunder attacked was exactly the gap of the gilded energy on his body. The energy in the gap had just recovered a little. If he was hit again, his body would definitely be pierced by the golden thunder. In a hurry, Vijay could only turn his body and let the golden thunder hit his other side, which caused a hollow area of the gilded energy on his body's surface again. Damn it! Vijay cursed inwardly. Although he had fused the genes of the Gilded Leviathan, because he had no core, the gilded energy was not infinite. It needed to be increased by taking the medicine made by the alien brain. In the trial, it was used a little bit less. If it continued to be consumed, the king-level power would be unusable. Wait! You are very strong, but I haven't activated the characteristics yet. If we continue to fight, both sides will suffer. Why don't we take a step back? Seeing that Zhou was about to attack again, Vijay immediately spoke to persuade him. No. When you are strong, those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. When you are weak, you take a step back and the world will be wide open. There is no such good thing in this world. As soon as Zhou finished speaking, 3-color light appeared on his body. He activated 3 characteristics. The next second, his figure disappeared directly on the spot. Asshole! Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Seeing that Zhou refused to make peace and had already activated his special features, VJ said nothing more and directly activated his 3 powerful special features, increasing his strength by 4 times, his physique by 9 times, and his speed by 3 times. Not only special features, VJ also used all the gilded energy in his body, and the energy gap on the surface of his body was quickly filled. Bang! In an instant, 2 figures emitting various energies collided with each other, and the spreading impact force formed a terrible hurricane. Some survivors were unable to escape, and were directly blown out of the floating Leviathan by the spreading hurricane. If it weren't for the phantom Leviathan to catch them, they would definitely fall to death. Die! At the moment the two collided, VJ quickly swung his fist wrapped in gilded energy, and smashed it hard at Zhou Wen's head. Schwa! However, a long knife, that seemed to be made of meteorite fragments, suddenly appeared in Zhou Wen's hand. The fiery red blade directly cut through the gilded energy on the surface. At the moment it collided with VJ's fist, and then cut his entire arm directly from the middle. Ah! VJ screamed in pain, and then looked at the fiery red long knife in Zhou Wen's hand with horror. Impossible. Impossible. Mine is king-level energy. How could it be easily cut by a weapon? The existence of the blaze blade was beyond VJ's cognition. He couldn't believe it, and swung his other fist again, trying to break the weapon that frightened him. But just as VJ was about to swing his arm, Zhou Wen's figure in front of him disappeared instantly, and then his other arm suddenly disappeared, leaving only a burnt wound on his shoulder. VJ's pupil shrank suddenly. At this time, his heart was already occupied by fear. He knew that he could not win this battle, so he had the idea of running away. But just as VJ turned around, he fell to the ground with a tilted body. He looked down and found that one of his legs had disappeared. Wait! Let me go! Please let me go! I am willing to be your slave. From now on, everyone in District 5 will be at your disposal. And I will also give you the king-level Leviathan gene developed by the alien brain. VJ no longer had the arrogant attitude before. He lay on the ground, begging for mercy like a dog with a broken spine. However, Zhou Wen had no intention of stopping. In a flash, he cut off VJ's other leg and the arm that was cut in half, and the whole person became a human pig. Even so, Zhou Wen still did not stop. His figure kept flashing, and he kept swinging the flame-splitting knife to slash VJ's body, because there was still a layer of gilded energy on the surface of VJ's remaining body, and he had to use the energy of the flame-splitting knife to consume this gilded energy. In just a dozen seconds, Zhou Wen swung thousands of knives at VJ. If he hadn't been holding back, VJ would have become a stinky fish. At this time, the gilded energy layer on VJ's body finally dissipated, and Zhou Wen's constantly flashing figure stopped, and the flame-splitting knife in his hand had been put into the equipment column. The flame-splitting knife was his trump card. He kept flashing his figure just now, just to prevent others from seeing the appearance of the flame-splitting knife. After dealing with VJ, Zhou Wen looked at the survivors in Area 5, who were just cheering for VJ. At this time, these survivors in Area 5 were already stunned in place. The extremely powerful king of Area 5 in their eyes was chopped into a human pig in an instant, and Raj seemed to be cast into a spell of immobilization, and his whole body was frozen. Not only the survivors in Area 5, but also the survivors in other areas were like this. Their eyes were full of shock. It was not the king who killed the king. How terrifying was this strength? After the shock, it was extremely exciting. Although the pseudo-king did not give them anything, after such a long time of observation, he was not cruel. As long as you don't take the initiative to provoke him, he will not care about you at all. The most important thing is to meet a strong man to protect you in the trial, and it should be no problem to live safely until the end of the trial. You clean up these people. Zhou Wen pointed at the survivors in Area 5, and said to the other survivors around him. After that, he carried the remaining body of VJ and entered the body of Wenlin. I don't know what the situation is like over there with Shen Xian. I hope it won't affect her team. After entering the stomach wall space, Zhou Wen took out a traveling ticket, and said lightly. Chapter 670. Please let me go, I can give you everything I have. After Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space, he built a stone platform and threw VJ on it. VJ was still begging for mercy, and promising Zhou Wen benefits. You should know about the alien brains. When I cleaned up the alien brains before, I left some of them. They can make various biological gene medicines. The golden energy I used just now is called gilded energy, which is the fusion of the king-level Leviathan gene named Gilded Leviathan. As long as you let me go, I can order those alien brains to study medicine for you, so that your strength will be stronger. VJ said in a humble and sincere tone. Become stronger by relying on the gene medicine made by those alien brains? Do you think I need it? Zhou Wen asked lightly. The benefits VJ mentioned were worthless in Zhou Wen's opinion. Let's not talk about whether there would be any problems with the genetic medicine made by the alien brain. The king-level energy that VJ used was almost penetrated by the sea-level energy. This shows that the king-level Leviathan genetic medicine made by the alien brain will not improve him at all. Perhaps in VJ's eyes, being able to use the inferior version of the king-level energy is already very strong, but Zhou Wen has all kinds of killers, which are stronger than the inferior version of the king-level energy. He doesn't need to use that kind of 3-no product. Do you have subordinates who can be used by your subordinates? I can also be your subordinate. With subordinates with king-level energy, you will definitely become the king of your area in the future, or even the king of all areas. At that time, you can do whatever you want, and everyone will crawl at your feet. VJ tempted Zhou Wen with supreme power. He believed that no one would dislike the feeling of being above 10,000 people. As long as Zhou Wen made some changes, he would have the possibility of surviving. And he felt that he had persuaded Zhou Wen, because Zhou Wen had not yet tried to kill him, which meant that Zhou Wen's heart had been shaken. As long as he talked more about the benefits of power, he could survive. However, VJ was obviously overthinking. Zhou Wen did not have much desire for power, otherwise he would have been the king of District 10. The reason why he had not killed him until now was to wait for Chen Xian to come with him, and let Chen Xian kill him to obtain the title of King of Survival. Just now, after returning to the stomach wall space and leaving VJ's remaining body on the stone platform, Zhou Wen had already used the travel voucher to travel with Chen Xian, but maybe Chen Xian had something to do, so he had not accepted the travel yet. A few minutes later, VJ was still chattering about the benefits of power. At this time, a blue light flashed in the stomach wall space, and Chen Xian's figure appeared from the blue light. Boss. Zhou. But Chen Xian's condition was extremely bad. Her armor was almost soaked in blood, and she was in a weak state, as if her characteristics had been activated. What's going on with you? Zhou Wen's expression changed slightly. He walked up to Chen Xian, who was lying on the ground, and put her on a stone recliner, and then asked about the situation. I met the king of Area 1. Then, Chen Xian told Zhou Wen about her situation. At the beginning of the trial, there were many survivors from Area 10 on the floating Leviathan platform where Chen Xian was, and she directly announced her identity, and then led more than 6,000 survivors from the same area. She did not clear the survivors from other areas. After all, the trial had just started, and she was unwilling to slaughter the survivors from other areas for no reason unless it was necessary. Later, Chen Xian's team encountered other floating Leviathan teams. After a battle, she successfully increased the number of floating Leviathans in her team to 3, but ended up meeting the king of Area 1. When Chen Xian was pulled by Zhou Wen to Jiang Haitao to experiment with the King of Survival titles, King of Survival effect, she already knew how powerful Wang Wei was, so she did not choose to resist, but prepared to lead her people to join the other team directly. After all, in this trial, 2 teams of floating Leviathans met, and the winner needed to be determined by comparing the number of people, so killing was really unnecessary. But in the end, after the king of Area 1 learned that they were survivors from Area 10, he directly asked all the survivors present to slaughter them, and even the survivors who had been in the same team with her joined them, and the king of Area 1 stood high on the back of the Phantom Leviathan and watched everything. There were only more than 6,000 survivors in Area 10, while the total number of survivors in the 2 teams was more than 40,000. Even if the individual survivors in Area 10 were stronger than those in other areas, they could not face the siege of so many people. In fact, when the battle between the 2 sides began, Chen Xian received an invitation from Zhou Wen to join the battle, but she could not just abandon the 6,000 survivors in the same area, so she directly activated the characteristics and tried to resist. But it was meaningless. When she killed nearly 1,000 people, she attracted the attention of the King of One, and the king's might spread over and directly suppressed her and made her unable to move. At this time, the survivors who were in the same team with her told the King of Area 1 about her identity. After the King of Area 1 learned about it, he wanted to humiliate her. Seeing that most of the survivors in Area 10 had died and the situation could not be reversed, Chen Xian accepted the companionship and teleported to Zhou Wen. This King of Area 1. Zhou Wen looked calm, but there was a chill in his words. This diamond flying knife is for you. Kill him first. Zhou Wen moved his mind, and a diamond flying knife appeared in his hand, and then took away his own spirit and put it in Chen Xian's hand. Because Chen Xian used the characteristics, he was already in a weak state at this time. It was obviously impossible to kill VJ by himself, and he could only do it by controlling the spirit flying knife. Who is he? Chen Xian had just noticed VJ on the stone platform in the center of the stomach wall space. But this was Zhou Wen's business, so she didn't ask much. He is the king of Area 5. If you kill him, you will get the title of King of Survival, Zhou Wen said as he walked in front of VJ. In VJ's terrified eyes, he used his weapon to cut open the armor on his head so that Chen Xian could control the diamond flying knife to pierce his head. Don't. You Area 10 have a grudge against the King of Area 1. I can help you deal with the King of Area 1. Don't kill me. I can help you. VJ now knows that Zhou Wen is actually the King of Area 10, and the reason why he didn't kill him before was just to give his title of King of Survival to his subordinates. You are already helping me. Zhou Wen took off the helmet on VJ's head and said to VJ. Chen Xian immediately released his mental power and sent it into the diamond flying knife, then controlled the diamond flying knife and instantly pierced VJ's head. VJ's words of begging for mercy were immediately stagnant. Chapter 671. Ding! You killed the holder of the title of King of Survival and have obtained the title of King of Survival. Thank you, Boss Zhou. Chen Xian heard the system prompt in her mind and thanked Zhou Wen sincerely. She knew that Zhou Wen must have spent a lot of effort to let her obtain the title of King of Survival, because Zhou Wen's current condition did not look very good. Zhou Wen just activated the 3 characteristics, and his body was really in a weak state at this time. It was just because the 3 characteristics used 3-color energy, plus his 924-point physical fitness, so it was not so serious that he could not move. Originally, Zhou Wen thought that after bringing Chen Xian with him, he would rest, and let Chen Xian manage the survivors outside after she became the queen. But now Chen Xian has entered a weak state, and I am afraid that she will not be able to recover until the end of the trial. He can only continue to lead his team of survivors in this weak state. You take a rest first, Zhou Wen said to Chen Xian, and then he carried VJ's body out of the stomach wall space. When Zhou Wen came out, the survivors had almost cleared the survivors in Area 5. Seeing him coming out, Galen stepped forward to report the situation, and secretly took a look at the body of the king of Area 5 thrown on the ground by Zhou Wen. The survivors in Area 5 have been almost cleared, and that Raj was scared to death by you just now, Galen said. Yeah. Zhou Wen nodded, and then looked at Galen. Galen felt a little scared when Zhou Wen looked at him. He didn't know why Zhou Wen looked at him like that, but he didn't dare to ask, so he could only lower his head like a child who had made a mistake. Do you want to be the king of Area 1? Zhou Wen suddenly asked. Ah? Garen's eyes widened and his pupils shrank suddenly. He was obviously frightened by this sentence, and he didn't understand what Zhou Wen meant. You just need to answer whether you want to or not, and you don't need to think about anything, Zhou Wen continued. I want to, Garen stumbled and said. He was still a little confused until now. He didn't know why Zhou Wen suddenly wanted him to be the king of Area 1, but he inexplicably felt that this was an opportunity, so no matter what, he answered I want to. Well, take off your armor and show your face. I will contact you after the trial is over, Zhou Wen said lightly. Oh, okay. After that, Garen put away his armor and asked Zhou Wen to remember his appearance. Then Zhou Wen asked Garen to take VJ's body to recruit the survivors on the floating Leviathan opposite. After a while, Galen recruited about 12,000 survivors from VJ's side, plus more than 14,000 people on his side, a total of more than 26,000 people. At this time, Zhou Wen's floating Leviathans reached 5. After absorbing all the energy of VJ's 2 floating Leviathans, the diameter of the white light balls of 3 of the floating Leviathans reached 10,000 meters, but there was no reward. Next, the survivors continued to clean up the mist lice, while Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space to take the photosynthesis potion, and then put on the golden scale armor, and restored his physical strength by irradiating the light emitted by the heart of the rainbow. Chen Xian had fallen asleep on the stone recliner at this time. Before the trial started, she had fallen into a weak state because of cleaning up the black-haired Leviathan. Today, she barely recovered and used her characteristics again. Naturally, she was very tired. Chen Xian's transformed Leviathan also came with her, and lay next to the phantom scale. A few hours later, Zhou Wen's team gradually recruited several other teams. When the leaders of those teams heard that they had a king, they all volunteered to join and handed in all the floating energy crystals they had obtained before. As a result, the number of floating Leviathans in Zhou Wen's team increased directly from 5 to 9, and the number of survivors reached more than 50,000. There were also 6 white light balls in the floating Leviathans, with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Roar! At this time, Zhou was recovering his physical strength in the stomach wall space. Suddenly, a soul-stirring roar came from outside, and even Huanling's voice was a little scared. Zhou frowned and left the stomach wall space directly and came outside. Then he saw many survivors outside lying on the ground, as if they were scared by the roar. Zhou immediately came to the edge of the platform and looked in the direction where the roar came from, but the thick fog outside was so thick that he could not see anything. It was just that the originally pitch-black fog turned blood red at this time. Huh? Suddenly, the thick fog outside began to fall rapidly, as if something was pushing the thick fog from above, and then the surrounding air pressure rose sharply. Zhou expression changed drastically. He had experienced this scene before, when he first encountered the immortal Royal Lotus, and the huge mysterious creature rushed out of the thick fog. King-level creature? Zhou said in disbelief. If he encountered a king-level creature in the trial, he would have no chance of surviving, and he couldn't even escape. Buzz buzz buzz. The 9 floating leviathans seemed to have sensed the crisis. The floating leviathans, which were originally arranged in strips, now formed a circle with each other, and then the white balls in their bodies flashed dazzling light one after another, and streams of white protective energy were released. The 9 protective energies merged with each other, and directly merged into a huge energy shield with a diameter of 100,000 meters, which wrapped all 9 floating leviathans. Just as the huge white energy shield was formed, the blood-red fog above suddenly became dazzling, as if the fog above had turned into a sea of blood. Huh? The next second, the blood sea fog above was suddenly broken, and a blood-red energy beam with a diameter of 10,000 meters fell from the sky, carrying the energy of destroying the world, and hit the huge white energy shield fiercely. Boom! The 2 energies, one red and one white, collided, erupting into an extremely terrible energy storm. In an instant, the surrounding fog seemed to dissipate. Looking up, you could even see the stars in the sky. But at this time, Zhou had no intention of looking at those long-lost stars, because in the night sky above, there was a huge black shadow directly covering the sky above their heads. The black shadow's body was emitting a strong red light, and a pair of scarlet eyes, like planets, were staring at the location of the floating leviathan. Bang! At this time, the white energy shield formed by the 9 floating leviathans successfully blocked the falling blood-colored energy beam, but then the energy shield dissipated, and at the same time, the energy in the white light balls in the 9 floating leviathans was also consumed. The energy accumulated for so long was consumed by just a blow from the black shadow above. Zhou looked at this scene, and a feeling of despair suddenly rose in his heart. Chapter 672. Because the floating leviathan's energy was exhausted, it was impossible to release a second energy shield. As long as the black shadow above released another attack, all of them would die, and there would be no possibility of resistance. Buzz! The black shadow accumulated energy again, and it was obvious that it could release a second energy attack. Zhou took out a flame ion energy crystal, and prepared to activate the white horse leviathan form. Although he knew that he had no ability to kill the black shadow creature above, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Even if he was going to die, he had to use his trump card before he died. But just before Zhou was about to activate the white horse leviathan form, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed above, and in an instant, a huge white figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, this white figure suddenly turned into countless white energy beams, instantly piercing the black shadow. The terrifying huge black shadow was pierced into a hornet's nest by countless white energy beams at this moment. Then, the white energy beams released destructive energy, completely destroying the black shadow with thousands of holes, leaving no ashes. Then, the white beams quickly gathered together and recombined into a giant creature with a body length of 300,000 meters. Zhou recognized this creature. It was the king-level leviathan he had encountered before, the white horse leviathan. On the platform of the floating leviathan, a group of survivors originally thought they were going to die, but suddenly a creature emitting white light appeared, and then instantly killed the huge black shadow. At this time, they all opened their mouths in shock and stood there in a daze. Their brains had crashed. Only Zhou secretly retreated from the edge of the floating leviathan platform, to a position further inside. He had killed a white cold leviathan before, and there was still a ball of white cold leviathan energy in his body. If he was discovered by this huge white cold leviathan, he would be in big trouble. At this time, the white cold leviathan in the sky also sensed something. The pair of eyes that seemed to be composed of light looked down, and saw Zhou directly, and then found a ball of white cold leviathan energy in Zhou's body. The giant white cold leviathan narrowed its eyes slightly, seeming a little unhappy, and then separated a white energy like a hair from the surface of its body, and shot it directly at Zhou. On the floating Leviathan platform, Zhou, who had originally wanted to hide in the space of the phantom scale stomach wall, was suddenly shot into the heart by a white energy. At this moment, Zhou broke out in cold sweat, and a fear of death struck his heart. No. Gone that. Huge white creature is gone, am I? Are we safe? A survivor said intermittently. He still couldn't believe it. He thought he was dead, but he survived inexplicably, just like a dream. What? What creatures are those? Too scary. The floating Leviathan is an Abyss-class Leviathan. The energy shield released by 9 Abyss-class Leviathans can only block the attack of the huge Black Shadow. The Black Shadow is shown to be a King-class Leviathan, and the white creature may be an Emperor-class Leviathan. Anyway, we survived. I was almost scared to death just now. All the survivors collapsed to the ground. Their bodies were still numb, and some of them secretly ran back to their own transformed Leviathans. They were so scared that they peed their pants. They quickly changed their pants while no one noticed. But Zhou face was not very good, because a miniature white cold Leviathan appeared in his heart. It was only 2 centimeters long, but it was constantly absorbing the energy of the white cold Leviathan in his body, and also absorbing the nutrients in his blood. What's wrong with this? Do these white cold Leviathans have to grow in my heart? Zhou said speechlessly. And this miniature white cold Leviathan is much more troublesome than the previous white cold Leviathan seeds. The white cold Leviathan seeds can also be suppressed by the brilliant gold pattern. But this miniature white cold Leviathan, the brilliant gold pattern can't stop it at all. As long as Zhou forms a layer of brilliant gold pattern in his heart, the miniature white cold Leviathan will absorb the brilliant gold pattern. Fortunately, the mini white Leviathan did not damage his body. As long as Zhou did not provoke it, the mini white Leviathan would stay quietly in the heart. Alas! Zhou sighed. He could only wait until the end of the trial to clean up this mini white Leviathan with the blade of blade. The sudden appearance of the king-level creature directly consumed all the energy accumulated by Zhou's 9 floating Leviathans. He could only accumulate it slowly by killing the Mist Louse and those mutated Leviathan creatures. In the following time, Zhou has been recovering his physical strength in the stomach wall space of Huanling, but because the mini white Leviathan in the heart has been absorbing his nutrients, even with 2 items to restore physical strength, his physical recovery speed is still very slow. As time went by, the white light balls in the bodies of the 9 floating Leviathans accumulated energy again, as the survivors continued to kill the fog lice. The diameter of the white light balls of 2 of the floating Leviathans had reached 10,000 meters. Just when the diameter of the white light ball of the 3rd floating Leviathan also reached 10,000 meters, a humming sound of energy came from afar, and then Zhou's floating Leviathan released an energy shock. After a few hours, they met other teams again. It was still Galen who went to negotiate, but this time, the other side did not believe that they had a king, so they landed on the platform with a group of people. Isn't it just a 400-meter-long Phantom Leviathan? Is this the king you were talking about? My Phantom Leviathan is also more than 400 meters long. Am I also a king? The survivor who spoke was a strong man in Area 2. He obviously did not believe what Galen said. In his opinion, if they really had a king, they would have suppressed him directly with the king's power, and there would be no good communication. If you want to die, I won't stop you. For this kind of unbeliever, Galen was too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly let him go to Zhou himself. Pretending. The strong man in District 2 sneered disdainfully, and walked towards Zhou's phantom scale. At this time, Zhou had heard the movement outside, so he walked out of the mouth of the phantom scale. Are you the king? The strong man in District 2 glanced at Zhou with a scrutinizing look. Yes. Zhou nodded. Humph. Why don't I believe it? However, as soon as the strong man in District 2 finished speaking, a majestic mental force suddenly enveloped him. Plop. The next second, the strong man in District 2 was pressed to the ground by Wang Wei. At this time, his heart was filled with fear, because this mental force was extremely terrifying, even much stronger than that of the king of District 2. Do you believe it now? Zhou looked at the strong man in District 2 who was lying on the ground and trembling all over, and asked in a flat tone. Chapter 673. After enduring Zhou's powerful attack, the strong man in Area 2 no longer dared to be arrogant. He personally went back to lead the survivors on his side to join Zhou's team, and then handed in the 10 floating energy crystals he had obtained. There were a total of 5 floating Leviathans on the strong man's side in Area 2. After joining Zhou's team, the number of floating Leviathans on Zhou's side reached 14, and 8 of them had accumulated enough energy in their white light balls. The problem has been solved. Zhou was about to return to the space of the phantom scale stomach wall to continue to restore his physical strength by irradiating the light of the heart of the rainbow, but he found that the thick fog outside the floating Leviathan moved backward faster. For some reason, the floating Leviathan suddenly increased its movement speed. Some careful survivors also discovered this. Just when they were puzzled, a large number of fog lice flew out of the dark fog. What's going on? Didn't the floating Leviathan release its energy light yet? Why are there so many fog lice flying in? A survivor asked puzzledly. Whatever happens, just let the Leviathan hit it. It's not a difficult creature to deal with. Another survivor said nonchalantly. So, the survivors followed the previous method and let the Leviathan hit these fog lice, while they cleaned up the fog lice that wanted to absorb the floating energy on the surface of the Leviathan. The number of survivors in Zhou team has reached more than 80,000 at this time, evenly distributed on the platforms of the 14 floating Leviathans. Because these suddenly appearing fog lice were not actively attracted by the floating Leviathans, among the 14 floating Leviathans, only the first one encountered the most fog lice. Therefore, Zhou transferred some of the survivors on other floating Leviathans to the first one. For a time, the number of survivors on the first floating Leviathan reached more than 30,000. More than 30,000 phantom Leviathans flew quickly in the air and instantly killed a large number of fog lice. But strangely, even with more than 30,000 phantom Leviathans cleaning up these fog lice, the number of fog lice did not decrease, and even increased. Slowly, the number of fog lice absorbing the floating energy on the surface of the phantom Leviathan increased, and many survivors were already unable to clean them up. In order to avoid the phantom Leviathan from falling from a high altitude, these survivors chose to let the phantom Leviathan land on the platform. But in this case, the number of phantom Leviathans cleaning up the fog lice in the sky will continue to decrease. If the fog lice are not cleaned up in time, they will fly to the surface of the white light ball, and then absorb the energy inside the white light ball. Let the descending phantom Leviathan take these fog lice corpses, and go to other floating Leviathans to replenish floating energy, and then replace the survivors there. Zhou said to Galen. Zhou found that these fog lice seemed endless, and there was no rest interval at all, unlike the previous rounds. It would definitely not work to let the survivors continue to fight hard. It is necessary to rotate the survivors to continuously clean up these endless fog lice. After a period of time, more than 80,000 survivors were divided into 4 teams by Zhou, each team of about 20,000 people, led by a regional strongman. The captain of the first team is Garen, the Knight of the Royal Court of District 1. The captain of the second team is the strongman of District 2 who just joined not long ago. The captain of the third team is the team leader of District 3. And the captain of the fourth team is the team leader of District 7. 4 teams took turns to go to the first floating Leviathan to clean up the fog lice. After a while, the next team would take over. The previous team would collect the corpses of the fog lice that fell on the platform, and go to the floating Leviathan behind to replenish the floating energy on the surface of the transformed Leviathan, and so on. This state lasted for about 3 hours. With the supply of a large number of fog lice corpses, the diameter of the white light balls of 13 out of 14 floating Leviathans reached 10,000 meters, and the number of fog lice invading from the outside world finally began to decrease. The survivors also lost a lot of people. Even if the 4 teams rotated, there would still be transformed Leviathans that fell from high altitudes and died because the floating energy on the surface of the body was sucked away. More than 80,000 transformed Leviathans lost nearly 10,000. The survivors were small in size and could be rescued in time, so the loss was relatively small, with only about 2,000 deaths. Those survivors who lost their transformed Leviathans went to the backs of other survivors' transformed Leviathans, and killed the approaching fog lice together. Another hour passed, and the number of fog lice finally decreased to the point where a few thousand Leviathans could be used to clear them. The 4 teams were split into teams of 1,000 people, and continued to rotate. In this way, the survivors could finally have a good rest. I was scared to death. I almost fell to death several times just now. Fortunately, I landed in time. What's wrong with these fog lice? The number has increased so much that I thought they were going to be killed. It's really strange. Before, the floating Leviathan released energy rays to attract the fog lice, but this time the fog lice rushed up by themselves, as if they were trying to stop the floating Leviathan from moving forward. Hiss, now that you put it that way, it's true. And the floating Leviathan has also suddenly sped up its movement speed. Are we about to reach the end of this trial? Just like the second, deep-sea escape trial, when we were about to reach the surface, the abyssal Leviathan was also speeding up to float up. That makes sense. This trial is finally coming to an end. I have successfully survived. Ha ha. The survivors were very happy to think that the trial was about to end. Calculating the time, it has been more than half a day since the start of the trial. Each trial will basically not last more than a day. With the abnormalities of the floating Leviathan and the fog lice, it is likely that the trial is about to end. Just as the survivors were happily waiting for the end of the trial, the white light ball on the top of the first floating Leviathan suddenly burst into a dazzling light, followed by a breath of destruction. The next second, all the survivors and the transformed Leviathan on the first floating Leviathan floated up, flew to the second floating Leviathan behind, and landed on the platform. Buzz! The white light ball in the first floating Leviathan began to shrink violently, and the light on the surface of the floating Leviathan became more and more dazzling. The manic and terrifying white energy filled the whole body, causing cracks on the surface of the body. Whoosh! A strong sound of breaking wind sounded, and the first floating Leviathan, which was emitting dazzling white light, rushed directly into the dark fog in front of it, instantly dispersing the darkness in front of it. Boom! After a while, a white light that made people unable to look directly at it suddenly lit up in front of it. The dark fog around it turned white at this moment, followed by an explosion that resounded through the world. Chapter 674. Bang! A strong shock wave, like a storm, pushed the thick fog in front and rushed towards the survivors on the second floating Leviathan. Seeing that the situation was not good, the survivors jumped onto their own phantom Leviathans and wanted to escape to the next floating Leviathan, but it was too late. The violently rolling thick fog swept over like a huge wave. However, at this moment, a layer of energy shield appeared on the surface of the second floating Leviathan, directly resisting the terrifying air wave that was rushing in, and the survivors were all safe. At this time, the thick fog that rushed past the energy shield was like a turbulent tide, quickly washing over the surface of the energy shield. Gradually, the thick fog that rushed past the energy shield became thinner and thinner until it disappeared completely, and the survivors also saw what happened in front of them. The first thing that caught everyone's eye was a huge light ball with a diameter of 100,000 meters, emitting destructive energy. It was the result of the first floating Leviathan self-explosion. The first floating Leviathan self-exploded? Joan looked at the huge light ball with some doubts in his heart. Although the biological illustrations did mention that it would self-explode, it was not attacked at this time, but it suddenly exploded. As time passed, the huge light ball began to gradually dissipate. After the light ball completely dissipated, a pillar with a diameter of 50,000 meters, and a black body, and red lines, like blood vessels on the surface, appeared in everyone's vision. The overall image of this pillar was extremely distorted, as if it was made up of countless black tentacles entangled with each other. From the bottom to the top, it was in the shape of an inverted spiral, and there were many tentacles twisting on the surface. There are dense holes on the tentacles, and small black dots keep flying out of the holes. There are so many of them that they look like black fog, and these small black dots are fog lice. The top of the twisted pillar is hollow. Those fog lice that have absorbed enough energy outside will fly back into the pillar through the hollow top of the pillar. Joan frowned and looked down at the huge black pillar. He found that the pillar was extending downwards, and was finally blocked by the thick fog below. The surface of the black pillar was still emitting black energy, and at this time, the black energy was being transmitted downwards along the pillar. The first floating Leviathan should have rushed towards the black pillar and exploded, but the terrifying explosion did not cause any effect on the black pillar, and there was not even a little damage on the surface. What is that black pillar? I don't know, but it seems to be producing fog lice. What is this? Abyssal-level floating Leviathan exploded, but it didn't cause any damage at all? Is the ultimate goal of this trial to destroy that black pillar? As the survivors were guessing, a large number of fog lice flew out from the tentacles on the black pillar, all flying towards this side. Buzz! The white light ball of the second floating Leviathan also burst out with dazzling light, and after transferring all the survivors and transformed Leviathans in its body to the next floating Leviathan, it rushed towards the black pillar, just like the first floating Leviathan. The second floating Leviathan carried violent energy all over its body. When it encountered those flying fog lice, this violent energy instantly killed all the fog lice, and finally crashed into the black pillar. Boom! Another loud noise resounded through the heavens and the earth, and the terrifying explosion energy instantly enveloped the black pillar. But after the energy of the self-explosion dissipated, there was still no damage on the black pillar, but the black energy on the surface became a little lighter. Everyone! Fly to the last floating Leviathan! Galen shouted to the survivors immediately at Joe Wynn's signal. Soon, The survivors all landed on the 14th floating Leviathan, and at this time, the 11 floating Leviathans in front of the white light ball that had stored full energy seemed to have no scruples. In an instant, they burst out with light at the same time, and then rushed towards the black pillar one after another. Boom, boom, boom. 11 violent explosions sounded one after another, and the energy light balls generated by the explosions enveloped the space around the black pillar. The white light emitted by the 11 huge light balls almost illuminated the entire world in white. Suddenly, 10 energy beams flew out from the 11 light balls produced by the self-explosion. These energies converged and quickly condensed into a white sphere with a diameter of 10 meters. The next second, this 10-meter white sphere flew towards the 14th floating Leviathan. The survivors on the 14th floating Leviathan were shocked at first when they saw the white sphere flying over. They thought it was the previous 11 floating Leviathans, and wanted to take all of them with them to be buried together. But after flying into the floating Leviathan, the white sphere quietly floated in the sky, and there was no sign of explosion. Joe looked at the white sphere, and his expression kept changing. For every kilometer increase in the diameter of the white light sphere of the floating Leviathan, a floating energy crystal would condense, and after using the floating energy crystal, it can break through the upper limit of the first stage speed attribute. This white sphere formed by the self-explosion energy of 10 floating Leviathans. Could it be an item that breaks through the upper limit of the second stage speed attribute? Thinking of this, Joe couldn't help but get excited. As long as he gets an item that breaks through the upper limit of the second stage speed attribute here, after the trial ends, and he arrives at the water ball in Area 1, all 3 attributes will break through the upper limit of the second stage, so that his character panel can enter the next stage. Joe eagerly jumped on the back of Wanling, then quickly flew to the position of the white sphere and touched it directly with his hand, but in order to be cautious, he condensed a layer of brilliant gold pattern on his palm as protection. Ding! Obtain Floating Core X1. Ding! Floating Core. After use, you can obtain the floating feature. When the floating feature is turned on, the whole body is wrapped in floating energy, and can fly freely in the air. The duration depends on the floating energy in the body. Why? It's a core. Joe suddenly said a little disappointedly after hearing the system prompt sound in his mind. At the moment Joe put away the floating core, a golden supply box was peeled out of the core, which was a pure gold treasure box. Okay, with a pure gold treasure box, it's not a loss. Joe sighed. During the descent of the phantom scale, Joe returned to the stomach wall space and directly opened the pure gold treasure box to check the items inside. Ding! Get the gold order X1. Ding! Get the floating Leviathan gene potion X1. Ding! Get the King Leviathan hunting ticket X1. Ding! Get the floating energy expansion bomb blueprint. Ding! Get the secondary speed attribute upper limit breakthrough formula X1. Chapter 675. Another King level Leviathan hunting ticket? Joe already has 3 King level Leviathan hunting tickets in his hand, but he doesn't dare to use them. After putting away the King level Leviathan hunting ticket, Joe began to check the remaining items. He was already familiar with the Golden Order and didn't need to check it. He directly checked the Floating Leviathan Gene Potion. Ding! Floating Leviathan Gene Potion. After use, you will get the Floating Leviathan Gene. You can condense floating energy by eating the flesh and blood of Leviathan creatures. After the Chimeric Gene, you will get the Double Absorption ability. Ding! Double Absorption. The speed of absorbing elements or energy is doubled. This additional ability is good. With this, double absorption, in the future, can we increase the speed of absorbing immortal energy? Joe looked at the system introduction of double absorption, and his eyes lit up. The most difficult energy to absorb at present is immortal energy. With this, double absorption, ability, the speed of absorbing immortal energy can be much faster in the future. Joe quickly checked the remaining blueprint and formula, and found that they were all missing materials. The materials required for the second stage speed attribute upper limit breakthrough formula, except for a speed type core that doubles the speed attribute effect, all others were unknown. Joe put these items away and left the stomach wall space. At this time, Wanlin had landed on the platform, and the energy light balls generated by the 11 floating Leviathans gradually dissipated. Crack, crack, crack. This time, the black pillar that had endured the self-explosion of the 11 floating Leviathans had a large number of cracks on its surface, and these cracks were still spreading, almost covering the entire black pillar that could be seen. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the surface of the black pillar exploded directly, and a large amount of black rock splashed out, and the black pillar seemed to have shed a layer of outer shell, revealing the black tentacles curled together inside. The black tentacles stretched out, like a blooming flower, but this flower was not beautiful, and it looked very twisted. There were tens of thousands of these black tentacles, and each was tens of thousands of meters long. When the black tentacles waved, countless fog lice flew out from the dense holes on the surface, as if they were spreading pollen. For a time, a large number of fog lice flew over, completely filling the empty area created by the self-explosion of the floating Leviathan. Now, is it too late to run now? A survivor looked at the fog lice that were invading like a tide in front of him, his eyes full of fear. The floating Leviathan didn't move. Where else can you run to? Said another survivor. Stop talking nonsense, and get ready to clean up the fog lice. If the fog lice absorb all the energy of the floating Leviathan, we will all die. The moment the fog lice arrived, more than 70,000 phantom Leviathans took off and quickly cleaned up the fog lice that entered the floating Leviathan. But even with so many people cleaning at the same time, the number of fog lice continued to increase. However, in just a few minutes, a large number of phantom Leviathans fell from the sky because of the loss of floating energy. Joan also joined the team to clean up the fog lice this time, but the increasing number of fog lice made him a little exhausted. After all, his body was still in a weak state. Do we have to clear those tentacles? Joan thought, looking through the dense fog lice and watching the dancing tentacles on the top of the black pillar. Just as Joan was about to try, a creature emitting dazzling light suddenly rushed out of the dense fog in the distance, and then an explosion sounded. The terrifying storm generated by the explosion instantly blew away all the fog lice outside Joan's floating Leviathan, leaving only the fog lice inside the floating Leviathan. For a moment, the pressure on the survivors was reduced, and the fog lice inside were quickly cleared. Joan had just cleared the fog lice when a long string of floating Leviathans flew out of the dense fog in the distance. He simply counted them, and found that there were 8 in total. The other survivor teams are finally here. Joan breathed a sigh of relief. With the floating Leviathans of other teams self-destructing to destroy the black tentacles, he didn't have to take risks himself. Afterwards, another team had 7 more floating Leviathans emitting light and rushing towards the black tentacles. Under the violent explosions, 1/5 of the tens of thousands of black tentacles were blown off. But the damage to the black tentacles ended there. The newly appeared team only had 1 floating Leviathan left at this time, and it could no longer carry out self-destruction attacks. The remaining black tentacles released a large number of fog lice again, but this time Joan didn't have to bear all the fog lice alone, and the newly appeared team took half of them. However, the result did not change much. The survivors still found it difficult to reduce the number of fog lice, but the growth rate of the number this time was a little slower than before. Where are the remaining teams? Why are they so slow? Joan was clearing the fog lice near the phantom scales while checking the thick fog outside, looking for new teams. After more than 10 minutes, another team finally appeared. This team had a total of 8 floating Leviathans. After 7 of them exploded, the number of black tentacles was reduced by 1/5 again. This time, the number of fog lice released by the black tentacles was slightly less, and with the addition of 1 more team, a part of the fog lice was shared, and Joan's pressure was greatly reduced. After a while, more and more teams appeared in the thick fog. The number of floating Leviathans in these teams was between 3 and 5. As one floating Leviathan after another rushed up and exploded, the number of black tentacles continued to decrease. Finally, after 2 hours, more than 30 teams appeared, and the tentacles on the black pillars were all blown off, and the black pillars seemed to have lost their support. They collapsed and broke into pieces, falling into the dark fog below. It should be over now. Joan muttered as he looked at the completely collapsed black pillar in the distance. Ding! The survivor in Zone 99 was the first to destroy the dead energy pillar, and is hereby awarded the Phase 2 any attribute breakthrough order. As soon as the world system prompt sound in his mind ended, a blue light ball appeared at the location of the black pillar before, and there was a red, yellow, and blue token in the light ball. Swoosh! The scales on the surface of the illusion scale changed into flowing golden scales, and rushed towards the 3-color token at a very fast speed, and on other floating Leviathans, there were also illusionary Leviathans flying out quickly, obviously wanting to compete for this Phase 2 any attribute breakthrough order. Chapter 676. A phantom Leviathan flew out from the 30 or so floating Leviathans almost at the same time. The smallest length of these phantom Leviathans was more than 400 meters. There was a survivor standing on the back of each of these phantom Leviathans. They were all leaders of various teams, and they all wanted to compete for the second stage any attribute breakthrough order awarded by the world system. But among this group of rapidly flying phantom leviathans, there was one that was particularly fast, leaving the other phantom leviathans far behind. It rushed directly to the location of the blue light ball at a leading speed, and this phantom leviathan was naturally the phantom scale in the flowing gold mode. When the phantom scale was less than 100 meters away from the blue light ball, it immediately opened its mouth, and Zhou rushed out of it instantly. Then, just like before, Wanling turned his body and used his tail to accelerate Zhou. Then, there was a sound of breaking wind, and 100 meters away came in an instant. The blue light ball was right in front of him, but at this moment, not far behind Zhou, a sharp whistle suddenly came. Shwa! A spear condensed from ice in the sky quickly passed through the air, dragging a long blue light, and approached Zhou. This spear condensed from ice was not simple. A layer of blue energy was attached to the surface. Although Zhou was still 100 meters away from the ice spear, he had already felt a piercing chill. Second stage arbitrary attribute breakthrough order was right in front of him. Zhou did not dare to be careless. He activated golden characteristics and golden thunder characteristics at the same time. For a while, his whole body was shining with golden light, and golden electric light spread all over his body, emitting a crackling sound of electric current. At this time, the ice spear was less than 10 meters away from Zhou, and the golden thunder in Zhou's palm had also been condensed. He immediately raised his palm and released the golden thunder towards the ice spear. Boom! A thunderous roar sounded, and in an instant, golden light flashed in the sky. A zigzag golden lightning flashed and hit the flying ice spear. The ice spear was instantly blasted away and disappeared without a trace, and Zhou also successfully reached out and grabbed the blue light ball in front of him. Ding! Get the second stage arbitrary attribute breakthrough order X1. Ding! Second stage arbitrary attribute breakthrough order. After use, you can choose any attribute to break through the second stage limit. With this, you can directly break through the second stage speed attribute limit. Hearing the system introduction, Zhou smiled involuntarily, and then immediately put this second stage arbitrary attribute breakthrough order into the deep blue treasure box. At this time, the impact force exerted by the phantom scale gradually disappeared, and Zhou began to fall downward in an arc, but just as he began to fall, the phantom scale had already flown over and let Zhou land on his back. At this time, the scales of the phantom scale had switched to the abyss mode. However, just when Huanling wanted to fly back, he was surrounded by a circle of phantom leviathans. The survivors on the backs of these phantom leviathans all looked at Zhou, obviously not ready to let Zhou go so easily. Zhou simply looked around. He didn't take these survivors seriously at all. Just as he was about to ask them to move aside, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. I am the king of Area 8. If you don't want to die, get out. Alexander glanced coldly at the survivors who wanted to snatch the Phase 2 any attribute breakthrough order, and said in an unquestionable tone. Haha, you say it is? Do you think we are fools? I have met 3 or 4 people who claim to be kings along the way. Where do so many kings come from? A survivor didn't believe that Alexander was the king of Area 8 at all, and looked at Alexander with disdain and contempt. Alexander immediately fixed his eyes on the survivor who was speaking, his pupils filled with anger. What? You want to kill me after I expose your lies? Come on! Let me see how strong you guys who like to pretend to be kings are. The survivor met Alexander's gaze without fear, then took out his weapon and said loudly. Swish! However, as soon as the survivor finished speaking, an ice spear suddenly shot at him, so fast that he had no time to react. The survivor's body was pierced by the ice spear in an instant, and then a cold air invaded his whole body, and the next second the whole person became an ice sculpture. The phantom leviathan under the feet of the survivor was also pierced by the ice spear, and turned into an ice sculpture. The floating energy on the surface dissipated and fell quickly from the sky. Get out of here, this is your last chance. Alexander glanced at everyone and gave a final warning. After seeing the terrifying ice spear, even if the survivors still didn't believe that Alexander was the king of survivors, they didn't dare to stay any longer. They immediately commanded their transformed leviathans to leave, and finally only Zhou and Alexander were left. King of Area 1, we meet again. Alexander said to Zhou. King of Area 8, I have already got the things. We are both kings of survivors, and our strengths are similar. Do you still want to snatch the second stage any attribute breakthrough order from me? Zhou said lightly. I don't want the second stage any attribute breakthrough order, but your floating leviathan sucked my energy before. Shouldn't you give me some compensation? Give me 5 floating energy crystals, and I leave immediately. Alexander said. In fact, when he saw Zhou Wen about to touch the blue light ball, Alexander planned to kill Zhou Wen directly. The ice spear was condensed by him using the energy of the king-level Leviathan Frost Leviathan. He thought he could kill Zhou Wen instantly, but he never thought that Zhou Wen also released a golden lightning, which actually directly dispersed the ice spear condensed by the king-level energy. This made Alexander realize that Zhou Wen, the king of Area 1, must have also integrated some king-level Leviathan genes. In this case, he would not be absolutely sure to defeat the other party, so he simply gave up and exchanged some benefits from the other party with his concession. In Alexander's opinion, the king of Area 1 would definitely agree, because compared with the second stage any attribute breakthrough order, 5, floating energy crystals, were nothing. And if he really wanted to start a war, it would definitely be a big trouble for the king of Area 1, so he was sure that the other party would not refuse. If you want to fight, just fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Zhou Wen refused without hesitation. He wanted him to take out the things that fell into his supply box? No way. If he was not worried that the kings of various districts would die and cause the proliferation of alien brains, he would have killed the king of District 8 long ago. You? Alexander was immediately furious, staring at Zhou Wen with eyes that were almost spitting fire. You are looking for death. Alexander's whole body suddenly exuded a chill, and the temperature around him suddenly dropped by dozens of degrees. At the same time, a king's power was released towards Zhou Wen. Chapter 677. Alexander had previously suspected that the other party's identity as the king of Area 1 was fake. Although this suspicion has been reduced a lot after the golden lightning just now, he still wants to use Wang Wei to test it. Feeling the attack of Wang Wei, Zhou Wen also immediately activated Wang Wei, and the two Wang Wei collided with each other. Just as the two sides were on the verge of a fight, a world system prompt sounded in the minds of everyone present. Ding! The fog floating trial will end in 10 minutes. Humph! If the trial is not about to end, I will kill you. Alexander didn't intend to fight the king of Area 1 to a draw. It would be very dangerous if his body fell into weakness, so when he saw the steps down, he quickly left a harsh word and returned to his own floating Leviathan. Go back. Zhou Wen ignored the harsh words of the king of Area 8, and directly commanded Huanlin to return to his floating Leviathan. At this time, on the floating Leviathan platform on Zhou Wen's side, the survivors had already started cheering. The fourth trial was about to end, and they had successfully survived. After Zhou Wen returned to the platform, he called Galen over and told him that someone would come to him after the trial, and he would just do whatever that person asked him to do. After talking to Galen, he called the leader of the Zone 3 team over again. What's your name? Zhou Wen asked. My name is Li Zhenjian. The leader of the Zone 3 team replied. Zhou Wen frowned slightly when he heard the name, but didn't say anything. This name sounded like an insult from the perspective of the Dragon Country language, but it should be relatively normal from the perspective of the Universe Country language. You don't have a king in Area 3, so go back and hide from the alien brains. Zhou Wen said to Li Zhenjian. The king of Area 3 was killed by the survivor in Area 6, who was suspected to have the Emperor-level energy. Without the protection of the king, Area 3 will soon become the next Area 6. Therefore, in order to suppress the spread of the alien brain as much as possible, Zhou Wen decided to let Li Zhenjian fuse the king-level Leviathan gene made by the alien brain. On the survival planet, after Zhou Wen killed Zhao Teng, he obtained various biological gene potions in Zhao Teng's hands, including the gene potion of the king-level Leviathan Thunder Leviathan. After fusing the Thunder Leviathan gene, he could also be immune to the mental power of the alien brain, so as to prevent the alien brain from expanding wantonly in Area 3. As for whether Li Zhenjian would be out of his control, Zhou Wen didn't care at all. Anyway, there was no threat to him. It was enough to suppress the number of alien brains. Originally, Zhou Wen wanted to find another strong man from Area 5 to fuse the king-level Leviathan gene, but the survivors from Area 5 who joined him later were all ordinary survivors, whose physique was not high enough, and they could not fuse the king-level Leviathan gene. Forget it, let's let Galen become the king of Area 1 later, and then let him contact a strong man from Area 5. 10 minutes passed quickly, and the fourth, Miss Floating trial, finally ended. All the survivors and the transformed Leviathan on the floating Leviathan disappeared in a blue light, and were teleported back to the sea area where they were before. As soon as he was teleported back, Zhou Wen opened the system interface to check the situation of others. After confirming that Jiang Haitao and Lung Liang were fine, he asked about their situation. What exactly is this dead energy column? Jiang Haitao, Lung Liang, Bai Lan, and Zhang Dongliang are all in different trial divisions, and their tasks are to blow up the dead energy column. However, the dead energy column cannot be successfully destroyed by having enough floating leviathans to self-destruct. The two trial divisions whereby Lan and Zhang Dongyang are located did not blow up the dead energy column, but only blew off half of the black tentacles. Afterwards, Zhou Wen checked the World Communication Channel and Regional Communication Channel of District 10 respectively, and found that there are 100 trial divisions in total, but at least half of the survivors in the trial divisions did not destroy the dead energy column. And even fewer people get the floating core. Zhou Wen speculated that in order to get the floating core, it seems that 10 floating leviathans need to self-destruct at the same time. I wonder if there will be any impact if the dead energy column is not completely cleared. Zhou Wen muttered, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it should not be a big deal, because those dead energy columns seemed to be used to produce fog lice, and whether there were more or less, it would not have any impact on the survivors in the sea. Then, Zhou Wen calculated the number of floating energy crystals in his hand, a total of 103, plus the ones in the hands of Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Leng Liang, a total of 198. The floating energy crystals in Chen Xian's hand were obtained from the mail of the king of District 5. Chen Xian could not move for the time being, so he sent all the items of the king of District 5 to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen quickly checked these mails, and found some useful items. Ding! Get 5 mind crystals. Ding! Mind crystals, used to increase intelligence by 1 point. I didn't expect that the king of Area 5 would have a new item to increase intelligence. Zhou Wen directly sent one to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian. Chen Xian's intelligence has now reached 19 points. After using this mind crystal, his intelligence can reach the upper limit of 20 points. When he was on the survival planet before, Jiang Haitao killed many alien brains and obtained some intelligence source crystals, so Chen Xian can directly break through the intelligence limit of the first stage. After breaking through the intelligence limit, Chen Xian's character panel will be upgraded to Leviathan level, and the upper limits of the 3 basic attributes will be increased to 600. With the title of King of Survival, the upper limits of the 3 attributes will reach 700 points. There are also 3 powerful characteristics in the item mail of the King of Area 5, namely, Mad Strength characteristic, that increases the strength attribute by 4 times, Diamond characteristic, that increases the physical attribute by 9 times, and Phantom characteristic, that increases the speed attribute by 3 times. Zhou Wen gave all the 3 powerful characteristics to Leng Liang. Although Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian's physical characteristics were slightly worse than the diamond characteristics, the difference was not big, so there was no need to replace them. The remaining items were some low-level cores, various biological meats, a large amount of basic materials, and several million pieces of land-based materials. Zhou Wen sent all of these to Jiang Haitao, and asked him to find his guild members to clean them up. Is there only one piece of the body of the gilded Leviathan? Finally, Zhou Wen found the email that stored the flesh and blood of the king-level Leviathan gilded Leviathan. There was only one piece of flesh and blood in the email, and some medicine bottles containing blue liquid, one of which was the genetic medicine of the gilded Leviathan. After checking all the items of the King of Area 5, Zhou Wen took out the second stage any attribute breakthrough order. Although he obtained the formula for breaking through the second stage speed attribute limit in the pure gold treasure chest of the floating Leviathan, he had no clue about the materials inside, so he planned to use the breakthrough order to directly break through the second stage speed attribute limit. Chapter 678. However, before that, Zhou Wen still had a hidden danger to clear, which was the mini white colt Leviathan in his heart. This mini white colt Leviathan had been absorbing the white colt Leviathan energy in his body. After a while, these white colt Leviathan energies would be absorbed, and then he would not be able to activate the white colt Leviathan form again, which was equivalent to losing a life-saving trump card. Zhou Wen released his mental power and scanned his heart. He found that the mini white colt Leviathan actually made the white colt Leviathan seed roots in his body grow again, and then intertwined into a white cocoon in his heart. Half of the body of the mini white colt Leviathan was wrapped in a cocoon. Those roots would automatically absorb nutrients from Zhou Wen's body and supply them to the mini white colt Leviathan, so that the mini white colt Leviathan would not have to absorb them by itself. It's quite comfortable. Zhou Wen was furious when he saw that the mini white horse Leviathan seemed to have taken his heart as his home. He immediately activated the tungsten gold feature and explosive combustion feature, took out the blaze blade, aimed the tip of the blade at the position of the mini white horse Leviathan, and stabbed the blaze blade directly into the heart. Puff! The blaze blade easily stabbed into the heart, but just when it was about to stab the mini white horse Leviathan, the mini white horse Leviathan suddenly disappeared from the heart and appeared in his lungs. Puff! Zhou did not hesitate, pulled out the blaze blade and immediately stabbed it into the lungs. But the mini white horse Leviathan disappeared again and then appeared in the kidneys. Puff! 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 Zhou stabbed himself for nearly 100 times in a row, but he couldn't stab the mini white horse Leviathan at all. If he hadn't used the golden pattern to block these wounds, he might have bled to death. Fuck you, what should I do? Zhou cursed, looking at the mini white colt Leviathan that reappeared in his heart. He really had no idea what to do. This mini white colt Leviathan was completely different from the previous white colt Leviathan seed, and its movement speed was too fast. He couldn't stab it at his current speed. Forget it, you can stay in my heart if you want. Just don't absorb the energy that breaks through the upper limit of the second stage speed attribute. Zhou said helplessly he gave up. At this time, Jiang Haidao had already cleaned up the biological meat, among which there were many biological meats that Zhou had never eaten before, and there were also many that increased the speed attribute, and some were Leviathan biological meat. Zhou did not rush to eat these biological meats that increased the speed, but first planted the Leviathan biological meat into Leviathan blood vein fruit. After the survivors on Jiang Haidao's side confirmed the attributes of these Leviathan blood vein fruits, he picked out the blood vein vines that increased the speed attribute and used plant instant growth liquid to ripen the blood vein fruit again. Finally, with the addition of several speed-type blood vein fruits he had planted before, Zhou had a total of 7 blood vein fruits that increased speed attributes. After eating all of them, he increased his speed attribute by 77 points, which almost replaced the 100 points of attributes of his speed attribute, Leviathan Hunter, title. At this time, nearly 10 minutes had passed since the 2 attributes were activated. The explosive attribute had already ended, and there were only 2.5 minutes left for the tungsten gold attribute, so he directly used the second stage arbitrary attribute breakthrough order. Ding. The second stage arbitrary attribute breakthrough order has been used. Please select the 3 attributes you want to break through: strength, constitution, and speed. Speed? Zhou said silently in his heart. The next second, the 3-color token turned into a blue token, and then the blue token released a strong blue energy, which was transported into Zhou's body. For a moment, Zhou felt a stream of energy flowing through his body, which seemed to be transforming his body. But at this time, he did not pay attention to the changes in his body, but kept looking at the mini white Leviathan in his heart, hoping that it would not do anything weird. However, the mini white Leviathan suddenly released a beam of white light energy, and Zhou's expression changed drastically. Just when he thought that the mini white Leviathan was going to absorb the blue energy, this scene did not happen. The mini white Leviathan just rewoven the cocoon that was just destroyed by the blade with its roots, and then shrunk half of its body inside, and had no interest in the blue energy flowing in the heart. Ding! You have broken through the upper limit of the second stage speed attribute. Huh? Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no accident. The hundreds of holes that had been pierced in his body had now recovered, but because the amplification effect of tungsten gold characteristics had ended, Zhou was now in a weak state. Then, Zhou opened his character attribute panel and found that his speed attribute had reached 900 points, of which 3 points were added by the title, Abyss Hunter, which meant that there were still 3 points of attributes from the title, Leviathan Hunter, that had not been replaced, but the loss of 3 points of attributes was not a big problem. Later, Zhou kept checking the news on the regional communication platform. A major event was reported on the current regional communication platform, that is, the king of Area 5 was killed by a mysterious strongman, who was not a king in the trial. As soon as this news was released, the survivors in the regional communication channel were shocked. Previously, there was an incident in District 6 where a non-king killed the king of District 3. Now, it happened again in the trial. Survivor in District 1. Could that mysterious man be the newly promoted king of District 6, and then pretend that he is not the king? Survivor in District 7. I was at the scene at that time. That mysterious strongman was indeed not the king. Before killing the king of District 5, he had never used the king's power. Survivor in District 3. I was also at the scene. It was indeed the case. That mysterious strongman started to use the king's power after killing the king of District 5. Survivor in District 3. What's more terrifying is that the king of the survivors in District 5 had no power to resist in front of the mysterious strongman. His hands and feet were cut off almost instantly. The process was so fast that I didn't see what happened clearly. Survivors from Area 2. Is this true? From what you said, the king of survivors is no longer the strongest survivor. Survivors from Area 1, listen to their nonsense. Ordinary survivors cannot fight against Wang Wei. How can they kill Wang? Survivors from Area 2, what does the newly promoted king of Area 6 say? Survivors from Area 1, Area 6 has been occupied by the alien brain. This time many survivor teams have encountered mutated survivors from Area 6. People from Area 6 cannot be viewed as ordinary people. Survivors from Area 1, I know a little about this. When the king of Area 5 was fighting the mysterious strongman, I was kneeling next to him. I heard the king of Area 5 say that it was because the mysterious strongman had a high intelligence that he was not affected by Wang Wei. Survivors from Area 2, there is such a hidden setting? How high must the intelligence be? My intelligence is only 10 points. Chapter 679. Area 1 Survivor. At the beginning, the mysterious strongman said that he was the king of Area 8, but the first team he encountered was the king of Area 8. If it weren't for the quick reaction of our Area 1 Royal Knight, the king of Area 8 might have been in danger. Area 1 Survivor. Haha, it's true. If the king of Area 8 attacked the mysterious strongman at that time, he would probably have the same fate as the king of Area 5. Area 1 Survivor. Alas, the king of Area 5 didn't have to die. He was about to leave, but was stopped by those self-righteous survivors of Area 5. They said that the mysterious strongman was not the king, but he killed their king. This is the gap between the people of Area 1 and Area 5. Survivors in Area 5, bastard. It must be you survivors in Area 1 who deliberately killed our Area 5 king, you devils. Survivors in Area 3, TSK. I am also in the team of the mysterious strongman. At the beginning of Areas 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9, it was you survivors in Area 5 who repeatedly provoked the mysterious strongman and almost killed people from other areas. Now you have the nerve to say that it was others who killed your Area 5 king. It's ridiculous. Survivors in Area 3, why are you still talking about that mysterious strongman? Shouldn't we be concerned about the alien brains now? We have lost our kings in Areas 3 and 5. Who can stop the alien brains in the future? Survivors in Area 1, didn't the death of your Area 3 king come by himself? The same goes for the Area 5 king. As for your Areas 3 and 5 being invaded by alien brains, what does it have to do with us, who have survivor kings? Do those alien brains dare to come to our Area 1? Survivors in Area 1, yes, you two areas should just rely on yourselves for the best, or hide outside the water ball like the survivors in Area 6. Although you will be infected by the dead bloodworms, at least you can still survive independently. Zhou saw that there was nothing useful in the regional communication channel, so he closed the system interface and went to sleep. On the afternoon of the 151st day, after resting for such a long time, Zhou weakness was relieved a lot and no longer affected his physical activities. He first fed Huanlin, and then cooked and ate the various speed-related creature meats obtained from the male of the king of Zone 5 yesterday, which increased his speed by 21 points, and the speed attribute reached 821 points. After eating the creature meat, Zhou opened the deep blue treasure box used in the trial yesterday and took out the floating Leviathan gene potion. The double absorption, additional ability in the floating Leviathan gene was very useful to him, so he wanted to directly chimera the floating Leviathan gene, but after hesitating for a while, he gave up. Although the Leviathan Blood Veins fruit is no longer useful to Zhou, the bonus brought by the title in his current strength attribute has not been completely replaced, so he still needs the Blood Veins gene to increase his extra strength for the time being. Let's wait until the second stage strength attribute limit is broken before using it. It won't take a few days anyway. As long as the strength attribute breaks through the second stage limit, his character attribute panel will enter the next level, and then he can add an additional position for the chimeric gene, and there is no need to strip the bloodworm gene. Put the floating Leviathan gene potion in his hand into the locker, then Zhou drank a cup of black carapace solution to obtain tungsten elements, and then began to absorb the gold core to condense the brilliant gold energy. While condensing the brilliant gold energy, Zhou sent a message to Jiang Haitao, asking him to find Galen in Area 1. Zhou himself would definitely not reveal his identity, so the matter of contacting Galen was handed over to Jiang Haitao. Jiang Haitao was the king of Area 10, and the kings of survivors in other areas knew it, so there was no need to hide it anymore. Anyway, they now have 3 kings in Area 10, and it doesn't matter if one king is exposed. After a while, Jiang Haitao replied, telling Zhou that he had successfully contacted Galen. Zhou directly sent the Thunderbolt Leviathan gene potion made by the alien brain to Jiang Haitao, asking Jiang Haitao to give it to Galen, and then asked Galen to pass it on to Li Jinjian in District 3. King, King-level Leviathan Gene Potion? After Galen received the private message from Jiang Haitao, he was shocked when he saw the introduction of the item sent with it. They thought that the mysterious strongman would actually use the King-level Leviathan Gene Potion. Because Zhou Wen did not show up during the trial, Galen thought that Jiang Haitao was Zhou Wen at this time. This is not for you. Forward it to Li Jinjian in District 3, and say that it was given to him by the mysterious strongman during the trial. Jiang Haitao said, and sent Galen an avatar of Li Jinjian. Oh, okay. When Galen heard that it was not for him, the excitement he had just felt immediately turned into loss. Wait, the mysterious strongman asked me to hand over the king-level gene potion to that Li Jinjian, which means that the mysterious strongman does not want too many people to know that he is from District 10. In other words, the mysterious strongman has no direct contact with Li Jinjian. If this is the case, when Galen thought of this, his eyes unconsciously looked at the Thunder Leviathan Gene Potion in his hand. Although in the trial, the mysterious strongman said that he would make him the king of the survivors in District 1, in his opinion, this promise is difficult to achieve. Because the king of each district cannot be challenged by the survivors of other districts, even if he is the king. If he cannot kill the current king of District 1, how can he become the new king of District 1? And now, he has a bottle of king-level Leviathan Thunder Leviathan Gene Potion in his hand. According to the mysterious strongman's introduction, it seems that as long as the Thunder Leviathan Gene is integrated, it will have powerful power. Gulp. Galen swallowed unconsciously, and his heart was very entangled now. On the one hand, he wanted to use this bottle of Thunder Leviathan Gene Potion to gain powerful power. On the other hand, he felt that if he followed the instructions of the mysterious strongman, he might really become the king of Area 1 in the future. For a while, the expression on Galen's face kept changing. Greed, sorrow, pain, and countless other complex emotions flashed one after another. Finally, he left a reluctant look on his face, and then found Li Jinjian's avatar in the regional communication channel. Think carefully, if I merge the Thunder Leviathan Gene, I will definitely not be able to hide it from the mysterious strongman. With the mysterious strongman's terrifying strength, even if I have the king-level Leviathan Gene, I will definitely die. Galen finally regained his sanity, and sent the Thunder Leviathan Gene Potion to Li Jinjian. Afterwards, Galen explained the effect of the Thunder Leviathan Gene Potion to Li Jinjian, and then told Li Jinjian to follow the instructions of the mysterious strongman in the future, and ended the communication. The water ball in Zone 3 where Li Jinjian was located was in chaos at this time. After learning that the king of Zone 3 had died, the alien brains that had cooperated with the king of Zone 3 before began to secretly infect the survivors in Zone 3. After 2 days, the number of alien brains increased sharply, and now it has completely exploded. Chapter 680. At the border of the water ball in Area 3, a large number of survivors and phantom leviathans gathered here. They were very afraid of the alien brain, but they didn't want to leave the water ball and enter the ocean full of dead bloodworms to become a monster. However, these survivors in Area 3 had no choice at all, because several phantom leviathans with blue eyes were swimming towards them. If they didn't leave quickly, they would be knocked unconscious by the mental power of the alien brain, and they might not be themselves when they woke up. It's over. Are the survivors in Area 3 going to have to coexist with those disgusting dead bloodworms, like Area 6 in the future? A survivor in Area 3 looked at the alien brain phantom leviathan that was getting closer and closer, and his emotions were close to collapse. It's all that Park Woodong's fault. Why did he help the survivors in Area 6? Otherwise, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Those bastards in Area 6. They tricked our king into killing him. Just wait. Even if we are invaded by dead bloodworms, I won't let the people in Area 6 have an easy time. The survivors in Area 3 kept cursing, but it was meaningless. In the end, they could only command their transformed Leviathan to leave the water ball in Area 3. Boom! Boom! But at this moment, a sudden thunder sounded in everyone's ears. They all looked in the direction of the thunder sound at the same time, but saw a figure with lightning flashing all over his body. The next second, a terrible pressure spread out. These survivors were instantly suppressed on the back of the transformed Leviathan, and could not move. The figure with lightning flashing all over his body became extremely terrifying in their eyes at this time, like a giant beast emitting lightning all over its body. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect that I, Li Jinjian, would also receive the worship of thousands of people one day. Li Jinjian looked at the survivors, who were suppressed by his king-level pressure, and his face showed an uncontrollable madness, and then he looked at the alien brains that were approaching him. You alien brains! How dare you! Li Jinjian seemed to have become a superior in an instant. Seeing the alien brains, that were not affected by his king-level pressure. He was furious, and the lightning flashing on the surface of his body immediately gathered in his hands. Boom! In an instant, a silver-white lightning shot out from Li Jinjian's palm and instantly hit the body of the alien brain-transformed Leviathan. Zzzz. The alien brain-transformed Leviathan hit by lightning flashed with intense electric current all over its body. In just a few seconds, it was electrocuted into charcoal, and even the alien brains in its stomach wall space were killed by the high-voltage current. At this time, a Leviathan transformed by an alien brain opened its mouth, and a blue-eyed survivor swam out of it. He looked at Li Jinjian not far away, frowning deeply. How could he have the gene of Thunder Leviathan? What should we do now? A survivor who has merged the gene of King Leviathan is no different from the King of Survivors. I am afraid that the plan to keep the survivors in Area 3 in captivity cannot be completed. Another alien brain beside him said. Haha, just continue to cooperate. The King Leviathan gene he merged was made by us. If he wants to obtain energy, he can't do without us. Let other similar ones lie dormant first. The blue-eyed survivor said. After Li Jinjian killed more than a dozen alien brains in a row, the alien brain suddenly disappeared, and the originally turbulent water ball in Area 3 seemed to have returned to calm all of a sudden. From now on, I, Li Jinjian, will be the new king of Zone 3. Do you have any objections? The alien brain crisis was resolved, and Li Jinjian gathered all the survivors to the island where the former king of Zone 3 lived, and then sent a message to everyone in the Zone 3 world communication channel. No. No, you cleared the alien brain and saved all of us. We have no objection to you becoming the new king of Zone 3. The person who spoke was the leader of the largest gang in the current Zone 3 water ball. Yes. Yes, we have no objection. Several other big gang leaders also hurriedly said. Afterwards, all the survivors in Zone 3 also expressed their no objection in the Zone 3 world communication channel, and Li Jinjian officially became the new king of Zone 3. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Li Jinjian sat on the throne of the former king of Zone 3, looking at the survivors crawling on the ground below, and laughed wantonly. Soon, the news of a new king in Area 3 spread in the regional communication channel, and the survivors in other areas were very surprised. Because according to the newly promoted king of Area 6, to become the king, you need to kill the king of survivors, but there is no news of the king of that area being killed, so the survivors in other areas are puzzled. Area 1 survivor, what new king of Area 3? They are self-proclaimed. Area 2 survivor, I'm afraid so, ha ha ha, this is too funny, aren't they deceiving themselves? Area 7 survivor, I just quickly looked through all the avatars of the survivors in Area 3, and there is no golden frame at all. Area 3 is just bragging. Area 3 survivor, what self-proclaimed? Our new king can also release the king's power. You guys better respect our new king. Survivor from Area 5, haha, if there is no king, then there is no king. You guys in the universe kingdom just like to make these fake things. It's ridiculous. However, as soon as the survivor from Area 5 sent out his message, Li Jinjian challenged him to a duel. In the duel space, Li Jinjian directly suppressed the survivor from Area 5 with the king-level pressure, forcing him to kowtow and admit his mistakes, and then tortured him thoroughly before killing him. Areas 1, 2, and 7 all have survivor kings in charge. Li Jinjian accepted the mocking remarks made by the survivors in these areas. After all, he is not really a real king, and he is still a little afraid of those real kings. But the survivors from Area 5, who have no king, dare to mock him. So he directly took action to let those survivors from Area 5 know that he is not someone they can afford to offend. Li Jinjian's sudden duel played a certain deterrent role in the regional communication channel, and those survivors who mocked immediately quieted down. Afterwards, a survivor from Area 3 told in detail in the regional communication channel how Li Jinjian turned the tide in the water ball in Area 3. This also let the survivors in that area know that the new king of Area 3 is not self-proclaimed. Not to mention the lightning ability, just the mental strength of not being afraid of the alien brain is enough to be the king. This Li Jinjian actually became the new king of Area 3 directly. Garen has been paying attention to the news in the regional communication channel. After learning that Li Jinjian became the new king of Area 3, he showed an indescribable expression on his face. In short, he was very regretful. Garen knew that the king-level Leviathan gene was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong that it could make a survivor who was weaker than him directly become an existence close to the king of survivors. Chapter 681. I wonder if the mysterious strongman will give me a bottle of king-level Leviathan gene medicine in the future, alas. Galen sighed. He actually didn't hold out hope, Because king-level Leviathan gene medicine must be very rare, how could there be any extra? And even if there was, it would not be given to him. In fact, looking at Li Jinqian's performance in suppressing the alien brain in Area 3, Galen also knew that the purpose of the mysterious strongman giving the other party the king-level Leviathan gene medicine was to suppress the spread of the alien brain, and he had the king on his side, so the king-level Leviathan gene medicine would naturally not be given to him. This Li Jinqian is a bit high-profile. Zhou Wen looked at the message in the regional communication channel and shook his head lightly, but it didn't matter, as long as it could play a role in suppressing the alien brain. Later, Zhou Wen found the color novel published by Shi Kongyun, and while criticizing the content of the novel, he condensed the golden energy, and a night passed quickly. On the morning of the 152nd day, Zhou Wen's weak state had dissipated, and he had condensed 50 Huang gene energies and 1 Ji Lei energy. Now he had more than 280 Huang gene energies and 11 Ji Lei energies in his body. Next, Zhou Wen inspected the stomach wall space. The neural algae bubbles he had planted before had fully matured. He successfully obtained 3 new neural algae bubble seeds, and the roots of the neural algae bubbles could grow seeds again. There would definitely be no shortage of seeds in the future. After inspecting the stomach wall space, Zhou Wen began to feed Huanlin. Today he fed him seaweed and golden king algae leaves. At this time, something happened in the water ball of Area 10. That is, the Jiangge Guild wanted to build a channel underwater to the distant sea. The previous method of wrapping the Leviathan with free algae has been accepted by most survivors after 1 day, but because of the restriction of only being able to go out for 10 hours, it is difficult to expand the industry of renting free algae. So Zhou Wen thought of a way. That is to use land base and stone foundation to build a stone channel in the seawater and use free algae on the surface of the stone channel to isolate the dead bloodworms. One end of the stone channel is connected to the water ball, and the other end leads to the deep sea. In this way, after the survivor's Leviathan is wrapped with free algae, it can reach the distant sea through the stone channel without dead bloodworms, which is equivalent to saving the time of round trip and increasing the time of exploration in disguise. However, the number of land bases and free algae is relatively small at present, so only 1 stone channel can be built for the time being to try the effect. If the effect is good, it can be expanded when there are enough materials in the future. On Zhou Wen's side, after feeding the phantom scales, he went out to collect the rest platform, and then the phantom scales began to move. He had to get to Area 1 quickly. The last material to break through the second stage of strength attribute was in the hands of the king of Area 1. Because of what happened in the trial, the king of the survivors in Area 1 must also die. During the next daytime period, Zhou Wen was condensing the golden energy and absorbing tungsten elements. When it came to night, the tungsten elements had accumulated. Except for the lack of 3-color energy required for 3 characteristics, Zhou Wen had almost recovered to his prime. Then, Zhou Wen sent a message to Jiang Haitao. After a while, a golden avatar frame that had never appeared before appeared in the regional communication channel. King of the survivors in Area 10, King of Area 1, come out here. You maliciously slaughtered our survivors in Area 10 during the trial. Should you give me an explanation for this? King of the survivors in Area 1, haha, King of Area 10, you finally came out, but I don't quite understand what you mean. Isn't it normal for some survivors to die in the trial? We also lost a lot of survivors in Area 1. Do I have to go to other areas one by one to ask for an explanation? King of the survivors in Area 10, humph. I naturally don't care about the normal fighting between survivors, but you only slaughtered our survivors in Area 10 during the trial. This is not normal behavior. You are targeting my Area 10. King of the survivors in Area 1, if you insist on saying that I am targeting your Area 10, I can't do anything about it. After all, the mouth is on your body. So let it go. There is no point in continuing to talk about it. King of the survivors in Area 10, King of Area 1, I will launch a cross-area conquest war against you. If you have the guts, come in person. Don't let the ordinary survivors in Area 1 die. King of the survivors in Area 1, King of Area 10, you are going to fight me for those ordinary survivors. King of the survivors in Area 10, I am waiting for you in the conquest battlefield. As the King of Area 1, don't be a coward. At this time, Roderick cursed in the royal court of Area 1 water ball. Jiang Haitao. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Roderick's face was hideous, and the flame energy on the surface of his body was surging, like a blazing flame. Galen! Roderick shouted loudly. See my king. Galen immediately walked in from outside the palace, and then knelt on one knee to pay homage. Go and gather all the knights of the royal court, Roderick ordered. Yes. Garen nodded, and then quickly left the palace. As soon as he walked out, he sent a message to Jiang Haidao. He just found out that the mysterious strongman was the king of District 10. Later, Zhou Wen received a message from Jiang Haidao about the king of District 1. I didn't expect that the king of District 1 would actually dare to participate in the conquest war. Zhou Wen originally asked Jiang Haidao to launch a conquest war against District 1 in order to strike a blow to the majesty of the king of District 1 among the survivors of District 1, so that Garen could take the position in the future. Unexpectedly, the king of District 1 actually dared to participate in the war. This is good. Lung Liang doesn't have the title of King of Survival yet. The king of District 10 is getting better and better, Zhou Wen said with a smile. Ding! World announcement. District 10 launches a cross-district conquest against District 1. The preparation time is 1 hour. At this time, the survivors in the World Communication Channel of District 10 were all excited. The king of the survivors in Area 10 is really King Jiang? The king of Area 1 dared to maliciously massacre the survivors in Area 10. I will participate in this conquest, and I will also massacre the survivors in Area 1. King Jiang is so domineering, he directly started a cross-area conquest without any delay. King Jiang is so good to us survivors. The kings of other areas don't take their survivors seriously at all. King Jiang actually launched a conquest against the king of Area 1 for us. With King Jiang's strength, there is no problem in killing the king of Area 1. Now it depends on whether the king of Area 1 dares to participate. However, at this time, Zhou Wen received a message from Jiang Haitao. After reading the message, Zhou Wen showed a look of realization on his face. The king of Area 1 summoned all the royal court knights, in fact, not to participate in the war, but to force ordinary survivors to participate in the conquest. Chapter 682. Based on the experience of the cross-region conquest war launched by District 6 against District 10, the conquered party needs the survivors to participate themselves. If no one is willing to participate, the world system will randomly select survivors to join. This randomness is obviously disadvantageous to the king of District 1, so the royal court knights will threaten ordinary survivors, and if the ordinary survivors who are named do not participate, they will be killed by the royal court knights in a duel. At this time, in the World Communication Channel of District 1, the survivors selected by the royal court knights all looked ashen. They thought that the king of survivors would personally lead his knights to participate in the cross-region conquest war, but they never thought that they, the ordinary survivors, would be sent to die. Why? Why doesn't my king go to the war, but wants us ordinary people to go? The opponent is the king of survivors. My king, you are asking us to die. Asshole. Roderick, you are not the king of our District 1, you are a devil. You will go to hell. Oh my god, please save your faithful believers. Asshole Roderick, you want me to die? Impossible. Even if you threaten me, I will not participate in the conquest war. Everyone should not go. Wait until the world system randomly selects. Maybe Roderick will be randomly selected. I curse him to be killed by the king of District 10. However, the survivor who called on others not to participate in the conquest war had just sent out the message, and the next second, he was dueled by a royal court knight, and was soon killed by the royal court knight. Who dares not to participate in the conquest war? This is the end. If you don't want to die now, hurry up and sign up. Galen threatened in the World Communication Channel of District 1. As the leader of the royal court knight, he must handle the tasks assigned by the king. Damn you, Galen. Why didn't that mysterious warrior kill you during the previous trial? I curse you. You will all go to hell. The survivors who declared that they would not participate in the conquest war were killed in the duel. The selected survivors did not dare to continue to say that they would not participate in the conquest war. In this way, they could live longer before the conquest war began. So these survivors began to curse Roderick and Galen. Anyway, they were all destined to die. They no longer cared about Roderick's identity as the king of survivors. They kept cursing and venting their emotions. What's wrong with you people? Shouldn't you feel honored to die for the king? If my king participates in this conquest war, if something unexpected happens, our District 1 will also lose the king. Without the king, we will become the next District 6. Can't you think about the overall situation? Since you think so much about the overall situation, then you can participate in the conquest war for me and get this honor. What's wrong with you? The king's knights chose you. What does it have to do with me? Don't talk nonsense. It's really shameful. You are a guy who doesn't know how to consider the overall situation. You are from District 1. It really makes me sad. You deserve to be chosen to die. At this time, several survivors who were chosen did not take the initiative to participate in the expedition within the specified time. Then, they were executed by the King's Knights in a duel. The King's Knights chose new survivors for the vacant spots, and then chose the survivor who considered the overall situation. Why did you choose me? I was just speaking for you. You bastards, you chose the wrong person. The survivor who considered the overall situation broke down emotionally the moment he learned that he was chosen, and began to curse the King's Knights in the World Communication Channel. Ha ha ha. The Royal Court Knight did a good thing. I feel much better to die with you. Yes, yes, as long as the Royal Court Knight is willing to choose more of these sarcastic guys, I will take the initiative to participate in the conquest. These guys are really disgusting. Just now, they were righteously saying that we should consider the overall situation, but after being selected, they did the same as us, haha. Afterwards, the Royal Court Knights really specially selected a few people who had been sarcastic before. After all, their duty is to let these survivors participate in the conquest. As long as the number of participants can reach 10,000, it is not impossible to slightly meet the requirements of the survivors. Moreover, if the number of participants reaches the standard, they will be safer, and will not be randomly selected into the conquest list. In this way, with the chaos in the World Communication Channel of Area 1, the 1-hour preparation time for the cross-area conquest was only the last 10 minutes, and the number of people participating in the conquest was still less than 5,000. The preparation time was almost over, and the Royal Court Knights no longer allowed the selected survivors to participate voluntarily. Instead, they began to launch large-scale duels, killing survivors in batches, and forcing other survivors to die immediately if they did not participate. Under the threat of death, the number of survivors in Area 1 who participated in the conquest increased a lot, and before the end of the preparation time, they barely gathered 10,000 people. Ding! The preparation time for the cross-area conquest has ended, and the conquest officially begins. The world system prompt sounded in the minds of all survivors in Area 10 and Area 1 at the same time. The next second, the bodies of the participants on both sides turned into a blue light and disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already on a huge meteorite. The survivors who participated in the conquest in Area 10 were all selected by Jiang Haitao himself. There were no ordinary survivors among them, and all of them were members of the guild. These guilds are Brother Jiang, Survivor, Black Blade, Leviathan, and Current City, including the presidents of each guild. Zhou Wen is also in the crowd, but the armor he wears is relatively ordinary, and he looks like an ordinary guild member. Zhou Wen is here to cover the bottom. Although he got the news from Galen that the King of District 1 would not participate at the beginning, this is only one-sided. What if Galen is unwilling to betray the King of District 1 and deliberately set up a trap for District 10? Zhou Wen has seen the battlefield of the Cross-District Expedition War for the first time, so he has no reaction to the battlefield on the meteorite, but the surrounding guild members are different. They feel very novel. This is my first time to participate in a cross-district war. I didn't expect the battlefield to be so large, and it seems to be located on a meteorite in space. Nonsense. A battle of 20,000 people must have a large battlefield, and the participants in the war must be strong men from each district, so they can display their skills on a larger battlefield. We should be able to win this war in District 10, right? Chapter 683. What are you afraid of? Our District 10 is recognized as the strongest district. As the King of District 10, King Jiang must be the strongest king. Moreover, there is also President Shen, whose strength is almost the same as King Jiang. We have two kings on our side. We will definitely win this conquest. Because the guild members did not know that the King of District 1 did not participate in this conquest, some guild members were a little nervous. At this time, the transparent membrane separating the two sides in the middle of the conquest battlefield gradually disappeared, announcing that the battle was about to begin. As the King of District 10 in public, Jiang Haitao naturally stood at the front of the crowd. Chen Xian, Lung Liang, Bai Lan, Zhang Dongyang, He Yue, Zhue Junyang stood beside him, while Zhou Wen huddled in the dense crowd behind him. Kill! Don't spare a single one. Jiang Haitao's mind flashed, and the dark gold sword appeared in his hand. The 10-meter sword pointed directly at the survivors in District 1 in front of him, and said in a deep voice. But just when the presidents of each guild were about to rush up with their guild members to fight, the survivors from Area 1 on the opposite side actually surrendered. Respected King of Area 10, please let us go. We were all forced by that bastard Roderick. Please let us go. Yes, please. All the survivors from Area 1 who participated in the battle knelt in front of Jiang Haitao and begged bitterly. Let me go. During the trial, your king did not let my people from Area 10 go. Jiang Haitao looked at the kneeling survivors from Area 1 in front of him, and his expression did not change at all. You have to blame your king, kill him. In an instant, all the guild members from Area 10 rushed into the crowd of survivors from Area 1. After learning that there was no king of Area 1 on the opposite side, these guild members had no scruples, and quickly killed the survivors from Area 1. The survivors in Area 1 were all ordinary survivors, so they had no power to fight back. Even if they wanted to resist, they were no match for the guild members. In just over 10 minutes, all 10,000 survivors in Area 1 were killed. The large-scale battle between areas was originally huge, but Area 10 won easily with a crushing attitude, and no one died. Ding! The cross-area conquest war has ended, and Area 10 won. The world system prompt sounded in the minds of the survivors in Area 10 who participated in the battle, and then everyone turned into blue light and disappeared, returning to the deep sea. King of the survivors in Area 10, Roderick, you are the king of Area 1. In order to avoid the war, you forced the ordinary survivors in Area 1 to die. Are you worthy of being the king? King of the survivors in Area 1, Humph. Jiang Haidao, if you have a way to kill me, just do it directly. Don't use some ridiculous and sarcastic means here. I will avenge the blood feud of these 10,000 survivors in Area 1 in the next trial. King of the survivors in Area 10, you dare. King of the survivors in Area 1, haha, why shouldn't I dare? There are only 1.7 million people left in your Area 10, and there are still 6 million people in Area 1. Just watch me kill everyone in your Area 10 bit by bit, ha ha ha. King of the survivors in Area 10, Roderick, you'd better not let me meet you in the trial. King of the survivors in Area 1, Jiang Haidao, do you really think I'm afraid of you? If I meet you in the trial, I will kill you. After the King of Area 10 and the King of Area 1 exchanged harsh words, they each left the regional communication channel, and the survivors of other areas in the regional communication channel began to discuss the behavior of the King of Area 1. Survivors from Area 2, isn't it a bit bad to let ordinary survivors from your own area die? Survivors from Area 1, haha, if it was Area 2 that was attacked by Area 10, you would probably have the same result. Survivors from Area 1, don't forget that Area 10 deliberately released alien brains to other areas before. My king must be foolproof, otherwise our Area 1 will become the next Area 6. My king has no choice but to do this. Survivors from Area 2, that's how it is. Why didn't you guys participate in the conquest just now? I heard that the conquered areas seem to participate voluntarily, right? Survivors from Area 10, it's ridiculous. The king of Area 1 doesn't treat the survivors of Area 1 as human beings. These guys are still speaking for the king of Area 1. What's wrong with them? Survivors from Area 10, if you ask me, you survivors from Area 1 might as well find an opportunity to kill the king of Area 1 and become the king yourself. Survivors from Area 10, haha, the king of Area 1 is just lame. Survivors from Area 10, not only is he lame, the king of Area 1 is just a coward without guts. Survivors from other areas dare not openly curse the king of Area 1, but the survivors from Area 10 dare to curse him, and they curse him by name, just to provoke the king of Area 1 and make him challenge them, so that they can bring King Jiang to kill him. Unfortunately, these survivors from Area 10 cursed for a long time in the regional communication channel, but the king of Area 1 did not show up, but a group of survivors from Area 1 kept speaking for the king of Area 1. It was already night. After Zhou Wen closed the regional communication channel, he went out to build a rest platform for Huanlin, and then returned to the stomach wall space to condense the golden energy. Nothing happened overnight. On the morning of the 153rd day, Zhou Wen put away the rest platform after feeding Huanlin. Huanlin began to move towards the direction of Area 1. Regional positioning card, Zhou Wen used it on the 145th day. It only took 5 days to reach the water ball of Area 1 at Huanlin's speed, but during this period, he had to rest for a few days because of various dangers. Calculating the time, if nothing unexpected happens today, he should be able to reach the sea area where Area 1 is located. Soon it was noon. At this time, Huanlin's doubtful voice suddenly sounded in Zhou Wen's mind. Out of curiosity, he took the brilliant sea snake out to check, but found that there were several black shadows approaching his position in the distance. After these shadows entered the range of the brilliant sea snake's white light, Zhou Wen saw the shadows clearly. They were the phantom leviathans. There were 10 of them, and some red algae grew on their bodies. These 10 phantom leviathans stopped 200 meters away from the phantom scales, and then opened their mouths. Survivors swam out with weapons. One of the men wearing white jade scale armor seemed to be the leader of this group of survivors. These people originally swam towards Zhou Wen aggressively, but after seeing the size of the phantom scales, their expression suddenly changed. What do you want? Zhou asked in a bad tone, but the language he used was the language of Eagle Country. If he could meet other survivors here, he must be the survivors of Area 1. Don't get me wrong, we came here just to ask if you have any instructions. The man in white jade scale armor heard Zhou Wen's unhappy tone and hurriedly replied. Chapter 684. In fact, they originally came here to rob. Their 10-man team was specifically for robbing other survivors outside, but they didn't expect to encounter a superior who transformed into a leviathan with a body length of more than 400 meters. Are you survivors from Area 1? Zhou asked. The white jade scale armor man and his teammates behind him were all stunned after hearing Zhou Wen's words, and then looked at Zhou Wen with some surprise. You are not from Area 1? The white jade scale armor man asked carefully. I am from Area 8, my name is Miles. Zhou Wen made up an identity casually. 8. Survivors from Area 8 this. How? Did you come to our Area 1? The white jade scale armor man was shocked, and even his speech became a little incoherent. He didn't expect that the various areas could communicate with each other. What is even more incredible is how the other party found the location of Area 1. If the survivors in Area 8 can find Area 1, then can Area 10 also find it? You must know that the King of Area 10 has a deep conflict with the King of Area 1. If Area 10 really finds the location of their Area 1, the King of Area 10 will definitely lead the survivors of Area 10 to attack their Area 1, and then the survivors of Area 1 will be in danger. I went out to explore and found Area 1 by accident, Zhou Wen said casually. So simple? The man in white jade scale armor showed a skeptical look, obviously a little unconvinced. However, he did not dare to expose it directly. The easiest way to judge the strength of the stranger survivors is to observe the size of the transformed Leviathan. Although this survivor in Area 8 is not a survivor in Area 1 and is isolated and helpless, he is definitely not someone they dare to offend. Can you take me to the water ball in Area 1? The protective energy on the surface of my transformed Leviathan has dissipated, and I need to replenish it quickly. Zhou Wen said directly without paying attention to the doubts of the survivors in Area 1. I can't make the decision. I need to contact the people of the Royal Court Knights. The man in white jade scale armor dared not rashly take the survivors from other areas to the water ball in Area 1. If this survivor from Area 8 caused any trouble, he would definitely be implicated. Oh sure, you contact him, Zhou Wen said, secretly opening the system interface, and then sent a message to Jiang Haidao, asking him to contact Galen. Soon, a puzzled expression appeared on the face of the man in white jade scale armor, because he received a message directly from the Knight of the Royal Court, and asked him to respectfully bring the survivors from Area 8 to the water ball in Area 1. After that, the man in white jade scale armor and his other team members led the way in front, and Zhou Wen followed behind to the water ball in Area 1. At the same time, in the water ball of Area 1, a 380-meter-long phantom leviathan swam quickly from the center of the water ball to an entrance at the edge of the water ball. Then the phantom leviathan opened its mouth and a survivor swam out. It was the Knight Captain of the Royal Court, Garen. At this time, Garen's face was still full of disbelief, because when he just received the news that the King of Area 10 asked him to welcome him, he still felt puzzled, but then, his men sent him the news that a survivor from Area 8 appeared near the sea area of Area 1. When he combined the two pieces of news, he was shocked. The sudden appearance of the survivor from Area 8, plus the King of Area 10 asking him to welcome him, didn't this mean that the King of Area 10 came to their Area 1? The King of Area 10 can actually find the location of Area 1. The surprise on Garen's face could not be dissipated for a long time, and at the same time, a trace of uncontrollable excitement rose in his heart. In the fourth, Miss Floating Trial, the King of Area 10 asked him if he wanted to be the King of Area 1. He didn't think this promise could be fulfilled before, because the King couldn't duel with the King, but now the King of Area 10 has come to their Area 1, so this promise may be fulfilled. Why haven't you arrived yet? Garen said in a low voice with some anxiety, and then stared at the water ball with expectant eyes. At this time, he was a little worried. There was no way this was related to whether he could become the King of Area 1. Here it comes. Finally, Garen saw a familiar Leviathan behind a group of phantom Leviathans. Ding! Arrived in Area 1, positioning completed. Zhou Wen heard the system prompt sound in his mind, but he knew he had arrived in Area 1 without being prompted, because the water ball of Area 1 was not far ahead. At this time, a phantom Leviathan swam out of the water ball. The white jade scale armor man who was leading the way saw the phantom Leviathan and hurriedly stopped, then stepped forward to salute. "Dear Knight Commander, the survivor from Area 8 has been brought here by us," the white jade scale armor man said respectfully. "Well, you can leave now." Garen nodded lightly, then directly asked his men to take the 10 people away, and then sent a private message to his men to deal with the entire team members. Hello, King Jiang. After everyone around him left, Garen immediately swam to Zhou Wen and said very respectfully. After learning that the mysterious strongman was the king of Area 10, Galen asked the survivors in Area 10 about the news of the king of Area 10. He learned that the king of Area 10 was named Jiang Haitao, and the survivors in Area 10 all called him King Jiang. To show respect, he also called him King Jiang. "Well, take me to where Roderick is." Zhou Wen simply nodded and said, Okay. Galen was so excited that his tone of voice rose an octave. In the water ball of Area 1, Galen led the way in front and Zhou Wen followed behind. Along the way, some survivors saw Galen, the Knight Commander of the Royal Court, and they would come forward to greet him. The hierarchy was very strict. Around the tidal Leviathan in the center of the water ball, there was a circle of land-based circular islands, which were covered with a large number of glass blocks to isolate the sea water from the outside. Around this huge circular island, there are islands of different sizes scattered irregularly. Those small islands were built by ordinary survivors, with a diameter of only 100 meters, and they are used by the transformed Leviathans of a team member in turn. Finally, Garen brought Zhou Wen to the entrance of the circular island, where there was a passage built with glass blocks. At this time, the entrance of the passage was sealed with glass blocks. Seeing the knight leader swimming over, the royal knights on both sides of the glass passage immediately put away the glass blocks, and then sealed the glass blocks after the two entered. Although seawater will also enter, there are also glass blocks blocking the other end of the passage. The royal knights inside the circular island will take away the seawater entering the passage through the system interface, and then put away the glass blocks inside, so as to prevent seawater from entering the interior of the circular island. Chapter 685. Inside the circular island, there are clusters of flowers and pleasant scenery. There are also a large number of crystal sea view boxes on both sides of the road leading to the royal court. Some colorful luminous seaweeds are cultivated in them, and some small fish swim among the seaweeds. Such a beautiful scenery naturally needs people to maintain it. Among the flowers, and in front of the crystal sea view boxes, there are girls with beautiful faces, fair skin and curvy figures. These girls are all wearing relatively cool milky white dresses, with their bodies half covered and half covered, which looks even eye-catching. This king of Area 1 is quite good at enjoying himself. Zhou Wen looked at the blonde and blue-eyed girls, and thought lightly in his heart. Afterwards, after crossing a road paved with crystals, Zhou Wen came to a huge western building. The building was built entirely of gold. The overall construction style looks tall, magnificent and majestic. Under the illumination of the colorful light on the surface of the tidal Leviathan, the entire building looked even more magnificent. This was the royal court where Roderick, the king of Area 1, was located. There were rows of royal knights standing on both sides of the entrance to the royal court, but because Zhou Wen had the chief knight of the royal court leading the way, he was not questioned and entered the royal court very smoothly. At this time, in the royal court, Roderick, the king of Area 1, sat high on the throne, and there were 4 people sitting on both sides under the royal platform. Galen secretly introduced the 4 people to Zhou Wen through the system interface. These 4 people were the 4 dukes of Area 1, the 4 most powerful people under the king, and their strengths were all full of 3 attributes in the second stage. "Are you the survivor from Area 8? Roderick on the throne glanced at Zhou Wen below casually and asked faintly. "That's right." Zhou Wen nodded and replied. Roderick frowned slightly, with a hint of displeasure in his eyes, and then looked at Garen, who was standing beside him. No matter who the visitor is, as long as he is not the king of survivors from other districts, he needs to kneel down to greet him first. But this survivor from District 8 actually stood up to answer his question, without any intention of kneeling. If he met such a rude guy at ordinary times, Garen, as the chief knight of the royal court, would immediately order the other party to kneel, but at this time Garen lowered his head and said nothing. "How dare you? Survivors from District 8, didn't the king of your District 8 tell you that you have to kneel when you see the king?" A duke in red armor under the king's stage shouted loudly. "Why should I, a survivor from District 8, kneel down to the king of District 1? Zhou Wen said calmly. "In my opinion, he is not worthy of being the king of Area 1. Zhou Wen said fearlessly, raising his arm, and pointing at Roderick, who was high on the throne. "How dare you? How dare you humiliate my king? Galen, you don't want to be the chief knight of the royal court anymore?" Why don't you execute this heretic who blasphemed the king on the spot? Another duke in white armor stood up from his chair and ordered Galen. But Galen still lowered his head, as if he didn't hear it. At this time, the knights of the royal court, who heard the movement inside the royal court, rushed in immediately. But before they could ask what was going on, they were driven out by Galen. Galen? How dare you betray the king? The red-armored duke, who made Joe kneel at the beginning, had a questioning and unbelievable tone in his tone. He really couldn't understand how Galen dared to betray the king openly, just relying on the survivors of Area 8 beside him. Those who betray my king will die. The duke in white armor, eager to show off in front of the king, disappeared from the throne in an instant, and turned into a phantom in front of Garen, with a sawtooth sword in his hand flashing, and slashed directly at Garen. Garen was about to use his weapon to resist, but Joe had already appeared in front of him, with a blue light flashing in his palm, and an exaggeratedly long dark gold sword appeared in his hand, and then he slashed directly at the duke in white armor, who was close at hand. Ridiculous. The duke in white armor looked at the dark gold sword with no energy fluctuations, and his eyes showed disdain. He immediately mobilized the dead blood energy in his body, attached a layer of dead blood energy to the armor on his body, and the weapon in his hand, and then slashed at the dark gold sword. Humph! You lowly people will never know the power of the dead bloodworm gene. It is your honor to see it before you die, the duke in white armor said very confidently. Caw! However, just as the white-armored duke finished speaking, the dark golden broadsword easily cut off the sawtooth broadsword with the dead blood energy attached to it. How can it be? The white-armored duke's face changed drastically. He couldn't understand why a weapon without energy attached to it could easily cut off his sawtooth broadsword with the dead blood energy attached to it. At this moment, he wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Before he could finish his words, he was split in half by the dark golden broadsword. The next second, the body of the white-armored duke fell to the ground. Blood and internal organs scattered all over the ground, deader than dead. The red-armored duke, who was about to attack Zhou, stopped immediately, but Zhou had already noticed him. With a blue light flashing in his hand, a golden thunder spear appeared and was thrown directly at the head of the red-armored duke. The red-armored duke was shocked, and his body was instantly covered with a layer of dead blood energy. At the same time, he raised a shield with dead blood energy attached to it, trying to block the golden thunder spear, but it was useless. The golden thunder spear easily penetrated the shield with dead blood energy attached, and then pierced through the head of the red-armored duke in his surprised eyes. Bang! The golden thunder spear, carrying powerful force, with the body of the red-armored duke, was nailed to the golden wall behind, and a lot of blood flowed down along the patterns on the golden wall. Gurgle. The terrifying scene of Zhou killing two dukes in an instant made the remaining two dukes, who had just stood up, sweat. They swallowed their saliva subconsciously, and then slowly sat down again. Haha, the strength is not bad. Roderick didn't care about the two dukes on his side being killed. If I'm not mistaken, you are the mysterious strongman who killed the king of District 5 in the trial, right? Roderick looked at Zhou casually and said, No, I'm just a survivor passing by from Area 8. Zhou shook his head and said. Roderick's expression immediately condensed, his eyes filled with anger. He had already exposed the other party's identity, but the other party was still deceiving him. Wasn't this treating him like a fool? You're looking for death. At this time, Roderick's whole body suddenly burst out with a fiery red energy like a blazing flame, and for a moment, the temperature in the royal court rose sharply. Chapter 686. You don't think that you can compete with me just because you killed the owner of the title of King of Survival, do you? Roderick slowly stood up from the throne, and then walked down the platform while talking. The steps of the platform made of gold gradually showed signs of melting under the high temperature energy around him. Today, I will tell you that there is a gap between kings. Roderick raised his arm, and pointed his finger at Zhou. The next second, the fiery red energy on his body turned into a blazing flame and rushed towards Zhou. Boom! The scorching flame instantly enveloped Zhou's whole body, and then under Roderick's control, the flame immediately turned into a flame tornado. The flame tornado rotated rapidly, and the terrifying high temperature it emitted seemed to be able to burn everything to ashes. Before this flame tornado was formed, the two dukes in the royal court and Galen had already come to the outside of the royal court. The terrifying high temperature was simply not something they could bear. At this time, the two dukes stared at Galen, but did not take action directly. They were waiting for the result. If the king of Area 1 won, they would kill Galen immediately. If the mysterious strongman won, they would surrender directly. Bang! At this moment, the dome on the top of the royal court suddenly exploded, and a huge flame tornado soared into the sky, and then expanded rapidly, almost covering the entire royal court. The royal court built of gold began to melt rapidly, and the hot gold solution flowed on the ground like water. The few people standing outside the royal court waiting for the result immediately pulled away and looked at the flame tornado in front of them, with a diameter of almost 100 meters, with deep surprise on their faces. Before, they thought that the king was powerful mainly because he had the king power that people could not resist, but now they really realized how terrible the king was. Such a terrifying fire tornado could melt even gold, let alone people? I'm afraid that mysterious strongman has been burned to ashes now, a duke said, looking at Galen with murderous intent in his eyes, and the other duke was the same. Boom! Just as the two dukes were about to kill Galen, a soul-stirring thunder suddenly came from the fire tornado. In the battlefield, the terrifying fire tornado had completely melted the entire royal court, but Roderick's face was not good, because he had been using his mental power to survey Zhou Wen's situation in the fire tornado. Until now, Zhou Wen was still standing well, and seemed to be not burned by the fire at all. How is this possible? Roderick's eyes were full of disbelief. What he released was not an ordinary flame, but a flame formed by king-level energy. At this moment, a thunderous sound suddenly came from the flame tornado, and in an instant, a zigzag golden lightning suddenly passed through the flame tornado and instantly hit Roderick's body. The golden lightning was so fast that even if Roderick had the ability to slow down his vision, it was difficult to dodge it with his own speed. He could only rely on the flame energy on the surface of his body to resist. Boom! The moment the golden lightning hit Roderick's body, the whole person flew backwards, and then fell heavily on the half-melted king platform. Boom! However, before Roderick could catch his breath, another golden lightning shot out from the flame tornado and hit him again. This time, Roderick didn't dare to continue to take the attack. Although the previous golden lightning didn't break the flame energy protection layer on his body, it consumed a lot of the flame energy in his body. If he took it a few more times, the flame energy accumulated during this period would be consumed. So, Roderick immediately activated his speed attribute, instantly increasing the speed attribute by 4 times to 3,500 points. Swish! Roderick's figure turned into a red light and disappeared, avoiding the golden lightning. It seems that you have also merged the king-level Leviathan gene. In this case, why should we fight to the death? How about this? I will give you half of Area 1, and we will govern together in the future. After confirming that the other party had also merged the king-level Leviathan gene, Roderick knew that it was impossible to kill the other party in a short time, so he could only make peace first. Roderick, you must die today. Zhou Wen's emotionless voice came from the flame tornado, and then a figure wrapped in flame slowly walked out of the flame tornado. At this time, Zhou Wen's armor had been burned by the flames, and the flames dissipated, revealing his body covered with bright golden patterns. The golden mask on his face had also been melted by the high temperature and directly attached to the skin on his face. Do you really want to fight me to the death? Roderick said in a deep voice. Stop pretending. You have activated the speed feature. Are you making peace with me now? Do you want to wait until the feature amplification effect ends and then be killed by me? Zhou Wen directly exposed Roderick's intention. Roderick has already activated the speed feature. If he makes peace now, he will surely die when his body becomes weak. Therefore, the peace is fake, and letting Zhou Wen relax his vigilance is real. Roderick's expression immediately darkened. Since his intentions had been seen through by the other party, there was no point in pretending anymore. In that case, let's see who has the stronger king-level Leviathan gene fused between you and me. As soon as Roderick finished speaking, 2 bursts of energy suddenly burst out from the surface of his body. He activated his other 2 powerful characteristics, increasing his strength attribute by 5 times to 4,200 points, and his physical attribute by 10 times to 7,000 points. At the same time, he also used all the flame energy in his body. For a time, his body began to expand rapidly, and the armor on the surface of his body that restricted his body was directly burned by the hot flame energy, revealing his body that was red all over, and with flame-like patterns on the skin. At this time, Roderick no longer had a human form. His mutated body reached 5 meters. Flame energy flowed in the flame patterns on the surface of his body, and the ground under his feet turned into a pool of lava. Whoosh! Suddenly, the lava area exploded, and Roderick's mutated body suddenly disappeared, turning directly into a fiery red afterimage, rushing towards Zhou Wen with a sharp sound of breaking wind, leaving only a long lava gully behind. Roderick's speed was so fast that Zhou Wen could only see a vague shadow with his eyes. In a few breaths, a hot gust of wind rushed over. Zhou immediately turned on the slow motion ability of his vision, and everything around him seemed to enter slow motion, but Roderick's monster body was still approaching at a very fast speed. At his current speed, there was no possibility of dodging. Chapter 687. Die! The next second, Roderick suddenly appeared in front of Zhou, and then swung a punch. As his arm swung, the flame patterns on his body burst into energy, and the flames on his body were surging all over. Then these surging flames began to quickly condense towards his fist. The moment Roderick's fist fell, it directly became a blazing fireball, smashing towards Zhou like a falling meteorite. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, and the entire circular island almost shook. In front of the king's court, a spherical flame spread rapidly, burning everything in its path. Roderick's punch directly created a lava pit with a diameter of 100 meters on the circular island, but Zhou was not seen in the lava pit. Zzz. A ball of black flame appeared 1,000 meters away from Roderick. In this black flame, golden electric currents continued to flash, just like thunder flashing in dark clouds. At the moment when Roderick's flaming fist fell, Zhou activated the shadow attribute to increase his speed by 3 times, thus avoiding the fierce blow. Then he activated the tungsten gold attribute and black flame attribute in succession, increasing his physique by 10 times and his strength by 5 times respectively. For a moment, Zhou 3 attributes were greatly improved, with his speed attribute reaching 3,284 points, his physique attribute reaching 10,000 points, and his strength attribute reaching 4,200 points. Swoosh! Zhou figure instantly disappeared from the spot, with a piercing scream, and turned into a phantom of thunder and fire interlaced, appearing directly in front of Roderick's body, and then violently shot out the golden thunder that had already condensed in his hand. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out, and the flashing lightning traveled 1,000 meters in the air, and the dazzling golden light illuminated the surroundings into a golden color. However, Zhou golden thunder did not hit Roderick. The moment he just shot the golden thunder, Roderick's figure had disappeared. Ha ha ha! It seems that your speed characteristics are not very good. Roderick's red body suddenly appeared beside Zhou. Before Zhou could react, the fist wrapped in flames had already landed on Zhou's body. Boom! The flame on the fist exploded like a bomb the moment it hit Zhou's body. A terrifying force directly knocked Zhou nearly 1,000 meters away. Bang! A crisp sound of glass shattering sounded, and Zhou's body hit the glass cover of the circular island like a cannonball. The glass cover used to isolate the outside seawater was directly smashed by Zhou to create a big hole, and a large amount of seawater quickly poured into the interior of the circular island. Gurgle gurgle. Zhou had just stabilized his body when the seawater around him began to boil violently. Bang! Immediately afterwards, there was another sound of glass breaking, and Roderick's huge body appeared beside Zhou again. Boom! The fist wrapped in flames directly evaporated all the surrounding seawater, and a large number of bubbles rose in the seawater, and this punch landed on Zhou's body again. Bang bang bang. This time, Zhou's body, which was knocked away, slid along the glass cover, smashing all the glass blocks encountered along the way, and cut a long hole in the glass cover of the circular island. The next second, the seawater poured into the circular island like a waterfall through the hundreds of meters long opening, and the seawater began to flood the entire circular island at a very fast speed. Under the obstruction of the glass block, Zhou slid for a few hundred meters and gradually stopped, but Roderick did not give Zhou any time to breathe. Just as Zhou was about to stop, Roderick attacked him again. However, just as Roderick's flaming fist was about to fall on Zhou for the 3rd time, Zhou's whole body suddenly burst into red, yellow, and blue light, and a long knife that seemed to be condensed from meteorite fragments appeared in his hand. Roderick frowned suddenly, because he felt an extremely dangerous breath from the meteorite long knife, but he was in an offensive state now, and had no time to retract his fist. Boom! Roderick's flaming fist smashed on the glass cover with terrifying power, but there was only a shadow of Zhou under his fist. Roderick's expression changed drastically, and a sense of crisis rose in his heart. He wanted to quickly retract his fist and enter a defensive state, but found that his arm was no longer under his control. Just as he was confused, a series of fiery red thin lines appeared on his arm, and the next second, his arm was directly broken into several pieces. Roderick's pupils shrank suddenly, with horror in his eyes. He wanted to get away from here quickly, but found that his legs were also out of his control. When he looked down, his 2 thick legs happened to break at this time, and his other arm was also broken. Damn it! Roderick cursed in his heart. He already knew that he had lost. If he stayed any longer, he would only die. So his mind flashed, and his figure began to turn into blue light and disappeared. Puff! But at the moment when Roderick's figure turned into blue light, the meteorite fragment-shaped long knife suddenly pierced his heart, and then the blade turned and cut his chest horizontally. Fortunately, the traveling ticket was fully activated at this time, and before the body was about to be cut in two, it turned into blue light and disappeared instantly. Zhou Wen's figure appeared at the place where Roderick disappeared, and the cracking flame knife in his palm had been put into the equipment column. At this time, the three-color light on the surface of his body had disappeared, and the amplification effect of three characteristics ended. When Zhou Wen found that Roderick was faster than himself, he thought of a plan to attract the opponent to attack him. The three-color energy in his body was limited and could only last for a few seconds, so he had to seize the opportunity when the opponent attacked him and hit him hard in an instant. The next step is to leave it to Jiang Haitao. Zhou Wen thought to himself. After Jiang Haitao received Zhou Wen's message, he immediately sent a message to Galen, asking Galen to challenge Roderick to a duel, and then send one of his core guild members over. When Garen received the message from Jiang Haitao asking him to duel with the King of Area 1, he was very scared. But when he thought that he would become the King of Area 1 and have that terrifying strength, he gritted his teeth and challenged. The next second, a bloody duel message popped up in the World Communication Channel of Area 1. The survivors in Area 1 didn't care much about this duel message at first, because there was an explosion in the direction of the Royal Court just now, and they were more concerned about what happened in the Royal Court. Until one survivor saw the content of the duel message. For a while, there was an uproar in the World Communication Channel of Area 1. The Knight Commander of the Royal Court, Garen, actually challenged the king. Chapter 688. After 5 minutes of preparation, Galen's figure turned into a blue light and disappeared in the stomach wall space of his own Leviathan. When he appeared again, he was already in the dual space formed by the blue light curtain. At this time, Galen was very nervous. After all, he would face Roderick next, so he immediately took out the traveling ticket and sent the other party over according to the guild core member portrait that King Jiang had just sent. Then, the core member of the Brother Jiang Guild who came over also took out a traveling ticket and sent it to Jiang Haitao. The next second, in the dual space where Galen was, a blue light flashed, and a man wearing dark gold scale armor appeared in front of Galen. King Jiang, you are here. Seeing King Jiang coming over, Galen was relieved. Although King Jiang had told him in a private message that Roderick was seriously injured, the other party was a king after all, and he had shown extremely terrifying strength before. It would be a lie if he said he was not afraid. Jiang Haitao just nodded without saying anything, and then let the core members of the guild end their journey and leave, and then quietly waited for the two dual spaces to merge with each other. Galen stood quietly half a step behind Jiang Haitao, secretly looking at Jiang Haitao with the corner of his eyes, with a hint of doubt on his face, because he felt that the King Jiang in front of him was a little different from the King Jiang in the royal court just now, and his figure seemed to have become a little more burly. Is it because of the activation of the characteristics? Galen guessed secretly in his heart. Just now, when Zhou Wen and Roderick activated the characteristics and started the formal battle, Galen and the two dukes had already left the circular island. There was no way, the battle was too loud, and if they continued to stay, they might not know how they died, so Galen didn't know what happened later. Soon, the two bubble-shaped blue light curtains began to merge with each other, and the moment the diaphragm in the middle disappeared, the duel officially began. Galen, I have always treated you well. Why do you want to unite people from other districts to deal with me? At this time, in the space opposite, Roderick collapsed on the ground. He had no limbs, and only a torso was left. There was also a very hideous wound on his chest. This wound almost spanned the entire chest. As long as it spread forward a short distance, the body would be broken into two pieces. Because I also want to be the king, and this king should have been mine. Now, I just take back my own things. Seeing that Roderick was so seriously injured, Galen's fear of the king in his heart completely dissipated in an instant. He waved his arm, and a weapon appeared in his hand. You beast, I should have killed you right away. Roderick looked very weak, but he still shouted at the top of his lungs. Yeah, but unfortunately, you don't have a chance now. Galen walked towards Roderick step by step. He didn't care about Roderick's curses, because Roderick was about to die in his hands. Okay, give me back my title of King of Survival. At this time, Galen had come to Roderick. He raised the sawtooth broadsword in his hand high and said lightly, then slashed the broadsword at Roderick's neck fiercely. But at this moment, Galen suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing behind him, and then a sharp metal collision sound rang in his ears. At this time, a king's majesty covered him, and then his vision suddenly became trance. When he recovered, he found that Roderick, who had become a human pig lying on the ground, had disappeared. The pupils of Garen's eyes shrank suddenly. He realized that everything just now was an illusion. Roderick used the characteristics of intelligence. Thinking of this, Garen hurriedly looked up, and then saw 5 sharp fiery red claws, which were less than 1 meter away from him, but were intercepted by a dark gold sword. Garen was shocked and quickly dodged backwards. At this time, he saw the real Roderick, a 5-meter-tall monster with a red body. Roderick's original appearance could not be seen at all, but this monster was missing an arm, and there was indeed a hideous wound on his chest. Roderick? Garen couldn't figure out how Roderick became like this. Die! The monsterized Roderick roared, ignoring Jiang Haitao and still attacking Garen, but just as he swung his arm that had just recovered, a dark gold sword with a layer of pink energy attached to it swung again and cut off his arm directly. Before, Roderick was teleported to the location of the alien brain by his men. He originally wanted to rely on the genetic medicine of the alien brain to quickly repair his body, but he didn't expect that Galen would dare to challenge him. At this time, his body has not fully recovered, and because he has just opened 3 powerful characteristics, his body is now in a weak state. Although he can still move with the help of his mutated body, his strength is less than 500 points, and the flame energy in his body has been completely exhausted. If it was only Galen who challenged him, he could easily kill Galen, but after seeing the guy wearing dark gold armor next to Galen, he knew that he was dead, so he wanted to kill Galen before he died, but he was stopped by the other party. Afterwards, Jiang Haitao cut off Roderick's legs that had just recovered, and then released Wang Wei to dispel the abnormality for Galen, and then threw the dark gold sword in his hand to him. Thank you, King Jiang, for saving my life just now. After Galen caught the dark gold sword, he naturally knew what Jiang Haitao meant, but he still knelt on one knee and thanked him sincerely. If Jiang Haitao had not acted in time, he would be dead now. Jiang Haitao did not speak, but just pointed at Roderick, who had no power to resist on the ground. He just wanted to finish the task quickly. The longer the time dragged, the easier it would be to expose his identity. Galen, without saying anything more, directly swung the dark gold sword with both hands and chopped it towards Roderick's head. At the moment when the dark gold sword was about to fall, Roderick wanted to suppress Galen with Wang Wei, but was offset by Jiang Haitao's Wang Wei. Puff! Roderick's monster head rolled to the side, and a large amount of hot blood spurted out from the broken neck, quickly dyeing the ground red. Ding! You have killed the holder of the title, King of Survival, and obtained the title, King of Survival. The reminder sound of obtaining the title, King of Survival, rang in Garen's mind, and an irrepressible smile immediately appeared on his face. Thanks to King Jiang's help, I have successfully obtained the title, King of Survival. Garen said to Jiang Haitao, and then he was ready to show his loyalty, but Jiang Haitao directly ended his journey, and turned into a blue light and disappeared. Chapter 689. As soon as Jiang Haitao returned to his stomach wall space, he reported the duel situation to Zhou. Zhou had already returned to Huanlin's stomach wall space. The amplification effect of the characteristics ended, and his body fell into a weak state. Let him send you all the mails of Roderick's supplies. Zhou sent a message to Jiang Haitao while lying on the bed. Got it, brother one. Jiang Haitao replied. Zhou has tested Galen twice so far. The first time was to find out whether Roderick would participate in the cross-region conquest war through Galen. The second time was to send him the Thunder Leviathan gene potion made by the alien brain, and then let him pass it on to Li Jinjian. And now is the third time. The supplies of the King of Area 1 must be very rich, and he has now become the King of Area 1. His status has changed dramatically. Next, it depends on whether he is willing to hand over the supplies. At this time, in the World Communication Channel of Area 1, the survivors of Area 1 were already in a state of panic. When they saw the message that Galen challenged the King of Area 1 to a duel, they thought they were seeing things. They really couldn't figure out how Galen dared to do that. He was simply courting death. But now, when the bloody duel message on the top of the World Communication Channel disappeared, the survivors of Area 1 were dumbfounded, because before the duel message disappeared, the winner shown was not the King of Area 1, but Galen. What's going on? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Why did I see the Knight Commander win the duel? Oh my god, am I dreaming? Why did the Knight Commander win? The Knight Commander killed the king. So, will the Knight Commander become the new king of our District 1? This is too crazy. Has my brain been invaded by an alien brain? In the World Communication Channel of District 1, for a while, almost all the messages were confusing. There was no way. This was too unbelievable. Before, an ordinary survivor in District 6 killed the king of District 3, and then a mysterious strong man in the trial killed the king of District 5. Although they were all outrageous, at least there were corresponding explanations. But it was really hard to understand why Galen killed the king of Area 1, because they all knew that Galen was really strong compared to ordinary survivors, but he was definitely not the king's opponent. If it was the 4 dukes who killed the king this time, the survivors could still accept it. After all, the 4 dukes were the 4 strongest people under the king, but it turned out that Galen killed the king. Joe could not see the news in the World Communication Channel of Area 1, but this incredible news was soon spread to the Regional Communication Channel. After the survivors in other areas learned about the gap in strength between Galen and the king of Area 1, they were all stunned. They really couldn't figure out how Galen won. Among all the survivors in Area 1, only 2 people knew the reason, that is, the 2 dukes who survived before, but they did not post everything they knew in the World Communication Channel of Area 1. Now that Galen has become the new king of Area 1, and there is a terrifying strongman behind him who can easily kill the king of survivors, they don't want to provoke Galen. If they haven't found Galen yet, they would have gone to kneel down and kowtow to the new king. Joan was looking at the messages sent by survivors in various areas on the Regional Communication Channel. At this time, Jiang Haitao sent him several emails. Joan opened the email and found that the email contained some Leviathan creature corpses that he had never obtained before. These can be used to grow Leviathan blood vein fruit. Then, Joan quickly flipped through it and found 2 Leviathan corpses that were of some use to him. The first was the corpse of the king-level Leviathan Flame Leviathan, and the second was the corpse of the Flash Leviathan. I didn't expect that Roderick actually had the body of the Flash Leviathan, Joan said with some surprise. Previously, he had picked up a Flash Core that could increase the speed attribute by 5 times in the Area 1 water ball transformed from strange flesh and blood, but because there was no corresponding gene potion, he had never used it. Now he found the body of the Flash Leviathan in Roderick's supplies. With the body, you can make the corresponding gene potion according to the recipe process, but now there is another problem, that is, the genes that Joan can chimera are full, and the genes of this Flash Leviathan really can't be chimera. Forget it, let's wait until the weak state ends, Joan murmured. After a while, Jiang Haitao sent some emails again. This time, the emails contained some more important items, including the steel seals of Roderick's 4 powerful characteristics. The 4 characteristic steel seals are: Mountain Moving Steel Seal, increases the strength attribute by 5 times, Black Crystal Steel Seal, increases the strength attribute by 10 times, Flying Hong Steel Seal, increases the speed attribute by 4 times, and Dream Steel Seal, can make people hallucinate. Joan thought about the 4 characteristic steel seals, and sent them all to Chen Xian. However, 3 of the characteristic steel seals require corresponding genes to use. Fortunately, Roderick's mail contains the corpses of these 3 Leviathans. As long as there is gene chimera, the corresponding gene medicine can be made. The items in the next mail are 3 golden orders, which also made Joan stunned. He didn't see golden orders in the supplies of the 2 survivor kings he killed before, but Roderick actually had 3. Joan directly sent it back to Jiang Haitao. Jiang Haitao's intelligence is now 17 points. After using these 3 golden orders, his intelligence can reach the upper limit of 20 points. If he uses another intelligence source crystal, he can break through the upper limit of the first stage intelligence and enter the second stage. In the subsequent emails, there are all kinds of low-level cores, as well as blood power fruit and floating energy crystal that can directly break through the upper limit of the first stage attributes, but there is no blood power algae bulb plasma that Joan urgently needs. What's the matter? Did Galen deliberately not hand it over? Joan frowned slightly. Afterwards, Joan asked Jiang Haitao to ask Galen, but Galen's reply was that there was no blood power algae bulb plasma in Roderick's email. It seems that Roderick did not collect blood power algae bulb plasma. If Galen is not lying, then if you want to obtain blood power algae bulb plasma, you need to find the blood power algae first. Let Galen go to the 2 dukes to ask if they know the location of the blood power algae. Joan sent a message to Jiang Haitao. Blood power algae bulb plasma is the last material to break through the upper limit of the second stage strength attribute. Now this last material is within reach, and he must get it in his hands to feel at ease. Shortly after Galen sent all the supplies emails from Roderick to Jiang Haitao, he received the task of finding blood power algae. So Galen immediately contacted the two dukes through private messages, asking them if they knew the location of the blood power algae. Chapter 690. When the two dukes saw that they were asking about the blood algae, they knew that their chance to show off in front of the new king had come, so they immediately expressed their willingness to lead the new king. Afterwards, the two dukes and Galen met at the edge of the water ball in Area 1, then left the water ball and swam at full speed in a fixed direction for 5 hours, successfully arriving at the location of the blood algae. The blood algae grows in a similar way to the free algae in seawater, and also floats on the sea surface, but the blood algae is blood red all over, with a thick trunk and wide leaves, which is far from the slender trunk of the free algae. The sea surface of this sea area is almost completely covered by blood algae, and in the center of these blood algae, there is a spherical rhizome with a diameter of 100 meters. Is this the blood algae bulb that King Jiang mentioned? Galen swam directly to the spherical rhizome and was about to cut it open with a weapon to obtain the plasma in it, but was stopped by the two dukes. My king, this is seaweed that can produce blood power fruit. If you cut its main root directly, it might kill the whole blood power algae. A duke quickly dissuaded him. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. Galen glanced at the duke and said coldly. Before, the two dukes wanted to kill Galen, so Galen naturally didn't have a good face for them. Moreover, he has become a king now, with the power of the king, and he is not worried that these two guys will harm him. What's more, there are people behind him. As long as these two people are not stupid, they will never attack him. The two dukes looked at each other helplessly, and could only get out of the way obediently. Compared with this blood power algae, their own lives are more important. Schwa. Galen used a sawtooth knife to cut the blood algae bulb without hesitation, and then took out a blood sac with a diameter of 1 meter, and a surface covered with vascular roots. Galen knew from the system prompt in his mind that this blood sac was the item that King Jiang was looking for, so he sent it directly to King Jiang. At this time, the blood algae in this sea area began to wither on a large scale, and the seaweed branches and leaves that stretched for nearly 5,000 meters were directly reduced to a few hundred meters. However, the good news is that the blood algae did not die, but it would probably take a long time to condense another blood sac. Ding! Obtained blood algae bulb plasma X1. The materials are finally complete. Zhou Wen looked at the item information in the private message, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Everything came to an end. Zhou Wen's body fell into weakness, and he could not do anything, so he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Later, Galen put a golden square frame on his avatar, and then announced the news that he had become the new king of Zone 1 in the World Communication Channel and Regional Communication Channel of Zone 1. Jiang Hainao also used a large amount of blood vein fruit to increase the 3 attributes of Galen to the upper limit of 600 points according to Zhou Wen's instructions. In the trial, Galen's strength attribute has entered the second stage. At this time, he only needs to break through the physique and speed. The floating energy crystal is used to break through the upper limit of the speed attribute, and the only material in Roderick's supplies that can break through the upper limit of the physique attribute is used to break through the upper limit of the physique attribute. After filling up the 3 attributes of Galen, Jiang Haitao sent him 10 blood power fruit and floating energy crystal, respectively, to train his own people. In a blink of an eye, it was the night of the 154th day. Zhou Wen got up from the bed with difficulty. In his weak state, it would be best to wait until tomorrow noon before moving, but he couldn't wait to break through the second stage strength attribute limit. However, before breaking through the second stage strength attribute limit, he planted various Leviathan flesh and blood obtained yesterday into blood vein fruit. After verification by guild members, he selected the blood vein fruit that increased strength. Zhou Wen had some strength blood vein fruit that he had never eaten before. In addition to these newly planted ones, after eating all of them, the 100 points of strength attribute filled by the title were directly replaced. Okay, finally we can start, Zhou Wen said, and took out the second stage strength attribute limit breakthrough formula directly from the locker, and then took out the materials one by one. Second stage strength attribute limit breakthrough formula requires Immortal King Lotus Fruit Pulp X1, Blood Power Algae Bulb Plasma X1, Overlord Coral Powder X1, Strength Medium Leviathan Core X1. Power Type Medium-Sized Leviathan Core is the core of Leviathans over 3,000 kilometers long. Zhou Wen has a few of them in his hand, which he obtained by killing Leviathans in the waterspout. All the materials gathered together, and the blue light of the world system began to fuse these materials into one, and finally formed a dark red energy ball. Then, The energy in this dark red energy ball was gradually transferred into Zhou Wen's body. Zhou Wen was a little nervous at this time. His mental power was still focused on the mini white horse Leviathan in his heart. Although the mini white horse Leviathan had been well behaved in the past few days, he was still a little worried at this critical moment. In the past few days, the energy of the white horse Leviathan in Zhou Wen's body has been absorbed by the mini white horse Leviathan, but the white horse Leviathan seed roots that merged with his body did not wither, probably because of the nourishment of the mini white horse Leviathan. Ding! You have broken through the upper limit of the second stage strength attribute. Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Zhou Wen immediately opened his character attribute panel and checked his various attributes. Zhou Wen, Leviathan Hunter plus 100, Abyss Hunter plus 1, King of Survival. Normal human attributes are 10, Intelligence, 24, Upper Limit, Concussion Attribute, Impact Attribute, Strength, 803, Burning Attribute, Blood Vein Attribute, Explosion Attribute, Black Flame Attribute, Golden Thunder Attribute, Constitution, 924, Tungsten Gold Attribute, Copper Diamond Attribute, Brilliant Gold Attribute, Luminous Attribute, Speed, 821, Arc Light Attribute, Colorful Attribute, Shadow Attribute, 3 Attributes, Gene, Blood Vein Worm Gene, Plate Tungsten Snail Gene, Brainwave Leviathan Gene, Brilliant Gold Sea Dragon Gene, Black Flame Dragonfish Gene, Golden Thunder Leviathan Gene, Evaluation, a humanoid Leviathan that has reached the level of a small Leviathan. There is an extra gene information. The changes in the panel this time are quite big. Zhou Wen checked his character attribute panel and found that in addition to the extra gene information and the change in the character evaluation, the color of the character panel also changed slightly. The originally white panel now has some metallic luster. Now that I'm in the next stage, can I add one more gene? Zhou Wen thought to himself, taking out the floating Leviathan gene potion from the locker and putting it to his mouth. No system warning sounded in his mind. But Zhou Wen didn't drink the floating Leviathan gene potion immediately. He was a little entangled, because the flash core still needed to be added with the corresponding gene, and the 5-fold speed increase was also very important. Chapter 691. Zhou Wen hesitated for a long time, but finally drank the floating Leviathan gene potion. The double absorption ability in the floating Leviathan gene was what he needed urgently. In fact, he had the 3 characteristics, and the speed attribute could be increased 5 times. However, because the energy rainbow tree had not been planted yet, the speed of obtaining 3-color energy by irradiating the rainbow heart every day was too slow, so he wanted to add an additional flash characteristic to increase the speed attribute 5 times. In the previous trial, the materials for the energy condenser had been basically collected, except for the energy bubbles generated by the energy rainbow tree. Once the energy rainbow tree was planted, the 3-color energy required for the 3 characteristics would be much easier to obtain. After drinking the floating Leviathan gene potion, the unbearable tingling sensation instantly spread throughout his body. Zhou Wen endured the pain and began to absorb the golden core to condense the brilliant gold energy. The night passed quickly, and it was the 155th day. At noon, the pain caused by the transformation effect of floating Leviathan gene potion gradually disappeared, and Zhou Wen's physical weakness was also alleviated a lot. At this time, Wanling was in the sea near the water ball in Area 1. Before Zhou Wen entered the circular island the day before yesterday, he let Wanling leave the water ball in Area 1, which was a retreat for himself. If Roderick's strength exceeded his judgment, he could also leave with his companions. After feeding Wanling, Zhou Wen came outside with the brilliant sea snake, and then took out the body of the flashing Leviathan that he got from Roderick's mail the day before yesterday. After obtaining a portion of Flash Leviathan spinal fluid, plus a bottle of Heterobrain Factor, and a bottle of Gene Chimera, Zhou Wen directly produced Flash Leviathan Gene Agent, and then sent it to Jiang Haitao together with Flash Core. The body of the King Leviathan Flame Leviathan was not a complete one, but only a section of more than 5,000 meters. This section of the body had been broken down into small pieces of 100 meters by Roderick. Zhou Wen took out a piece from it, and sent it to Galen through Jiang Haitao. Galen had just announced that he had become the new king of District 1 when a Heterobrain came to seek cooperation. Galen did not make a decision on his own, but asked Zhou Wen's opinion first. Zhou Wen had absolutely zero tolerance for the Heterobrains in District 10. He would clear them if he found them. In fact, the district did not matter. He only asked the king of the living to suppress the Heterobrains. Therefore, He did not directly order Galen to clear the heterobrains that came to him, but let him make his own decision. In the end, Galen chose to stay with Alien Brain. There was no other way. The genetic medicine developed by Alien Brain was too useful. Moreover, based on the strength shown by other survivor kings in the previous trials, Galen knew that almost all kings were cooperating with Alien Brain. As the king of Area 1, if Galen did not cooperate with Alien Brain, he would be far behind other survivor kings in the future. Once he met the kings of other areas in the next trial, he would most likely be killed. Although he had the extremely powerful king of Area 10 as his backer, he still had to rely on himself in many cases, and going to the king of Area 10 to solve everything would make him look incompetent. After Zhou Wen sent a piece of the flesh and blood of the fiery Leviathan to Galen, he thought about it, and sent a part of the flesh and blood of the swallowing sea Leviathan that he had obtained before. When the Alien Brain produced the genetic medicine of the 2 king-level Leviathans, he would send him a copy each. After dealing with these trivial matters, Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space, then took out the lightning positioning card from the locker and used it directly. Ding! The lightning positioning card has been used successfully, and the lightning cloud domain has begun to be located. According to the current speed of the transformed Leviathan, it will arrive in 3 days. Not bad, it was used successfully in one go. Zhou Wen heard the system prompt sound in his mind, and smiled faintly. The floating Leviathan gene has also been successfully chimerized. If this lightning cloud domain is really in the sky, relying on the flight effect of the floating core, it should be possible to try to explore it. Zhou Wen opened his character attribute panel, confirmed that the floating Leviathan gene had been successfully chimerized, and took out the floating core and characteristic stamp. After the characteristic stamp absorbed all the energy of the floating core and was engraved into the floating stamp, Zhou Wen directly put the floating stamp behind the speed attribute on his character attribute panel. After that, Zhou Wen kept eating various creature meats. Among Roderick's supplies, there were a lot of creature meats that he had never eaten. Jiang Haidao asked the guild members to clean them up yesterday and sent them to him. In the previous trial, there were also some new creature meats that increased strength in the supplies obtained by killing the king of Area 5, but because the strength attribute had not yet broken through the upper limit of the second stage, he had never eaten it. This time, he just ate it all together. Zhou Wen's appetite is very large now. He ate all the meat of 70 or 80 kinds of creatures in one go. In the end, his strength increased by 53 points, his physique increased by 66 points, and his speed increased by 31 points. In this way, Zhou Wen's 3 attributes have been greatly improved, with the strength attribute reaching 856 points, the physique attribute reaching 990 points, and the speed attribute reaching 852 points. The physique attribute is only 10 points away from 1000 points. When the physique reaches 1000 points, Zhou Wen can replace the blood vein worm gene and blood vein characteristics with Overlord Coral Polyp gene and Overlord characteristics. After I use the Overlord core, will there be no place to replenish Overlord energy for dark gold equipment in the future? Thinking of this, Zhou Wen quickly used the materials to make hundreds of sets of dark gold equipment, and then sent them to Jiang Haidao for charging. After Zhou Wen used the Overlord core, he no longer needed dark gold equipment and could directly use Overlord energy, so these dark gold equipment were prepared for his subordinates. After doing all this, Zhou Wen looked at the more than 50 kinds of Leviathan blood veins in the planting area. Now his character attributes have entered the 3rd stage. These Leviathan blood veins are of no use to him. Staying in the stomach wall space is just taking up space. After a brief thought, Zhou Wen sent all these Leviathan blood veins to Chen Xian. In the future, he will let Chen Xian's guild store sell blood veins, so that those survivors with stronger strength and exploratory spirit can also quickly improve their own attributes. After the 4th trial, the number of people in their 10th district dropped from more than 2 million to more than 1.7 million, a decrease of nearly 300,000. Although compared with other districts, the number of deaths is already very small, but the problem is that there are still millions of people in other districts, and they only have 1 or 2 million people left in their 10th district. The survivors in Area 10 usually explore the deep sea, so there aren't too many casualties. But the trial is unavoidable. If they don't quickly strengthen the survivors, and go through a few more rounds of trials, there might be no one left in Area 10. Chapter 692. When it was evening, Zhou Wen's physical weakness had completely disappeared. Because he had the floating Leviathan gene, with the ability of double absorption, in just half a day, half of the tungsten in his body had been stored, and it would be fully stored by tomorrow morning. At night, Zhou Wen asked Jiang Haidao to send a message to Galen, and then asked Huanlin to go to the water ball in Area 1. Galen knew that Zhou Wen was coming, so he asked his royal court knights to wait at the entrance of the water ball early. Galen wanted to greet him in person, but Zhou Wen didn't want to attract too much attention, so Galen only sent a few royal court knights. After entering the water ball in Area 1, Zhou Wen found that the buildings inside the water ball had changed a lot. The glass cover that isolated the seawater on the circular island built around the tidal leviathan was removed, and a large amount of ordinary seaweed had been planted. Only the glass cover where the royal court was located remained. After being transformed, it became an independent island with a diameter of 10,000 meters. This island is the current royal court of Galen. After Zhou Wen passed through the glass passage that blocked the seawater, he entered the island. At this time, Galen was already waiting at the other end of the glass passage. "King Jiang, you are here." After letting the surrounding royal knights leave, Galen stepped forward and said very respectfully. Galen did not ask Zhou Wen where he had been in the past 2 days, because it was easy to imagine that fighting with Roderick, the king of the former Zone 1, must have activated the characteristics, and the body was in a weak state, so naturally he could not let others know his whereabouts. "This is for you." Zhou Wen had a bottle of blue liquid in his hand. "This is the gene potion of the king-level Leviathan Gilded Leviathan. Please help me find a reliable strongman in District 5, and get him this bottle of gene potion," Zhou Wen said after Galen took the bottle of gene potion made by the alien brain. "Okay." Galen nodded. Now this king-level Leviathan gene potion is not as tempting to Galen as before. After contacting the alien brain gave him a bottle of flame Leviathan gene potion. However, Galen was still a little surprised. After contacting the alien brain, he learned that Roderick only had one king-level Leviathan corpse in his hand, but the king of District 10 showed him 4 types, namely Thunder Leviathan, Flame Leviathan, Gilded Leviathan, and Sea-Swallowing Leviathan. Garen suspected that the king of Area 10 might have 6 kinds of king-level Leviathan corpses in his hands, because during the trial, he saw Zhou Wen release the Golden Thunder, which was very powerful. It was obvious that he had integrated some king-level Leviathan genes, and the golden lines on his body for defense seemed to be some kind of king-level energy. However, Garen would not have thought that Zhou Wen had not integrated the king-level Leviathan genes at all. However, Garen's guess was also logical, because Area 10 was the first to be invaded by the alien brain, and conversely, it was also the first to cooperate with the alien brain, so it was normal for him to integrate several king-level Leviathan genes. Hello. After entering the royal court, the 2 dukes who survived before were also in the royal court. After seeing Zhou Wen, they hurried forward to greet him, but because they didn't know how to address Zhou Wen, they seemed a little embarrassed. Garen had deliberately asked the 2 dukes to come over, with the purpose of letting Zhou Wen intimidate them, so that they would know for sure that he had a backer behind him, and that they would not think of following his example and joining forces with the kings of survivors from other districts to attack him. "Okay, you 2 leave now." Garen waved his hand at the 2 dukes. "Damn it, you called us here in a hurry before, and now you let us go as soon as we get here, are you kidding us?" Of course, the 2 dukes would not say this out loud, but would secretly complain in their hearts, and would have to smile when they left. Afterwards, Garen told Zhou Wen about the future planning of the water ball in District 1, and planned to take care of ordinary survivors as much as possible according to the management method of District 10. Zhou Wen did not care about what management method Garen used, he would manage them however he wanted. Anyway, they were not the survivors of District 10. After walking around the royal court, Zhou Wen reminded Garlon to be careful of the alien brain, and then brought Huanlin to the front of the tidal Leviathan in Area 1, and then fed a large amount of biological meat to Huanlin in exchange for 30 days of king-level pressure. Although Huanlin's golden scales can resist the dead bloodworms in the seawater, it is inconvenient after all. Since he came to the water ball in Area 1 this time, he naturally couldn't miss it. Originally, Zhou Wen wanted to exchange as much time as possible, but in the end, he found that the longest was only 30 days. After that, even if he continued to feed, he would no longer give king-level pressure, but the biological meat would be collected, which made him waste a lot of biological meat in vain. After doing this, Zhou Wen followed Huanlin out of the water ball, and headed towards the location of the Thunder Cloud domain. At night, Zhou Wen continued to condense the golden energy and absorb tungsten elements. Now that he has entered the 3rd stage, coupled with the ability of double absorption, the speed of absorbing energy or elements has increased a lot. In one night, Zhou Wen condensed 120 golden energies, and the tungsten elements in his body were already fully stored. Even when irradiating Rainbow Heart and Lightning Core, the speed of condensing energy in the body was twice as fast. Before, irradiating, lightning core could only condense one lightning energy in the body in one night, but now it can condense two, so the speed of condensing golden lightning energy has also increased a little. Time came to the 156th day, after Zhou Wen fed Huanling once. Huanling continued to move towards the Thunder Cloud domain. At this time, in the water ball of Area 10, the free algae stone channel planned 3 days ago has been built today, but it is not a stone channel, but a square building with a side length of 1 kilometer built 1,000,000 meters away from the water ball. The surface of the square building is covered with free algae to prevent the dead bloodworms from entering, and then several guild members with king-level pressure on the surface of the transformed Leviathan are stationed in this square building. In this way, ordinary survivors in the water ball can go directly to the square building 1,000,000 meters away after renting the free algae, and then the guild members stationed there will use the king-level pressure on the surface of their own transformed Leviathan to disperse the dead bloodworms in the bodies of ordinary survivors' transformed Leviathans. In this way, the consumption of land-based and free algae can be greatly saved, and the time for survivors to explore in the sea water with free algae can be extended as much as possible. The square building is equivalent to a transit station, so Zhou Wen named it the Free Transit Station. When the number of free algae increases in the future, more free transit stations can be built outward little by little, gradually increasing the distance that ordinary survivors can explore outside. Because going out requires king-level pressure, most ordinary survivors, who cannot obtain a large amount of biological meat, are restricted to the sea area near the water ball, and cannot go out for long periods of time to explore. With this free transit station and free algae, they can stay outside for a long time in the future. Chapter 693. In addition, in order to ensure that the transformed Leviathan does not swim to the wrong location, there is a stone block with a side length of 10 meters as a road sign every 10,000 meters on the route from the water ball in Area 10 to the free transfer station to ensure that the transformed Leviathan can successfully reach the free transfer station. Jiang Haitao just announced the official opening of the free transfer station in the World Communication Channel, and the survivors who received the news rushed to the free algae rental office of the Black Knife Association. Haha, King Jiang is indeed the king of Area 10. He spent his own money to purchase a large amount of free algae from the Black Knife Guild to build a free transfer station, and the result is completely for ordinary survivors like us. Indeed, it's a pity that there are too few free algae, otherwise everyone can go out by renting free algae. Isn't free algae obtained by members of the Black Knife Guild through long-distance exploration? With this free transfer station, maybe we can also find free algae? Yes, there are also free boat yellowtail. As long as we can find it, we can definitely sell a lot of materials. Maybe we can buy a dead blood core. Are you dreaming? Dead blood core is an energy core. I heard that as long as it is marked with characteristics, it can automatically condense dead blood energy in the body. It is more expensive than those cores with double attribute bonuses. It's really unrealistic. What's wrong with me thinking about it? Can't I think about it? Oh, don't talk about these nonsense. By the way, does King Jiang charge for this free transfer station? If so, I hope the price is not too high. This is indeed a problem. If the fee is too high, it will not be cost-effective. After all, renting free algae requires 1,000 tons of biological meat. Just as the survivors were talking about the free transfer station, a member of the Jiangga Guild came to the survivors and announced the issue of fees. I know everyone must be concerned about the price, but don't worry, our price is very low, the same as the price of the Black Knife Guild for renting free algae. Entering the free transfer station once will charge 1,000 tons of biological meat. The guild member announced loudly, and at the same time sent the same message in the World Communication Channel. Ah? Entering once for 1,000 tons of biological meat, isn't this a bit too expensive? A survivor asked. This price is not expensive. The reason for this is to limit survivors from repeatedly entering the free transfer station in a short period of time, so as to prevent some survivors from going back and forth to the free transfer station for no reason and causing unnecessary confusion. The guild member explained. But there are always special circumstances, such as being chased by Leviathan creatures. The survivor asked again. Our guild will provide some protection. As long as the Leviathan creature chasing you does not exceed a kilometer, our guild will send people to help you kill the Leviathan creature, and then you only need to hand over half of the flesh and blood. The guild member said again. What? Handing over 1,000 tons of biological flesh can actually get the protection of the Jiangga Guild? This is simply too cost-effective. The survivor shouted loudly. The two asked and answered, and the corners of the mouths of the survivors around them twitched. This acting was too obvious, but it did make things clear. The guild member of the Jiangge Guild then talked about the rules that need to be followed when entering the free transfer station, and then left directly. The survivors knew the price of the free transit station. Some who could afford it went straight to rent the free algae, but the members of the Black Knife Club paused. We, the Black Knife Club, also need to announce something, which is about the price of renting free algae. The members of the Black Knife Club said, "Damn it! Are they going to raise the price?" "No, the rental of free algae has only been open for a few days, and the price is going to increase just at the beginning?" "That's nonsense. There are only 50,000 places every day, and a lot of people want to rent. It would be strange if the price didn't increase." For a while, the survivors complained that the free transit station built by the Jiangge Guild had just increased the distance for going out to explore, and the Black Knife Club was going to start raising the price. This was simply too inhumane. However, the survivors did not leave. No matter what, they still had to listen to the price. If the price was within their tolerance, they would still rent it. "Don't worry, we are not raising the price. Because the Jiangge Guild has established a free transit station, survivors who rent free algae may stay outside for a long time in the future, so we have changed the way of charging for rental. Previously, it was charged by the time, but from today on, it will be charged by the day, 1,000 tons of biological meat per day. You need to register when renting, and when you return, you can find our Black Knife Guild members to delete the record, otherwise you will continue to be charged. Some people should not think about evading the fee. If you send 3 private messages without replying, we will directly initiate a duel." The guild member finally swept his eyes over the crowd and warned in a stern tone. "Then, what if you can't pay the rent? Even if you go out and don't get anything, you still need to pay tolls at the free transit station." A survivor asked. "Then cut the same weight of meat from your Leviathan," the member of the Black Knife Guild said coldly. Hearing this, the survivors felt cold in their hearts. If they cut meat from the Leviathan, if they owed too much, the Leviathan might be cut to death, so many survivors left at once. In fact, the Black Knife Guild did not want to make the rules so strict at the beginning. Originally, the survivors who owed debts were asked to work for the guild to repay the debts, but Zhou indirectly denied it. If they only repay their debts by working, there will inevitably be a large number of survivors who choose to stay outside as long as possible, which will eventually lead to all survivors repaying their debts by working, and then their business of renting free algae will not continue. Although some people left, there were more people who could distinguish the pros and cons. After all, they survived from the 100 million people at the beginning. If they didn't have a brain, they wouldn't have survived until now. Soon, the 50,000 places for today were rented out. "We need more free algae," Zhou said lightly after reading the messages from Jiang Haitao and Bai Lan. At this time, a huge island appeared in a sea area 100,000 meters away from the water ball in Area 6. The diameter of the entire island was 10,000 meters, and there was a magnificent building in the middle of the island. In the palace inside the building, Qianlin Qianmi sat high on the throne, and outside the palace, a black armored man was brought into the palace by 2 red-eyed survivors. "Meet the king of Area 6. The black armored man immediately knelt down to Qianlin Qianmu after coming in, then raised his head and revealed his blue eyes. "Alien brain? What do you want to talk to me about?" Qianlin Qianmu said lightly. He was not afraid of the alien brain at all, and even despised it. "Dear king of Area 6, you seem to have been slaughtering the transformed Leviathan. If you need it, our alien brain can help you explore the route to other areas." Chapter 694. Qianlin Qianmu lost his own Leviathan, so he was unable to participate in the 4th, missed floating trial, and missed a good opportunity to kill the Leviathan. He had almost killed all the Leviathans in Area 6. However, considering the quality of life of the King of Survivors, he did not kill all the survivors in Area 6, but left some of them as his slaves. This island, and the palace on the island were built by these slaves. His every word and action was served by slaves, and he truly lived the life of a king. But Qianlin Qianmu also had his own mission. The gods gave him power to hunt the Leviathans, and if he enjoyed himself here every day, this powerful power would be taken away. On the 150th day, during the 4th trial, Qianlin Qianmu received many urgings from the gods to kill the Leviathans quickly. But the problem is that the Leviathans in Area 6 have been almost cleared, and the remaining Leviathans are in the water ball in Area 6, but there is a tidal Leviathan in the water ball. Since he was almost killed by the colorful energy beam of the tidal Leviathan, he dared not approach the water ball in Area 6 again. If he wants to hunt the Leviathan now, he needs to go to other survivors' areas, but he doesn't know where other areas are. The sea is vast, and he can't search aimlessly. Do you have a way to find the location of other survivors' areas? Qianlin Qianmu, who was lying on his back, sat up suddenly, with expectation in his eyes, but questioning in his tone. Yes, respected king, because the survivor kings of various districts launched a large-scale massacre against us before. Many of our people had to enter the deep sea. After such a long period of exploration, a team of our people has found water balls in other districts. The alien brain under the king's platform slowly narrated. Really? Which district? Qianlin Qianmu heard that the alien brain had found other districts, and immediately stood up excitedly. This? The alien brain did not answer directly, but pretended to hesitate. What do you mean? You alien brain still want to negotiate with me? Qianlin Qianmu's face sank, and his tone was cold. Haha, king, you misunderstood. We are not negotiating with you, but mutually beneficial cooperation. The expression on the alien brain's face did not change, and he still said very respectfully. Asshole. Qianlin Qianmu was immediately furious, and a burst of black energy burst out of his body. The originally magnificent palace instantly became dark. Then, these black energies began to gather, and gradually formed a huge black shadow. The black shadow had a pair of blood-red eyes, staring at the alien brain below. You alien brains, you actually want to negotiate with me? A creepy voice came from the huge black shadow, and the words were very vague, like the roar of a beast. It is mutually beneficial, respected king. The alien brain looked up at the huge black shadow in the sky, and there was no fear in the blue eyes, but a touch of excitement. Looking for death. The huge black shadow suddenly roared, and then a black energy instantly wrapped the alien brain's body. The next second, the alien brain's body gradually became shriveled, as if it had withered, and finally turned directly into ashes, and dissipated in the palace. Asshole. These damn alien brains. On the throne, Qianlin Qianmu took back the black energy he released, and his face was still full of anger. But even so angry, Qianlin Qianmu had no way to deal with those alien brains. The alien brains had been staying in the water ball in Area 6, and there was a tidal leviathan guarding the water ball, so he didn't dare to get close at all. And the alien brains also knew this, so they didn't worry about angering Qianlin Qianmu at all. Therefore, after an hour, they sent another alien brain to the island where Qianlin Qianmu was. Tell me, what do you alien brains want? Seeing that the alien brain came again, Qianlin Qianmu was still angry, but he was no longer as tough as before, and asked the alien brain about its conditions. Haha, it's actually very simple. We want some of your blood. The alien brain directly expressed its needs. My blood? Qianlin Qianmu narrowed his eyes, and looked at the alien brain for a long time before continuing to speak. You don't want to use my blood to study genetic drugs, do you? Qianlin Qianmu said this with a disdainful expression on his face. It's ridiculous. You alien brains haven't even studied the king-level Leviathan gene, and now you want to get your hands on the genes of gods? We just want to give it a try. If it succeeds, it will also be good for you. The alien brain didn't care about Qianlin Qianmu's ridicule, and said in a calm tone. Okay, since you want to study it, then take it and study it. Qianlin Qianmu thought for a while, and then directly used black energy to cut a wound on his arm, and black blood flowed out of the wound. Yes, Qianlin Qianmu has blood in his body. Since he received the energy bestowed by the gods, the dead bloodworms in his body gradually disappeared, as if they were absorbed, except that the blood turned black. Qianlin Qianmu used a glass bottle to collect a bottle of black blood, and then threw it directly to the alien brain below. Then, the injury on his arm recovered. The alien brain's blue eyes, which had always been calm, could not suppress the excitement in his eyes when he saw the glass bottle flying towards him. He quickly stretched out a tentacle from his mouth, wrapped the glass bottle, and then opened his mouth to swallow it into his stomach. Okay, now I have given you what you want. What about what I need? Qianlin Qianmu said. Don't worry, King of District 6, I will immediately organize people to lead the way for you after I go back. The alien brain said respectfully. Which district did you find? Qianlin Qianmu asked. It is District 5, the district with the most survivors, and there is no survivor king yet. The alien brain replied. Zone 5? Not bad. Okay, go back and organize people to lead the way. Qianlin Qianmu showed a hint of joy on his face, then nodded, and let the alien brain leave. However, when the alien brain was about to leave the palace, he warned again. You'd better not play tricks on me. Although I will be attacked by the tidal leviathan when I go to the water ball, I can escape successfully once last time, so I can escape again. If you dare to lie to me, I will definitely kill all of you alien brains. Don't worry, King of Zone 6, we sincerely want to cooperate with you, and naturally we won't deceive you. The alien brain who was about to leave the palace turned around and said, then bowed deeply and left quickly. Chapter 695. On Zhou Wen's side, the current time has come to noon. With Wanling's swimming speed, he is now completely out of the sea area of the water ball in Area 1 after a night yesterday and half a day today. At this time, Zhou Wen has begun to condense floating energy in his body. The way to obtain floating energy is very simple. He only needs to eat Leviathan biological meat. Originally, Zhou Wen also needs to eat Leviathan biological flesh to condense blood and flesh energy, so it is just right to condense together. Zhou Wen ate the purple mist Leviathan flesh and blood in big mouthfuls, and now the speed of condensing energy in his body has doubled. The blood and flesh energy that was condensed very slowly before has also accelerated a lot. The double absorption effect of this floating Leviathan gene is really useful. Zhou Wen felt the condensation speed of the blood and flesh energy in his body, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Well, what is that?" At this moment, Wanling's curious voice sounded in Zhou Wen's mind. Did he find something new? Zhou Wen thought, and then he prepared to take the brilliant sea snake out to see if it was a dangerous creature, so he could buy some time for Wanling to escape. But after Zhou Wen tapped the esophageal diaphragm, Wanling took more than 10 seconds to open the esophageal diaphragm, and during this process, Wanling was always in a floating state. It seems that Wanling found something new in a relatively deep area. Zhou Wen speculated in his heart. After Zhou Wen left Wanling's mouth with the brilliant sea snake, for some reason, the brilliant sea snake seemed to be attracted by something and swam directly to the depths of the sea. Zhou Wen's attempt to stop it was useless, and even when he tried to stop it, the brilliant sea snake wanted to attack Zhou Wen. What's going on? Zhou Wen frowned deeply, watching the brilliant sea snake diving deeper and deeper, and he decided to follow it. However, because the water pressure in the deep sea was too strong, Zhou Wen could not dive too deep with his physical body. With his current 990 points of physical fitness, and the crystal scales that resisted the water pressure, he could only dive to a depth of 1,000 meters at most. The brilliant sea snake was still diving. If Zhou Wen wanted to continue to follow it, he needed to activate the golden characteristics to condense the golden pattern on the surface of the body to resist the water pressure, but using the golden energy in this way was undoubtedly a waste. Therefore, Zhou Wen first returned to the stomach wall space of Wanling, and then let Wanling follow the brilliant sea snake to dive. When they reached the final destination, he activated the golden characteristics to go out, so that he could save the golden energy needed to be consumed during the dive. About half a minute later, Zhou Wen felt that Wanling had stopped moving, so he immediately passed through the esophagus and entered Wanling's mouth. At the moment he gestured to Wanling to open his mouth, he activated the golden characteristics and condensed a layer of golden patterns on his body. The next second, a terrible squeezing force suddenly fell on Zhou Wen's body, but it was immediately offset by the golden patterns. The whole body was covered with golden patterns, consuming 1 golden energy per second. After such a long time of condensation, Zhou Wen's body had only more than 500 golden energy, which could only last for less than 9 minutes, so he had to act quickly. However, as soon as Zhou Wen swam out of Wanling's mouth, he found something wrong, because the number of dead bloodworms in the surrounding seawater was extremely large, at least 3 or 4 times that of all the dead bloodworms in the sea before. If it weren't for the king-level pressure on Wanling's body, which dispelled the dead bloodworms nearby, Zhou Wen would probably not be able to see anything now. Huh? At this time, a sound of surging seawater came from not far away, as if a huge creature was swimming nearby. Zhou Wen had limited time, and no matter how big the creature was, he directly activated the king's power, dispelled the dead bloodworms around, and swam in the direction of the sound. He was now protected by the golden pattern on his body, so unless it was a king-level Leviathan creature, he didn't have to be too careful. A few seconds later, Zhou Wen came to the location where the sound came from, and then saw a creature with silver-white energy flashing on its surface. Hinged Leviathan? This creature with silver-white energy attached to its surface was the Hinged Leviathan that Zhou Wen had encountered before in the large free algae forest. However, at this time, the Hinged Leviathan had been swimming forward and did not notice Zhou Wen approaching, as if it was attracted by something. Afterwards, Zhou Wen followed the chained Leviathan forward, and the look on his face became more and more strange, because a large number of Leviathan creatures appeared around him, and all of them had energy attached to their bodies. If it weren't for the dense dead bloodworms blocking the view, This sea area would definitely look very dreamy under the illumination of these colorful Leviathan creatures' energy. About a minute later, the speed of the surrounding Leviathan creatures gradually slowed down, and they arrived at their destination. Because a large number of energy-type Leviathan creatures gathered around, the number of dead bloodworms here decreased sharply, and Zhou could also use the light of these energy to see the surrounding environment clearly. There is a huge black rock platform here, and many energy-type Leviathan creatures have landed on the platform. Zhou also landed on it, but as soon as he landed, a thin black-red energy shot out from the tiny holes on the surface of the black rock platform. Zhou has been releasing his mental power to explore the surroundings, so he noticed the moment this black-red energy appeared, so he immediately took out the dark gold sword and chopped directly at the black-red energy. Bang! However, a crisp metallic sound rang out, and the black-red energy directly penetrated the dark gold sword, and was finally blocked by the golden pattern on Zhou body. Zhou saw clearly that the body of this black-red energy was the special dead bloodworm that he had encountered in the heart of the brain-wave Leviathan before. Zhou's expression changed, and then he looked at the energy-type Leviathan creatures that landed on the black rock platform around him. Black-red energy was also shot out from the rock holes under their bodies. Obviously, they were all special dead bloodworms. The energy intensity of these energy-type Leviathan creatures is not high, and they are easily penetrated by the black and red energy on the surface of these special dead bloodworms. These special dead bloodworms also successfully enter the bodies of these energy-type Leviathan creatures. Brilliant Sea Snake. Zhou was shocked and quickly activated the colorful feature to double the speed, swimming quickly on this huge black rock platform to find the Brilliant Sea Snake. Half a minute later, Zhou found the Brilliant Sea Snake. At this time, the Brilliant Sea Snake also landed on the black rock like other energy-type Leviathan creatures, but there were many corpses of special dead bloodworms around it. Fortunately, the Brilliant Sea Snake's energy form is more advanced, otherwise it would be troublesome. Zhou was slightly relieved to see that the Brilliant Sea Snake was fine. Chapter 696. On his way to find the Brilliant Sea Snake, he saw many Leviathan creatures whose surface energy had become extremely weak. Some of them even had no energy protection, and were invaded by dead bloodworms. What is going on? Everything that happened on this giant black rock platform seemed very strange to Zhou. These energy-type Leviathan creatures seemed to be controlled, and then came to this platform, and were invaded by dead bloodworms. Why does this black rock platform look a bit like? Zhou leaned down and carefully checked the black rock platform under his feet. He found that the material was similar to the huge black pillars he saw in the previous trial. When Zhou thought of this, he fell into deep thought, and then his brows frowned more and more. He found that there was a big problem with this deep sea. Wait! Zhou suddenly thought of something, and then looked at the various energy-type Leviathan creatures that were still swimming towards this black rock platform in the distance. If I plant an energy rainbow tree here, wouldn't it be like having a constant supply of nutrients? This black rock platform, I don't know what method it uses to attract various Leviathan creatures, and the growth of energy rainbow trees requires a large number of Leviathan creatures. The most important thing is that the spirits of these energy Leviathan creatures have been affected, and they will not fight back even if they are attacked by energy bubbles, which is simply perfect. However, before planting the energy rainbow tree, Zhou still needs to confirm whether this giant black rock platform has any powerful means of attack. After all, this is an unknown building. If it can extend a large number of tentacles, like the black pillars seen in the trial, then the energy rainbow tree planted here will definitely be attacked by the tentacles. Then, Zhou took out the dark gold broadsword and chopped it heavily on the black rock platform, wanting to see if there would be any defensive means if attacked. Bang! A metal collision sounded, and there was no trace on the surface of the black rock platform. The dark gold broadsword could not cause any damage to the black rock platform at all. Seeing that the dark gold broadsword was useless, Zhou did not try to use other energy, but directly turned on the burning characteristic to double the power, and then raised the cracking sword with both hands and chopped it on the black rock platform. Crack! This time the black rock platform was cut open, but Zhou showed a trace of shock on his face, because when the cracking sword cut on the black rock platform, he felt a certain resistance. So hard. It seems that it is really made of the same material as the black stone pillar in the trial, and even harder. Zhou said in disbelief. Zhou waited on the black rock platform for more than 10 seconds, but did not encounter any attack, but the crack that he had just cut with the cracking sword had been repaired at this time. Zhou felt a little unsafe, and then used the flame-splitting knife to cut a few hundred meters of hole on the black rock platform, but he was not attacked at all, so he was completely relieved. Since there is no means of active attack, there is no problem. At this time, Zhou Wen still had more than 300 channels of Huangjin energy in his body, which could last for about 5 minutes, so Zhou Wen directly sent a message to Jiang Haidao, asking the guild members to use, land-based, to build a large number of stone platforms with a side length of 100 meters, and then send them to him through the system interface. After a while, Zhou Wen received a series of private messages, each of which contained a stone platform with a side length of 100 meters. Zhou Wen directly extracted them one by one, and spliced them together 500 meters above the black rock platform. With the acceleration of arc-like characteristics turned on, Zhou Wen successfully built a stone platform with a side length of 10,000 meters in 1 minute. During this period, he also killed a large number of energy-type Leviathan creatures nearby and piled their bodies in the center of the platform. When they were on the survival planet before, the roots of the energy rainbow tree spread for hundreds of thousands of meters, although the roots of the energy rainbow tree that had just started to grow should not spread too far. But in order to prevent accidents, he still built a 10,000-meter platform to prevent the roots of the energy rainbow tree from growing outside the platform. The black rock platform below was too weird after all, so it was better not to touch it. All preparations were completed. Zhou Wen used gestures to summon Huan Lin, then entered the stomach wall space and took out the rainbow heart that had been a light bulb for more than a month. I don't know if the new rainbow energy tree can be teleported at will, Zhou Wen said with some trepidation. If it can't be teleported at will, then he will need to mark wherever he goes in the future. Otherwise, if he can't find the location of the energy rainbow tree, he will lose a lot. To make the energy rainbow tree grow, 100 cores are needed. Zhou Wen has a lot of low-level cores in his hand, and 100 is not a problem at all. He directly placed 1,000 cores on the pile of Leviathan corpses on the platform, and then placed the rainbow heart in the core pile. At this time, Rainbow Heart seemed to sense the surrounding cores, and a colorful light suddenly emanated from the surface. Crack! A crisp shattering sound rang out from the surface of Rainbow Heart, and then the crystal-like shell exploded instantly. Buzz! The next second, a bubble with a surface color as bright as ink suddenly spread outward from the location of Rainbow Heart. When the colored bubble encountered the surrounding cores, it absorbed the energy in the cores almost instantly. After absorbing the energy in the cores, the speed of the colored bubble's diffusion suddenly increased, and soon the diameter reached 1,000 meters. Zhou Wen stood near Rainbow Heart at the beginning, and the colored bubble suddenly expanded and directly covered him inside. It seems that the protection of the Huangjin pattern is no longer needed. After being covered by the colored bubble, Zhou Wen only felt his whole body lighten, and the squeezing feeling disappeared instantly, so he tried to stop the Huangjin characteristics, and he really couldn't feel the water pressure. At this time, inside the colored bubbles, the entire space was filled with colorful energy, and all this energy was converging towards the heart of the rainbow, in the center. The energy in the flesh and blood of the Leviathan bodies covered by the colored bubbles was also being quickly drained away. This scene scared Zhou Wen, and he was afraid that his energy would also be drained away, but this did not happen. The energy in the flesh and blood of the Leviathan will also be drained away, so what about the energy in the flesh and blood of the king-level Leviathan? Zhou Wen suddenly thought of this, and a trace of curiosity arose in his heart. He directly took out part of the flesh and blood of 4 king-level Leviathans from the system interface and threw them on the ground. As soon as the flesh and blood of these 4 king-level Leviathans were released, the energy in the flesh and blood was drained away. However, compared with the other Leviathan bodies that drained all their energy in an instant, the speed at which the energy of the flesh and blood of the king-level Leviathans was drained away was much slower. Chapter 697. A few minutes later, the energy in all Leviathan creatures within the coverage of the colored bubble was drained, and the colored energy in the colored bubble began to gradually decrease under the absorption of the Rainbow Heart, and the colored bubble began to shrink rapidly. When the diameter of the colored bubble shrunk to only about 10 meters, Zhou Wen once again activated the golden characteristics to condense a layer of golden lines on his body's surface. Then, the edge of the colored bubble shrank through his body's surface, and the strong water pressure of the deep sea descended on his body again. Boom! Just as the colored bubble completely shrank into the interior of the Rainbow Heart, a terrifying shock wave was released, and the light emitted by the Rainbow Heart became more dazzling. The next second, a colorful seedling slowly grew out from the crack of the Rainbow Heart. The seedling looked like it was made of crystal. There were no leaves on the trunk, but only a few slender branches grew at the top. Boom! Another shock wave was released, and the surrounding seawater began to surge violently. The seedlings of the energy rainbow tree began to grow rapidly at this moment. The seedlings, which were only about 2 meters long, had grown to nearly 100 meters in just a few seconds. But 100 meters was just the beginning. The energy rainbow tree was still growing rapidly. The colorful energy on the trunk was like blood, madly transmitting along the trunk to the separated branches. As time went by, the trunk of the energy rainbow tree became thicker and taller. The roots below spread like a spider web on the stone platform, wrapping the bodies of the leviathans that had been drained of energy. After about 3 minutes, the growth rate of the energy rainbow tree gradually slowed down and finally stopped growing. At this time, the diameter of the energy rainbow tree had reached about 100 meters, and the height had reached nearly 1,000 meters. At the top of the trunk, a colorful bubble was quickly generated. Shortly after it stopped growing, the top of the trunk of the energy rainbow tree, toward the branches growing around it, began to generate energy bubbles. One by one, the energy bubbles expanded rapidly from the branches like balloons. After the diameter reached 10 meters, they broke away from the branches and floated in the sea. Soon, the energy rainbow tree generated hundreds of energy bubbles, which began to attack the energy leviathan creatures swimming nearby in groups. Buzz! The energy bubbles emitted energy rays. Under the attack of hundreds of energy rays, an energy leviathan creature with a faint yellow light on its body was instantly severely injured. But because its mind was controlled, this energy-type leviathan creature did not launch a counterattack, but continued to swim towards the black rock platform below. Then, after several rounds of attacks by the energy bubble, this energy-type leviathan creature completely died and fell on the stone platform. Because these energy-type leviathan creatures have energy protection on their bodies, it is slightly more difficult for energy bubbles to kill them. Fortunately, the energy forms on the bodies of these controlled energy-type leviathan creatures are relatively low level, so the energy rays released by energy bubbles can basically break through the defense. When the number of energy bubbles gradually increases in the future, the speed of killing these energy-type leviathan creatures should be much faster. It seems that we need to expand the stone platform a little bit. Zhou looked at the corpse of the leviathan creature killed by the energy bubble, and almost fell off the stone platform and thought secretly. However, before that, Zhou needed to go to the colored bubble on the top of the energy rainbow tree. He wanted to see if the colored bubble could still provide him with a colored energy protective film to resist water pressure. Otherwise, he would always turn on the golden characteristics, and the golden energy in his body would be consumed. At a height of 1,000 meters, Zhou swam casually twice, and came to the outside of the colored bubble on the top of the energy rainbow tree. When he entered the colored bubble for the first time on the survival planet, he was almost killed by the small bubble separated from the colored bubble, so he did not act rashly this time, but took out the flame blade first. Prepared to prevent accidents, Zhou slowly touched the surface of the colored bubble. He did not directly cut the colored bubble with the flame blade and then enter, because he could feel that the energy rainbow tree was not hostile to him. Otherwise the generated energy bubbles would attack him immediately. Sure enough, after Zhou's palm touched the colored bubble, his palm did not encounter any resistance and passed through the bubble easily. Then, Zhou put away the blaze blade and entered the colored bubble. Ding! You have obtained the mining rights of the energy rainbow tree, and can enter the sea area where the energy rainbow tree is located at any time through teleportation. As soon as he entered the colored bubble, the system prompt sounded in his mind, and Zhou looked happy. It's good that I can teleport, so I can enter the colored bubble space at any time in the future. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, because the energy rainbow tree has just started to grow, the area of the space inside the colored bubble is not large, with a diameter of only about 100 meters. The entire space is empty, and the rainbow bubble has not yet begun to form. What is more surprising is that the 10 energy transmission threads in the center of the space have grown out, but now these energy threads are scattered on the ground. Obviously, there is no energy inside, and it should take some time to obtain the 3-color energy here. After seeing the situation in the colored bubble space, Zhou did not stay any longer. He passed through the membrane of the colored bubble again. The moment he came out, a layer of colored energy film appeared on the surface of his body. With this energy film, he did not need to continue to use the golden energy. Next, Zhou took the brilliant sea snake that stayed on the black rock platform and brought it to the island where Jiang Haitao, the water ball in Area 10, was located through the way of peer transmission. Zhou did not end his peering, and took the brilliant sea snake back to the stomach wall space directly. He was worried that the brilliant sea snake's spirit was still under control, and would attack Huanlin after returning to the stomach wall space. However, Zhou's worries were unnecessary. As soon as it was teleported to the water ball in Area 10, the brilliant sea snake returned to normal. It seems that as long as it is far enough away from the black rock platform, it will not be affected. Zhou guessed in his heart, but for the sake of safety, he did not take the brilliant sea snake back to the stomach wall space with him. He temporarily kept it here with Jiang Haitao, and took it back after leaving the black rock platform sea area. A blue light flashed, and Zhou returned to the stomach wall space of Huanlin. Then he took out a bunch of materials from the locker, and then used the teleportation function to enter the colorful bubble of the energy rainbow tree again. The materials for the energy cube condenser are finally collected. Zhou hugged the deep blue treasure box, passed through the colorful bubble membrane, and swam to a branch of the energy rainbow tree. Chapter 698. Energy bubbles are being generated on the branches. Zhou took out the energy glue, then opened the drawing interface, turned to the energy compression ball drawing, and clicked to make it. The next second, a blue light wrapped the energy glue, and the energy bubble being generated, and the energy glue slowly merged into the energy bubble. The originally transparent energy bubble gradually turned into a black rubber ball. Ding! Obtained energy compression ball X1. It takes 13 energy compression balls to make an energy cube condenser, so Zhou made 12 more in one go. It's been so long, and the energy cube condenser is finally going to be made. Zhou was very excited. With the energy cube condenser, he could make the rainbow cube. Zhou returned to the colorful bubble space with the 13 energy compression balls he made, and then opened the energy cube condenser drawing. Energy cube condenser blueprint, Titan pressure hydroid corpse X1, energy compression ball X13, collapse factor X1, condensate liquid X1. According to the record of energy cube condenser blueprint, Zhou took out the materials one by one from the deep blue treasure box, and then directly chose to make them. For a moment, all the materials were wrapped in blue light, and then gradually combined together. First, the collapse factor turned into energy and merged into the Titan pressure hydroid corpse, and then the condensate liquid was divided into 12 parts and entered into 12 energy compression balls. Then the 12 energy compression balls were connected one by one to the tubular tentacles on the 12 faces of the Titan pressure hydroid corpse, and the last remaining energy compression ball expanded to a diameter of 50 meters, wrapping the entire device. Ding! The energy cube condenser was successfully made. Looking at the black spherical device with a diameter of 50 meters in front of him, Zhou was very excited and took out the rainbow bubbles he had collected before. The rainbow bubbles are the raw materials for making rainbow cube. Zhou put 12 rainbow bubbles into 12 energy compression balls one by one, and then observed the changes in the rainbow bubble energy compression balls through mental power. After the rainbow bubbles entered the energy compression ball, the surface broke directly, and then a ball of rainbow energy was released. Then, this rainbow energy began to mix with the condensation liquid inside the energy compression ball. Then, the center of the internal Titan top pressure hydra body released a terrible suction force, and the 12 energy compression balls suddenly shrank inward under this suction force. Originally, the entire energy cube condenser had a diameter of 50 meters. At this moment, it shrank directly to 10 meters. The rainbow energy in the 12 energy compression balls was instantly drawn into the center of the Titan top pressure hydra. The 12 rainbow energies were compressed rapidly inside the Titan's top pressure hydra, and the diameter of the energy cube condenser began to shrink further, from 10 meters to 9 meters, then 8 meters, and 7 meters. The rainbow energy inside also began to gather under the action of the condensation liquid. Boom! But just when the rainbow energy was about to condense into a square, there was a sudden loud noise, and the energy cube condenser expanded to 50 meters again. The shock wave formed by the sudden expansion directly blew Zhou away. What's going on? Did the production fail? Zhou immediately ran back and looked at the energy cube condenser in front of him with a solemn expression. After scanning the entire device with his mental power, he found that the rainbow energy that was just pressed into the center had returned to the 12 energy compression balls. Does it need other auxiliary materials to make the rainbow cube? Zhou frowned and thought. If that was the case, he didn't know when he would be able to make the rainbow cube. No! The working principle of this energy cube condenser is similar to the way the top pressure hydra makes drill sand, and the top pressure hydra needs to be in a high pressure environment to compress the drill sand. If that's the case, Zhou's eyes suddenly lit up when he looked at the energy cube condenser in front of him. Just now, the rainbow cube was about to condense successfully, but an accident happened inexplicably. Zhou thought it was probably because of the lack of the high-pressure environment requirement. So, Zhou directly took the energy cube condenser outside the colored bubble. The water pressure at this time was definitely enough to achieve the high-pressure environment condition. Then, under Zhou's control, the energy cube condenser ran again, and the volume of 50 meters was directly shrunk to 10 meters. After the rainbow energy in the 12 energy compression balls was transported to the center, the entire device began to shrink further. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters. Every time the diameter of the device shrinks by 1 meter, the rainbow energy in the center condenses a little. When the diameter shrinks to 6 meters, the rainbow energy has become a cube, but the whole is not completely condensed, and there is a hazy feeling on the surface. Bang! When the diameter of the energy cube condenser shrinks to 5 meters, a crisp crystal sound suddenly comes from the inside of the device, and the rainbow energy gathered in the center, at this moment, completely condenses together, forming a cube with a side length of 10 centimeters. Boom! The energy cube condenser suddenly expanded to 50 meters, but this time it was not a manufacturing failure, but the manufacturing was completed. Then a rainbow-colored cube flew out of it, and slowly fell into Zhou's hands. Ding! Obtained Rainbow Cube X1. Ha ha ha! Finally made it. Zhou looked at the rainbow cube in his hand, and was so happy that he couldn't help laughing out loud. With this rainbow cube, he can exert the true power of the blade of blade. If there is still a group of White Horse Leviathan energy left in his body, he can open the ultimate form of White Horse Leviathan again. It's a pity that it was sucked up by the mini White Horse Leviathan. Damn it! Zhou felt a headache when he thought of the mini White Horse Leviathan in his heart. The mini White Horse Leviathan was simply a time bomb, and he couldn't handle it. I don't know, after using the rainbow cube, can I generate White Horse Leviathan energy in my body? Zhou asked curiously. After all, his body is fused with the seed root system of the White Horse Leviathan, which is equivalent to the fusion of the White Horse Leviathan gene. It should be able to generate the energy of the White Horse Leviathan. Alas, it's useless to think about these things. Even if the White Horse Leviathan energy can be generated, it will most likely be absorbed by the mini White Horse Leviathan. Zhou sighed helplessly, with a bitter expression. No matter what, the materials in hand can still make 2 more rainbow cubes, so make them all first. Zhou had collected 36 rainbow bubbles on the survival planet before. 1 rainbow cube requires 12 rainbow bubbles, and he can still make 2. Bang! However, just as Zhou was about to put the 12 rainbow bubbles into the energy cube condenser, the energy compression ball on the surface of the energy cube condenser suddenly exploded, and then the 12 energy compression balls inside also exploded. Chapter 699. Can this energy compression ball only be used once? Zhou thought to himself as he looked at the Titan's top pressure Hydra frame, which was left in the middle. However, Zhou still had a lot of materials for making energy compression balls, so it didn't matter if it was a one-time use. He took out 13 portions of energy locking glue, and quickly made 13 more energy compression balls. But when Zhou wanted to reassemble these 13 energy compression balls onto the Titan's top pressure Hydra frame, he found a problem. That is, reassembly is equivalent to remaking, so condensation liquid is still needed, and he only had 1 portion of condensation liquid left. Zhou looked at the last portion of condensation liquid in his hand and showed a hesitant look on his face, because the Wavebreaker Mecha blueprint also needed a low-level energy cube, so he was struggling with whether to use this condensation liquid to make rainbow cube or keep it to make low-level energy cube. Damn! Zhou cursed in a low voice in annoyance. When he was in the energy creature sea area before, he was originally going to collect more condensation liquid, but because of the pursuit of the strange flesh and blood, he had no time to collect it. Forget it, keep it for now. Zhou put away the condensation liquid in his hand again. The Wavebreaker Mecha still lacks an energy engine, which cannot be made for the time being, so there is no need to rush to make low-level energy cube. After putting away the energy condenser, Zhou came to the edge of the stone platform. Now he has the protection of the rainbow energy membrane, so he has enough time to expand the area of the stone platform. Half an hour later, Zhou would increase the side length of the stone platform to 30,000 meters, which is definitely enough for the energy rainbow tree to use. At this time, some corpses of energy-type Leviathan creatures had fallen on the stone platform, but because the stone platform was not hard enough, a large number of cracks appeared on the platform. Therefore, Zhou spent some time to increase the thickness of the entire stone platform to 100 meters. This was a big project and used a huge amount of land base. Before, almost all of the land base obtained from the King of Area 5 and the King of Area 1 was put into it, and Zhou Wen's own land base was not much left, only enough to build a rest platform. After finishing all this, it was already night. The energy bubbles of the energy rainbow tree would not attack Zhou Wen, nor would they attack Zhou Wen's transformed Leviathan. Therefore, the phantom scale could directly land at the root of the energy rainbow tree to rest. Because there were always energy bubbles wandering in this sea area, there were fewer and fewer dead bloodworms in the seawater. Zhou Wen felt that it would not take long before there would be no dead bloodworms in the sea area covered by the energy rainbow tree. At night, Zhou Wen condensed the Huangjin energy in the stomach wall space. Previously, he needed to use Huangjin patterns to resist the water pressure. He consumed more than 450 Huangjin energies out of more than 500. At this time, there were less than 50 in his body. He would leave the sea area early tomorrow morning, so he had to hurry up and condense some. Zhou Wen replaced the lighting items in the stomach wall space with lightning core, but those mutated triangular fireflies were now somewhat sluggish because they lost the irradiation of Rainbow Heart. Zhou Wen looked at the triangular firefly nest, which was still only 1 meter in diameter. After thinking for a while, he decided to put the nest in the rainbow bubble space, so that the triangular fireflies should be able to continue to obtain energy. Soon the night passed. On the morning of the 157th day, Zhou Wen had a simple breakfast and began to feed Huanlin. Today, a red light algae vesicle was added to the food to increase Huanlin's growth rate by 3 times. After feeding, Zhou Wen went to the colorful bubble space and checked the situation of the triangular fireflies. After confirming that there was no problem, he looked at the 10 energy threads again. The energy threads had a tendency to float, indicating that energy was accumulating inside. In a few days, he would be able to absorb the 3-color energy. Leaving the colorful bubble, Zhou Wen dived to the black rock platform 500 meters below. The energy-type Leviathan creatures that landed on the platform yesterday had been completely invaded by the dead blood worms. Then, these Leviathan creatures infected with the dead blood worms began to leave the black rock platform quickly as if they were driven away. Some of them were killed by a large number of energy bubbles, because they entered the coverage area of the energy rainbow tree. The energy rainbow tree was also not afraid of anyone coming. The corpses of Leviathan creatures infected by the dead bloodworms were also wrapped up and absorbed by the roots. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the black rock platform, Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space. Huanlin continued to move in the direction of the thundercloud region. After a while, he left this strange sea area. After leaving the sea area where the black rock platform was located, Zhou Wen went to Jiang Haidao's island through his companions. However, Jiang Haidao was not on his island because the brilliant sea snake drove him out and directly occupied the entire island for himself, not allowing Jiang Haidao to get close at all. "You are so domineering." Zhou Wen went up and slapped him, then ended his companionship with the brilliant sea snake and left. Not long after Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space, Jiang Haitao sent him a bottle of flame Leviathan gene medicine made by the alien brain, which was sent to him by Galen. Galen also completed the task that Zhou Wen had given him before. Last night, he had handed the gilded Leviathan gene medicine to a strong man in Area 5. Now this strong man in Area 5 has become the new king of Area 5. The alien brain in the water ball of Area 5 was about to explode, but was suppressed by the new king. These king-level Leviathan gene medicines made by the alien brain are still somewhat useful. It is equivalent to instantly upgrading a survivor to the top combat power. Should I sell this kind of gene medicine in Area 10? Zhou Wen pondered. The 4 king-level Leviathan corpses in Zhou Wen's hands can completely cultivate a large number of pseudo-king-level combat power, but there is also a problem, that is, if there are too many pseudo-kings, Area may tend start to be chaotic, and these king-level Leviathan gene medicines are all made by alien brains, so there are certain risks after all. Let's keep them first. If District 10 encounters a major crisis, it won't be too late to use these king-level Leviathan genes. At this time, in the regional communication channel, the survivors of each district were discussing Galen, because there was news that Galen had the ability to make ordinary survivors become the king of survivors. Survivors in District 2, people from Districts 3 and 5, please come out and tell us, have your new kings received help from the king of District 1? Does the king of District 1 really have the ability to make people become kings? Survivors in District 3, who told you that? Our king of District 3 became king by his own strength. The mysterious strong man who killed the king of District 5 in the previous trial was not afraid of the king's power because of his high intelligence. Our king of District 3 must be the same as that mysterious strongman. Survivors in District 5. Our new king of District 5, like the new king of District 3, is a hidden strongman. Don't blaspheme our king of District 5. Chapter 700. Survivors from Area 1, TSK, are you still hiding strong men? Areas 3 and 5 only have the strength of kings with the help of our king of Area 1. From now on, both of you areas will listen to our Area 1. Do you hear me? Survivors from Area 3, bullshit. Do you know how strong our king of Area 3 is? His whole body can release lightning. He can electrocute the transformed Leviathan infected by the alien brain into charcoal with one blow. Do you have such a powerful ability, your king of Area 1? Survivors from Area 5, you Area 1 are really ridiculous. I don't know where the rumor came from. Do you take it seriously? Survivors from Area 5, just now, our new king of Area 5, his whole body radiated golden light, and suppressed the alien brain that had just erupted with the force of thunder. The scene at that time was simply the arrival of Vishnu. That godlike power, you said it was given by your king of Area 1? Survivors from Area 3, haha, I don't understand. There are people who believe such outrageous rumors. Survivor from Area 2, it is indeed quite absurd when you think about it. If the new king of Area 1 has this ability, why doesn't he use it for the survivors in his own Area 1, but for other areas? Survivor from Area 7, wait, speaking of being able to release lightning, can't the mysterious strongman who killed the previous king of Area 5 in the previous trial also release lightning? The new king of Area 3 is not that mysterious strongman, right? Survivor from Area 3, it seems that there are still smart people. I also thought of this. It is obvious that the mysterious strongman is actually our new king of Area 3, but the new king is relatively low-key like the king of Area 10, and is unwilling to show himself in front of the public. Survivor from Area 3, however, when the alien brain broke out in Area 3, our new king stood up for his people without hesitation. This is the noble quality of our people in the universe. Area 1 survivor, what's going on? Are you Area 3 survivors now bragging like Area 5? Do you really think I haven't seen the color of the lightning of the new king of Area 3? The photo was posted by you Area 3 survivors on the regional communication platform. The lighting of the new king of Area 3 is silver white, while the mysterious strongman's is gold. They are completely different lightning, okay? Area 3 survivor, haha, isn't it just color? Is there a big difference between gold and silver? Maybe the new king can change the color of lightning at will? Area 1 survivor, maybe? Just rely on imagination? Then I can do it too. I think our new king of Area 1 is a Superman. Area 5 survivor, then our new king of Area 5 is the god Vishnu. Survivors in Area 2, Psycho. In the regional communication platform, when the survivors in Areas 1, 3, and 5 were arguing with each other, outside the water ball in Area 6, the alien brain organized a team of 100 people, half of whom were alien brains and half were survivors. However, these survivors have been genetically modified by the alien brain, and have a large number of alien brain factors in their bodies. As long as the survivors dare to resist, the alien brain factors will be activated, and they will be replaced by the alien brain in an instant. Therefore, these survivors are now equivalent to puppets controlled by the alien brain. The team of 100 people went directly to the island where Qianlin Qianmu was. As soon as they got on the island, they saw corpses everywhere. In the center of the island, there was a mountain of corpses. Qianlin Qianmu sat on the mountain of corpses, and these corpses were all survivors from Area 6. Since they were going to the next survivor area, Qianlin Qianmu did not intend to keep these survivors from Area 6, so before leaving, he killed them all. You are finally ready, let's go now. Qianlin Qianmu jumped down from the mountain of corpses, said casually, and walked out of the island on his own. The survivors from Area 6, who came with the alien brain, looked at Qianlin Qianmu with deep fear. They even felt a little relieved. If they had escaped from the water ball, they might be a corpse in this mountain of corpses. However, when they left the island, they found that all the 100 phantom leviathans they brought were killed by Qianlin Qianmu. Dear King, did you kill all the phantom leviathans to swim to Area 5 by yourself? Said an alien brain. Puff. As soon as the alien brain finished speaking, a black energy suddenly shot out and pierced the head of the alien brain directly. You alien brains have left so many phantom leviathans. What's wrong with me killing a few? Do you have any objections? Qianlin Qianmu asked with cold eyes at the alien brain standing at the front of the team. Hee, King, you misunderstood. We are not dissatisfied, but just stating the facts. If you keep killing the transformed leviathans, we can only swim to Area 5 by ourselves. The alien brain standing at the front of the team said calmly. Humph. Hurry up and recruit another batch of transformed Leviathans, and then set off to Area 5. I can't help but want to kill the survivors in Area 5 and their transformed Leviathans. Qianlin Qianmu looked at the leading alien brain and snorted coldly. King of Area 6, I just heard that a new king appeared in Area 5. We may need to be more careful when we go to Area 5 this time. The leading alien brain asked an alien brain to go back and bring another 100 transformed Leviathans, and then said to Qianlin Qianmu, I don't care about the king level of the area, but the reason why those survivor kings are so strong seems to be the credit of your alien brains. Qianlin Qianmu said. Qianlin Qianmu had previously killed the former king of Zone 3 in the dual space, and obtained all the supplies of the former king of Zone 3. Naturally, he saw the king-level Leviathan gene made by the alien brain in the supplies. There is no other way. If we alien brains want to survive, we can only choose to cooperate with the king of survivors, otherwise the kings of survivors in other zones will definitely kill us all. Alien brain said helplessly. Does it mean that you alien brains are forced to cooperate with those survivor kings? Qianlin Qianmu said with a playful look on his face. Yes, after all, we can't resist the king. Alien brain nodded. Qianlin Qianmu just took a deep look at the alien brain in the lead, with a questioning look on his face, but he didn't say anything. In fact, his current position is to stand with the alien brain. As long as the alien brain is on the opposite side of humans, he is too lazy to delve into what they want to do. At this time, the alien brain that had just left brought back 100 phantom Leviathans. These phantom Leviathans were invaded by the alien brain, so even if they were not the original symbionts, they could be controlled at will. Qianlin Qianmu did not kill these phantom Leviathans this time. The killing of the 100 phantom Leviathans, before, was actually Qianlin Qianmu venting his dissatisfaction. The water ball in Area 6 was occupied by the alien brain early on. It can be said that most of the phantom Leviathans in Area 6 are in the water ball, but Qianlin Qianmu has no way to enter the water ball to kill these phantom Leviathans. Chapter 701. In order to prevent these phantom Leviathans from being killed by him, the alien brain used other Leviathan creatures to go out hunting and collect supplies. Some time ago, many of the sawtooth Leviathans and black-haired Leviathans that appeared near the water balls in various districts were infected by the alien brain. Soon, this team of 100 people filled with alien brains entered the phantom Leviathans and began to move towards the direction of District 5. On the water ball side of District 10, the free transfer station built by the Jiangge Guild yesterday began to be officially opened. After leaving the water ball, 50,000 survivors who rented free algae traveled 1,000,000 meters according to the stone block road signs along the way, and successfully arrived at the free transfer station. The entire free transfer station has 2 entrances and 2 exits, both of which are square holes, with a side length of 150 meters. There are 2 members of the Brother Jiang Guild guarding the entrance and exit. Their transformed Leviathans block the entrance and exit to prevent the dead blood worms in the seawater from entering the free transfer station. In the center of the free transfer battle, there is a core member of the guild sitting in charge. This core member of the guild has 3 full attributes in the first stage, and each attribute has a feature that increases the attribute by 2 times. At the same time, he also has the dead blood feature, and can use dead blood energy. The core members of the guild are sitting in charge. Firstly, to clear the Leviathan creatures that may appear below 1,000 meters near the free transfer station, and secondly to maintain order to prevent survivors from attacking ordinary members of the Brother Jiang Guild. At this time, the entire free transfer station has been running for a day, and there has been no attack on ordinary members of the Brother Jiang Guild. After all, with the reputation of King Jiang, the survivors dare not make trouble here. The survivors lined up in an orderly manner, and entered the free transfer station from the entrance. After handing over 1,000 tons of biological meat, the members of the Jiangge Guild would let their transformed Leviathans dispel the dead bloodworms for the survivors' transformed Leviathans, and then the survivors would leave through the exit. It was the first time for the survivors to explore the sea area so far away from the water ball. After coming out of the exit of the free transfer station, they felt a little uneasy and stayed outside the free transfer station. For a while, they didn't know which direction to explore. However, there was a team of survivors who moved very quickly. After choosing a direction, they quickly moved in the selected direction. This team was Wu Bing's exploration team. After a while, Wu Bing's team was already far away from the free transfer station. It was very peaceful along the way, and did not encounter any Leviathan creatures. Wu Bing's team members were far away from each other, about 5,000 meters apart, because the biological radar of the transformed Leviathan can detect a distance of 10,000 meters. With this method, The team's exploration area can be expanded as much as possible, thereby increasing the probability of finding huntable creatures. The team members have been communicating with each other through private messages. Once someone finds prey, they will send a message as soon as possible, and then the other members will gather at the location where the target is found. This exploration method actually has another advantage, that is, if a team member finds a relatively powerful Leviathan creature, and the speed of the transformed Leviathan cannot escape, the other team members can seize the time to escape after learning the news, and then use the companion ticket to bring the companion in danger over. Just as Wu Bing was looking at the prices of various Leviathan blood veins published by President Chen in the World Communication Channel of Zone 10, he received a private message from a team member. "Captain, I found a Leviathan creature here, about 500 meters long, with a black and yellow light on its body surface, which seems to be an energy-type Leviathan creature." The team member sent a message. "Energy-type Leviathan creature? How are you now?" Wu Bing asked. "Hee hee, Captain, don't worry, I'm safe here. That energy-type Leviathan creature doesn't move fast, and can't catch up with my transformed Leviathan at all." The team member replied. "That's good. Since it's an energy-type Leviathan creature, let's not take risks. Just notify the people of the Brother Jiang Guild directly." Wu Bing thought about it, and made a decision. Captain, do you think that after killing this energy-type Leviathan creature, will the Jianga Guild give us some?" The team members felt a little sorry that they had discovered the energy-type Leviathan creature, but could only give it to others. "It should be. The Jianga Guild is quite generous, and will give us some." Wu Bing said. "I hope they can give more, so that at least we won't lose money," the team member said. In one trip, the 5 of them had already handed over 10,000 tons of biological meat to the Black Knife Society and Jianga Guilds. If they didn't get anything, it would be a real loss. After the team members notified the members of the Jianga Guild, Wu Bing sent another team member back to the free transfer station to lead the way for the Jianga Guild members, who came to deal with the energy-type Leviathan creatures. After all, the people in the Jianga Guild didn't know the direction they were exploring. The other team members joined the team members, who discovered the Leviathan creature at this time. They originally wanted to lead the energy-type Leviathan creature to the free transfer station as much as possible. But after a while, the energy-type Leviathan creature stopped chasing, and returned to the sea where it was. After that, about an hour later, the Wu Bing team member who returned to the free transfer station came to the place where their team gathered with a Phantom Leviathan, with a king-level pressure on its body. The Phantom Leviathan with a king-level pressure opened its mouth, and a survivor wearing serrated armor and holding a serrated broadsword swam out. It was the core member of the Jianga Guild, who was in charge of the free transfer station before. "Take me to the sea where the energy-type Leviathan creature was discovered. After successfully killing it, you can get 1/10 of its flesh and blood," the core member of the guild said. Afterwards, Wu Bing's team brought the core members of the guild to the sea area where the energy-type Leviathan creatures were located, but this time, they found 2 of them. The core members of the guild, seeing that they were 2 energy-type Leviathan creatures of about 500 meters, did not dare to be arrogant, and directly activated 3 characteristics that doubled the attributes, and at the same time activated the dead blood core, with the dead blood energy attached to the whole body, and directly turned into a red light, rushing towards the 2 energy-type Leviathan creatures. Soon, the core members of the guild rushed in front of one of the energy-type Leviathan creatures, and then swung the sawtooth broadsword with dead blood energy attached in their hands vigorously. Bang! With a crisp sound, the shell-like scales on the surface of the energy-type Leviathan creature were not damaged at all, but the sawtooth on the sawtooth broadsword broke. The core members of the guild changed their expressions, knowing that this energy-type Leviathan creature was not something he could deal with, so they directly took out the travel voucher and sent a travel invitation to the president. Chapter 702. The next second, a blue light flashed, and Jiang Haidao came over. However, as soon as he appeared, he was greeted by the big mouth of the energy-type Leviathan creature, which was like an abyss. Jiang Haidao glanced at the energy-type Leviathan creature indifferently, and his whole body radiated colorful light. He activated the colorful characteristics to increase the speed to 1400 points, and the dark gold sword appeared in his hand. At the moment when the big mouth of the Leviathan creature was about to close, his figure disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already at the head of the energy-type Leviathan creature. The dark gold sword fell immediately, and chopped on the scales of the Leviathan creature. The scales were directly cut open, and then Jiang Haidao's figure flashed again, and drilled into the brain of the Leviathan creature. 1 minute later, Jiang Haidao successfully killed 2 energy-type Leviathan creatures, and obtained the biological illustration information, but there were 2 new biological information, Pale yellow Leviathan. Stage: adult. Body length: 480 meters. Weight: 330,000 tons. Food type: meat. Introduction: a Leviathan creature that lives in the endless sea. It can generate destructive pale yellow energy. On its body surface, there are pale yellow muscles that convert pale yellow energy into defensive energy. Pale yellow muscle, body length: 1 meter. Weight: 200 kilograms. Food type: blood. Introduction: a shellfish attached to the surface of the pale yellow Leviathan. It absorbs the blood of the pale yellow Leviathan to obtain pale yellow energy, converts destructive energy into defensive energy, and greatly increases the defensive ability of the shell. It is equivalent to the scales of the pale yellow Leviathan, which is edible and can be used to make armor. I found an edible creature so soon? Zhou received the pale yellow muscle said by Jiang Haitao. After checking the biological illustration information, he directly cut off the pale yellow muscle meat and grilled it on the hot stove. While waiting for the shellfish meat to be cooked, Zhou opened 2 silver-rimmed supply boxes. These 2 supply boxes were found in the stomach wall space of the Sanghuang Leviathan, and there were also 2 Sanghuang cores. Ding. Obtained Sanghuang Leviathan Gene Potion X1. Ding. Obtained Sanghuang Energy Liquid X1. Ding. Obtained Sanghuang Muscle Shield Blueprint. Ding. Obtained Pier Voucher X1. Ding. Obtained Land Base X50. There are quite a few things, Zhou said with some surprise. You know, the length of this Sanghuang Leviathan is not even 500 meters, which is a little smaller than the Lamp Algae Leviathan, but the items in the supply box are much better than those in the Lamp Algae Leviathan supply box. Maybe it's because Sanghuang Leviathan is a real energy-type Leviathan. Zhou thought to himself, and directly said to Sanghuang Leviathan Gene Potion, Sanghuang Muscle Shield Blueprint, and Sanghuang Core to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian respectively. The yellow energy of the yellow Leviathan is obviously higher than the dead blood energy. As for the specific level, it needs to be tested to know. Then, Zhou took a bottle of yellow energy liquid, and within a minute, he could use the yellow energy. Yellow energy belongs to the attack type of energy, so there is no need to test the defense power. Just test it directly on several defensive energy. Dead blood energy, spirit steel energy, overlord energy, immortal Wanlian energy, Wanjin energy, a total of 5 defensive energy. However, Zhou just tried the spirit steel energy, and the yellow energy fluctuated. Facing the dark gold scale armor with overlord energy, it could not leave a trace. It seems that the energy intensity is similar to that of spiritual steel energy, which is not bad. Among the several energy forms that have appeared, in addition to Zhou and the survivor kings who have some top-level energy, this Sanghuang energy is also relatively strong. Later, Chen Xian said Zhou at Sanghuang shield. After Zhou input the Sanghuang energy into the shield, he found that the offensive Sanghuang energy was converted into defensive energy in the shield. And the intensity has increased a bit. When the offensive Sanghuang energy is chopped on the defensive Sanghuang energy on the shield, it will dissipate. This Sanghuang shield is quite useful, Zhou said with a smile. After doing all this, the Sanghuang muscle meat was also cooked. After Zhou picked it up with chopsticks, he put it into his mouth. The meat was very crispy, just like chewing cartilage, with a light salty and fresh taste. Overall, it tasted good. Ding. Eat Sanghuang muscle meat. Physical fitness increases by 10 points. Huh? It actually added 10 points? Zhou was surprised, but it was normal after thinking about it. After all, the yellow muscles are also energy creatures. If they were placed on the previous survival planet, they would definitely be very advanced creatures. Zhou quickly sent a message to Jiang Haitao, asking him to keep more yellow muscles on the yellow Leviathan, and give more of the meat of the yellow Leviathan to the survivors. On Jiang Haitao's side, after receiving Zhou's message, he directly asked the guild members to peel off all the yellow muscles on the yellow Leviathan, and then handed over 1/3 of the yellow Leviathan's flesh and blood to Wu Bing's team. Wu Bing's team was very excited when they saw that they were given 1/3 directly. The weight of the yellow Leviathan is 330,000 tons. 1/3 is 110,000 tons, and there are 2 of them, a total of 220,000 tons. Jiang Haitao also gave Wu Bing's team 100 yellow muscles. After all, they were the discoverers, and they must be given some of this kind of food that can increase attributes. King Jiang, can I use these flesh and blood to trade you for a dead blood core? Wu Bing asked Jiang Haitao. After such a long period of development, Wu Bing's 3 attributes have all reached the upper limit of the first stage, but there are no items that break the upper limit, and no energy-related properties or potions. It is really difficult to develop in this deep sea. Dead Blood Core is available in our guild store. It requires 1 million tons of biological meat. What you have is not enough. After saying this, Jiang Haidao was about to leave. King Jiang, can I pay in installments with you? These 220,000 tons of raw meat will be my down payment, and I will send you another 1 million tons of biological meat later, Wu Bing said hurriedly. How long? Jiang Haidao thought for a while and asked. How about a month later? Wu Bing replied immediately. No, if there is a fifth trial, if you die in the trial, who can I ask for the remaining flesh and blood? Jiang Haidao shook his head. Then, before the 180th day, I will pay back the 1 million tons of flesh and blood. Wu Bing hesitated for a moment and said, he still had 100 yellow muscles in his hand. After he and his teammates ate 5 in total, the rest could be sold, and a lot of biological meat could be sold. You still have 22 days. Jiang Haidao said, and took away all the yellow Leviathan biological meat, and then ended the journey and left. Then, a member of the Brother Jiang Guild handed a Dead Blood Core to Wu Bing. After getting the Dead Blood Core, Wu Bing returned directly to the stomach wall space of the transformed Leviathan, took out a characteristic steel seal, and began to engrave the Dead Blood Steel Seal. Chapter 703. Zhou would open the character attribute panel and checked his physical attributes. It just reached 1,000 points. At this moment, he suddenly felt a stream of energy gradually spread throughout his body, and with a tingling feeling. Zhou would immediately released his mental power to check his body, and found that one of the 13 Golden Thunder energies in his body began to move around in his body autonomously. It seems that the ability of the Golden Thunder Arc in the Golden Thunder Leviathan gene has been activated. Zhou could clearly feel that under the movement of this Golden Thunder energy, his physical fitness had been enhanced to a certain extent. The effect of Golden Thunder Arc is to increase the 3 attributes of oneself by 10%. After Zhou activated Golden Thunder Arc, he took a look at his character attribute panel again and found that all 3 attributes had changed. The strength attribute was originally only 856 points, but now it has become 941 points. The physical attribute was originally 1,000 points, but now it has become 1,100 points, and the speed attribute was originally 852 points, but now it has become 937 points. According to the 300-point increase in the attribute limit at each stage, plus the 200-point increase in the physical limit from the Golden Body and King of Survival titles, Zhou's physical limit should reach the 3rd stage physical limit when it increases to 1,100 points, but the word upper limit does not appear behind the physical attribute on the character attribute panel. This 10% attribute increase should be counted as extra, which is good, Zhou said with a smile on his face. Since the physical limit has reached 1,100 points, it's time to use the Overlord Core, Zhou said, and took out 2 items from the locker, namely, Gene Stripping Potion and Character Stripping Seal. The 2 items were used together. Gene Stripping Agent strip the Blood Vein Worm gene in the body, and Characteristic Stripping Stamp strip the Blood Vein characteristics in the body. Then, the 2 items took effect at the same time, and a large amount of red factors emanated from Zhou's body, and at the same time, a stream of red energy was absorbed from Zhou's body by the Characteristic Stripping Stamp. After a while, the effects of the 2 items ended, and Zhou would also successfully strip the Blood Vein Worm gene and Blood Vein characteristics from his character attribute panel. Alas, if the Blood Vein Worm gene can be returned, this Blood Vein stamp can still be used by others. Zhou looked at the Blood Vein stamp in his hand with some regret. Although the Blood Vein characteristics was no longer of any use to him, the strength of the Blood Vein energy was still stronger than the Dead Blood energy. Forget it, I keep it as a souvenir. Zhou thought about it, and put the Blood Vein seal into the locker. After all, it was a characteristic that had accompanied him for a long time, and he relied on the Blood Veins characteristic to turn the tide several times, so it was still very memorable. After putting away the Blood Vein seal, Zhou took out the Overlord Coral Polyp genetic medicine, opened the bottle stopper directly, poured the liquid into his mouth, and then waited for the Gene Chimera process to end. Now that his physical fitness has reached 1,100 points, Zhou can already endure the pain of the gene medicine transforming his body. Next, while waiting for the Gene Chimera, he will continue to absorb the Golden Core to condense the golden energy in his body. On Wu Bing's side, After marking himself with the dead blood characteristic, he began to publicize his gains in the World Communication Channel of Zone 10, and asked his team members to publicize it together. What? We went out to explore the free transit station and obtained 220,000 tons of biological meat in 3 or 4 hours. Are you bragging about that? It's true. Our team was lucky enough to encounter an energy-type Leviathan creature. King Jiang personally killed the energy-type Leviathan creature and rewarded us with 220,000 tons of biological meat. You should know that the free transit station has just started operating. There must be many Leviathan creatures that have never been seen before nearby. As long as you find new Leviathan creatures, you can contact members of the Brother Jiang Guild. The Brother Jiang Guild will give certain rewards. This is a good time to earn a lot of biological meat. It seems to be true. Everyone knows this, but the number of places for renting free algae is limited, and I can't get a place at all. In fact, there is no need to rent free algae. You can directly use flesh and blood to exchange for Guardian Energy with Tidal Leviathan, and then follow the route of the free transit station to reach the sea area 1,000,000 meters away for exploration. As long as you can find some new creatures, it will definitely not be a loss. Fuck. Yeah, I'm going to set off now, hoping to find new creatures that will make me a fortune. Are you crazy? Aren't uncharted waters dangerous? What's wrong with being dangerous? The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Once that area is safe, there will be no value in exploring it. We can only pick up some leftovers left by others. If we keep doing this, we will never be able to develop in this life. Just as the survivors in Area 10 were discussing the risks of uncharted waters in the World Communication Channel, another explosive news spread in the World Communication Channel. That is, a team of survivors found a free algae forest in the waters near the free transfer station, and also caught thousands of free yellowtail. As soon as this message appeared, all the survivors who were still hesitating went to Tidal Leviathan to exchange for Guardian Energy. The survivors in Area 10 are very clear about the value of free algae and free yellowtail. As long as they can be discovered, they will definitely be sold. The two guilds Black Knife Club and Brother Jiang will definitely purchase them. Even if they are not sold, as long as the amount of free algae or free yellowtail accumulated is large enough, they can also have a fixed income by renting free algae or cleaning red light algae for the transformed Leviathan, just like Black Knife Club. However, ordinary survivors will still choose to sell free algae and free yellowtail to the guild, because ordinary survivors are not strong enough. Even if these businesses are opened, they do not have enough strength and manpower to manage them. Just like the survivors who just found the free algae forest, they directly sold the free yellowtail in the free algae forest to the Black Knife Association, and the free algae in it to the Jiang Brother Guild, and obtained a total of 50,000 tons of biological meat. 50,000 tons of biological meat were obtained without encountering any danger. This is definitely a big profit. For a while, a large number of survivors began to exchange Guardian Energy, and go to the sea area near the free transfer station. Soon, it was night, and Zhou Wen's transformation effect of taking the Overlord Coral Polyp gene agent had ended. After opening the character attribute panel and confirming that the Overlord Coral Polyp gene had been successfully chimerized, he went out to build a rest platform for Huanlin, and then went to Jiang Haitao's island together. Chapter 704. Zhou Wen followed Jiang Haitao to the place where the Overlord Coral Round Skeleton was placed. At this time, the newly hatched Overlord Coral Polyps had grown to about 10 meters in length after being fed by Jiang Haitao these days. Looking at the Overlord Coral whose diameter had reached 200 meters, Zhou Wen took out the Blaze Blade, activated the Burning property to double the power, and then directly killed the Overlord Coral Polyp on the surface. After entering the round skeleton, he collected the dark red Overlord Core in the center into the system interface. At the moment the Overlord Core was taken away, the Overlord Coral Polyps on the surface of the Overlord Coral Round Skeleton died instantly, and then all fell off. After Zhou Wen left the Overlord Coral Round Skeleton, he directly used the Property Steel Seal to absorb the energy in the Overlord Core, and engrave the Overlord Steel Seal. Ding. The Overlord Steel Seal has been engraved. Do you want to use it? Use. Zhou Wen said silently in his heart. The next second, the character panel with a metallic luster automatically popped up, and then began to expand. The Overlord Seal burst out with rich dark red energy, transformed into an energy-shaped Overlord Coral Polyp, and directly hit the end of the character panel's power attribute, leaving a dark red simple Overlord Coral Polyp pattern. This Overlord characteristic is finally applied. Looking at the dark red pattern on the character panel, Zhou Wen smiled slightly. But then Zhou thought of another problem, that is, without the Overlord Coral Polyp to provide Overlord energy in the future, those dark gold equipment would be useless. Although Zhou had made more than 100 sets of dark gold equipment in advance, there would always be a time when they would run out. I wonder if the Overlord energy I condense can be transferred into the dark gold equipment, Zhou thought. At this moment, Jiang Haitao, who was standing nearby, turned his eyes and seemed to have discovered something. Then he found a dying Overlord Coral Polyp among the dead Overlord Corals. It's not dead? Zhou looked at the Overlord Coral Polyp that did not die immediately, with a hint of surprise on his face, and then immediately used his mental power to scan the situation of the Overlord Coral Polyp, and found that there was still a little Overlord energy left in the Overlord Coral Polyp. Feed it some food and see, Zhou said to Jiang Haitao. After hearing this, Jiang Haitao took out some biological meat from the locker next to him, and put it to the mouth of the Overlord Coral Polyp, but the Overlord Coral Polyp was too weak and did not even have the strength to move its mouth, so it could not eat at all. Seeing this, Zhou frowned slightly. If he could save this Overlord Coral, he would have a stable way to obtain Overlord energy in the future, and the dark gold equipment could continue to be charged and used. But now, this Overlord Coral seems to be difficult to save. If only I could condense Overlord energy in my body now, Zhou thought to himself. The reason why this Overlord Leviathan did not die immediately was that there was a little Overlord energy in its body. If it could be supplied with a little Overlord energy, it might have a chance to be saved, but it takes time to condense energy. Judging from the situation of this Overlord Coral, it might not even last a minute. But suddenly, Zhou paused, and immediately asked Jiang Haitao to take out the hundreds of dark gold equipment that had been charged before, and then put them on the body of the Overlord Coral. Then, a delightful scene appeared. The Overlord Coral Polyp began to absorb the Overlord energy in the dark gold equipment. As it absorbed more and more Overlord energy, the dying Overlord Coral Polyp became more and more energetic. After absorbing the Overlord energy in about 50 sets of dark gold equipment, the Overlord Coral Polyp completely recovered, and then began to crawl around Jiang Haitao, being particularly close to Jiang Haitao, but facing Zhou. It was in an attacking posture as if facing a great enemy. Zhou saw the Overlord Coral Polyp like this, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But when he thought about it, he had been attacking the Overlord Coral Polyp since he got the Overlord Coral Round Skeleton. Just now, he took away the Overlord Core, which almost wiped out the new Overlord Coral Polyp. It was normal to be hostile. Feed it with food and see if it can produce Overlord energy. Zhou ignored the hostility of the Overlord Coral Polyp and turned to Jiang Haitao. Jiang Haitao fed the food he had just taken out back to the Overlord Coral Polyps. The Overlord Coral Polyps took it and ate it quickly, then vomited out a ball of Overlord energy, which was absorbed by Jiang Haitao with his dark gold equipment. Zhou used his mental power to check the situation inside the Overlord Coral Polyps. Seeing that the Overlord Coral Polyps would now store some Overlord energy in its body, he was relieved. After that, the Overlord Coral Polyps should be able to survive normally. Next, Zhou originally wanted to absorb some Overlord energy from the Overlord Coral Polyps, but the Overlord Coral Polyps found out that it was Zhou and refused to spit out the Overlord energy. In desperation, he had to give up the idea of getting Overlord energy from the Overlord Coral Polyps. Since the Overlord Coral Polyps can absorb Overlord energy from dark gold equipment, I should be able to do it now that I have the Overlord Coral Polyps gene. The Overlord Coral Polyps were unwilling to give him the Overlord energy they produced, so he got it from the dark gold equipment, but it was just a transfer. However, Zhou took the charged dark gold equipment in his hand and tried it, but found that he could not absorb the Overlord energy from it. Okay, I condense it slowly by myself. Zhou was not disappointed. The energy form of Overlord energy is lower than the Abyss energy. Now that he has the ability of double absorption, the speed of condensing Overlord energy should be much faster than the golden energy. Okay, everything is done, I leave. This Overlord Coral Polyp is also a relatively advanced creature. It's so close to you, so you can keep it as a pet in the future, Zhou said to Jiang Haitao, and ended the journey, and returned to Huanlin's stomach wall space. After returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou ate a lot of purple mist Leviathan flesh and blood, and spent 10 minutes to condense Overlord energy in his body. Why is the speed of the Overlord energy condensing slower than the golden energy? Zhou wondered. The golden energy can condense 120 times a night. If a night lasts 12 hours, it is equivalent to 6 minutes to condense one, but the Overlord energy takes 10 minutes. Is it because the golden energy is directly condensed by absorbing the gold energy in the golden core? The condensation methods of the two energies are still very different. In addition, the Overlord energy can condense automatically in the body, while the golden energy requires Zhou when to actively condense. In comparison, the Overlord energy is easier to obtain. You just need to keep eating Leviathan biological meat. Then, Zhou took a bottle of Immortal Wanlian energy liquid, and then attached the Immortal Wanlian energy and Overlord energy to his left and right hands respectively. After testing, it was determined that the intensity of the two energies was equivalent, and they were considered to be energy forms of the same level. Afterwards, Zhou was teleported through the system to the colorful bubbles of the energy rainbow tree. He originally wanted to check on the triangular fireflies, and then use a freshwater hydrogen-oxygen ionizer to produce some hydrogen for them, but he found that the energy threads in the center of the colorful bubbles had already floated up. Chapter 705. Energy condenses so quickly? Zhou was a little surprised, and walked over directly. When he got closer, he showed a look of surprise in his eyes, because peanut-sized bubbles had appeared on the top of the 10 energy threads. When he was on the survival planet before, the energy rainbow tree did not condense energy so quickly. At this speed, it feels like it will take only a few days for these small bubbles to grow into attribute bubbles. An attribute bubble can directly break through the corresponding first stage attribute limit. If these attribute bubbles can be mass-produced quickly, then all members of their guild can enter the second stage. Thinking of this, Zhou did not absorb the 9 energy threads with individual attributes. These 9 energy threads were left to generate attribute bubbles. The energy thread in the middle that generated 3 attribute bubbles was held in his mouth to absorb the 3-color energy. At the current speed at which the energy rainbow tree condenses energy, this 3-item energy thread is enough for him to quickly obtain 3-color energy. Zhou hands were not idle either. While absorbing the 3-color energy, he was also absorbing the golden core to condense the golden energy. At the same time, his body was automatically condensing the Overlord energy, the floating energy, and the flesh energy. Nothing happened overnight. In the blink of an eye, it was already the morning of the 158th day. After absorbing the 3-color energy all night, the 3-color energy in Zhou's body was enough to maintain the 3 characteristics for 5 minutes. The 3-color energy in the 3-energy thread can be said to be continuous all night. The speed of condensing energy is several times faster than the giant energy rainbow tree on the survival planet. You have to know that Zhou planted this energy rainbow tree, but it has only grown for less than 2 days. It seems that there are a lot of energy-type Leviathan creatures here to provide nutrients. Zhou came out through the rainbow bubble and found that after only 1 day, the stone platform had been piled up with corpses of various energy-type Leviathan creatures, at least thousands of them. The rainbow-like roots of the energy rainbow tree spread on the platform, wrapping the entire stone platform. The stone platform, that would have been smashed by the falling Leviathan corpses, was not as severely broken as at the beginning because of the protection of these roots. When more and more corpses are piled up in the future, the corpses of the Leviathan creatures killed by the energy bubbles will fall directly on the previous corpses, so that the stone platform will not be damaged in large areas. Zhou walked among these energy-type Leviathan corpses for a while, wanting to see if there were any more advanced energy Leviathan creatures, but after searching the entire platform, he did not see a single energy intensity that could reach the level of the Sanhuan Leviathan. They were all garbage energy cores, which Zhou didn't care about at all. He wasn't going to give them to the guild members, or sell them to the survivors in Area 10 for the time being. The energy rainbow tree had just started to grow, and needed sufficient energy. These energy cores were the nutrients for its growth. Then, Zhou swam to the black rock platform below to check. Although there were energy rainbow trees above snatching energy Leviathan creatures, the number of energy Leviathans that landed on the black rock platform did not decrease much. Moreover, through mental detection, Zhou found that the energy Leviathans that were drilled into their bodies by special dead bloodworms would have their cores occupied by special dead bloodworms, and then produce a large number of ordinary dead bloodworms, which would quickly erode the entire body of the energy Leviathan. If this black rock platform keeps running, will all the creatures in the deep sea become dead blood creatures in the end? Zhou worried. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the black rock platform, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space through the system transmission, and then fed Huanling food, then went out to collect the rest platform, and Huanling continued to move towards the Thundercloud region. At the free transfer station, more and more free algae were discovered under the exploration of a large number of survivors, and the number was enough to build a second free transfer station. In addition, a team of survivors found another Sanhuan Leviathan. This time, Jiang Haidao took action personally. After killing Sanhuan Leviathan, he gave the exploration team 1/3 of flesh and blood and 50 Sanhuan muscles as usual. Jiang Haitao also sent Zhou in the material box and Sanhuan core in the body of this Sanhuan Leviathan. Zhou casually opened the exclusive material box of Sanhuan Leviathan, thinking that the items inside would be the same as yesterday, but he didn't expect a new item to appear. Ding! Obtained the Sanhuan Energy Liquid Formula X1. Zhou directly took out the Sanhuan Energy Liquid Formula, and found that the materials required in the formula were almost the same as the Immortal Wanlian Energy Liquid Formula, except for the raw materials for extracting energy. Sanhuan Energy Liquid Formula requires Sanhuan Leviathan Flesh and Blood, Energy Extraction Agent X1, Vascular Grass Diluent X1. Zhou did not have Sanhuan Leviathan Flesh and Blood, and he did not like this Sanhuan Energy Liquid, so he sent the formula directly to Jiang Haitao, and also sent him 1 bottle of Energy Extraction Agent and 1 Vascular Grass Diluent for making Sanhuan Energy Liquid. Zhou sent both Sanhuan Leviathan Gene Potion and Sanhuan Core to Lung Liang. After receiving the formula and materials sent by Zhou, Jiang Haitao began to take out the materials according to the information recorded on the formula, and then use the Sanhuan Energy Liquid Formula, and then the world system would help to make it. The production process is the same as Immortal Wanlian Energy Liquid, but the flesh and blood of Sanhuan Leviathan is used more. Energy Extractor directly extracts all the energy in a 100-meter-long Sanhuan Leviathan flesh and blood, and condenses it into an energy ball with a diameter of 1 meter in the air. Then add vascular grass dilution to the energy ball, and it is considered to be completed. Then this ball of energy liquid is divided into 100 parts by the world system, and then falls into Jiang Haitao's hands. Ding! Sanhuan Energy Liquid X100. One material can make 100 copies of Sanhuan Energy Liquid, which is quite cost-effective. Then, let's exchange this Sanhuan Energy Liquid for guild members with contribution points in the future. Zhou thought for a while, after learning the production results from Jiang Haitao. Because the material boxes in the Dead Blood Leviathan creatures in the 4th trial basically have Energy Extraction Agent, Zhou has more materials to make energy liquid, but the number of Vascular Grass Diluent is relatively small, less than 500 copies. If the number of this Sanhuan Energy Liquid produced is only 10 copies like Immortal King Lotus Energy Liquid, then he will not continue to let Jiang Haitao make it. After all, the number of Vascular Grass Diluent is limited. Instead of using it to make Sanhuan Energy Liquid, it is better to keep it to make Immortal King Lotus Energy Liquid. Now knowing that one material can make 100 copies of Sanhuan Energy Liquid, Zhou directly sent 20 copies of the material to Jiang Haitao for making Sanhuan Energy Liquid. Chapter 706. In the water ball of Area 10, after seeing ordinary survivors reaping rich rewards in the sea area a million meters away from the water ball, the presidents of various medium-sized guilds also began to organize their guild members and prepare to explore the sea area farther away from the water ball. These medium-sized guilds definitely do not have free algae to protect the transformed Leviathan, so they all use biological meat to exchange for protection energy from the tidal Leviathan. They are guilds, and they usually accumulate some biological meat by selling some attribute-added items and ordinary seaweed, plus the blood-toothed black-scaled bream hunted by guild members. Now, the Jiangge Guild has proved that there are a lot of resources in the distant sea area by establishing a free transfer station. The presidents of medium-sized guilds will naturally not miss this great opportunity to obtain resources. Of course, these medium-sized guilds certainly dare not directly compete with the Jiangge Guild for resources, so they are exploring the sea area opposite to the Jiangge Guild's free transfer station. In order to prevent the transformed Levi from being too far away from the water ball and unable to find the way back, the guild members would follow the method of the Jiangge Guild and place a stone cube with a side length of 10 meters to plan the route every 10,000 meters when heading towards the distant sea. After planning a fixed route, the guild members can follow this fixed route to go to the sea area they need to explore, which can save a certain amount of time. After all, they don't have free algae, so they can only exchange for guardian energy, and the exploration cost is much higher than free algae. Just as the guild members of various medium-sized guilds were exploring the route towards the distant sea in full swing, at the edge of the water ball, at the Black Knife Club Guild's free algae rental point, a large number of survivors who went out to explore returned. Most of the survivors had a rich harvest during this exploration in the distant sea, so they paid the rent very quickly. At this time, 5 phantom leviathans entered the water ball. After opening their mouths, 5 survivors swam out of their own phantom leviathans, and they all had smiles on their faces. This team of survivors was the team that found the 3rd pale yellow leviathan. The Brother Jiang Guild directly rewarded them with 110,000 tons of biological meat, and 50 pale yellow mussels, which are rare creatures that can increase 10 points of physical fitness. In general, they gained a lot from this exploration. When the 5 team members entered the rental point of the Black Knife Club Guild, they all delivered 1,000 tons of biological meat very neatly. After returning the free algae, the team members prepared to gather and see how to deal with this harvest. The free transfer station built by King Jiang really opened up a new development path for us ordinary survivors. The captain of the team said with sincere emotion. Their team is just an ordinary survivor team. Each member's strength attribute is only about 100 points. It was difficult to kill the blood-red black-scaled bream before, and they could only survive by looking for red light algae forests. Today's harvest is simply pie in the sky in their eyes. Yes, but the resources in the sea area near the free transfer station are limited after all. With more and more survivors exploring, it may not be easy for us to get today's harvest in the future. A team member nodded and said, Indeed, so we have to quickly convert the 110,000 tons of biological meat we just obtained, as well as the pale yellow mussels that increase the physical attribute by 10 points, into our own attribute points. With stronger strength, we can also get more harvests, the team leader said. Originally, their team didn't need to come back so early. After all, when they rented the free algae, they had already calculated it as a day. If they wanted to maximize their profits, they would naturally return at night. However, in order to improve their strength as soon as possible and increase their competitiveness among other survivor teams, they returned immediately. Xihuan? What's wrong? Why don't you follow me? At this time, the team member who fell behind the team suddenly found that his Phantom Leviathan was not following him, so he used gestures to ask the Phantom Leviathan about the situation. But strangely, his Phantom Leviathan had a dull look in his eyes, and didn't look at him at all. He just stood there motionless, and he didn't know what was going on. What's wrong? The team leader swam forward and asked. I don't know either. The Phantom Leviathan suddenly stopped moving. This team member also looked puzzled. Whose transmogrified Leviathan is this? Take it away quickly, and don't block the way here. A member of the Black Knife Guild found that a transmogrified Leviathan was blocking the exit for returning the free algae, blocking the survivors behind, so he stepped forward to drive it away. Sorry, we will take it away immediately, the team leader said hurriedly. Facing the people from the guild, ordinary survivors are still a little scared. Then the members of the entire team tried every means to make their companion's transmogrified Leviathan move, but it was useless whether it was luring with seaweed or piercing the body with weapons to cause pain. Just when the entire team members were anxious, the transmogrified Leviathan suddenly moved, and at this moment the team members were relieved. After all, the Black Knife Guild had said before that it would use the flesh and blood of the transmogrified Leviathan to pay off its debts. If their transmogrified Leviathan did not move, the people of the Black Knife Guild might kill the transmogrified Leviathan directly. However, the 5 team members immediately found something wrong, because the Phantom Leviathan was not swimming, but its body was wriggling, as if countless snakes were drilling under the skin of the Phantom Leviathan. Run! The team leader suddenly had a bad premonition and shouted loudly. Puff, puff, puff. But it was too late. The skin on the surface of the Phantom Leviathan suddenly broke, and then a wriggling tubular creature stretched out from it. These tubular creatures were 1 meter thick, and the head with dead blood energy directly split into 8 petals, turning out the curved and contracted hook-shaped fangs inside, and then swallowed a team member into its mouth in one bite. The dense fangs, like razors, cut the team member's body into pieces almost at the moment of swallowing it, and a large amount of blood spurted out from the cracks in its mouth, directly dyeing the surrounding seawater red. A dozen tubular creatures emerged from the body of the Phantom Leviathan, and attacked the survivors around them almost at the same time. In an instant, the team of survivors who were extremely lucky and had gained a lot on this trip all died at once, and even the member of the Black Knife Society who came to drive away the Phantom Leviathan was swallowed into its mouth. The guild member did not die immediately, because his armor was relatively hard. He took out his weapon and chopped the body of the tubular creature frantically, but his weapon could only hit the head, and the head of the tubular creature was attached with a layer of dead blood energy, which could not cause any damage at all. Caw! The tubular creature exerted force at this time, biting the mouth of the Black Knife Society guild member and closing it directly, and the armor on the surface of the guild member's body broke, and he died immediately. Chapter 707. At this time, the body of the Phantom Levi moved, but the movement was very strange, as if it was controlled, and then it plunged into the crowd of people who were returning the free algae in the back. The survivors who were returning the free algae in the back didn't know what was going on, and saw a phantom leviathan covered with worms rushing towards them. When the phantom leviathan entered the crowd, the tubular worms on its body began to kill the survivors wantonly, and the originally orderly crowd suddenly became chaotic. What the hell is this? Is it infected with dead bloodworms? Infection with dead bloodworms is not like this at all. This is obviously parasitized by some creature. Just when the free algae rental place was in chaos, a blue light flashed, and a man wearing golden scale armor appeared next to a member of the Black Knife Club Guild. He was Zhang Dongyang, the vice president of the Black Knife Club Guild. Among Zhang Dongyang's 3 attributes, strength and speed have entered the second stage and reached the upper limit of 500 points. He also has 3 energy properties, namely, dead blood property, free property, and spirit steel property. Zhang Dongyang knew the situation before his companions came over. After seeing the phantom leviathan covered with worms, he directly activated the colorful property to double the speed to 1000 points, and then activated the free property. The next second, a faint white light attached to Zhang Dongyang's black flame sword, and then his figure flashed, and he quickly rushed to the parasitic phantom leviathan, and then swung the black flame sword attached with free energy, instantly cutting all the dozen tubular worms into 2. Puff, puff, puff. But just as Zhang Dongyang killed a dozen of tubular worms, a dozen more tubular worms entered the body of the parasitic leviathan, and attacked Zhang Dongyang at the same time. Zhang Dongyang was not panicked at all. He moved rapidly in the seawater, and killed a dozen tubular worms again. At the same time, he cut open the body of the parasitic leviathan, and then found a 1-meter-long worm in the brain of the leviathan, which exuded dead blood energy. And around this worm were gray-black eggs, which were wrapped in mucus and almost occupied the entire brain, looking extremely disgusting. After finding the root cause, Zhang Dongyang frowned and endured the nausea, rushed into the brain full of eggs, and killed the mother worm. Then Zhang Dongyang quickly decomposed the body of the phantom leviathan by himself, and then sent the phantom leviathan corpse, which was almost completely occupied by worms, to the guild members near the tidal leviathan through the system transmission, so that the guild members fed the corpse to the abyss leviathan. This tubular worm is obviously a parasite. In order to avoid the spread, feeding it directly to the abyss leviathan is the best choice. However, Zhang Dongyang left a small piece of the body of the tubular worm, and then attached a layer of spiritual steel energy to his hand, touched it, and obtained the information of the biological illustration. Splitting head eel, body length, 1 meter. Weight, 5 kilograms. Food type, blood. Introduction. A small creature that likes to parasitize on large organisms, has a strong reproductive ability, and is edible. It's not a worm. Zhang Dongyang said with some surprise. And what puzzled him was that the introduction of the biological illustration did not say that this split head eel could grow to more than 10 meters long. Is it because of the invasion of dead bloodworms, and then mutated? Zhang Dongyang guessed. However, not long after the phantom leviathan parasitized by the mutant splithead eel at the Black Knife Club free algae rental point was dealt with, phantom leviathans parasitized by mutant splithead eels appeared in other places in the water ball of Area 10. For a time, a large number of survivors and phantom leviathans were attacked. And the attacked phantom leviathans will also be parasitized by mutant splithead eels, which makes people in the World Communication Channel of Area 10 panic. After Chen Xian learned the news, he immediately organized the core members of the guild, and then posted a message in the World Communication Channel, asking all the survivors in the water ball to go to the Survivor Guild Island. After the survivors gathered, Chen Xian scattered the core members of the guild among the crowd, and once a phantom leviathan parasitized by a splithead eel was found, it would be immediately cleared. Chen Xian released his mental power, and quickly swam through the group of phantom leviathans. He scanned his body with mental power, and found those phantom leviathans with slithead eels lurking in their bodies. Later, the Jiangda Guild and the Black Knife Guild also began to check all phantom leviathans in the same way. Once a parasitic phantom leviathan was found, it would be killed directly, and then fed to the abyss leviathan. It is very difficult to check all of these phantom leviathans. After all, continuous use of mental power detection consumes a lot of mental power, and cannot be checked for a long time. Mutated slithead eel? Zhou Wen frowned after reading the message sent by Chen Xian. If he didn't quickly clean up the mutant slithead eel, it would seriously affect the development speed of the survivors in Area 10. The survivors had just entered the sea far away from the water ball to explore, and they encountered this extremely dangerous parasitic creature, which would inevitably dampen the survivors' enthusiasm for going out to explore. Did this mutant splithead eel appear by chance, Or was it sent here like the dead blood Leviathan creatures before? The Sawtooth Leviathan and Hairy Leviathan that appeared near the water ball in Area 10 before were obviously deliberately approaching the water ball. If this mutant splithead eel is the same as these two Leviathan creatures, it would be troublesome. Because the size of the mutant splithead eel is too small, it is impossible to clean them all at once, and it is very contagious. If you leave one behind, it may breed a group. Afterwards, Zhou took the Mecha Intelligent Brain and was accompanied by Jiang Haitao to the island of the Brother Jiang Guild. There were a large number of phantom leviathans gathered outside the island, and the survivors gathered in other places. After all, the survivors will not be infected by the splithead eel. If they stay in the phantom leviathan group, it will be more dangerous. Zhou brought the Mecha Brain and expanded his mental detection range tenfold, reaching a detection radius of 3,000 meters. Then he turned on the colorful feature and quickly moved through the group of phantom leviathans. When he found the phantom leviathan parasitized by the splithead eel, he directly killed it with the dark gold sword. With the amplification of the Mecha Brain, Zhou can directly cover the phantom leviathan within a range of 6,000 meters, so the detection speed is extremely fast. After detecting a batch of phantom leviathans, the next batch will come in, and so on. Finally, when it was night, about 1.6 million phantom leviathans were all checked, and more than 3,000 of them were parasitized by the splithead eels and were directly killed by Zhou. Chapter 708. Don't let the survivors go out during this period. Zhou said to Jiang Haitao with a tired look. If these mutant splithead eels were sent here on purpose, like the dead blood Leviathan creatures that appeared before, then these mutant splithead eels should gather towards the water ball, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. If not, we can only strengthen management because there is no efficient cleaning method at all. Then, Zhou ended his journey, and returned to the stomach wall space. Because of excessive mental power consumption today, he did not continue to condense the golden energy at night. After consuming a large amount of purple mist Leviathan flesh and blood, he lay directly on the bed and went to sleep. Soon, the time came to the morning of the 159th day. After a night's rest, Zhou's mental power had basically recovered. After feeding Huanlin, he opened the regional communication channel and found that mutant splithead eels had appeared in other areas. Other areas also have them, which means that these mutant splithead eels were sent here on purpose. In addition, other areas have discovered a method to detect whether the phantom leviathan is parasitized by the mutant splithead eels, which is to let the phantom leviathan approach the tidal leviathan, so that the mutant splithead eels in the body will come out by themselves. So there is such a detection method. Zhou smiled bitterly. He checked so hard yesterday that they could not find a way to use the tidal leviathan king level pressure to check the mutant splithead eels. However, even if the mutant splithead eels come out of the phantom leviathan with a damaged brain will still die. Therefore, the kings of survivors in other areas also began to restrict survivors from going out to explore. We can only wait and see, Zhou said calmly. Then, Zhou went out to put away the rest platform, and Huanlin began to swim again. The thundercloud domain should be approaching. Zhou simply calculated the time and murmured in a low voice. When it was noon, a system prompt sounded in Zhou's mind. Ding! The thundercloud domain has arrived, and the positioning is over. Finally arrived. Zhou made Huanlin float up by tapping the esophageal diaphragm. He wanted to see if the thundercloud domain was in the sky. Not long after, Zhou came outside, Huanlin floated to the surface, and he stood on Huanlin's back, then looked up. Although it was pitch black above, there were still a few faint flashes from time to time, accompanied by faint thunder. It seems to be in the sky. Zhou frowned. Let's try the floating feature first. Over the past few days, Zhou has condensed more than 150 floating energies in his body, but so far, he has not experimented how long a floating energy can allow him to fly. Floating feature open. Zhou silently said in his heart and turned on the floating feature. The next second, a floating energy in his body was consumed, and then a layer of white light appeared on the surface of his body. Swoosh! Zhou's mind moved, and the floating energy on the surface of his body burst out instantly. His figure turned into a shining white light, and suddenly rushed into the thick fog above. The speed is quite fast. I wonder if turning on the speed feature will increase the flying speed? Zhou thought to himself and directly turned on the colorful feature to double the speed attribute, but the flying speed did not change at all, but made the white light on his body turn into a colorful color, which looked better in the dark fog. At this time, Zhou's mental power detected something. A large number of 100-meter creatures entered his mental power detection range. You found them so quickly? Zhou Wen was very familiar with these 100-meter creatures. They were the fog lice that he had seen countless times in the previous trials. Swish, swish, swish. Zhou Wen held a dark gold sword in each hand and killed the fog lice that rushed towards him one by one, but the number of fog lice seemed endless and could not be killed at all. 1 minute later, the floating energy on Zhou Wen's body dissipated, so he also knew that a floating energy could allow him to fly for 1 minute. Then, Zhou Wen used another floating energy, then flew down from the sky and landed on Huanlin's back. But because the surface of his body was still emitting energy, many fog lice chased him down from the thick fog. It was not until 1 minute later that the floating energy on the surface of his body dissipated, and these fog lice no longer appeared. One floating energy can sustain a flight time of 1 minute, which is okay. Zhou Wen has more than 150 floating energies in his body, which can last for about 2.5 hours. It should be no problem to simply explore the thundercloud domain. But those fog lice are an obstacle, which seriously affects Zhou Wen's flight speed. If the thundercloud domain is also full of fog lice, then the time he can explore will be greatly reduced. I wonder if the floating suit can be used. Zhou Wen suddenly thought. Although the floating suit has a limited rising height and cannot enter the thundercloud domain, it has another function, which is to be used as a gliding suit. Zhou Wen plans to use the floating characteristics to fly into the thundercloud domain first, and then use the floating suit to glide in the thundercloud domain. This should save some floating energy, thereby increasing the exploration time. Moreover, the floating suit has no energy and will not attract fog lice. However, before entering the thundercloud domain, Zhou Wen first built a resting platform for Huanlin, and then brought Chen Xian to look after Huanlin. If he encountered any dangerous creatures, he would send him a message as soon as possible. Thundercloud domain? Are there any lightning leviathan creatures in it? Chen Xian asked curiously. There should be. If not, I've made a wasted trip. Zhou Wen came to the thundercloud domain for the core of the lightning leviathan. Otherwise, the lightning energy obtained from the lightning core alone would not be enough to condense the golden lightning energy, and there was no way to consume it at will. It should be cool to control lightning, Chen Xian said with some envy, as he looked at the golden arc flashing from time to time on Zhou Wen's body. If you want a lightning core, just say it directly. Stop beating around the bush. If there is an extra one, I give one to you in Jiang Haitao. If not, forget it, Zhou Wen said. After all, he still needs to absorb lightning energy through the lightning core. Thank you, Boss Zhou hee. Swoosh. A sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Zhou Wen's whole body was wrapped in floating energy, rushing towards the thick fog above. Just after flying upwards for more than 500 meters, fog lice entered the detection range of Zhou Wen's mental power. In the following process of rising, Zhou Wen's hands did not stop, constantly waving the dark gold sword, killing the approaching fog lice. Didn't we explode a lot of dead energy columns during the fourth trial? How come there are still so many fog lice? Zhou Wen said a little irritably. He had been killing fog lice for 10 minutes, and the altitude had risen to 10,000 meters. Boom! Boom! The thunder above was much clearer, but if you want to enter the thundercloud area, you may need to fly up 10,000 meters. Chapter 709. Boom! Boom! Deafening thunder roared in Zhou Wen's ears, and dazzling lightning flashed from the dark fog in an instant. At this time, Zhou Wen was like being in a thick dark cloud, with his vision severely blocked. He could only see the silver light flashing frequently in the dark fog, and nothing else could be seen clearly. This is already the thundercloud region, Zhou Wen thought to himself while cleaning up the fog lice rushing towards him, turning his eyes, and looking at the dazzling light flashing around him. After killing a fog lice approaching him, the floating energy on Zhou Wen's body also dissipated, so he moved his mind, took out the floating suit from the equipment column, and then replaced the dark gold scale armor on his body. Because they could not sense the energy, the fog lice that had been chasing Zhou Wen all stopped chasing at this moment, and then gradually disappeared in the dark fog. Zhou Wen sent a message to Chen Xian through the system interface, asking her to send him the mecha brain in the neural algae bubble cultivation chamber. The entire thundercloud region was filled with thick fog, and it was impossible to find the lightning leviathan creatures with the naked eye. If he only relied on the mental power of a radius of 300 meters to find it, the efficiency would be too low, so Zhou Wen directly used the mecha intelligence to increase the mental power detection range tenfold. Although the amplification effect of the mecha brain consumes a lot of mental power, Zhou Wen only has more than 150 floating energy in his body, and can only fly in the air for 2.5 hours. When the floating energy is almost consumed, he will also return, so it doesn't matter if the mental power is consumed a little more. Buzz. After the mecha brain connected the tentacles to Zhou Wen's head, the mental detection range instantly expanded to a radius of 3,000 meters. Everything within the range was directly presented in his mind, and the thick fog that blocked his vision also became transparent under his mental detection. Huh? Zhou Wen closed his eyes, spread his arms and legs, and glided quickly in the thunder cloud area with the floating suit. The strong wind blew through his body, leaving a rapid whistling sound. Gliding with the floating suit could not maintain altitude, so Zhou Wen needed to turn on the floating feature once every period of time to increase his altitude, and then continue to glide with the floating suit. Boom! Just when Zhou Wen used the floating suit to glide for the second time, there was a sudden flash above, and then a dazzling lightning flashed like a winding silver snake, instantly shooting towards Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen's expression changed, and he immediately sent the mecha brain on his head to Chen Xian through the system interface, then put away the floating suit on his body, replaced it with dark gold scales, and turned on the floating characteristics to allow himself to fly in the air. These actions were completed almost in an instant, and at this time the lightning had already arrived in front of him. But this lightning was not actually a real lightning, but a leviathan creature emitting electric light all over its body. Brilliant gold characteristics, open. Zhou Wen silently chanted in his heart, turned on the brilliant gold characteristics, and condensed a layer of brilliant gold patterns on the surface of his body. Facing unknown leviathan creatures, he still needed to be careful. Zzz. In an instant, the crackling sound of electricity had arrived in front of him, and a giant spike full of electricity instantly pierced his body. Zhou Wen immediately swung the dark gold sword in his hand and chopped at the giant spikes, but just as the blade of the dark gold sword was about to land on the tip of the giant spike, a burst of lightning burst out from its surface, directly deflecting the dark gold sword. Boom! The next second, the giant spike directly penetrated the dark gold scales on Zhou Wen's body, and hit the golden pattern on his body, making a burst of energy. Under this huge impact force, Zhou Wen's figure directly turned into a white light, and suddenly flew backwards hundreds of meters in the dark fog. But fortunately, with the protection of the golden pattern, Zhou Wen was not injured, but he was in the sky, his speed was limited, and the lightning leviathan creature moved very fast. He had no time to dodge, and there was no other way except to fight face to face. Boom! Another thunderous sound. The lightning-type leviathan creature once again entered Zhou Wen's mental detection range, and the giant spike covered with lightning stabbed at him again. Golden Thunder feature, open. Zhou Wen shouted, and activated the Golden Thunder feature. Suddenly, golden lightning surged all over his body, and then quickly gathered towards his palm. At the moment when the giant spike of the lightning-type leviathan was about to pierce Zhou Wen's body, the golden thunder in Zhou Wen's hand had already condensed, and he immediately hit his palm forward. Boom! In an instant, a golden light flashed, accompanied by a breathtaking roar, and a tortuous golden thunder suddenly flashed in the dark fog, as if to tear apart the surrounding darkness. And the lightning-type leviathan creature that was rushing towards Zhou Wen was also pierced through the body by golden thunder at this moment, and the silver-white lightning flashing on the surface of its body suddenly dissipated, replaced by more destructive golden thunder. However, this lightning leviathan suffered a golden thunder strike, but did not die immediately. After losing its lightning energy and falling down for a distance, it flew again, but its flying speed was not as fast as before, so Zhou Wen could easily catch up and kill it. But Zhou Wen did not do so. Instead, he followed slowly behind to see if he could find their nest through this lightning leviathan creature, otherwise it would be a waste of time to search aimlessly. Because there was thick fog blocking the view all around, in order not to lose it, Zhou Wen sent a message to Chen Xian, asking her to resend the mecha brain. After connecting to the mecha brain, the every move of this lightning leviathan creature could be clearly detected. The overall appearance of this lightning leviathan creature is similar to that of a jellyfish, with a silver-white body and flashing electric light all over its body. It is about 500 meters long. The head at the front looks like an open umbrella. The umbrella-shaped body is supported by 4 umbrella ribs. Each umbrella rib has a long tentacle at the end, and the tentacle flickers with a faint electric current. The trunk of the lightning leviathan creature is a ring structure. The trunk is narrow at the front and back and wide in the middle. There are more than a dozen long tentacles connected to the back of the trunk. When Zhou Wen used his mental power to detect this lightning leviathan creature, he found that when this lightning leviathan creature attacks, it will close the open umbrella-shaped body, just like folding an umbrella, and with a giant spike on the top, it moves at high speed, like a silver-white lightning spear. Chapter 710. In the following time, Zhou activated the floating characteristics and followed the injured lightning leviathan creature. However, due to the floating energy, he also attracted a large number of fog lice, and some fog lice even flew to the lightning leviathan creature in front. When the lightning leviathan creature found the fog lice approaching, it released a very destructive electric current on its body surface, killing the approaching fog lice. But perhaps because it was too seriously injured, the lightning energy on its body surface almost dissipated after just a short while of releasing the current. But without the electric current attacking the fog lice began to frantically absorb the only lightning energy on the surface of the lightning leviathan creature. TSK. Zhou said with a TSK. He was really annoyed by these fog lice. He still wanted this lightning leviathan to take him to the nest, and he couldn't let the fog lice absorb energy. Therefore, in the following time, Zhou not only had to clean up the fog lice around him, but also the fog lice on the surface of the lightning leviathan. However, due to his limited speed, he could not completely clean up the fog lice on the surface of the lightning leviathan. Gradually, as more and more fog lice attached to the body of the lightning leviathan, the energy on the surface of the lightning leviathan was sucked away in large quantities. Finally, after flying for more than 10 minutes, it completely lost all energy and began to fall from the sky. Zhou could only sigh helplessly when he saw this, and then immediately dived down. When he was close to the body of the lightning leviathan, he activated the Overlord characteristics. After a layer of dark red Overlord energy was attached to the surface of the two dark gold swords, he swung the sword to cut open the body of the lightning leviathan and drilled into its interior. After a while, Zhou got out of the body of the lightning leviathan, holding a silver-rimmed supply box in one hand and a silver-white core flashing with electric light in the other. However, Zhou didn't have time to check these items now. The body of the lightning leviathan could be used as fertilizer for the golden thundercloud mist vine, so he couldn't just throw it away. So after putting the items in his hand into the system interface, he immediately began to decompose the body. When Zhou entered the body of the lightning leviathan, he also obtained its biological illustration information. Lightning leviathan stage, adult. Body length, 550 meters. Weight, 50,000 tons. Food type, light leviathan. Introduction. A leviathan creature living in the clouds of the endless sea. It can release high-voltage current all over its body, and has extremely strong destructive power. The pressure difference crystal shell on the surface of the trunk can be used to make mecha power engines. In the biological illustration of the electric leviathan, although the body length is 550 meters, it does not take too long to decompose because the body is relatively slender, and the tentacles occupy most of the body length. Zhou only took about 5 minutes to store the entire body of the electric leviathan in the system interface. After decomposing the body of the electric leviathan, Zhou flew back to the previous position. The electric leviathan had been moving in one direction just now. He guessed that the nest of the electric leviathan should be in this direction. After that, Zhou used the floating energy to lift himself to a certain height again, and then continued to glide with a floating suit, otherwise those fog lice would always be around him, seriously affecting his exploration speed. After flying in a fixed direction for a while, a new creature entered Zhou's mental detection range. This is a small creature with a body length of only about 1 meter. The overall appearance is similar to the seeds of dandelions, but there are 4 clusters of slender tentacles on the top, which continuously release weak electric currents. Zhou used his own mental detection to fly to a small creature that was relatively close to him. After a simple inspection, he confirmed that it was not aggressive, and then directly swung his knife to kill it, and then touched the corpse with his hand to obtain the biological illustration information. Floating electric velvet, body length, 1 meter. Weight, 1 kilogram. Food type, oxygen. Introduction. A small creature that lives in the clouds and mist, and obtains oxygen by ionizing water molecules in the clouds and mist. It's a bit like the electric light ball, but this floating electric wool can release electric current by itself, and judging from its size, the effect of ionizing water molecules should be much stronger than that of the electric light ball. Zhou thought of this, and decided to collect some floating electric wool. The floating electric fleece absorbs oxygen, while the triangular fireflies absorb hydrogen. Zhou previously placed the triangular firefly nest in the colorful bubble space of the energy rainbow tree, but because hydrogen cannot be generated in the colorful bubble space, he needs to take time every day to ionize hydrogen in the colorful bubble. Now that he has encountered this floating electric fleece, he naturally has to catch some, and then raise them in the colorful bubble to supply hydrogen to the triangular fireflies. Because the floating electric fleece cannot be eaten, Zhou did not catch a lot. He just caught 10 of them, while moving forward and sent them to Jiang Haitao. He asked him to temporarily raise them in the glass house of the Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine, and then did not take care of them again. The floating energy is limited, and cannot be delayed for too long. But Zhou had just flown for a while, when his mental power detected a new creature. It was a spherical creature with a diameter of 10 meters. There was a circle of holes on its surface. Mist was constantly spraying out of the holes, and its body was spinning rapidly under the impetus of these spraying mists. What is that? Zhou was about to fly to the spherical creature to take a look, and a very strange creature entered the range of his mental power detection. This strange creature was made of clouds and mist, and it moved like a cloud, but Zhou could directly see through the clouds and mist on its surface, and see the body inside through the mental power detection. It was an elliptical creature with a lot of fluff growing on its surface. Its body length was only about 300 meters, but with the clouds on the surface, its body length could reach thousands of meters. The fluff on the surface of the elliptical organism seemed to be releasing some kind of energy, condensing the clouds and mist around the body, and at this time this strange Leviathan creature was chasing the spherical creature. Zhou did not fly over directly, but first observed the situation of the two creatures through his mental power. The spherical creature that sprayed mist did not fly very fast, so it was caught up by the Leviathan creature behind it in a short while. Then, the Leviathan creature that controlled the mist used its huge body formed by the mist to wrap the spherical creature, and then mobilized a strand of fluff to wrap the spherical creature up. It seems not to be hunting? Zhou's mental power detection showed that the Leviathan creature did not eat the spherical creature directly after wrapping it around the spherical creature. Then the movement speed of the Leviathan creature gradually slowed down, and then it seemed to have completely turned into a cloud, and began to float slowly in the air. Chapter 7:11. Whoosh! A sound of breaking wind sounded, and Zhou's figure turned into a white light, quickly flying towards the Leviathan creature that controlled the clouds and mist. Soon, Zhou's figure was less than 100 meters away from the Leviathan creature, but before continuing to approach, he activated the golden characteristics. It is better to be cautious when encountering an unknown Leviathan creature for the first time. However, what Zhou did not expect was that he killed the Leviathan creature that controlled the clouds and mist with extraordinary ease, without encountering any resistance at all. It seems that there is no aggressive Leviathan creature, Zhou said lightly, and after obtaining the silver-rimmed supply box and a fist-sized round crystal in the body of the Leviathan creature, he checked the biological illustration information. Cloud Leviathan stage, juvenile. Body length, 290 meters. Weight, 3,300 tons. Food type, cloud. Introduction. A small Leviathan creature that grows from the cloud-covering algae. It can release traction energy through the hairs on its body surface, bind the cloud around its body to cover its body shape, and usually captures flying mist insects to continuously provide itself with food. Cloud-covering algae? This cloud-covering Leviathan is actually a Leviathan creature that grows from plants. Zhou was a little surprised after reading the introduction. Then, Zhou checked the information of the spherical creature that sprays mist. Flying mist insect, body length, 10 meters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Food type, electric current. Introduction. A small creature that lives in the cloud, which flies in the sky by absorbing seawater and spraying it out in the body. Flying mist bugs can produce fog, and floating electric wool can ionize water mist. This is just the right device to produce hydrogen. Zhou's eyes lit up when he thought of this. After decomposing and putting away the body of the cloud Leviathan, he went to catch the flying mist bugs. The main function of the flying mist bugs is to provide water mist for the swimming electric floating wool, so there is no need for too many of them. Zhou only caught 5 of them, and then continued to move in the direction of the flying Leviathan. Next, Zhou flew for another half an hour before he finally saw other Leviathans again, and there were 3 of them. These 3 Leviathans were attacking a frivolous Leviathan. Bang, bang, bang. The frivolous Leviathan kept firing hydrogen bombs, but it was useless against the extremely fast Leviathan, and could only be eaten by the 3 Leviathans bit by bit. Just when the 3 Leviathans were about to bite the area where the stomach wall of the frivolous Leviathan was located, Zhou rushed over directly. Although the frivolous Leviathan did not have a core, the exclusive material box contained the energy-locking glue he needed, which he must not miss. But Zhou's speed was still a step slower. After all, his flying speed was fixed, and could not be improved through speed characteristics. There was no other way. Zhou could only release 3 golden thunders in succession, severely damaging the 3 lightning Leviathans, and then activated the Overlord characteristics to kill them one by one. Then he found the exclusive supply box of the frivolous Leviathan from their corpses, took away their cores and supply boxes, and decomposed the corpses into the system interface. Boom! But just as Zhou was about to start exploring this area and continue to look for lightning Leviathan or frivolous Leviathan, suddenly 100-meter thick lightning fell from the sky and hit him directly. The speed of this lightning was faster than that of the lightning Leviathan, and Zhou had no way to avoid it. Almost the next second after he noticed the lightning had covered his entire body. At the moment when this terrifying lightning struck, all the clothes and equipment on Zhou's body turned into ashes. However, fortunately, he reacted quickly and activated the golden characteristics as soon as he detected the lightning. The terrifying destructive power of the lightning was all blocked by the golden pattern. The golden pattern did not fluctuate. It seems that the energy form of this lightning is far inferior to the abyss level energy. Zhou speculated in his mind the level of the creature that released this lightning. After confirming that it was not an abyss level Leviathan creature, he flew directly in the direction of the lightning. Boom! 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 Zhou was constantly bombarded by lightning while flying, as if he had done something that angered the heavens and the people. After flying upwards for several thousand meters, he saw a huge shadow wrapped in lightning. When killing 3 lightning Leviathans before, Zhou sent the mech's brain to Chen Xian because he was worried that the energy released by the lightning Leviathans would affect it. Therefore, Zhou could not use his mental power to check what kind of creature this huge shadow was. No matter what it is, kill it first. Zhou was constantly under lightning attack at this time, and he needed to keep condensing the golden pattern on his body. The longer he hesitated, the more golden energy in his body would be consumed. Anyway, the lightning released by this Leviathan creature could not break the golden pattern, so he just rushed forward. Boom! 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 Lightning kept falling, and Zhou flew directly against the lightning and headed towards the huge shadow. After flying a few hundred meters, his mental power detected a corner of the huge shadow. It was a shell with silver-white lightning patterns on its surface. The detection range of 300 meters was not enough to see the whole picture of this creature. Zhou was too lazy to look at it. He directly activated 3 characteristics, and red, yellow, and blue energy burst out from his body, and all 3 attributes were increased by 5 times. At the moment when he was about to touch the shell of this giant creature, Zhou's blade of flame appeared in his hand, and he swung it out, easily cutting the shell with lightning energy attached. Shwa shwa shwa. After a few slashes, Zhou opened a hole in the shell, and then drilled into the body of this giant creature. After entering the body, Zhou's speed attribute, which was increased by 5 times, could be fully exerted. His figure directly turned into a residual image, flying and moving in the body of this giant creature, and everything he encountered was cut into pieces by him with the blade of flame. Although the giant creature was still releasing terrifying lightning, it was useless to Zhou who had the brilliant gold pattern. 5 minutes later, 3 characteristics ended, and Zhou successfully killed the giant creature and obtained its biological illustration information. Lightning Leviathan, stage, adult. Body length, 10,000 meters. Weight, 43 million tons. Food type, meat. Introduction. A large Leviathan living in the clouds of the endless sea, with the ability to release lightning. The lightning plasma in the body belongs to the material of the transformed Leviathan food transformation period. Another transformed Leviathan food transformation period material? Zhou checked the biological illustration information of the lightning Leviathan, and after knowing that it was a large Leviathan, he began to look for the exclusive material box and core. Through the simple picture on the biological illustration, the lightning Leviathan looks like a snail-shaped ammonite. When releasing lightning, the current will be transmitted along the shell, and finally released at the top of the shell. Chapter 712. Zhou connected to the mecha brain, and increased the diameter of his mental power exploration to 6,000 meters. He soon found the stomach wall space of the Thunder Light Leviathan, and found a silver-rimmed material box in it. After temporarily storing the material box in the system interface, he continued to look for the heart. At this time, Zhou stood in front of a huge heart. This heart was the heart of the Thunder Light Leviathan. Even though the Thunder Light Leviathan was dead, the surface of the heart still released a very strong current. Through mental detection, Zhou found that a layer of silver-white liquid that could release lightning on its own was attached to the surface of the heart. Just now, he chopped the heart with a dark gold sword, but was bounced off by the strong current released on the surface. Is this the lightning plasma mentioned in the Thunder Light Leviathan illustration? Zhou guessed in his heart, and then turned on the golden characteristics to condense a layer of golden patterns on his arm, and tried to touch the silver-white liquid flashing with lightning. The moment Zhou touched it with his hand, a blue light quickly enveloped the entire heart, and then stripped off all the lightning liquid on the heart, slowly gathering into a lightning liquid ball with a diameter of 1 meter. Ding! Obtained lightning plasma X1. Ding! Lightning plasma belongs to the material of the transformation Leviathan food change period, and can also be used to make lightning energy cubes. After listening to the system prompt sound in his mind, Zhou put away the lightning plasma, and then swung the dark gold sword. The heart surface was no longer protected by lightning, and the dark gold sword easily cut the heart. There was a silver-white sphere with a diameter of about 3 meters inside the heart, and the surface of the sphere kept flashing dazzling lightning. Zhou entered the heart and touched it directly with his hand. Ding! Get Lightning Core X1. Ding! Lightning Core. After using, you can get Lightning Feature. When Lightning Feature is turned on, you can release lightning. You can use it as long as you have lightning energy in your body. The effect of this lightning feature feels the same as the golden lightning feature. Zhou said lightly after reading the information, but the destructive power between the two is definitely incomparable. Zhou got what he should get from the Lightning Leviathan. Next, he began to divide the body, but because the body of Lightning Leviathan was too huge, and after death, it also lost its flying energy and began to fall downwards, so there was not much time to decompose. In the end, half of the body of Lightning Leviathan sank into the dark fog below. During the falling of the body, Zhou only had time to collect half of the flesh and blood. Although it can continue to decompose as the body falls into the sea below, the exploration of the lightning cloud domain has not been completed yet, and he does not know whether the sea below is safe, so he can only abandon the half of the body. After that, Zhou began to search for lightning leviathans to kill. There were not many lightning leviathans. In more than an hour, he only killed 12 of them, and he didn't find a single lightning leviathan. However, on the way to find lightning leviathans, Zhou encountered many frivolous leviathans. After killing them all, he obtained a lot of energy-locking glue. Are these the only lightning leviathans in this lightning cloud area? When there were only more than 30 floating energies left in Zhou's body, he stopped exploring the lightning cloud area and teleported directly through the system, first teleporting to the colorful bubble space of the energy rainbow tree, and then teleporting back to the stomach wall space of Huanlin. Boss Zhou, you are finally back. In the stomach wall space of Huanlin, Chen Xian was wrestling with the brilliant sea snake. At this time, the brilliant sea snake used its body to wrap around Chen Xian, and then opened its mouth to swallow Chen Xian. Chen Xian used both hands to support the mouth of the brilliant sea snake to prevent it from biting off. Zhou was speechless when he saw this scene. The brilliant sea snake was quite obedient in front of him, but it would be very domineering if it met an outsider. Fortunately, the brilliant sea snake still recognized some people. Generally, if it was an acquaintance, it would not kill it. Zhou went up and slapped the brilliant sea snake back to the corner and shrank, and then rescued Chen Xian. Have you found the lightning leviathan, Boss Zhou? Although Chen Xian was entangled by the brilliant sea snake for a while, he was fine, so he immediately came up and asked. I found it, but there are not many. This is for you. Zhou said and handed a lightning core to Chen Xian. Chen Xian's eyes lit up, and after taking the lightning core, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Lightning core. After use, you can obtain the lightning feature. When the lightning feature is turned on, the whole body releases destructive lightning, and the duration depends on the lightning energy in the body. Wow, releasing lightning all over the body. How cool it is to use it when showing off in front of people in the future. Chen Xian was very happy after reading the system introduction. I actually have a large Leviathan level lightning core in my hand, but I won't give it to you. You already have a purple mist feature, so this core will be given to Jiang Haitao. Zhou took out the lightning core and said, Chen Xian's purple mist feature is also a large Leviathan level energy feature. This lightning core was given to Jiang Haitao, and each of them had a large Leviathan level energy feature. Afterwards, Zhou asked Chen Xian to leave, and he checked the harvest. First of all, the core. Zhou killed a total of 16 electric leviathans throughout the exploration, and obtained 16 electric cores. He gave one to Chen Xian, and there were 15 left. He only killed one lightning leviathan, and Zhou sent the lightning core to Jiang Haitao. This lightning energy core is considered to be a relatively powerful core. If it is used to absorb energy, it would be a waste. It is just right to give it to Jiang Haitao to improve his strength. Zhou killed 23 frivolous leviathans, but there was no core, but he obtained 230 energy-locking glue. The cloud leviathan also had no core. The transparent sphere Zhou found in its body was not the core, but the atomization factor. Zhou knew some information about this atomization factor. In the fourth trial, he obtained the exclusive material box of the floating Leviathan, which contained a floating energy expansion bomb blueprint. One of the materials required for this blueprint is the atomization factor. But the number of cloud Leviathans is very small. Zhou had explored the Thunder Cloud domain for nearly 2 hours and only encountered 3, so he only had 3 atomization factors. After looking at the items in the bodies of various Leviathan creatures, Zhou began to check their exclusive supply boxes. The first one he opened was the silver rim supply box of the Electric Leviathan. Ding! Get Electric Leviathan Gene Potion X1. Ding! Get the Mecha Energy Engine Blueprint. Ding! Get the Transform Leviathan Electric Crash Horn Blueprint. Ding! Get Land Base X50. Chapter 713. There is actually a blueprint for the ram of the Transform Leviathan? Zhou took out the blueprint curiously, and then used it to check the production requirements. He had already known about the Mecha Energy Engine Blueprint in the introduction of the Lightning Leviathan before, so he was not too surprised. Leviathan Lightning Ram Blueprint requires Lightning Leviathan Lightning Spike X1, Lightning Leviathan Lightning Core X1. I actually need to use an Lightning Core? Forget it. Seeing that he needed to consume an Lightning Core, Zhou lost interest in this Leviathan Ram Blueprint and then checked another blueprint. Mecha Energy Engine Blueprint requires Miss Lao's Stomach X1, Energy Metal X100, Pressure Difference Crystal Shell X10. It seems that the only material needed for the Wave Breaker Mecha is the low-level Energy Cube. Zhou thought for a while and said, Zhou has already collected all the materials needed for this Mecha Energy Engine. The Pressure Difference Crystal Shell is the material on the body of the Electric Leviathan, but the quantity is a bit large, so he directly sent the body of the Electric Leviathan to Jiang Haitao and let the guild members decompose it. There is nothing much to say about the items in the exclusive material box of the Light Leviathan. The most valuable one is Energy Glue, and then Land Base. There is nothing good in the exclusive material box of the Cloud Leviathan. In addition to Land Base, there is a bottle of Tingyun Energy Liquid. After Zhou took this Tingyun Energy Liquid and tried it, he could condense a layer of cloud around his body and then fly into the air, but the speed was very slow, which was equivalent to the gliding speed of the floating suit. If it is used against an enemy who knows how to throw spear-like weapons, it is simply a live target, so it is not very useful. Finally, there is the exclusive material box of Thunder Light Leviathan, which Zhou directly opened. Ding! Get Thunder Light Leviathan Genetic Agent X1. Ding! Get Gene Chimera X1. Ding! Get Land Base X200. Ding! Get Thunder Light Leviathan Thunder Pattern Snail Shell Armor Blueprint. Zhou took out the only blueprint and used it, and then checked the requirements for making it. Thunder Light Leviathan Thunder Pattern Snail Shell Armor Blueprint. Need Thunder Light Leviathan Thunder Pattern Snail Shell Fragment X100, Rubber X10, Silk X100. Seeing that all the materials were available, Zhou made a set of Thunder Pattern Snail Shell Armor, but he found a surprise, because this Thunder Pattern Snail Shell Armor has a kind of defensive current. When attacked, it can directly bounce the attacked object away. It is a defensive current in the form of energy. Then Zhou simply tested the energy level of the defensive current on the Thunder Pattern Snail Shell, and found that it was only slightly stronger than the Dead Blood energy, and was equivalent to the trace of Golden Thunder energy contained in the tip of the Golden Thunder Spear. Not bad. Zhou commented as he looked at the Thunder Pattern Snail Shell armor in his hand. Although the defensive current on it was only slightly stronger than the Dead Blood energy, it was enough for the guild members to deal with some relatively common Dead Blood Leviathan creatures. After reading the harvest, Zhou sent the Lightning Leviathan Gene Potion to Chen Xian and the Lightning Leviathan Gene Potion to Jiang Haitao. Then, he was transmitted to the colorful bubble space of the energy rainbow tree through the system, and then asked Jiang Haitao to send the swimming electric floating velvet and the flying mist bug over. The floating electric fleece was fine. After it was released from the system interface, it floated quietly, but the flying mist bug reacted very violently. It flew around and rushed around in the colorful bubble space as soon as it came out. It took a long time for it to gradually calm down. With the flying mist bug in the colorful bubble, the entire space was soon shrouded in thick fog. Zhou vision was completely blocked, and he could only rely on mental detection to check the surrounding situation. Zhou thought about it, and felt that there was no need to put 5 flying mist bugs in the colorful bubble. There were only 10 floating electric fleece, and the water mist was too thick to ionize. Moreover, the flying mist bug's food is electric current, so it can directly absorb the electric current released by the floating electric fleece, but too many can't keep it alive, so in the end it reduced 3 and left 2. With these 2 creatures, the triangular fireflies and the colorful water ball will have enough hydrogen to absorb in the future, and Zhou doesn't have to check every day. He only needs to add sea water to the flying mist bug from time to time. After doing all this, Zhou returned to Wanling's stomach wall space, and then began to eat a lot of purple mist leviathan flesh and blood, condensing floating energy in his body. He planned to explore the Thunder Cloud region tomorrow, to see if he could find other lightning leviathan creatures. While condensing floating energy in his body, Zhou also used one hand to absorb the gold energy in the gold core, to condense the Huangjin energy. When killing the Thunder Leviathan, a lot of Huangjin energy was consumed in order to resist the lightning, and it needed to be replenished quickly. The other hand was absorbing the lightning energy in the lightning core, and then merging it with the gold energy into golden thunder energy. When it was night, the floating energy in Zhou body increased to more than 50, including more than 200 golden energies and 30 golden thunder energies. However, more than 50 floating energies were definitely not enough to continue exploring the Thunder Cloud domain, so Zhou ate a large amount of purple mist leviathan flesh and blood again, and then prepared to use one night to condense some more floating energy. Boom! But at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the body of Wanling, and then Zhou heard a violent sound of sea water surging, and then the entire stomach wall space began to roll wildly. What's going on? After a long while, the stomach wall space stopped rolling. Zhou frowned, and with doubts in his heart, he left the stomach wall space and came outside. When Zhou surfaced, he found that the sea was rolling with surging waves, accompanied by violent winds, and looking into the distance, he found that 2 areas of light appeared in the thick fog in the distance. One was golden, and the other was red. But because the distance was too far, the brightness of the 2 lights was not obvious, and it was not even noticeable if you didn't look carefully. Boom! At this time, the 2 lights that seemed to be somewhat vague suddenly flickered, and then there was a dull roar, followed by a strong wind, and waves that seemed to cover the sky, and the earth rolled up. Swoosh! Zhou activated the floating characteristics, and flew into the sky to avoid being hit by the huge waves, but his face was extremely solemn, because the violent fluctuations of the sea water seemed to be caused by some giant beast. Zhou felt something was wrong, so he didn't stay any longer and prepared to let Huanling leave the sea area directly. Buzz! But just as Zhou was about to fly into the sea, there was a burst of energy in the distance. The next second, he saw a blood-red energy ball suddenly emerge from the thick fog in the distance, and then spread violently. And above this blood-red energy ball, there was a golden figure pushed by the blood-red energy ball, flying towards Zhou. Chapter 714. Zhou expression changed, and he quickly gestured to let Huanling escape. He also flew in the direction away from the red energy ball, but the flying speed was limited, so he could only fly as far away as possible. While flying, Zhou looked back. The spreading red energy ball was getting closer and closer to him, and the golden figure on the blood-colored energy ball gradually became clearer. This is... After seeing the golden figure clearly, Zhou showed a shocked expression on his face, because this golden figure was the adult Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan he had seen once in the waterspout before. The red energy ball spread for tens of thousands of meters, and stopped when it was less than 5,000 meters away from Zhou. The Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan, which was pushed by the red energy ball, also fell into the sea at this time. Boom! Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan's huge body, which was nearly 100,000 meters long, fell into the sea, and immediately caused a violent explosion. Bang! There was another loud noise, and the sea water exploded. A huge figure with golden light all over his body rushed out from the dark sea water. It was the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan. Roar! The Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan roared, and the terrifying sound waves dispersed all the huge waves in front of him. But the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan was not in good condition. The body exposed to the sea was full of wounds of various sizes. The golden blood in the wounds gushed out like spring water. After a while, it dyed the surrounding sea water golden. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, the center of the red energy ball that had just been released suddenly lit up with tens of thousands of red lights. In that dark space, these red lights were like blood-colored pupils. Boom, boom, boom. Those red lights instantly shot towards the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan, constantly bombarding the body of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan. Huh? Suddenly a gust of wind blew, and the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan burst into dazzling golden light all over his body. The golden patterns that were originally all over his body flashed at this moment, and a series of golden energy gathered towards the pair of wing-like fins. For a moment, the golden light shone, dyeing the area of 100 miles golden yellow, and then the huge fins filled with a lot of golden energy suddenly opened, and then wrapped its body to resist the red energy light flying from the darkness. Can the Sea Abyss Leviathan Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan be injured like this? Is the opposite side a King Leviathan? Zhou was very nervous at this time, worried that he would be discovered by these two creatures, so he kept away from the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan while landing on the sea. It was really unsafe in the sky, and his own speed could not be exerted. If these two creatures wanted to attack him, he would definitely not be able to avoid it. After landing on the sea, Zhou activated the arc light feature and began to run wildly on the sea, looking back from time to time to check the movements of the two giant creatures. Zhou has not left with his companions until now, just to protect Huanlin. If the two creatures keep fighting in the direction of Huanlin's escape, for Huanlin's safety, he can only try to delay the two behemoths. Because as long as Huanlin is fine, he can leave at any time through teleportation, and once Huanlin is affected, he has nowhere to escape. At this time, the number of red energy rays emitted from a distance gradually decreased, and the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan also unfolded the huge fins that wrapped itself, and a pair of golden eyes, like the sun, looked at the darkness in the distance, and then the huge body twisted quickly and plunged into the sea. Under the sea, a long figure like a golden river rushed forward rapidly, and under the sea in front, there was also a black and red figure rushing at a faster speed. In just a few breaths, the two huge figures collided with each other. Boom! Two huge waves on the sea surface collided violently, and under the sea surface, the golden red light flashed. The next second, the sea area covered by the golden red light exploded into water mist, forming a huge cavity area on the sea surface. The exploding water mist had a strong impact force, pushing away the thick fog above, and Zhou, who was running away, was also hit into the sea by the waves caused by this shock wave. However, soon, Zhou rushed out of the sea again, and then looked in the direction of the two giant beasts, and found that the Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan was wrapping its body around the black and twisted creature with its body, and opened its mouth to bite its body. But the body surface of the black and twisted creature was attached with a layer of black and red energy, and Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan could not bite it at all. The tentacles on the dark twisted creature's body continued to attack the body of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan. At the end of these tentacles, there was a big mouth full of black fangs. The black fangs could easily penetrate the golden pattern on the surface of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan, and then bite off a large piece of flesh and blood. The Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan is no match at all, Zhou thought to himself. Originally, Zhou planned that if the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan could severely injure the twisted creature on the opposite side before dying, he would take the opportunity to obtain the supply box and core in the body of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan. But now, the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan was completely suppressed, and the attack could not cause any damage to the twisted creature. If the twisted creature was not seriously injured, he would have no chance to obtain the items of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan. Otherwise, being targeted by this twisted creature would definitely be a big trouble. Just as Zhou was about to continue to run away, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. He immediately covered it with his mental power, and found that the mini white colt Leviathan in his heart was madly absorbing the energy in his body. The golden energy, the overlord energy, the floating energy, and the golden thunder energy were all absorbed. Damn it! What is this mini white colt Leviathan doing again? Zhou cursed inwardly. In an instant, all the characteristic energy he could rely on was gone, and a strong sense of crisis instantly hit his heart. No, I can't stay here anymore. Before, there was the golden pattern as a means to resist the attacks of the two giants, but now the golden energy in the body has been completely drained away. If he continues to stay here, he might die. However, the next second, the mini white colt Leviathan in the heart suddenly began to release energy again, and it was the white colt Leviathan energy that was released. Almost in an instant, Zhou entered the white colt Leviathan form. Zhou looked at his elemental body with a look of surprise on his face. What do you mean? Are you asking me to run away? I didn't expect the mini white Leviathan to protect me. Zhou was surprised and happy. With the mini white Leviathan providing energy, he would have a permanent white Leviathan form. Zhou's body burst into white light, and he turned into a dazzling white light and flew away. But just after flying 100 meters, all the white Leviathan energy in his body was collected. Zhou fell directly from a high altitude. Because of his high speed, he splashed on the sea. Damn! Are you kidding me? After Zhou Wen stabilized his body, he used his mental power to scan the mini white leviathan in his heart and cursed. But just after cursing, Zhou Wen's body was filled with white leviathan energy again. Now Zhou Wen knew what the mini white leviathan meant. It wanted him to kill the twisted creature. Chapter 715. To be honest, Zhou Wen didn't want to fight the twisted creature, because his current strength was not under his control. Whether the white cult leviathan energy in his body existed depended entirely on the intention of the mini white cult leviathan in his heart, which was obviously not guaranteed. But after entering the complete form of the white cult leviathan, he did have the strength to fight the king-level leviathan. After all, he had an unconventional weapon like the blaze blade. And he was really envious of the cores and supply boxes in these two behemoths, so he was ready to give it a try. I rush up later. If you dare to withdraw the energy again, I will definitely teleport away as soon as possible, Zhou Wen whispered. He was talking to the mini white cult leviathan in his heart. As for whether it could understand or not, he didn't care. Buzz! Just as Zhou Wen was about to rush up, a red energy beam suddenly shot towards him, and at the same time, an invisible mental force covered his body, directly locking him. Zhou Wen frowned, because this mental lock reminded him of the strange flesh and blood before. He really couldn't leave easily without killing this twisted creature. If this twisted creature started chasing him like the strange flesh and blood after killing the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan, it would be a huge trouble. At the moment when the red energy light was about to hit Zhou Wen's body emitting white light suddenly flashed and disappeared directly on the spot. The next second, he crossed tens of thousands of meters and came behind the twisted creature. Zhou Wen's mind moved, and the blaze blade in his hand appeared. At the moment when the twisted creature found him and began to attack with its tentacles, his figure turned into a rapidly flashing white light. From a distance, it looked like an electron jumping between atoms. In an instant, countless straight lines emitting a faint red light appeared on the attacking black tentacle. The color of these straight red light lines was different from the black and red energy on the surface of the black tentacle. It was the red light of fire. On the surface of the black tentacle, the black and red energy that even the adult Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan could not bite through had no sense of existence under these straight red fire lines. It did not play any protective role at all, and was easily penetrated by the red fire lines. Puff! A stream of black blood suddenly spurted out from a red fire line on the black tentacle. At this moment, time seemed to start flowing again. A large amount of black blood shot out from the red fire lines. The next second, the whole black tentacle was like a collapsed building block, breaking into countless square fragments. Not bad, I can cut it. Seeing that the tentacles of the twisted creature were easily chopped into pieces by his own blade of flame, Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that with the blessing of the White Horse Leviathan form, it would not be too difficult to kill this twisted creature. Zhou Wen did not waste time. After all, he did not know how long the mini White Horse Leviathan in his heart could provide him with the White Horse Leviathan energy, so he prepared to fight quickly and disappeared from the air again, this time rushing towards the body of the twisted creature. No matter what kind of creature it is, as long as it is a creature, the fatal weakness must be in the body. Even if there is no clear weakness, after entering the body, relying on its own speed to wreak havoc, it will definitely have the greatest killing effect. Bang! Suddenly, a sharp metal collision sound came from a corner of the huge body of the twisted creature. Zhou Wen's white light spot like dust suddenly paused. At this time, his arm that swung the blade of flame to chop the body of the twisted monster froze in midair. Zhou Wen was surprised, because just when he swung the flame-splitting blade on the body of the twisted creature, a layer of black energy appeared on its body's surface, and this black energy blocked the attack of the flame-splitting blade. Zhou Wen was very familiar with this black energy, which was the black energy used by the strange flesh and blood before. Zhou Wen's face immediately condensed, and he was ready to retreat, but just as he was about to move, the black energy on the surface of the twisted creature spread out, almost instantly covering half of his body. The energy-shaped body composed of the energy of the White Horse Leviathan, when it came into contact with this black energy, seemed to be wiped out, and half of the body disappeared directly. Swish! A white light flashed, and Zhou Wen appeared 10,000 meters away, with only half of his body left. Fortunately, the diffusion distance of the black energy was limited, and the speed of the White Horse Leviathan form was fast enough, so he was able to escape. This twisted creature is indeed related to the strange flesh and blood, Zhou Wen said solemnly, and the half of the body that was wiped out by the black energy was quickly reborn under the energy of the White Horse Leviathan. When the black energy burst out of the twisted creature, the body of the Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan, which was fighting the twisted creature, was also affected by the black energy, and large wounds appeared all over the body. But because the Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan was huge, the black energy only spread 100 meters, and the 100 meters of flesh and blood that were destroyed were actually nothing. Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan was still attacking the twisted creature. Although it could not cause any damage, it used its body to tightly entangle the twisted creature, greatly limiting the twisted creature's ability to move. Zhou Wen looked at the black energy emerging from the surface of the twisted creature's body, and then looked at the flame-splitting knife in his hand. The current flame-splitting knife was not in its true form. He didn't know if using the real Emperor-level energy could break the black energy defense on the surface of the twisted creature. Let's try. After his body recovered, Zhou Wen opened the system interface and extracted a flame ion energy crystal from it. Ding! Do you want to use the flame ion energy crystal? The system prompt sounded in Zhou Wen's mind. Use. Zhou Wen said lightly in his heart. Boom! Suddenly, the flame ion energy crystal in Zhou Wen's hand exploded, and a terrifying flame energy was released from it, directly turning into a fireball with a diameter of 1 kilometer. For a moment, it was as if a sun was suspended in the dark space. In the fireball, a flame vortex formed in the center, and Zhou Wen was in the vortex. A large amount of flame energy poured into his body, and then flowed through his arms to the flame-splitting knife in his hand. Originally, only the blade of the blade emitted fiery red energy. With the input of a large amount of flame energy, the blade gradually turned red and began to release blazing flames. Zhou Wen, who was bearing this flame energy, was not without burden. Even though his body was in energy form at this time, under the infusion of these flame energies, red burning lines appeared on the surface of his body in the energy state. Is the flame energy released by this flame ion energy crystal so fierce? Zhou Wen suddenly felt fortunate that he was using it in the form of White Horse Leviathan. If he used it with a normal body, his body might have been burned now. Chapter 716. The 1,000-meter energy fireball shrank rapidly under Zhou Wen's absorption and disappeared in just a few seconds. Huh? At this time, a hot flame burst out from the flame-splitting knife in Zhou Wen's right hand, turning into a flame tornado that was hundreds of meters long. The blazing flames continued to shrink in diameter under rapid rotation, and finally condensed into a red flame energy blade that was only 2 fingers wide. At the moment when this 100-meter-long flame energy blade appeared, the two fighting behemoths paused for a moment, and a trace of fear appeared in the countless blood-colored pupils growing on the twisted creature's body. Buzz! The real flame-splitting knife had already condensed, and Zhou Wen's figure flashed violently. In the dark space, a white light point dragged a long red line and instantly appeared in front of the twisted creature. The blood-red pupils of the twisted creature suddenly shrank, and the tentacles all over the body gave up the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan that was wrapped around its body, and all attacked Zhou Wen. Each dark tentacle was attached with black strange energy, and the big mouth on the tentacles continued to emit red energy rays. Shwa! Zhou Wen's body flashed quickly, dodging the red energy rays that were shot at him, and then quickly swung the blaze blade in his hand, and the 100-meter-long red energy blade directly slashed at a thick tentacle. She! The moment the red energy blade touched the black energy on the surface of the tentacle, it was as easy as cutting a piece of paper with a knife. The 100-meter-long red energy blade pierced into the tentacle without any hindrance, and then at Zhou Wen's extreme flying speed, it drew a red knife mark of tens of thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. From Zhou Wen's perspective, this knife cut a 1,000-meter-long scar on the pitch-black tentacle, which was definitely an effective attack. However, from the perspective of the twisted creature that was larger than a mountain, this attack actually only hurt the skin. Boom! However, the next second, the 10,000-meter-long scar cut by the red energy blade suddenly exploded, and the pitch-black tentacles spurted out not black blood, but surging flames from the wound. This scorching flame spread from the 10,000-meter-long scar and quickly enveloped the entire pitch-black tentacle. In just a few seconds, it was burned to ashes. Zhou Wen saw this scene and showed a look of surprise on his face. He thought he needed to rely on speed and cut countless times, like before, to cut the pitch-black tentacles into pieces. He didn't expect that the real flame-splitting knife would actually have a burning effect. Zhou Wen smiled faintly, and his figure began to flicker between the dark tentacles of the twisted creature. Every time he flickered, a long red knife mark would be left on the tentacles, and then these tentacles would be burned by the flames emitted by the red knife mark. In just over 10 seconds, all the tentacles on the surface of the twisted creature's body were burned by the terrifying flames, leaving only the body with blood-red pupils. Buzz! Just as Zhou Wen was about to start attacking the body of the twisted creature, the pupils of the twisted creature's body lit up, and then released a blood-red energy ball, which directly pushed away the Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan wrapped around its body. Without the restraint of Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan, the twisted creature instantly burst out with black and red energy all over its body, suddenly turned into a black and red light, and dived into the sea, escaping to the distance. Escape? Can you escape? Zhou Wen's figure flashed suddenly, and a long gully appeared on the sea surface below. The depth of the gully reached 100 meters, as if it was cut by a magic weapon, and could not be closed for a long time. In a breath, Zhou Wen caught up with the escaping twisted creature, and then his figure kept flashing near the twisted creature's body, and a series of red energy knife marks gradually filled its body. Bang! A relatively calm sea surface suddenly exploded, and a huge flame mushroom cloud rose up and covered the sky. In this huge flame mushroom cloud, a figure emitting white light appeared from it. It was Zhou Wen who had activated the White Horse Leviathan form. He looked at the sea surface below. The twisted creature was already wrapped in raging flames, and turned into a huge fireball. The flames released by the red energy knife marks were extremely fierce. As long as they started burning, they would continue to burn before the flame energy contained in the red energy knife marks dissipated. Zhou Wen just slashed countless swords on the body of the twisted creature in an instant, and even the 100-meter-long red energy blade was shortened by half, and now it was less than 50 meters. How could the Emperor-level energy be something that a pseudo-king-level Leviathan like a twisted creature could withstand? The surging flames quickly burned the twisted creature to ashes. Okay, the most troublesome thing is solved. Next is the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan. Zhou Wen's eyes were full of expectations. He used a precious, flame-ion energy crystal, this time, and he couldn't return empty-handed. When Zhou Wen launched the attack just now, he had already entered the body of the twisted creature to check. There was nothing, no core, and no supply box. It was not as good as the previous weird flesh and blood. The weird flesh and blood at least had a heart of flesh and blood. But just as Zhou Wen was about to fly in the direction of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan, suddenly, the energy of the White Horse Leviathan in his body was instantly drained, and he fell from the sky again, ricocheting and rolling on the sea surface for more than 10 times before stopping. Asshole! Zhou Wen cursed in his heart. The mini White Horse Leviathan in his heart was obviously intentional. Seeing that he had killed the target, he directly took back the energy, and did not give him any extra energy. Damn it! Zhou Wen was so angry that he wanted to kill the mini White Horse Leviathan in his heart with a blade of flame. But now his body was in a very serious state of weakness, and he didn't even have the strength to speak. I don't know if tungsten gold characteristics can still be used in this physical state? Zhou Wen thought in his heart. The seriously injured Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan couldn't be missed like this, otherwise his loss would be great. Tungsten gold property, open. Zhou Wen shouted in his heart, and the tungsten gold property was successfully activated, quickly allowing the body that had fallen into a weak state to recover, but it might be because of the serious overdraft of physical energy, so the physical enhancement effect was only half. Then, Zhou Wen activated the Black Flame property and Shadow property, and then rushed towards the direction of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan on the sea surface. Can I kill the seriously injured Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan in this state? As he got closer, Zhou Wen hesitated again. In his current state without any energy, it was impossible to kill the seriously injured Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan, but he still wanted to check it out. However, when Zhou Wen came to the area where the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan was, the figure of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan could no longer be seen on the sea surface, only the golden sea water that kept churning upwards. Chapter 717. Dead? Zhou Wen said with some surprise. Seeing the area with churning seawater, it was obvious that something huge had sunk into the seawater. Zhou Wen immediately dived underwater, and really saw a huge golden light ball gradually sinking. Huh? Zhou Wen swam quickly in the seawater, and came to the huge Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan. He took out the blaze-splitting knife from the equipment column, and directly cut the skin and flesh filled with Huangjin patterns on the body surface. At this time, the blaze-splitting knife had no flame-ion energy. Just now, after exiting from the White Horse Leviathan form, Zhou Wen put the blaze-splitting knife into the equipment column because the handle of the blaze-splitting knife was hot. Now there is no energy when it is taken out again, and it has returned to the normal form. However, the normal form is just right, otherwise Zhou Wen's hands might be burned. The characteristic time is limited. After entering the body of Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan, Zhou Wen rushed directly to the stomach wall space and the position of the heart. He had killed Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan in the birth period before, so he was more familiar with the structure of its body. 10 seconds later, Zhou Wen successfully took the pure gold treasure chest in the stomach wall space of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan, as well as the golden core in the heart. Fortunately, I acted quickly. Zhou Wen looked at the special dead blood worms in the heart of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan that he had killed with the blaze blade. If he had acted slower, this golden core might have been absorbed by these special dead blood worms, just like the brainwave Leviathan. Zhou Wen only cut a part of the flesh and blood of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan, because his special time was about to end, and at this time, the flesh and blood of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan was already filled with many special dead blood worms. It would be very dangerous to teleport the guild members over to decompose it, so he had to give up. The next second, Zhou Wen returned to Huanlin's stomach wall space through teleportation. Huanlin was still running away, but stopped after discovering Zhou Wen's return. While the tungsten gold characteristics amplification was still there, Zhou Wen went out to build a rest platform for Huanlin, and then returned to the stomach wall space to directly check the items in the pure gold treasure box. Ding! Obtained Huangjin Order X1. Ding! Obtained Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan Gene Potion X1. Ding! Obtained Regional Positioning Card X1. Ding! Obtained Cross-Region Expedition Voucher X1. Ding! Obtained King Level Leviathan Hunting Voucher X1. Huangjin Order? Zhou Wen had obtained other items in the Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan Pure Gold Treasure Box before, so he didn't need to check them again, but this Huangjin Order was indeed the first time he saw it. Huangjin Order. After use, it can upgrade Gold Body to Huangjin Body, and it requires 10,000 Huangjin energy in the body to be used. Golden Body. Golden patterns all over the body will not dissipate, and the golden energy in the body can be mobilized at will to attach to objects. Golden patterns that will not dissipate, Zhou Wen said in surprise after reading the introduction of Golden Body. However, the requirement of 10,000 golden energies is a bit high. So far, Zhou Wen has never had more than 1,000 golden energies in his body. 10,000 is really out of reach. These 10,000 golden energies are, after all, the energy needed to condense the golden body. I wonder if I can directly meet the requirements of condensing the golden body when using Rainbow Cube. Zhou Wen suddenly thought he felt that it was very feasible, and he would definitely try it when using Rainbow Cube in the future. After reading the Golden Order, Zhou Wen took out the Region Location card again, but after thinking for a long time, he didn't know which survivor area to go to. After all, there was nothing he needed in other areas. Put it away first, and we talk about it later. Then, Zhou Wen put away all the items except the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan Gene Potion. Zhou Wen already had the Golden Sea Dragon Gene. Although this bottle of Gene Potion was opened from the body of an adult Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan, it was nothing special. After thinking about it carefully, he sent this bottle of Golden Sea Dragon Gene Potion and Golden Core to Jiang Haitao. Jiang Haitao has always been his stand-in. With this Golden Sea Dragon Gene and Golden Core, he will be more in line with his image in the future. After that, after eating a lot of purple mist Leviathan flesh and blood, Zhou Wen lay directly on the bed. The amplification effect of tungsten gold characteristics also ended. He fell into an unprecedented state of weakness and fell asleep almost instantly. Zhou Wen spent the next 2 days in bed, and during this time he brought Chen Xian with him twice to help feed Huanlin. On the 161st day, a large number of mutant splithead eels appeared in the sea near the water ball in Area 10, and each guild sent out its core members to start cleaning up these mutant splithead eels. In order to reduce casualties as much as possible, Jiang Haitao, the president of the Brother Jiang Guild, sold a kind of armor at a relatively low price, called the Thunder Pattern Snail Shell Armor. The electric current on its surface can resist the attack of mutant splithead eels. The Brother Jiang Guild sold a total of 10,000 sets of Thunder Pattern Snail Shell Armor, which were almost instantly purchased by the presidents of various medium-sized guilds. The operation to clean up the mutant splithead eels went smoothly. The biggest contributor was naturally the Jiangge Guild, because almost all the core members of the Jiangge Guild had a golden thunder spear in their hands, and wore thunder pattern snail shell armor, so it was very easy to kill the mutant splithead eels. However, although the splithead eels were small in size, there were a lot of them, so even if the core members of each guild were dispatched, it took a whole day to clean them up. In fact, it was mainly because they were worried that their transformed leviathans would be parasitized by mutant splithead eels, so most of the core members of the guilds did not bring their transformed leviathans. On the morning of the 162nd day, Zhou Wen's weak state finally ended. He got off the bed, fed the phantom scales first, and then teleported to the colorful bubble space of the energy rainbow tree. At this time, the colorful bubble space was filled with fog. Zhou Wen released his mental power and briefly checked the situation of the triangular fireflies. After confirming that there was no problem, he came to the center and began to absorb the three-color energy. After these 2 days, the attribute bubbles on the energy thread had grown to the size of a fist, and the speed of energy condensation was still quite fast. Although Zhou Wen was lying in bed these 2 days, he had been asking Jiang Haitao to send him the purple mist leviathan flesh and blood cut into small pieces, and then he extracted it through the system interface and let the flesh and blood fall into his mouth. So far, the overlord energy in Zhou Wen's body has increased to more than 100, and the floating energy has also increased to more than 30. The condensed energy is very little, which is caused by his body falling into a weak state. Zhou Wen came to the colorful bubble, and while absorbing the three-color energy, he was also condensing the brilliant gold energy and the golden thunder energy. These two kinds of sea abyss level energy need to be actively condensed. At this time, he has no energy in his body, and he needs to condense some quickly. Chapter 7:18. In the deep sea, in an unnamed sea area, 100 blue-eyed phantom leviathans swam in groups in one direction quickly, and behind them, there was a giant creature with a body length of about 3,000 meters, which was emitting dead blood energy all over its body, chasing the group of blue-eyed phantom leviathans. Puff! With a bang, a phantom leviathan, the leader of the phantom leviathan group, suddenly had a hole in its back, and a figure emitting black energy rushed out from it. A mere 3,000-meter leviathan creature dares to chase me? The figure emitting black energy was the king of District 6, Qianlin Qianmu. He stood firmly on the sea with his feet, looking at the giant leviathan creature that was constantly approaching in front of him, his eyes full of disdain. Bang! At this time, the sea surface exploded, and the giant leviathan creature emitting dead blood energy all over its body suddenly jumped out of the sea water when it was less than 100 meters away from Qianlin Qianmu. The fangs filled with dead blood energy, like a huge trap, suddenly shot out from under the sea, and then closed in an instant, swallowing thousands of trees on the sea surface into its belly. Splash! The giant leviathan creature plunged into the sea again, causing splashes of water and waves around, and then continued to chase the group of phantom leviathans in front. But just when this giant leviathan creature was about to catch up with the group of phantom leviathans, and was about to jump out of the sea to attack, the body of the giant leviathan creature suddenly froze, and black lines suddenly filled its body. The huge body that jumped out of the sea suddenly broke into pieces in the sky and scattered on the sea surface. Among the scattered fragments, a black figure moved quickly between the fragments and finally landed on the body of a blue-eyed phantom leviathan in front. What a waste of time. Qianlin Qianmu put away the black samurai sword condensed by black energy in his hand and said lightly, "It's been 5 days. How many days will it take to reach District 5? Qianlin Qianmu turned to the alien brain leader, who had just come out of the phantom leviathan's mouth, and asked impatiently, "Respected king, the distance between the districts is very far. Now we have just walked a quarter of the way. It will take about 15 days to reach District 5. The alien brain leader explained. It will take so long? Qianlin Qianmu frowned, but did not get angry. After all, there is no other faster way except relying on the phantom leviathan to swim over. Just as Qianlin Qianmu was about to enter the stomach wall space of a phantom leviathan, a fiery red light suddenly flashed in the dark fog above, followed by a buzzing sound of energy, and then a red energy beam shot down from the air, piercing through the body of a phantom leviathan. Buzz! After piercing through the body of a phantom leviathan, the red energy beam quickly moved horizontally for thousands of meters, directly cutting the 3 phantom leviathans next to it in half. Seeing this red energy beam, Qianlin Qianmu and the alien brain leader, who were outside, their expressions changed. Roar! The next second, a fierce roar came from the thick fog above, and a fiery red figure, with a body length of about 1,500 meters fell rapidly from the air. Boom! The sea surface exploded, and a large amount of water vapor rose up. In this water vapor, a pair of fiery red cold eyes stared at the nearly 100 phantom leviathans in front of them. No, it's the meteoric leviathan. Run! The alien brain leader shouted immediately, and those blue-eyed phantom leviathans, as if they had received an order, began to swim faster. Meteoric leviathan. Qianlin Qianmu looked at the meteoric leviathan, with both panic and excitement on his face. The panic was because when he was on the survival planet before, He had heard too many incidents of meteoric leviathan killing phantom leviathans in the world communication channel of Zone 6. At that time, in his eyes, the meteoric leviathan was like the god of death. As long as a survivor encountered it, he would die. And the excitement was because he was no longer the same as before. He felt that relying on the power given by the gods, he could completely kill the meteoric leviathan in front of him. Although Qianlin Qianmu knew that the Starfall Leviathan was an Imperial Leviathan that was one level higher than the King Leviathan, it had not grown up yet. He felt that he had a chance to hunt an Imperial Leviathan today. Today, I, Qianlin Qianmu, will be the first person among all the survivors to hunt an Imperial Leviathan. Qianlin Qianmu was extremely excited, and a strong black energy burst out of his body, gradually condensing into a huge black shadow around him. In the rising steam, the Starfall Leviathan, which had been staring at the transformed Leviathan, seemed to feel something and looked directly at Qianlin Qianmu, who released the black energy, and then his fiery red eyes condensed slightly. Buzz! In the mouth of the meteoric Leviathan, the flame ion energy quickly condensed, and the next second, a red energy beam shot towards Qianlin Qianmu. Heh! Qianlin Qianmu sneered. He could easily dodge this kind of energy beam now. However, just as Qianlin Qianmu was about to move to dodge, the meteoric Leviathan released an invisible wave all over his body. Then, Qianlin Qianmu felt that the space around him seemed to be distorted, and then he was restricted in place. What's going on? Qianlin Qianmu panicked in an instant. Looking at the red energy beam getting closer and closer to him, he broke out in cold sweat, and a fear of death filled his body. Boom! The red energy beam spewed out by the meteoric Leviathan hit Qianlin Qianmu squarely. Most of the black energy on the surface of Qianlin Qianmu's body suddenly dissipated, and under the cover of the flame energy, it began to consume at a very fast speed, faster than the attack from the tidal Leviathan at that time. If it weren't for the fact that he had accumulated a lot of black energy in his body by killing the Leviathan during this period, he might have died due to the exhaustion of black energy the moment he came into contact with the flame energy of the meteoric Leviathan. No! No God! Noble and powerful God! Please save your loyal servant. As the black energy in his body became less and less, Qianlin Qianmu was already extremely frightened and began to pray frantically for God to save him, but he didn't get any response. By the way, let other survivors in the same area go with me. Qianlin Qianmu immediately opened his system interface and wanted to contact the survivors he knew, but at this moment he found that all the survivors he knew had been killed by him. As for the survivors on the other side of the alien brain, he didn't even bother to communicate with them, so he didn't know who they were. Chapter 719. However, there are still a few survivors alive in the World Communication Channel of Area 6. He began to send messages in the World Communication Channel of Area 6, hoping that the survivors would go with him. But his evil deeds had already spread in Area 6. The remaining survivors in Area 6 saw the Avatar, and found that it was him, the devil, and ignored him directly. Damn it! I will kill you all! Qianlin Qianmu was furious when he saw that no survivor paid attention to him. Suddenly, he thought of a way to escape. Oh, there is also a duel ticket, which can be used to initiate a duel and enter the duel space. Thinking of this method, Qianlin Qianmu was overjoyed and immediately extracted a duel ticket from the system interface. But just after extracting it and preparing to use it, the duel ticket was instantly turned into ashes under the coverage of the flame energy of the meteorite Leviathan. At this moment, Qianlin Qianmu fell into despair. Just when he thought he was going to die, the invisible energy fluctuations released from the surface of the meteoric Leviathan suddenly flashed, and then the power that bound Qianlin Qianmu disappeared for a moment. After Qianlin Qianmu discovered it, he moved almost subconsciously, and successfully rushed out of the coverage of the flame energy beam, and then chased after the fleeing Leviathans without looking back. The meteoric Leviathan originally wanted to chase, but looking at the 3 Leviathan corpses that were sinking rapidly in front of it, it hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to swallow the Leviathan corpses. With Qianlin Qianmu's full-scale escape, he quickly caught up with a blue-eyed Leviathan. After confirming that the meteoric Leviathan did not catch up, he entered the stomach wall space, and the whole person looked extremely embarrassed. Inside the stomach wall of this blue-eyed phantom Leviathan, there was a survivor from Area 6 who had been genetically modified by the alien brain. When he saw Qianlin Qianmu's embarrassed look, a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. It would be best if this kind of demon died. Then he looked down and found that Qianlin Qianmu had actually peed his pants. Bang! Just as the survivor, who had been genetically modified by the alien brain, realized that something was wrong and wanted to look away, a burst of black energy suddenly hit him, and the upper half of his body instantly exploded into a blood mist. After a while, this group of blue-eyed phantom leviathans gradually gathered together again, but the situation was not very good, because the meteorite leviathan was chasing them from behind. They had no choice but to abandon most of the phantom leviathans in the team to lead away the meteorite leviathan, leaving only 30 to continue swimming towards Area 5. On the water ball side of Area 10, because the members of various guilds had cleaned up the mutant splithead eels outside the water ball yesterday, today the survivors began to rent free algae to go to the free transfer station and continue to explore new sea areas. The president of a medium-sized guild also began to continue to lead the guild members to open up sea areas in other directions. After a day of exploration by the survivors, one after another, some survivor teams discovered new creatures with increased attributes. However, some unlucky teams encountered new dead blood energy leviathan creatures, resulting in casualties. Joe spent the entire day in the colorful bubble space of the energy rainbow tree today, absorbing the three-color energy and condensing the golden energy and golden thunder energy at the same time. At this time, the three-color energy in his body can maintain 3 characteristics. For 10 minutes, the golden energy has condensed 100 lines, and the golden thunder energy has condensed 20 lines. With these 2 kinds of abyss-level energy, he can be regarded as having a certain ability to save his life. The only material needed for the Wavebreaker mecha is the low-level energy cube. Let's make it today, Joe said, and returned to the stomach wall space once. After taking all the materials for making the Wavebreaker mecha, he returned to the colorful bubble space again. The first thing is to use the only condensation liquid in his hand to make the energy cube condenser. Low-level energy cubes can be made with free algae, but it is definitely not to put the free algae directly into the energy compression ball. After thinking for a while, Joe sent a message to Bylon, asking him to try to use energy extractor to extract the energy from the free algae. After a period of experimentation, Bylon found that energy extractor can indeed extract the energy of free algae, but the free algae must be crushed first, and then a square container of 1 million cubic meters is built to pile up the crushed free algae in it, and then pour in energy extractor. In this way, the coverage of energy extraction by energy extractor can be utilized to the maximum extent. After extracting the free energy from the free algae in the entire giant square container, a free energy ball with a diameter of 1 meter can be obtained. After Joe learned that the energy from the free algae could be extracted with energy extractor, he asked Bylon to use a large amount of free algae to extract 12 free energy balls. Fortunately, the free transfer station was built before, and the survivors in Area 10 can find free algae in the sea area near the transfer station. Although the number of free algae found each time is not large, there are many survivors, and the accumulation is not small. Otherwise, such a huge consumption will definitely affect the number of free algae rentals. After receiving the 12 free energy balls sent by Bylon via email, Joe left the colored bubble and came to the high-pressure environment outside, and then put the free energy balls into the energy cube condenser in front of him. The next second, the energy cube condenser began to shrink violently inward, but to Joe's surprise, the energy cube condenser condensed the free energy inside into a cube in almost an instant, which was not as difficult as the previous condensation of the rainbow cube. Soon, a piece of energy cube emitting white light and being translucent flew out of the energy cube condenser and fell into Joe's hands. Ding! Obtained free cube X1. Joe looked at the energy cube condenser in front of him, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face. Because the energy compression balls on the energy cube condenser were still intact and did not explode like before, and through mental detection, he also found that there was still a lot of condensation liquid in the 12 energy compression balls, and it was not consumed. It seems that the low-level energy cube will not consume all the condensation liquid at once, which means that a few more free cubes can be made. Joe thought, but there must be a way to continue making it now. The number of free algae in Area 10 cannot withstand such consumption. The low-level energy cube, free cube, is also available. Joe opened the Mecha Energy Engine Blueprint, obtained from the Electro-Optical Leviathan. Mecha Energy Engine Blueprint requires Miss Lau's Stomach Bag X1, Energy Metal Ingot X100, Pressure Difference Crystal Shell X10. Joe re-entered the colorful bubble space, took out all these materials, and then made them directly. The 3 materials merged with each other under the blue light, and soon merged into a metal ball with a diameter of 3 meters, which was covered with linear energy patterns. Ding! Get Mecha Energy Engine X1. Chapter 720. Now all the materials for the Wavebreaker mecha have been collected. Joe's face was full of excitement. After so long, and using so many materials, he can finally make it. Wavebreaker Mecha Blueprint. Requires Mecha Intelligence Brain X1, Energy Metal Ingot X 10,000, Low Level Energy Cube X1, Mecha Skeleton X1, Mecha Spinal Nerve X1, Mecha Power Muscle Group X1, Mecha Energy Armor X1, Mecha Energy Engine X1. Joe waved his arm, and various mecha accessories were extracted from the system interface. Mecha Intelligence Brain, Overlord Coral Polyp Dark Gold Mecha Skeleton, Mecha Spinal Nerve, Mecha Power Muscle Group, Immortal Wanlian Energy Armor, Mecha Energy Engine. Make it. As soon as Joe finished speaking, these mecha accessories were wrapped in blue light, and flew into the air one after another. First came the Overlord Coral Polyp Dark Gold Mech Skeleton. The overall appearance of the skeleton was a humanoid skeleton. Then the Mech Spinal Crystal Nerve. The entire main nerve was attached to the spine of the dark gold skeleton, and the nerve branches extending from the main nerve were stretched out by the blue light energy. Next came the Mech Energy Engine. A spherical energy engine with a diameter of 3 meters was fixed to the abdomen of the dark gold skeleton, and the slender vascular grass wall fibers extended from the dark gold skeleton to wrap the entire energy engine. Then came the Mech Brain. The golden Mech Brain flew to the top of the dark gold skeleton, and then extended 2 tentacles, one connected to the vascular grass wall fibers in the dark gold skeleton, and the other connected to the main nerve. Then came the Mech Power Muscle Group. The crystal clear diamond fiber muscle group gradually attached to the dark gold skeleton, wrapping the Mech Energy Engine, Mech Spinal Crystal Nerve, and Mech Brain. In this way, the prototype of the Wavebreaker Mecha was completed. Then, the blue light began to wrap the rudimentary body with 10,000 energy-enhancing metal ingots, and then the Immortal Royal Lotus Energy Armor was attached to the surface of the body made of energy-enhancing metal like a set of armor. Finally, the Free Cube, as the energy source to drive the entire mecha, entered the Mecha Energy Engine through the bottom of the Wavebreaker Mecha cockpit. The next second, after the Free Cube entered the energy engine, a series of translucent white energy was transmitted to the entire mecha through the vascular grass wall fibers in the dark gold mecha skeleton. Bang! The Wavebreaker Mecha was completed and landed on the ground from the air. The entire mecha was a humanoid mecha, with a silver-white body and a height of about 30 meters. Joe saw that the Wavebreaker Mecha was empty-handed, so he took out a dark gold broadsword from the equipment column and threw it directly to it. The Wavebreaker Mech raised its arm very flexibly, caught the dark gold sword, and then swung it twice cleanly, cutting 2 long empty areas in the fog in front of it. Sure enough, the Wavebreaker Mech can be remotely controlled directly through the Mech Brain. Since Joe transferred his mental power to the Mech Brain, he has always maintained a certain mental connection with the Mech Brain, so his thoughts can be directly transmitted to the Mech Brain. Then, Joe came in front of the Wavebreaker Mech, and then jumped away. The armor on the chest of the Wavebreaker Mech automatically opened, revealing the cockpit inside. After Joe entered the cockpit, the armor on his chest quickly closed, and then the tentacles of the Mech Brain fell from above and connected to his head, and the surface of his body was also wrapped by the vascular grass wall fibers in the dark gold skeleton. Joe closed his eyes and transferred his consciousness to the Mecha Brain. Then, his mental power covering a radius of 3,000 meters spread out, and everything around him was stored in his mind. But this time, Joe did not consume much mental power through the tenfold mental power detection range of the Mecha Brain, which was about the same as the usual release of a radius of 300 meters. This is because the Mecha Power Engine is providing the energy required for the Mecha Brain to increase, so there is no need to consume Joe's own mental power. Then Joe controlled the Wavebreaker Mecha with his own will, and found that the entire mecha seemed to be his own body, which could be controlled at will. When defense was needed, the entire mecha would release translucent white light, and then a layer of free energy protection would condense on the surface of the energy armor. I don't know how deep the water pressure of the Wavebreaker Mecha can withstand. After a test, Joe found that the Wavebreaker Mecha was equivalent to his own body, but the energy source used was too low level, and it could only fight against ordinary dead blood energy Leviathan creatures. So he felt that the Wavebreaker Mecha might only be used as an underwater exploration mecha in the future, so how many meters it could dive underwater was very important. However, Joe did not directly control the Wavebreaker Mecha to leave the colored bubble. The water pressure here was too high, and the Wavebreaker Mecha might not be able to withstand it. So, Joe first put the Wavebreaker Mecha into the mecha column, then teleported it to the stomach wall space, and then left the stomach wall space to come out. On the resting platform of Wanling, Joe moved his mind, and the Wavebreaker Mecha was taken out of the mecha column. The next second, he appeared directly in the cockpit of the Wavebreaker Mecha. After connecting to the mecha's intelligent brain, Zhou thoughts immediately activated the energy engine, and the free energy inside was transmitted to the back of the mecha through the dark gold skeleton. Then, a stream of free energy was ejected like the tail flame of a rocket, pushing the mecha to move quickly in the seawater. As the wave breaker continued to dive, Zhou would also check the condition of the wave breaker mecha body through his mental power, and found that the body had a strong pressure resistance effect. It only began to shrink inward when the depth reached 10,000 meters. When the depth reached 20,000 meters, the wave breaker mecha could not bear it, so Zhou would increase the output rate of the energy engine and condensed a layer of free protective layer on the surface of the mecha. With this free protective layer to resist the water pressure, the mecha returned to normal again, but the volume of the free cube in the energy engine was slightly reduced. Obviously, using the energy protective layer to resist the water pressure consumes a lot of energy. When he dived to 30,000 meters, Zhou stopped diving. Although he could continue to dive, with the help of the free protective layer, the energy consumption was too serious. If he continued, the free cubes would be used up. After that, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space through the system transmission, and then tried whether the wave breaker mecha could walk on the sea surface. The result was that it was possible, but a layer of free energy needed to be attached to the legs of the mecha. It's okay. After the performance test of the wave breaker mecha was completed, Zhou felt that it was okay. Although the energy form was too low and the combat effectiveness was not strong, he felt that it was because of the use of free cubes. If energy cubes with higher energy forms could be used, it would definitely be much stronger.